Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4GT 106, nearly fully unlocked template, new life and beginning. Thereafter, the earth-shattering aftermath shook nearly the entire Grand Line. 5 swirling dragons of destruction. The 5-headed nearly materialized Ryotsu hundreds of meters oriental dragon almost devours everything. Parasparrow, the main ship of the Big Mom pirates, tried to resist with a candy barrier. The result was almost broken in an instant, and was swallowed by the roaring dragon. Followed by, in 4 Emperor's Charlotte Linlin discoloration. The main ship of the entire Big Mom pirate group was shattered in an instant. The Lonely Red, Valoric Redfield and the seriously injured, Devil's Descendant, Bullet both displayed their most powerful abilities at the same time. One person almost turned the entire sea into a pool of blood. Bullet did not hesitate to use the combined Devil Fruit to awaken. Integrate all the wrecks of the pirate ships in this sea into one. Form a supergiant purple-black monster with a volume half the size of an island. Raise the right arm of the purple-black substance, charge up, and launch the ultimate cannon. Trying to fend off the roaring Ryotsu dragon formed by the 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Result: either pool of blood almost covering the sea. It is still the final hole card that Bullet, 710, acquired after 20 years of training and impelled down. In front of an oriental dragon composed of almost materialized Ryotsu. Just hinder for a moment, and be ruthlessly swallowed up. Boom. Boom. The sea boils. The space couldn't stop shaking, and white cracks appeared one after another. Demonstrates just how terrifying the destructive power of Hado no 99-5 swirling dragons of destruction is. Feel the power that almost destroyed the entire Grand Line. Whether it is the people of the Revolutionary Army or Magellan and others are trembling in their hearts. Thereafter, when all the movements that could shake the heavens and the earth slowly dissipate. This moment, witnessing the entire war of one person versus the Great Pirate Alliance, all fell silent. Because within reach, in the face of the relentless terror of Hado no 99-5 swirling dragons of destruction. Wherever it goes, there is only silence left behind. The entire sea area in front of the red line seems to have been wiped out abruptly. It has formed a death-restricted zone, with almost invisible boundaries. And all the forces participating in this Great Pirate Alliance. Near, none survived, whether it's thousands of pirate ships from the beginning, or those impelled down monsters, or the big alliance formed by the Big Mom pirates. All disappeared. All that remains is the front of the red line, which has been mostly destroyed. Now this piece of devastated sea area has stopped the heavy rain in the face of the high temperature, and the sun is shining again. This power. Is that man really human? Even if it's a god? No, maybe even a god is nothing more than that in front of that man? Now the entire battlefield has fallen into silence. Witnessing the almost completely crushing battle in front of him, as well as the death-restricted zone, with almost invisible borders. Whether it was the members of the Revolutionary Army or Magellan and the others, they couldn't stop their hearts from trembling. Then, at the moment, he consciously looked at the handsome black-haired young man with a stern temperament. Advertisement: everyone inevitably has a strong sense of unreality. After all, that is the Great Pirate Alliance, that has almost assembled countless forces from the entire New World. That's it, easily destroyed by that man alone, this moment. Anyone who witnessed the almost impossible picture. I will never forget the dark-haired young man with a stern temperament firmly engraved in the depths of my mind. And at this moment, Bai Ye, who easily accomplished the almost impossible event of destroying the entire Great Pirate Alliance. In Bai Ye's eyes, there was no excitement in eliminating Big Mom and the others. Nor did it destroy the complacency of Lonely Red and Bullet and others. In Bai Ye's eyes, after being indifferent, they became very calm. Because from the beginning, this so-called Great Pirate Alliance, Bai Ye didn't plan to take it seriously at all. Because either come. How many pirates, how many forces, and even the underground dark world, bounty hunters, are some kingdoms that have been dazzled by greed. In Bai Ye's eyes, the fate of these people was doomed from the beginning. Worth to talk about, killing IM, and after smashing the entire Great Pirate Alliance. Now Bai Ye's current personal attributes are: open black lens bracket host, Bai Ye close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current template, Yamamoto Genryūsai, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka remnant fire sword unlocked close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Shinigami ability, Kido, unlocked close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical arts, 1 bone, 2 bones, unlocked close black lens bracket. Current template unlocking progress, 95.2. Bai Ye's current template unlocking progress is close to 100%. Attributed to the existence of IM, and those powerful puppets released by IM. After killing IM, Bai Ye's template unlocking progress has directly exploded to nearly 90. Therefore, when the Big Mom pirates formed a major alliance, Bai Ye's strength has already ushered in another explosion. This point, since Bai Ye has just regained his youth, with only a hint of Ryotsu leaked, it is like the sea capsized and pressed against the sky. You can see a Madara, Therefore, now after eliminating the Great Pirate Alliance, Bai Ye's template progress has increased to 95.2 again. Distance is fully unlocked. It's almost one step away. It is precisely because of this. Facing the Great Pirate Alliance, Bai Ye has no intention of releasing Bankai a second time. The first Bankai is only 70 template unlock progress. The aftermath has affected the entire Grand Line. It has caused permanent changes in the weather in countless places in the outside world, and the melting of glaciers. Under this premise, advertisement. If Bankai is opened by almost getting Yamamoto Genryūsai close to its peak, the entire Grand Line, I'm afraid it will be completely evaporated. Not in the descriptive sense, but literally evaporated completely. System, if I choose to leave the current world, I can decide by myself, right? Now, Bai Ye asked about its system. Two options have emerged. Since Bai Ye intends to do all the things that should be done, then naturally it will take some time. Yes, the system only provides auxiliary functions for the host, and when the host leaves is determined by the host's will. However, if you stay in the current world for more than 10 years at a time, you will lose the ability to go back and forth, unless the host replenishes the power of the new world's origin. 10 years? Bai Ye said. That's totally enough. But what is the origin of the world? Bai Ye asked. As a time traveler, Bai Ye has lived in pirate world for 40 years. This is the first time Bai Ye has heard that because he is a traverser who travels through the body, he will consume the source of the world. The origin of the world, host can be understood as the core force to maintain the stability of a world. Any life exists in the body, and it is also everywhere. If the origin of the world is lost, the world will collapse. And because there may be differences in the origin of the world, this leads to outsiders who want to stay. They must use the origin of the world to maintain their own existence. Host can be understood as the more powerful the existence, the more it needs to maintain the more power you have. I see. Bai Ye was thoughtful. Simply put, the origin of the world is what maintains the stable existence of the world, but because each origin of the world is different, outsiders will be repelled, and if they want to continue to stay, they must continue to experience the origin of the world. And this standard is based on the stronger the strength, the more maintenance. The previous Bai Ye didn't awaken before getting the Shinigami template. Consumption is not obvious, but today's Bai Ye 0.0. After beheading all kinds of enemies along the way, template progress continues to be unlocked. The source of the world that needs to be consumed is terrifying. But this horror is measured against the Shinigami's long life. If only Bai Ye was just an ordinary person, then naturally there is no need to consider this kind of thing. Thereafter, probably figured it out, and after learning that I have a stay period of nearly 10 years, and the right to go back and forth, Bai Ye did not continue to ask new questions, because next, Bai Ye should think about how to use the remaining time. As well as, after facing this world government disappeared. A new life and a new start that belongs exclusively to Bai Ye. 107. New world, first encounter with Tsunade. A new beginning, it's really exciting. Stern temperament, black hair and black eyes. Bai Ye stood on the edge of Nine Snake Island, staring at the sea in front of him. The corner of the mouth curled up. Today is Sea Circle Calendar 1527. 7 years have passed since the destruction of Mariajoy and the Great Pirate Alliance. In the first year, Bai Ye almost completed what he planned to do. First, establish a new order. And, to completely end the entire chaotic era of pirates. Thereafter, the remaining years were inside. Bai Ye has traveled almost every place in One Piece world. Under the image of being young when he first traveled to this world. Except for those who witnessed the destruction of the One Piece Alliance. Naturally, no one can recognize Bai Ye as the legendary man who subverted the world government by himself. Thanks to this, Bai Ye's trip went very smoothly. Then, in the remaining few years, Bai Ye started a life of his own. Live like a normal person. Witnessing the changes in the entire pirate world. To leave behind unborn offspring, has the potential to inherit the power of the Shinigami in Bai Ye. To this day, basically everything that needs to be done has been done. Plus having round-trip permissions. Bai Ye decided to go to the next world. System, start traveling, although there was originally a 3-year-long stay period. But because Bai Ye almost killed the entire New World pirate force in the first year. Under the accumulation of terrifying amounts. The template owned by Bai Ye has now reached 100% unlock progress from 95. This shortened the originally estimated time. Therefore, consider having round-trip permissions. Bai Ye then decided not to stay. Ready to go to a new world. And at this moment, with the voice down, a white light door appeared in front of Bai Ye. See. The other side is the new world. Feel the atmosphere of Otherworld completely different from Pirate World. Bai Ye was thoughtful. Then, Bai Ye didn't hesitate at all. Stepped in. Same moment. A vast darkness. This was Bai Ye's first feeling. Thereafter, when Bai Ye stepped out of the light curtain, the system sounds again. Open black lens bracket host has arrived in New World. Close black lens bracket. Opening of round trip authority. One Piece world, 30-day cooling off period. Host can obtain the power of the world's origin in different worlds, so as to speed up the cooling period. In addition, the system detects that the first template of host has been fully unlocked and the function is being updated. This is the new world. Bai Ye looked around the surrounding environment, frowning slightly. Advertisement. Then, Bai Ye felt the huge accumulated Ryutsu in his body that had not been used for several years. His own strength has not been affected in New World. Physical fitness. Bai Ye raised his finger, and a big tree snapped in half. There is no doubt about it. Be it physical strength, Ryutsu in your body, or Ryujin Jaka in your waist. Neither affected the problem in the slightest. Thus, although Bai Ye is not sure what world he came to, but just find someone at random. Bai Ye can look up the form of the other party's memory. Determine what world you are currently in. Think here. Bai Ye saw a street not far away, and stepped forward. Unexpectedly, it was just around the corner. It was a teenage girl with a high ponytail and a dark green kimono bumping headfirst into Bai Ye. The other party squatted on the ground, looked up and saw a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes in front of him. He couldn't help being stunned at first. People? The touch just now was like a mountain. With her strength, how could she be knocked down by the shock force from a man? But it's too late to think about it. There were several angry voices of men in the street. Immediately following this is the appearance of several debt-collecting ninjas. Meet Bai Ye. The man with the scar on his forehead looked around and asked Hirihime. Hey, did you see a woman? That woman has big breasts. That guy owes us a debt. How dare he run away without saying a word? It's horrible. Another ninja with short brown hair and blue clothes clenched his fist. Then I noticed that I didn't know when to touch the teenage girl behind Bai Ye. Subconsciously asked, by the way, little sister, have you seen it? Uncles, who are you? I just came back from outside with, big brother, what's the matter? The teenage girl poked her head out in doubt, and said, uncles, they are flying from the Kyonshin country. They are very scary birds. The brown short-haired ninja in blue clothes took out a reward order from his waist and said, that's the guy above, little girl, have you seen this ant? He has big breasts. This beautiful sister. The girl came to a sudden. The other three immediately turned their attention away from Bai Ye and nodded one after another. Yes, this is the ant. Little girl, do you know where she went? This beautiful sister just went there. If you go there now, you should still be able to find her. The girl smiled and nodded. Heard the words. The three debt-collecting ninjas immediately looked towards another street. Then leave without looking back. The girl hiding behind Bai Ye just breathed a sigh of relief. Available immediately. I saw the leading debt collection ninja turn back again. The girl's heart suddenly lifted. However, this time, the ninja target of debt collection was not on her. Instead, he looked at the valuable Bai Ye on his body. And the Tadao on Bai Ye's waist. The debt collection ninja headed touched it. Advertisement. Speaking of which, judging by your attire, you must be the son of a rich family. So, Bai Ye's face was calm. The leader of the debt collection ninja showed a hint of greed on his face. It's very simple, borrow some money and spend it. 11. As he spoke, the leader of the debt collection ninja pointed to the nearby streets. Speaking of which, you don't know yet. This is a rare illegal area. If a son of a big family like you comes without a guard, even if he dies in such a place, it will not be enough. Good. It happened that our casino was cheated out of a lot of money by that nasty woman just now. Quote. Just let you bear part of it? Such a proposal in exchange for your life is very cost-effective, right? The other two looked at the extraordinary Bai Ye and agreed. I see. There was a trace of coldness in Bai Ye's eyes. It seems that no matter which world it is, there is a lot of rubbish. Just right. If the fastest way to obtain the origin of the world is to kill people. For this kind of person, Bai Ye doesn't need any scruples. Suddenly, you guys, are you robbing others here? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the security team? This is Bai Ye, who looks like a teenage girl behind her. Her face darkened, and she said. The three debt collection ninjas heard the words. Carelessly said, hey, little girl, what are you kidding? We're legal ninjas, anyway. Even Konoha's Hokage named Tsunade owes a lot of money in our casino. How can the security team care about us? You. The teenage girl with yellow hair and high ponytail gritted her teeth slightly. However, just when Tsunade hesitated to reveal his identity, Bai Ye raised his left hand. A finger to be exact. What you up to? Could it be that Zhao Hao intends to pay obediently? The leading debt collector ninja smiled when he saw this. However, next second, the pupils of the other two suddenly froze, and the pupils of Tsunade shrank. The leader debt collection ninja seemed to be instantly knocked out by some invisible terrifying force. The whole person's chest is visible to the naked eye. Boom. It smashed hard in the distance directly, it turned into a corpse. For a long time, the other two debt collection ninjas recovered. What happened? The two twisted their stiff necks, looked at each other subconsciously, and both saw the panic in the other's pupils. Then he looked at the handsome black-haired young man with a stern temperament. Gee, white feet. Next second, escape. This is what the two have in common. Even they're fools. I also know that this time they probably kicked a piece of iron body. Although I don't know who that man is. But the kind of one-finger instant kill Luca who almost has the strength close to Chunin. No doubt. That man is at least a high-level ninja, or even a higher-level monster. That is definitely not an existence they can provoke. 108. On the eve of the Fourth War, Shizune. Master Tsunade, are you sure there is no other purpose in investigating the opponent? Bai Ye thought. The two debt collection ninjas ran back without hesitation. However, as an existence that once subverted the world government alone and ended the era of pirates. If you can let a guy of this level run away from your eyes. Bai Ye estimated that he could almost level up from scratch. No need to raise your hand in place. Just spill a hint of Ryutsu. Next moment. Boom. The two debt collection ninjas who ran tens of meters away and were just about to browse the streets suddenly felt a suffocating pressure coming. Plop. Plop. The two hit the ground heavily in midair, raising dust. A subconscious attempt to forcefully get up ends up in front of the huge Ryutsu. The two couldn't even make a sound, so their internal organs were shattered and they died. Aside. How come? Tsunade, who maintained her girlish appearance, stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes. For a moment, he even forgot to stop it. Because she suddenly found that she couldn't detect what the black-haired and black-eyed young man in front of her was doing. 2 shots to be precise. She didn't feel the slightest chakra fluctuation from the other party. If the previous opponent was a ninja with powerful physical skills, being able to put someone to death with one finger, she can do it too. But the latter, the ability to kill people in the air in front of her. Absolutely nothing to do with gymnastics. Is it ninja? Tsunade immediately denied this guess in his heart. As the contemporary Hokage, he is also the successor of the huge chakra with the Senju family. Tsunade is confident that no matter who uses ninjutsu in front of her, she will be noticed immediately. Or, some kind of heirloom limit. But even if it is the blood succession limit, it is impossible to have no chakra fluctuations. This 570 is like this. Bai. Tsunade looked up at the handsome black-haired 1,000-year-old back in front of him, with a look of solemnity in his eyes. The opponent is able to control the chakra wave fluctuations to such a fine level that it almost disappears. What's more, just relying on your own momentum. How strong should the opponent be? Tsunade shook his head immediately in his heart. But there is no denying it, no matter what kind of possibility. All proved that the handsome young man with black hair and black eyes in front of him is definitely a strong man with unfathomable strength. And such a strong man? When did it appear in the ninja world? Tsunade looked at Bai Ye. I searched all over the information about various ninja countries, ninja villages, and organizations in my mind, but I couldn't find anyone who could match it. Think here. Tsunade's solemnity towards Bai Ye in front of him couldn't help but increase. As Hokage, there unexpectedly appeared such a strong man with unknown purpose and identity on the territory of the Land of Fire, and she did not have any information related to it. This is really so remiss. After hesitating for a moment, Tsunade put aside all the thoughts of taking another gamble, and asked. Big brother, where are you from? Why have I never seen you in this area? Are you from another ninja country? Or are you from outside the 5 ninja villages? Bai Ye, turning to look at the girl with yellow hair and high ponytail. To be honest, Bai Ye heard the name, Tsunade, from the costumes of the 3 debt collector ninjas. Bai Ye was basically sure what world he came to. Hokage world. One of the worlds of the Dead Sea of Flames, that countless movie fans in the previous life most wanted to travel through. Advertisement. Same. As a traverser, Bai Ye is basically sure. The young woman in front of me is the 5th Hokage of Muya village. Bai Ye didn't immediately pay attention to Tsunade, who wanted to find out his identity. Knowing that this is the world of Hokage, the first thing Bai Ye has to do. Just determine what timeline you are in, therefore. Bai Ye reached out his hand before Tsunade could respond. Just use Ryutsu to release Wei Mian, get Tsunade's memory. Precisely because of Tsunade this ready-made Hokage. Bai Ye didn't spare the lives of those 3 debt collection ninjas. A large number of memory fragments began to flood Bai Ye's mind. Take Bai Ye's now fully unlocked Yamamoto Genryūsai template. It is not difficult to handle the opponent without Tsunade being aware of it. Therefore, not for a while, Casino loses money, and the upcoming 5 cages meeting. Bai Ye finally found some useful information from Tsunade's recent memory. 5 shadow talks. Bai Ye remembered correctly. The convening of the 5 cages conference. This is the beginning of the 4th Ninja War. That means he is now on the eve of the 4th Ninja World War. End. Wei Mian. Bai Ye calmly returned to the original state. Tsunade only felt dizzy for a moment, but didn't notice anything abnormal. While looking at Bai Ye, he guessed the identity of the man with black hair and black eyes in his heart. After all, the unknown origin itself is a suspicious point. If coupled with an unknown powerhouse, you have to make Tsunade feel defensive. Although Tsunade at the moment didn't know that he had been looked over by the black-haired black-eyed man in front of him in some sense. I come from far, far away, Bai Ye said. A place far away? Hearing this news, Tsunade couldn't help thinking that this person must not be from the Fire Nation, so he raised his head and asked. Big brother, what does a place far, far away mean? It literally means, a place that is very far away from here. Bai Ye said calmly. Very far away. There was a hint of doubt in Tsunade's eyes. The tone of the man in front of him was very calm, and there was a real tone in it. It doesn't look like it's made up at all. And after very far plus very far. Country of water. Or, as she guessed, the man in front of her doesn't belong to any of the five great powers, but a strong man from the other side of the sea. But if so, what is the other party coming to the country of fire AFCE? Many doubts floated in Tsunade's mind. Just when Tsunade was about to continue questioning. Suddenly, Master Tsunade, where are you? A voice sounded from a distance. Tsunade heard the familiar voice of Shizune. He looked up at the late sky. Bought it when I thought. Bad. Take note of the appearance of the man in front of you in your heart. Advertisement. Tsunade just found an excuse and ran away. Not long. This is a short black-haired young woman holding a pet dolphin in her arms, looking helplessly at Master Tsunade in front of her. Master Tsunade, have you lost all the principal you borrowed? Allah. Tsunade touched the back of his head and said indifferently. It's just money, just borrow again. Huh? Ask who borrowed it. Master Tsunade, your current daimyo is well known in the local area. Shizune scratched his hair. As long as others are not taken advantage of an idiots, it is impossible to lend you property again, right? Tsunade closed his mouth when he heard the words. Immediately, she thought of the black-haired, black-eyed young man she met just now. By the way, speaking of it, I just encountered a thing that needs attention, and now this is much more important than gambling. Shizune was silent for a moment, then said suspiciously. Master Tsunade, are you sure you didn't want to change the subject on purpose, and then take the opportunity to sneak away and go to gamble? Don't forget, the 5 Cages conference will be held soon. As Hokage. You have to be present at that time. Quote. Don't worry, it's definitely not. Besides, isn't there another agent, Hokage? Tsunade said seriously with a rare look on his face. That thing requires you to investigate a person. Investigator. That's right, although it's an unidentified guy the first meet occasionally, but. In Tsunade's mind, he recalled the man who impressed people with just one glance, and his tone sank. That person makes me feel very powerful. Although my intuition may be wrong, it is a very bad thing for such a guy to stay on the land of the Fire Nation. Powerful. Shizune was taken aback. It can make Tsunade-sama, who is Hokage, voluntarily say the word, powerful. Looking at the entire 5 major countries, there are not many people, right? Could it be a strong player comparable to Cage level? Shizune's heart sank. At this time, Tsunade's voice sounded again. By the way, we only need to send someone to investigate this matter slowly from a distance, because just now, 3 unlucky guys were killed by that person, which shows that the other party is very dangerous. What? Killed 3 people? With your strength, Master Tsunade, can't you stop it? Shizune's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Kill 3 people in front of Master Tsunade. That kind of difficulty is not something ordinary people can do. Even the various cages of the 5 great ninja villages, no one can guarantee to kill a person directly in front of Master Tsunade, right? Shizune thought. Little did they know that Tsunade was indeed one step slower in reacting. The second is that the 3 unlucky ones who were killed were the ninjas demanding debts from Master Tsunade, in front of them. When Tsunade hesitated to expose his identity to stop him. Bai Ye has already killed everyone. Of course, Tsunade will not tell Shizune these things. Just describe the image of the man with black hair and black eyes, and then ask Shizune to draw it, and tell him that this is the key object of investigation. However, Shizune saw the portrait for the first time. Suddenly I was stunned for a long time. Then the portrait covered Shizune's face, and asked with a hint of doubt in his tone. Master Tsunade, for such a handsome guy, are you sure that the other party is a strong man of unknown origin, and it's not that you have other ideas? Tsunade. He looked at Shizune, who had removed the portrait in front of him and was bleeding from the nose. Several black lines appeared on Tsunade's forehead. What is my secretary Hokage thinking all day long? Although she does not deny that the image of the young man with black hair and black eyes is definitely the ideal type of face dog. Even she has never seen such a handsome person. But what she is doing now is really for the Fire Nation. After hurriedly urging Shizune to go to work, Tsunade also left the place. Then, turn around and look for the next fat sheep, ready to continue gambling. And at the same time, Tsunade and Shizune don't know. The unknown, suspicious object they want to investigate. Bai Ye uses Ryutsu to see all this clearly. 109. New features of the system, beyond the upper limit of the Shinigami Template. Deadly Demon Eye. On the eve of the Fourth World War. Now, Bai Ye withdrew his perception and recalled the plot in the original book. The second meeting of the 5 shadows was initiated by Raikage, I, and then held in the Iron Country, which is a neutral country. The original purpose was to hold the other 4 shadows accountable. As a result, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito appeared successively. Uchiha Obito begins with a declaration of war in the name of Uchiha Madara. As a result, the 5 great powers and the Iron Kingdom united to deal with the Shao. Thus, the 4th Ninja World War kicked off. Akatsuki organized the Eye of the Moon project, and then Uchiha Obito summoned the 6 Paths golems to collect kid-tailed beasts and became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and then the complete resurrection of Uchiha Madara and the appearance of Chakra's ancestor Kagaya. Clear your mind. If you want to get a lot of world origin, Naturally, we have to start with these people, as well as in this world where there are a lot of illusion abilities. Just enough to make up for part of Bai Ye's current ability. That is, Shinigami are not very resistant to illusion abilities that act on the spiritual level. This can be seen from Aizen using Hyoka Suigetsu to almost turn the entire Gote 13 around a Madara. Even the captain needs to be attacked by Aizen in order to confirm whether what he sees is real through the undeceptive Ryutsu. It can be seen that Shinigami's resistance to the illusion ability of the spiritual level is really insufficient. Therefore, even with fully unlocked template progression, can pretty much ignore any so-called cage level ninja. Bai Ye didn't have any idea of running amok in this regard. And talking about the resistance to the ability of the illusion department. Bai Ye remembered correctly. The eve of the 5 Cages conference is after 6 Paths Pain's failed invasion of Konoha. Take the current timeline. There should be a ready-made pair of Rinnegan's right in the Rain Shinobi village. And at this time, the sound of the system sounded again. Open black lens bracket system functions are being updated. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Receive all information from the current world. Close black lens bracket. Ding! The system function has been updated. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. It is detected that the first template of host has been fully unlocked. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Host currently has the following options. Close black lens bracket. What choice? Bai Ye originally thought that after the template is completely unlocked, subsequent choices will at least appear in the next world. Unexpectedly, my own cheat system directly gave a solution. In the next second, the system replied. Option 1. Host can choose to unlock the second template, but the unlocking degree of the second template will start from 0. Option 2. With the currently fully unlocked template as the core, the new system function can integrate incompatible capabilities, and can break the upper limit of the template without affecting the original capabilities. Open black lens bracket. Host can choose by itself. Close black lens bracket. The first option. To unlock new templates. Bai Ye was thoughtful. His current Shinigami abilities are exactly what the first template, Yamamoto Genryūsai, brings. Unlock new templates. It means that Bai Ye will gain another kind of power. But it is different from the first template that can be directly unlocked to 60 progress from the very beginning. The initial Shikai lock of the second template is 0. It needs to be unlocked slowly by Bai Ye himself. It's like Bai Ye beheaded Yim and others, and then it took another year to fully unlock the last %. The second option. It's simple and clear. With the power of the Shinigami at its core, incompatible abilities are fused together. It's as if Shinigami's power comes from spiritual power. The current ninjutsu and blood succession limits in the Hokage world are based on the premise of chakra. The two are fundamentally different forces in nature. It's like Bai Ye wants to use ninjutsu, he must learn how to extract chakra in order to release ninjutsu. Spirit power cannot release any ninjutsu. Therefore, the advantage of option 2 is that Bai Ye can integrate the forces of completely different systems. Under the premise of not affecting Shinigami as the core, merge system capabilities from different worlds. And compared to option 1, the biggest advantage of option 2 is the final hint. Can break the upper limit of the template. Normally, after the template is fully unlocked. 0. Ask for flowers. The power provided by templates has reached its limit. Advertisement. There is no way to give Bai Ye any further possibility. And option 2 is after fusing the forces from different worlds. It provides the possibility of breaking the upper limit for this impossibility. In other words, Bai Ye's Shinigami powers after incorporating powers from other worlds will no longer be limited to a single template. Instead, it will gradually become a Shinigami ability that belongs exclusively to Bai Ye. So as to surpass the master of the template, who is known as the strongest Shinigami, Yamamoto Genryūsai. Consider the pros and cons of both, as well as between the ability of the system to travel through the world. 0.0 Maybe one day in the future he will travel to the Shinigami world. Met people like Yuhabak. How to choose? The answer is self-evident. Bai Ye chose the second choice without hesitation. Choose 2. With Shinigami power at the core. Make your selection. Bai Ye immediately felt an inexplicable force pouring into his body. Simultaneously, just when Bai Ye thought it was over, the sound of the system sounded again. The host has already selected the second option. Since the host gave up opening the second template, some of the abilities of the second template will be automatically converted into a part of the host. Second template screening is being done at random. The second template will have some abilities integrated into the second choice. Bai Ye didn't expect to give up the first choice, and this kind of compensation would appear in the second choice. However, considering that giving up option 1 is directly losing an additional template. If you choose the second option, you have nothing to do except that Bai Ye has nothing to do until he acquires the ability of the Hokage world. Bai Ye understood what was going on. But just after that, the system sounded again. There was a ripple in Bai Ye's heart. Open black lens bracket host's original second template has already screened the 2 ceremonies, acquiring some abilities, close black lens bracket. The acquisition has been completed. The host has acquired part of the ability. Devil's Eye. Die. The Magic Eye. 110. Acquire the Demon Eye of Death. Bai Ye's goal in the Hokage world. The fusion of Jubuyu Rinnegan and Tenseigan. Damn the Magic Eye. Hear this ability. Bai Ye is naturally no stranger.
But precisely because it is no stranger, Bai Ye is very clear about what kind of ability this is. The magic eye of death. Bai Ye remembers that it came from the special ability in the moon world UG 5 King realm. The effect is similar to some devil fruit abilities that are similar to the law of cause and effect in One Piece world. But compared to devil fruit, the devil's eye of death is far from comparable to those ordinary devil fruit abilities. Because the magic eye of death can see the death of things. Then the insubstantial concept of death is received in the form of the visual message 803. In other words, in the eyes of people with the magic eye of death, crisscrossing lines like graffiti and the dots forming the lines will appear on the surface of things. And the line represents the line that is easy to divide and destroy the object, and the dot represents the death of almost everything. Then, if it cuts along the line, it will cause an indefensible and incurable wound to the object. In contrast, if the point on the object is punctured, the object will be permanently and irreversibly destroyed. Even psychic powers, superpowers, magic, and even conceptual beings can chop and kill.
To put it bluntly, the devil's eye of death is the ultimate future vision that saw the end and brought it to the present. At the same time, it is the ultimate past view that sees the beginning and brings it up to the present. As long as it is a living thing, even a god will kill it for you. From this sentence, the original second template has the classic lines of the Master's two ceremonies with the appearance of straight death. This is the frightening aspect of the ability of the demon eye of immediate death.
Open black lens bracket. May I ask whether the host chooses to integrate it into the first template? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fusion close black lens bracket. Bai Ye nodded. Then, advertisement. Bai Ye felt a strange feeling emerge from his eyes. This comes quickly and disappears quickly. Follow closely. Bai Ye found that there was an extra ability in his current attribute. It is called Straight Death Demon Eye, and it's different from the burden on the mind when using the Demon Eye of Immediate Death. Under the fusion effect compatible with different worlds. Bai Ye's use of the Evil Eye of Immediate Death is based on Shinigami's own spiritual power. In other words, as long as Bai Ye's Ryutsu is not exhausted, it can continue to be activated. Think here. Bai Ye focused Ryutsu on the black eyes. Next second, Bai Ye looked at the streets near Konoha again. The world that came into view again has changed, completely. The street is still the street, and the sky is still the sky.
However, it is different from ordinary vision. Now Bai Ye can clearly see the dark purple lines on the surface of those objects that are intertwined everywhere. And at those intersections that form those lines, just increase the converging Ryutsu day and night. You can see the dead spot above. This is the devil's eye of death. Bai Ye drew out Ryujin Jaka on the surface reflected by the blade. Bai Ye can see that the edges of the original eyes have now turned into a bright azure blue, and the dark purple pupils seem to be filled with stars in the sky, exuding an indescribable sense of soul stirring. No doubt, this is the ability possessed by the two ceremonies known as the God-killing eyes, that only exists in mythology. Death to the magic eye. Looking at it this way, I seem to have won the jackpot by choosing number 2. Look at those eyes that are absolutely no match for a Sharingan, white eyes. Advertisement. There was a wave of fluctuation in Bai Ye's heart. Calm down quickly, because the ability to obtain the second template is random. If you are unlucky, it is normal to get nothing at all. But now there is the Demon Eye of Immediate Death. Bai Ye cannot rush to acquire the abilities of Rinnegan. Because the basic Rinnegan is not the ultimate goal that Bai Ye wants. Bai Ye remembers being above Rinnegan. There is Guyu Rinnegan, and Jugoyu Rinnegan who can open infinite Tsukuyomi and has the ability to pull the whole world into the fantasy world. Coupled with the final form of Bayan, it has the Tenseigan that affects the moon and has the power of destruction and creation. In front of these forces, ordinary Rinnegans seem less important. And, if you combine the rainbow level, straight death devil's eye, the legendary 9 Guyu Rinnegan, and the final form of Bayan, Tenseigan, the 3 major eyes. Bai Ye suddenly found that it was a very right choice for him to come to this world. In addition, as a traverser, Bai Ye is very clear. The Huiying world under his feet is actually not small. To be precise, small is only relative to the planet under your feet. After all, don't forget, the moon above the heads of countless people in the Hokage world is only created by the Sage of Six Paths using the planetary devastation. Plus the Daijinmu family behind Daijinmu Kagaya. It seems that he can look forward to what he can get in the Hokage world this time. The only pity, Bai Ye restored his eyes to black again. It was too easy to kill those 3 debt collection ninjas just now. As a result, Bai Ye has no one to test the newly acquired Demon Eye of Immediate Death. 111. Encounter the Anbu Ninja, Danzo's secret base. But when Bai Ye's thoughts first came here are 2 ninjas affiliated with Anbu approaching. And approaching Bai Ye. May I ask who you are? What is the purpose of coming to Konoha? Both of them wear Anbu masks. After getting close, he dodged in front of Bai Ye and questioned him. Meet these 2. Bai Ye was thoughtful. Take the current timeline. With the support of Konoha's top management, Danzo has successfully become the agent of Hokage. It is trying to seize the power of the entire Konoha village and keep it firmly in its hands. If Tsunade, the current Hokage, wakes up, Danzo's Anbu will definitely watch in secret immediately.
In other words, ... I was implicated by someone. Bai Ye looked at the Anbu ninja in front of him. Think of the conversation between Tsunade and Susanoo just now. And Tsunade can command Anbu under Danzo. Now, the ninja belonging to Konoha Anbu was silent when he saw the man with black hair and black eyes. The two looked at each other. As the confidant of Danzo's subordinates. The two immediately understood what the other meant. First take down the suspicious guy in front of you, and then bring him back to Anbu for interrogation. Think here. The two reached for the shuriken at their waists. The next moment they shot at the same time. However, the moment the two shot, advertisement, but suddenly felt a trance. Thereafter, the two looked at the deserted street. There is a hint of doubt in the eyes. What did they just come for? Why hold a shuriken? No, they should monitor that one and report to Master Danzo.
The two thought of this. The figure was about to disappear. However, the next second, the two saw a pair of pupils with bright azure blue edges and purple eyes that seemed to have stars inside. Follow closely. The young man seemed to cut through something in the void. The two subconsciously made a fighting stance, available in the next second.
The two suddenly discovered that their bodies had suffered almost irreversible injuries. A lot of blood oozed out. Quote ... question mark exclamation mark quote. An Anbu ninja coughed up a mouthful of blood. He stared at the black-haired young man in front of him. Something seemed to be vaguely remembered in my mind. Available immediately. Before he can speak, signal to nearby Anbu members. The two turned into corpses and fell to the ground. While standing here on the street, Bai Ye watched this scene. His face was extremely calm. Because just when the two were about to bring him back to Anbu for interrogation, Bai Ye had already used prestige sleep to look through the memories of the two of them. The two Anbu ninjas are, as expected, henchmen under the banner of Danzo. Before Danzo became Agent Hokage participated in 5 cage talks. Advertisement. Now the whole Konoha is under Anbu's surveillance as expected.
Originally, Bai Ye had no intention of killing these two people. But after consulting the memory of the other party, Bai Ye changed this thinking. If the evil of pirate world is on the bright side, so the evil in the current Hokage world is based on the dark side behind it. Under the single-handed control of Danzo's confidants have carried out almost countless assassination and genocide missions.
And the so-called torture refers to anyone who can be caught Anbu, regardless of whether useful information can be obtained. The end result is basically death. Because of the existence of Anbu, it must not be known by outsiders. In other words, the two had no intention of taking Bai Ye 480's life from the beginning. Therefore, Bai Ye will never show mercy to those who want to put him to death. Ryujin Jaka burned the bodies of the two. Considering that the 4th Ninja War is not many days away, Bai Ye's next plan is to wait, and, through the current new features of the system, memories taken from the minds of the two Anbu ninjas just now, Bai Ye got an unexpected news. That's where those two knew the location of one of the many secret bases that Danzo built. And in that secret base, there, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama cells that Danzo secretly researched exist. And, Danzo left the untransplanted Uchiha family Sharingan. 112. First generation cells and Sharingan, fusion.
Although those Sharingan naturally cannot be Mangekyo Sharingan. Even basically just 1 Tomo Sharingan versus 2 Tomo Sharingan. Belonging to the defective, left over from Danzo's transplant on the arm. But even so, for Bai Ye, it is enough to try to incorporate different forces into the current template. And Danzo's secret base is hidden somewhere in an underground space southeast of Konoha village.
At Bai Ye's speed, just moments away, take this into consideration. Bai Ye used Shunko to disappear in place. Later, Susanoo, under the premise of avoiding Anbu as much as possible, was preparing to investigate the handsome black-haired guy that Master Tsunade mentioned. Susanoo didn't know that the target, who knew their thoughts the whole time, had quietly left Konoha. Not long. It takes about a day or so to get to Konoha village for ordinary ninjas. This is a forest area located on the edge of the Fire Country, close to the Thunder Country. Bai Ye himself appears here. According to Ryutsu, there is no one in the vicinity for nearly 100 miles. Have to say, the secret bases that Danzo chooses to build in various places in the Land of Fire are very secretive. And it is at least 30 meters deep underground. Chakra, who is an ordinary ninja scout, can't discover the secrets hidden in the ground. But for Bai Ye, now the things in this base under your feet, starting today, will cease to exist, because it claims to be the root of Konoha. The roots of the tree naturally have to grow underground, and various rotting fertilizers are added to better nourish Konoha. It's really ridiculous. Bai Ye thought of the memories of the two Anbu ninjas just now. In order to experiment with Senju Hashirama cells, Danzo secretly captured an unknown number of living people from all over the place as experiments.
Bai Ye scoffed at Danzo's style, whether it is before crossing or after crossing. The more you know about Danzo, you will find that the degree of hypocrisy of Danzo is no different from that of the world government in One Piece world. Go to Danzo's hidden base entrance. Look at the passage leading to the ground in front of you. Bai Ye didn't say much. Through perception, there are no more than 5 or 6 Anbu ninjas who are in charge of human body research and transplantation of Sharingan technology.
Bai Ye first exerted force on the spare channel and stepped on it directly. This action, naturally, without exception, the Anbu ninjas inside were alarmed. What happened? What happened outside? Could it be an earthquake? Inside the base of various utensils, all the Anbu ninjas who were on shifts day and night felt the movement from outside, and their expressions changed involuntarily. Soon, one person ran over with an ugly face and said, "It's the backup channel that just collapsed. Alternate channel, what's going on? There's no such thing as an earthquake in this part of the world. Otherwise, how could Master Danzo choose to build a research base here?" Advertisement. The Anbu ninja who was studying it suddenly changed his expression when he heard the words. Wait, could it be an enemy attack? Enemy attack? How is it possible? The level of secrecy here is no less than those of the S level and above files that are blocked, except for Lord Danzo's confidants, even those newcomers to Anbu don't know about it.
Damn it. Send someone to look, and a middle-aged Anbu ninja raised his head. Scanning the nearby containers filled with liquid, as well as the deepest part of the base piled up with dead experimental body corpses, he said with an ugly face. If this place is really attacked by enemies from the outside world, for the sake of Danzo-sama and Konoha, all traces of this place must be destroyed, to prevent evidence from being left outside, and other ninja villages know what happened here.
Think here. The Anbu middle-aged ninja drew a shuriken. Quietly listen to the movement outside. Once any changes are found, he would not hesitate to use the shuriken to trigger the detonating charms that had been spread throughout the base beforehand. Then completely destroy all traces of everything here together with his life. After all, although some of the human experiments carried out here are wandering ninjas from outside. However, under the perennial experiments, the research on first Hokage Hashirama cells and how to graft the Sharingan experiment cannot be satisfied by just relying on wandering people. Therefore, they secretly arrested many villagers in the nearby major ninja villages. If the things here are exposed once, a trace of cold sweat oozes from the forehead of the middle-aged Anbu ninja. Such serious consequences would definitely be extremely bad. Even Danzo-sama, who finally won the support of Konoha's high-level executives, will lose the position of Agent Hokage directly. Eyes, ears. The middle-aged Anbu ninja put all his attention on the corridor leading to the outside of the base at his feet.
However, a few seconds passed. He didn't even hear the voices of the rest of the Anbu ninjas. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, available immediately. No. Wrong? It's too quiet outside. The pupils of the middle-aged Anbu ninja widened. Is about to throw the shuriken ready to trigger the detonator. This was an invisible pressure that suddenly fell on him. The middle-aged Anbu ninja only felt at this moment as if the entire base hidden 30 meters below the ground was about to be crushed. The pressure felt on the body is like an insurmountable mountain. Not to mention getting up, it is very difficult to even lift your fingers. What is this? Blood oozed from the corner of the middle-aged Anbu ninja's mouth, with an unbelievable expression on his face. As he who can be evaluated as a jonin in the mouth of Master Danzo. In the face of this pressure, forcibly raised his head. The middle-aged Anbu ninja man saw a terrifying scene that was enough for him to remember his whole life. It was a young man with black hair and black eyes. Just like that came to this base. And the young man with black hair and black eyes didn't move at all. Just looking at the structure inside the base. As well as the opponent is only relying on his own momentum. Advertisement. He was able to make him, who was almost as strong as Konoha Jonin, unable to move at all. And not only that, in the face of the terrible pressure of fear that cannot be contained. He could clearly feel that the inside of his body was being torn apart. The middle-aged Anbu ninja's pupils widened and his mouth trembled slightly. What exactly is going on? Who is the other party? And that pressure alone is enough to bring. Is it cage level? No, not even him on Lord Danzo. And absolutely no black-haired black-eyed young man has felt 1/5, no, not even 1/10. Such a monster. Looking at the entire ninja world? Does it really exist? The middle-aged Anbu ninja was terrified. Feeling the terrible pressure on his body, he tried to make a sound. But he found that he couldn't even make a sound, this moment. He finally understood why there was no movement outside just now. Damn. What kind of joke is this? The middle-aged Anbu ninja gritted his teeth. Attempt to forcibly trigger the detonator with a shuriken. However, Bai Ye, who witnessed the whole process, intensified the leaked ryatsu. I saw this middle-aged Anbu ninja who was comparable to Jonin died easily. On the premise that Anbu ninja memories have been obtained through Wamian. It is naturally impossible for Bai Ye to let the opponent achieve his goal. And when the last one here is resolved, it is also the Anbu ninja that Danzo left behind to guard the base. Bai Ye put his gaze back into those cultivation devices filled with nutrient solution. Because in these utensils, it is the first Hokage that is enough to make the entire ninja world crazy, that is, the Senjutsu, Li Zhao's intercellular cell known as the God of Ninja. And, after the Uchiha family was almost completely wiped out, the treasure that countless ninjas from the outside world yearn for, Sharingan. Although most of them are Shanguyu and 2 Tomo Sharingan left after Danzo's transplant. But put it outside. Enough to set off a bloodbath in the ninja world. It can be seen that Sharingan is famous in the Hokage world. System. How do I integrate abilities from different worlds? Standing in front of these cultivating tools that can shock the entire ninja world, Bai Ye thought of the magic eye of immediate death he currently possesses and asked the system. Open black lens bracket. The host only needs to put his hand in front of the appliance, and the template currently at the core of the host will automatically trigger the extraction and fusion functions. Close black lens bracket. Just put your hand on it. Bai Ye heard the system's answer. Then Bai Ye looked at a utensil filled with liquid, and in this utensil, a single hook jade bloodwheel eye was soaked in the middle. Bai Ye reached out and tried to put it on the utensil. Next moment. Open black lens bracket. Ding. I found a one-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Will it be integrated into host's current template? Close black lens bracket. Hear the familiar voice of the system. Bai Ye looked at the one-tomo Sharingan diary lying in the utensil in front of him. Without any hesitation. Fusion. 113. Mangekyo Sharingan. Easy to get, fused with the magic eye of death. The moment Bai Ye's voice fell, standing in Bai Ye's perspective. This is the Shanguyu Shuilingen lying quietly in the liquid-filled utensil in front of him, and it is beginning to disappear gradually. Next, this is the acquired one-tomo Sharingan appearing on Bai Ye's personal template. Similarly, Bai Ye's originally black eyes began to show the characteristic single-hook jade characteristic of Sharingan. Is this the Sharingan? Bai Ye opened his eyes and looked around. He felt that his entire vision was vaguely clearer. Although not very obvious, but that improvement is real. Thereafter, it is detected that the host currently possesses both the Demon Eye of Straight Death and one-tomo Sharingan. Open black lens bracket. Did the host choose to fuse one-tomo Sharingan with the Demon Eye of Death? Close black lens bracket. Hint. If you choose fusion, the magic eye of death will have a slight ability to resist illusions. And has a slight observation enhancement, fusion? Hear the cue. Bai Ye looked into his eyes through the reflection of Ryujin Jaka's blade. Bai Ye was thoughtful. Because the level of the Demon Eye of Straight Death is far higher than that of one-tomo Sharingan, so now the integration of one-tomo Sharingan has become the nutrient of the Devil Eye of Straight Death. However, considering the level of one-tomo Sharingan, it is indeed not qualified to be tied with the Straight Death Magic Eye as the Rainbow level Magic Eye, 170 but. Bai Ye chose not to merge for the time being, because although a one-tomo Sharingan is integrated into the Magic Eye of Death, it can't bring much effect. But, Bai Ye looked at the large number of single-hook jade and two-tomo Sharingan placed on the shelf in front of him. If it is 2, 3, and, how about merging all the single-hook jades here with the two-tomo Sharingan into a pair of Sharingan, and then merging them with the Magic Eye of Death? At most, others can only have a pair of fixed-level Sharingan through transplantation. Even if Danzo transplants a large number of Sharingan, the most is to increase the number of Sharingan. Bai Ye is different, he can be integrated into the template. Turn all the single-go jade and double-go jade bloodwheel eyes here into a pair of eyes. Think here. Bai Ye put his hands on each container that holds the Sharingan starting from this. Not long. Open black lens bracket. Your one-tomo Sharingan infused with one-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. One-tomo Sharingan has undergone special changes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your one-tomo Sharingan infused with one-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. One-tomo Sharingan has officially evolved into two-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, AICJ works. A gleam flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Thereafter, open black lens bracket. Your two-tomo Sharingan fused with one-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your two-tomo Sharingan merged with two-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your two-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. In this way, I don't know how long I have been in this base. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Your three-tomo Sharingan is combined with two-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your three-tomo Sharingan has officially evolved into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your Mangekyo Sharingan infused with two-tomo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mangekyo Sharingan has automatically evolved into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Close black lens bracket. When the last two-tomo Sharingan in front of Bai Ye disappeared into the container, Bai Ye opened his eyes again. I saw complex scarlet lines appearing in the originally black eyes. The current Sharingan that symbolizes Bai Ye has become Mangekyo Sharingan. And it is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that the Uchiha clan can only obtain through transplanting blood relatives. Others are here, it will definitely be shocking. Because Bai Ye does not have any blood of Yu Zebo's clan. To be able to have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and its Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the benefit of Bai Ye's choice to use the Shinigami template as the core. Under the premise of this template, Bai Ye can incorporate the power of different worlds into the template. As long as it is based on Shinigami's spiritual power, Day and Night can use any ability that has been incorporated into the template. And because Bai Ye's current Eternal Mangekyo comes from the fusion of a huge number of single Go-Yu and two-tomo Sharingan. Bai Ye's Mangekyo Sharingan can have several Mangekyo-specific abilities. You will not only have one or two abilities due to personal limitations. Bai Ye could clearly feel it, whether it's Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo. Nothing to worry about. It's just a pity that there is no potential to open the Kamui space in the eyes of those single and double-hook jade blood wheels. But even so, Bai Ye first came to the world of Hokage. Advertisement in a sense, Danzo also gave Bai Ye a big gift first. Get the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan easily, as well as. Bai Ye remembers that the prerequisite for opening Rinnegan is the power of Mangekyo Bloodwheel Eyes and the 6 paths contained in the cells of the Senju family. Bai Ye looked at the cells that contained the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Sure enough, options to incorporate into templates appeared. Only this time, however, the acquisition of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan did not go well. These cells can only provide a slight increase in vitality and physical fitness. It is not possible to transform an Eternal Mangekyo into a Rinnegan. But Bai Ye wasn't too surprised. Bai Ye remembered that Danzo had Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo and transplanted Senju cells. Also does not have Rinnegan enabled. This shows that pure first-generation cells cannot meet the conditions for opening Rinnegan. But even so, this time, come to Danzo's secret base. For Bai Ye, it has been quite rewarding, and consider the Rinnegan and Juguyu Rinnegan that will appear in the next 4 battles. Bai Ye is not in a hurry to get Rinnegan directly now. Instead, he first merged the current Demon Eye of Immortality with Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is detected that the host currently possesses both the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. Open black lens bracket. Did host choose to fuse the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Close black lens bracket. Hint. The former will swallow the latter as a result of the fusion. There is a certain chance that the eyes of the host will undergo special unknown changes. And the magic eye of death will have the effect of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Fusion. Bai Ye nodded directly. Do not fuse the eye of death with the one Tomo Sharingan. The purpose of Bai Ye is just waiting to fuse the rest of the Sharingan into a pair of Sharingan. I thought the highest could only reach Mangekyo Sharingan. It has now evolved into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course there is nothing to hesitate about, not long. It is located in the underground base on the edge of the Kingdom of Fire. Bai Ye has completed the fusion of Immortal Demon Eye and Eternal Mangekyo. And when Bai Ye saw his own eyes through the blade of Ryujin Jaka, I saw that this is a pair of pupils surrounded by azure light. The purple pupils seem to contain stars. At the same time, this is the edge of the second layer near the center of the pupils, and there are more eyes belonging to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pattern. 114. Blood Red Susanoo. Is this the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Bai Ye looked around. I saw that compared to the object's surface that was originally observed by the straight death magic eye, there will be lines intertwined in all directions, like dark purple lines. Today's fusion after Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, every intertwined line becomes extremely clear. And under the premise of needing to concentrate, this is the dead spots that make up the lines begin to reveal themselves. As this because the Sharingan itself has extraordinary powers of observation, so this characteristic enhances the power of observation of the Devil Eye of Death. Bai Ye thinks of Sharingan's most basic characteristics. Then, Bai Ye raised his left hand. It is called in the world of Hokage, the power of God. I saw that this was triggered by Shinigami's own spiritual power. A skeleton-like arm resembling a demon god gradually appeared in the void, and then the arm began to be covered with meridians and flesh and blood almost composed of real Ryotsu. This is the ultimate power enshrined in the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the Susanoo, who symbolizes destruction. But Bai Ye's Susanoo is unlike any Uchiha tribe in the Hokage world. Not blue, not purple. The interior of Bai Ye's Susanoo is blood red. The outer wrapping is not chakra either. It's the terrifying Ryotsu that spews out flames. And it releases amazing high temperature outside all the time. The harvest of this trip is really unexpected. Feel the power of counting in the eyes now. Advertisement taking into account the premise that using the remnant sword may burn the entire ninja world. Bai Ye's usable hole cards added another one, but when looking around at the foot of this secret base that Danzo tried to hide, and the corpses of failed experiments piled up in the deepest part, a look of indifference appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. The root of the leaves. It seems that Danzo prides himself on doing everything for Konoha. But whether it is studying Senju family cells, or study how to port Sharingan in this bloody process, an unknown number of ordinary people were sacrificed. After all, everything Danzo did was to satisfy his own selfish desires. Pure egoism. Looking around, the eyes returned to black eyes again. Bai Ye used Ryujin Jaka, directly burning all here to ashes. Although Danzo estimates that it won't be long before the secret base is invaded and destroyed. But compared to Danzo may investigate recklessly. Bai Ye didn't care about these things, because if Danzo takes the initiative to come to the door, Bai Ye didn't mind trying his current resistance to illusions. And even if Danzo doesn't come, advertisement Bai Ye will also go to Anbu. 0. Ask for flowers. After all, look at the entire country of fire. Get rid of Sasuke, who has defected in Tsunade's memory. At present, only Danzo, who has transplanted a large number of Sharingan in the entire Fire Kingdom, has the ability to release high-level illusions. Thereafter, consider what will happen to Konoha next. Bai Ye has no idea of going to other ninja villages for the time being. Instead, he went straight back to Konoha. In the current period, when Tsunade is Hokage, Konoha is actively negotiating with other villages to establish good relations. Therefore, Konoha's screening of outsiders is not strict. In addition, Bai Ye can try to use the blessing of the illusion ability of Eternal Mangekyo. Bai Ye easily entered Konoha from the main entrance. As soon as you enter this place, you can see the so-called Hokage Rock village very clearly. Bai Ye noticed the moon in the night sky of Konoha, so he first found a hotel to stay. Wait until the next day to make plans. Now in this world, Bai Ye was going to think about the next thing first. In addition to the two very well-known blood successor boundaries, Juguyu Rinnegan and Tenseigan, who have already been determined to get. There are also many magical things in the world of Hokage that do not exist in the world of One Piece. For example, the Otsutsuki family did not hesitate to destroy a world, but also wanted to condense the fruit of the sacred tree. 115. Bai Ye's plan: start with the land of fire, the fruit of the sacred tree. This is the ultimate goal that the Daijinmu family will not hesitate to spend thousands of years cultivating, and even sacrifice a planet. Its effect is a shortcut for the Daijinmu clan to become a god. Although the first 10 tails turned into a sacred tree has been eaten by Kagaya, who is sealed on the moon. But Bai Ye remembered that there should be a second 10 tails. It's just that it's not mature yet. The next day, Bai Ye walked on the streets of Konoha like an ordinary person. Because Bai Ye does not have any, check, 013, fluctuations. Therefore, in addition to the more eye-catching appearance, the Anbu ninja who belongs to Konoha's root will naturally not waste time on an ordinary person. And the number of Anbu ninjas in Konoha is significantly less than last night. Obviously, the fact that Danzo's hidden base was destroyed last night may have reached Danzo's ears. As a result, some of the Anbu ninjas scattered in Konoha were drawn out. Wow, is that senior brother from Konoha? Why have you never seen it? Hey, little brother, are you from another village? Do you have any plans to settle in Konoha? Old man, I have a nice daughter, haha. Since Konoha is currently under the governance of Tsunade as Hokage, he is actively negotiating with other villages to establish good relations. Therefore, ordinary people living in Konoha during the day have no resistance to outsiders. Advertisement instead, he warmly greeted Bai Ye. The courageous ones, and some shopping street uncles who were worried about their daughters not being able to get married directly called Bai Ye to stop with an extremely enthusiastic appearance. The entire Konoha at this moment, after the death of third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, who claimed to be the strongest Hokage in history, plus Uzumaki Naruto, who is 9 Tails Jinchuriki, is practicing senjutsu at Mount Myoboku. It seems to be a thriving appearance. However, Bai Ye watched all this. Very clear. In a few days, the third generation has only been dead for a few years, and Konoha, which has started to thriving, will usher in an unprecedented huge turmoil. The entire Konoha was nearly destroyed, and countless people would die. And throughout this process, Bai Ye felt the Anbu ninja who was secretly monitoring the whole Konoha from time to time. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes. Danzo and Anbu, who call themselves the roots of Konoha, never showed up. Or, Danzo, who never gave up wanting to control power, saw Pain's power. They are planning to use Pain's hand to destroy all the sleepy Yejuhi faction represented by Tsunade. Afterwards, when the Snipe and Clam fight for the fisherman's benefit, Danzo himself will come out to clean up the mess. At that time, not only will he contribute to pacifying Bingshan, but the energy of Konoha's peace faction will be weakened. Danzo happens to be rightfully at the pinnacle of power. In fact, Danzo's ambitions did succeed. After the Pen invasion incident, only Danzo and the Anbu ninja power belonging to the root of the leaderless Konoha have no influence at all. Advertisement: the rest of the Hyuga, pig, deer, butterfly and other families in the backbone are damaged, the dead are dead, and they are powerless to compete with Danzo and Anbu Yu. Coupled with Tsunade, the current Hokage, who is unconscious, the Senju clan's successful governance achievements became history one step ahead of the abandoned Zebo clan. Konoha's rights naturally fell to Danzo, who was ready to seize the power at any time, and Danzo succeeded in becoming the coveted agent Hokage afterwards. However, these will soon belong to the future that should have been normal development history. Because after the magic eye of death has the property of Mangekyo Sharingan to resist illusion. Except for infinite Tsukuyomi, in a sense, Bai Ye can completely let go of his hands and feet. He doesn't need to wait for something to happen, on the contrary. Bai Ye could choose to hasten the event, as well as considering that the large and small forces in the entire ninja world are intricate. The first step of Bai Ye's plan is to start with the most powerful country of fire among the 5 great countries. And as an outsider of first arrival, Ninja World 4.6. After Bai Ye witnessed the Revolutionary Army's ability to mobilize intelligence in One Piece world. It is also time to develop your own strength. After all, the shortcoming of being alone is that although he can destroy any place, even overthrow any of the 5 major countries, he cannot manage a wide area by himself. In addition, the forces in the Jonin world are intricate. Bai Ye needs a spokesperson, but this development. Unlike slow development, he can directly take the ready-made ones. 116. Shizune. I feel more and more that Tsunade-sama has ulterior motives. Take the off-the-shelf ones. Naturally, it refers to the existing forces in front of us. There is no need for Bai Ye to spend time, nor does he need to cultivate carefully. For example, currently Tsunade is 5th Hokage. If it was Tsunade close to the period 3 years ago, Bai Ye would not have such thoughts. But right now Tsunade has nearly 3 years of experience as Hokage. Plus Bai Ye consulted Tsunade's memory, overall conclusion. In addition to, sometimes like drinking, sleeping, sneaking, plus gambling, owed a lot of gambling debts. Tsunade is a good candidate. After all, put it in Konoha, a village that relies entirely on peers to set off. Whether it's the dead 3rd generation, or Danzo who is always coveting power, or the big families who are arguing for a little bit of power. And really couldn't find any suitable candidates. Because there is really nothing to choose. Brother, judging by your appearance, you shouldn't be from Konoha, right? This outfit and that weapon, could it be a warrior from the Iron Country? In the shopping street, an uncle peddler suddenly raised his head and looked at Bai Ye, and asked with a smile. Is this the person Tsunade asked Shizune to send? Bai Ye didn't answer directly. Instead, he felt that the breath fluctuations in the uncle ninja in front of him were not even as good as the Anbu ninjas scattered in Konoha who were in charge of monitoring. Bai Ye touched 08 in his heart. Tsunade this Hokage. It seems that there is really no one under him who can be trusted. But think about it too, except for Shizune who is a secretary and a part-time advisor and disciple. Plus Kakashi. The Nara family counts as half, and the fact that there is a high probability of death in Pain's hands is also natural. Tsunade, Hokage, basically only has so many trustworthy people around him. After all, even if Danzo and Anbu who are always coveting to seize Konoha's power are excluded. On the one hand, in the eyes of Hokage's senior veterans, Tsunade's status as Hokage is nothing more than that.
Since he took office, he has been questioned constantly and has never stopped.
Even though I have tried my best to establish a good relationship with other villages in negotiating activities, I usually go to Konoha's medical system to treat injured Konoha shinobi patients from time to time. If not, it is also impossible for Danzo to easily obtain the support of Konoha's senior management later and act as the agent Hokage. He even went to participate in the 5 cage talks as an agent of Hokage. But Tsunade is in a stressful situation right now. Advertisement for Bai Ye, but it couldn't be better. At the same time, Konoha village in a secret base. This is where the roots of the leaves are located. Roots are not the same as Anbu. If Anbu's task is to protect the entire Konoha village, accept the leadership of the current Hokage, while the root mission is the most shady assassination mission, and only accept the leadership of Danzo. It can be said that the root is Danzo's private power zone. At this time, a man with a bandaged head and only one eye exposed stood in front of the table with a gloomy expression, as if he was thinking about something. This man is none other than Shimura Danzo. Recently, Danzo has been in a very bad mood, or rather, since Tsunade became Hokage, he has never been in a good mood. In Danzo's view, after the death of 3rd generation, according to his seniority, it should be his turn to become Hokage, but he did not expect Tsunade to become Hokage in the end. This made him very angry. In his opinion, the current Konoha, only he has the qualification to become Hokage. This old guy from 3rd generation, thanks to me for helping him so much. Danzo said in his heart, if the 3rd generation could recommend him to be Hokage before his death, no one would dare to object. No, we must find a way to solve Tsunade. The group is not obsessed with Hokage's position. Moreover, if Tsunade is not resolved, at Tsunade's age, when Tsunade retires from the position of Hokage, I'm afraid he will die of old age.
At that time, Hokage had nothing to do with him. However, Tsunade's strength is not weak, and it is not easy for him to get rid of Tsunade, and he may even be found to be the one who did it. In that case, let alone being a Hokage, he will be fine if he is not wanted as good. So we have to think of a way. Master Danzo. At this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. This is a ninja at the root. What's wrong? Danzo withdrew his thoughts and said. Our base in the south of Konoha was destroyed, and all the ninjas in it were killed and the Sharingan and Judaishan cells used for experiments disappeared. What? Danzo was furious after hearing this. Those Sharingan and 1st generation cells were all collected by him through hard work, but he didn't expect that all of them disappeared. But soon Danzo calmed down and asked, have you found out who did it? No, Genbu Ninja said, but according to my observation, that person should be very strong. Our people basically died without any resistance, and there are only sporadic traces of ninjutsu around, which shows that most of them were killed before they could unleash ninjutsu. Hearing the words of his subordinates, Danzo narrowed his eyes and kept thinking in his heart. The ninjas at the root were personally cultivated by him, and everyone's strength is not weak, but it is even difficult to release ninjutsu. This is enough to illustrate the strength of the opponent. Could it be someone from the Akatsuki organization? Danzo shook his head, denying this idea. After all, The people from the Akatsuki organization have been catching tailed beasts recently, and it is impossible to have the energy to destroy his laboratory.
Or other ninja villages? It's impossible, except for the internal members of Root. It should be impossible to leak the news to other villages.
After thinking for a while, Danzo didn't figure out who it was.
Forget it, when I go to see it myself, he dares to do something with my things. This guy is really looking for death.
Danzo said with a grim look. By the way, Master Danzo, the 5th Hokage seems to be secretly investigating someone recently. At this time, the Root Ninja continued. Oh, Danzo became interested. Who is it? Advertisement. Recently, he has been trying his best to let Tsunade step down, so he has placed a lot of his own people around Tsunade. I'm not sure. It's said to be a black-haired, black-eyed young man with a knife on his waist, and he's very powerful. It's just that he doesn't know which village it's a ninja from. That's why 5th Hokage sent people to investigate. Very strong. Danzo pondered for a while, and suddenly his expression flashed, as if he had thought of something. Did this guy do it? HMPH, I hope it's not you, otherwise I won't let you go. Danzo snorted coldly and continued, you guys stay by Tsunade's side and let me know if there is any news. Understood, my lord. Anbu Ninja nodded, and then his figure slowly disappeared. At the same time, Hokage building. Tsunade is sitting on the Hokage chair, dealing with various chores. Looking at the mountains of various documents, Tsunade also had a headache. What she hates the most is dealing with these things, and it was for this reason that she refused to be Hokage.
But I didn't expect that I still didn't escape in the end. Master Tsunade. Just then, Shizune walked in. Seeing Shizune, Tsunade's eyes lit up. He stood up quickly, and then pushed Shizune onto the Hokage chair. Shizune, I will leave these to you. Master Tsunade. Looking at the document in front of him, Shizune's tone was very helpless. This is not the first time. Shaking his head, Shizune stood up and said, Master Tsunade, I came here to report important news to you in 227. Oh, what's the news? Tsunade said indifferently. In her opinion, any news is not as important as dealing with this pile of documents. It's about the young man you're talking about. What, did you find out about that person? Hearing Shizune's words, Tsunade's expression became much more serious. There is no way, a strong man who does not know the depths suddenly appears in the land of fire. She can't help but not pay attention. Yes, according to information, the young man is called Bai Ye, and he is currently living in a hotel in Konoha village. It's in Konoha. This news made Tsunade completely furious. If it just appeared in the land of fire, it could still be said to be passing by, but coming to Konoha at this time, there must be some purpose. But Tsunade thought about it, and felt something was wrong. If the other party really has some ulterior purpose, it is impossible for people to easily notice his whereabouts. Is the other party acting strange? Tsunade asked. No, that person hasn't come out since he checked into the hotel yesterday, and he's been looking around in the village until today. Shizune said, a little curious at the same time. She felt that Master Tsunade seemed to be interested in that young man named Bai Ye's special attention. Could it be that Tsunade-sama fell in love with that guy? Well, it's really possible. After all, she had seen the portrait of the other party, and she was indeed very handsome. It's just that the other party seems to be in his 20s and Master Tsunade. No, age is not a problem, as long as you really love each other. Hearing Shizune's words, Tsunade felt more and more that the other party had some ulterior motives. However, the opponent's strength is very strong, and it is true that they have not done anything to harm Konoha, so it is not easy to ask for guilt. Shizune, we'll go see him tomorrow, and I'll leave this pile of documents to you. Tsunade spoke, and left the Hokage building directly. Only Shizune was left standing there in a daze. 117. Meet Tsunade again, news from Jiraiya. The next day. Master Tsunade, why did you become like this again? Shizune looked at Tsunade, who had turned into a single ponytail and looked like a girl, and said in amazement. You know, the reason why, Master Tsunade, became like this before was to avoid debt collection. But now they are going to meet that young man named Bai Ye, it is completely unnecessary. What do you know, the other party is a guy of unknown origin. If I go to see the other party in my original form, he will definitely know that I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, so how can we find out the news from the other party? Tsunade said with a pointing tone. Okay, Master Tsunade understands best. Shizune shook his head helplessly. As a secretary, it's better not to question his boss, and he's still a big-chested, but narrow-minded, upright guy. By the way, Master Tsunade, even if we pass by like this, we won't be able to ask anything at all, right? Shizune continued to ask. You must know that even the stupidest spy cannot easily reveal his details. So in Shizune's view, this trip is doomed to be useless. It's not us, it's me, so you don't have to go, and we don't need to find out the other party's details, as long as we know the other party's attitude towards Konoha. Having said this, Tsunade's expression became much more serious. What happened recently made her very busy, and she didn't have much energy to take care of other things. After all, the enemy Konoha is facing now is the Akatsuki organization that makes the entire ninja world fear. As Konoha, who owns Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a battle with Akatsuki is inevitable. So if Bai Ye has no malice towards Konoha, even if the source is unknown, Tsunade will choose to give up investigating Bai Ye's specific news. Even if there is a chance, it would be even better to pull Bai Ye into Konoha's camp and fight against the Akatsuki organization together. With the strength shown by that man at that time, it is definitely far from being comparable to ordinary ninjas. It's just that Tsunade also knows that this idea is basically impossible. Now that Ninja faces the Akatsuki organization, everyone is in danger, wishing that they have nothing to do with themselves. How could they easily stand on the opposite side of the Akatsuki organization? By the way, speaking of the Akatsuki organization, Jiraiya went to the Land of Rain to inquire about news. Why hasn't she come back yet? Thinking of this, Tsunade frowned slightly, feeling a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Master Tsunade, I received the information that the other party has come out of the hotel and is eating ramen at Uncle Ichiraku's. Shizune's voice sounded, interrupting Tsunade's thoughts. Ramen? Advertisement. This guy is really carefree. Tsunade complained slightly in his heart. By the way, Master Tsunade, do you really not need me to go? If the other party has thoughts about you, then you are in danger, Shizune asked worriedly. Although this appearance of Tsunade has lost its original biggest advantage, it still looks very pure and lovely. So if the other party really has unruly intentions, the hand will be in danger. Tsunade rolled his eyes. What strength do you have, and what strength do I have? Do you have no idea? Give me back the danger. No, your task now is to finish processing the documents on my desk. After speaking, Tsunade turned and left. Shizune was left petrified in place again. The ramen here is really good. Bai Ye finished a bowl of ramen quickly and looked at Ichiraku. It can only be said that it is Naruto's favorite ramen, and it tastes really good. And after experiencing the baptism of planetary devastation, the Ichiraku ramen restaurant can be opened again as if nothing happened, which is also a very miraculous thing. QG. Plus. %. Oh, as long as you like it, Uncle Ichiraku said with a smile. By the way, I don't think I've seen you in Konoha before. Where did you come from? Uncle Ichiraku asked pretendingly. Bai Ye didn't expect that Tsunade's intelligence organization was so backward that even the owner of a ramen restaurant started to inquire about the news. Me? I came from a faraway place. The reason why I came to Konoha was to see what the village established by two former ninja legends looked like. Now it seems that this is a very nice place. Bai Ye spoke, and the meaning behind the words was also obvious. He didn't have any malice towards Konoha. In fact, the same is true. Konoha on the bright side has nothing worthy of his shot. 9 tails? That kind of thing, compared with Jubuyu Rinnegan, Tenseigan, and the fruit of the sacred tree, is really far behind. He couldn't arouse Bai Ye's interest at all. Advertisement. Uncle Ichiraku naturally understood the meaning of Bai Ye's words, but he didn't take it lightly. After all, who knows if the person suspected of coming from the outside world is a lie. I'm full, thanks for the hospitality. Bai Ye stood up from the chair and left the Ichiraku noodle shop after speaking. He felt that a familiar figure was walking towards this side. As for who that familiar figure is, I can only say that the other party has a certain characteristic that is amazing, and also has a very interesting nickname, the legendary Big Fat Sheep. Well, it's really fat. With a little teasing in his heart, Bai Ye walked slowly all the way, left Konoha village, and came to a secluded woods outside the village. After so many days of rest, it's time to implement my plan. Bai Ye stood under a big tree, thinking secretly. Hi, big brother, what a coincidence, I saw you again. At this time, a surprise voice sounded behind Bai Ye. Bai Ye rolled his eyes. Could this damn place be found by coincidence? But Bai Ye didn't expose Tsunade's lies, but turned around, and after seeing Tsunade's appearance clearly, he pretended to be surprised and said, It's really a coincidence. Little sister, what's the matter with you coming to Konoha? Me, I'm originally from Konoha village, but the big brother doesn't seem to be from Konoha village, right? Is there anything for the big brother to come to Konoha village? Seeing that Tsunade not only looks like a girl, but also has a girlish tone, Bai Ye is a little strange. Tsunade must be in his 50s at this time, but this kind of, what's up with girlhood? Shaking his head, Bai Ye naturally heard the inquiring meaning in Tsunade's words. Bai Ye didn't talk nonsense, but said directly, I came to Konoha to tell you some news about Jiraiya. What did you say? Hearing Bai Ye's words, Tsunade's tone also changed. At the same time, the original girl's appearance also changed back to her original appearance, frowning and staring at Bai Ye firmly. Bai Ye sized up the current Tsunade, and sighed secretly that he was indeed a well-known big cow in the Blue Star Jonin world in his previous life, and he really lived up to his reputation. Of course, as a person who appears to be in his 20s but is actually older than Tsunade, Bai Ye doesn't have much idea. What did you say about Jiraiya? Tsunade's voice came, questioning and worried at the same time. 118. Showdown. No need to hide the purpose Bai Ye, although Tsunade has no love for Jiraiya. But years of fighting side by side have allowed them to forge a deep friendship. And this time Jiraiya went to the Land of Rain alone to inquire about news. Tsunade already felt that this action was very dangerous. So when I heard Bai Ye say that he knew Jiraiya's news, it was unavoidably a bit medical. But Tsunade calmed down quickly, looked at Bai Ye coldly, and said in a bad tone, Tell me your purpose? From Tsunade's point of view, it is very abnormal for Bai Ye, a person of unknown origin, to suddenly appear in Konoha village, but now he claims to know about Jiraiya, if Bai Ye has no purpose. That must be impossible. My goal is not Konoha, and Konoha doesn't have anything that I can admire. As for what I want, you don't need to know yet. Seeing Bai Ye's indifferent expression, Tsunade frowned. She felt that the guy in front of her was too proud. Actually, look down on Konoha. You know, Konoha was jointly established by Uchiha Madara and her grandfather Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninja world. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the ninja village with the deepest heritage in the entire ninja world. In Konoha, there are also various powerful ninjutsu, even forbidden technique. If these ninjutsu and forbidden technique are exposed, it will be enough to drive the entire ninja world crazy. But the other party didn't like it at all. If Bai Ye knew Tsunade's thoughts, he would definitely laugh. Ninjutsu, jutsu. Except for some powerful forbidden techniques, such as impure world reincarnation, which are interesting, other ninjutsu forbidden techniques are useless in the face of absolute strength. And to the later stage of Hokage. Without the strength of 6 paths, I'm sorry, I really can't get on the stage. Because your so-called ninjutsu, forbidden technique, can't even block a truth-seeking ball. With Bai Ye's current strength, in the entire ninja world, except for some specific things, other things can't improve his strength at all, so he showed no interest at all. By the way, don't you want to know about Jiraiya? Bai Ye looked at the hesitant Tsunade and spoke again. Advertisement Tsunade originally thought about taking down Bai Ye, but after thinking for a while, she gave up. Although Bai Ye's purpose is unknown, if she chooses to do it now, it will not be good news for Konoha as a whole. After all, even she couldn't see Bai Ye's strength clearly. So it is not an easy task to win Bai Ye. Suppressing the worries in his heart, Tsunade looked at Bai Ye and said, "You can tell what you know about Jiraiya." Jiraiya has been killed by Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Bai Ye said an amazing fact in a flat tone. How is this possible? Tsunade froze when he heard the news, unable to believe it. She knows Jiraiya's strength very well, even if it is a cage-level strongman in each major ninja village. Even if Jiraiya loses, it is still very easy to escape. And although Jiraiya looks lewd, she is actually very smart. So this time Jiraiya went to the land of rain alone to inquire about Akatsuki's news. She was a little worried, but she didn't think Jiraiya would die there. How do I know if you're lying to me? And tell me your purpose. Tsunade quickly cheered up and said in a strong tone, while the chakra in his body began to flow. Looking at it, it seems that as long as Bai Ye's words are not to his liking, he will do something to Bai Ye. I don't need to lie to you. It won't be long before you will receive this news. I'm just telling you in advance. What's more, my purpose is very simple, to control the entire Fire Kingdom. And you are my agent. I am very optimistic about you. Bai Ye no longer hides his purpose. Actually, Bai Ye doesn't need to hide either. When he was in the world of One Piece, he never concealed himself. He went all the way to the Marine headquarters, to the Holy Land Mariajoy, and finally killed Im, defeated the Marine Pirate Alliance, and ended the entire pirate era. Bai Ye has never concealed his purpose. Now, on to the world of Hokage. Bai Ye didn't want to procrastinate any longer and started his own plan immediately. If there are obstacles, Bai Ye doesn't mind reasoning with the other party. Control the entire Fire Nation? Tsunade was completely shocked by Bai Ye's thoughts, even far more than Jiraiya's death. Because Bai Ye's thoughts are no different from those lunatics who want to rule the whole world. Advertisement. UB************. What controls the Fire Nation? Tsunade said angrily, posing in a fighting posture, and the chakra in his body was surging crazily. Because I have absolute strength. Bai Ye said flatly, but the violent Ryotsu in his body spewed out like a volcano. Kacha kacha, the surrounding trees were broken by this huge Ryotsu. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken away by Bai Ye's aura. What is this? Feel the amazing aura emanating from Bai Ye, this woman who participated in the Third Ninja War, known as Konoha Sannin, and now is Konoha's 5th Hokage. Her face is full of panic at this time. Although I don't know what the powerful force in Bai Ye is. But she clearly understands that the strength of day and night is far above her. Even if 3rd Hokage, who claims to be the strongest Hokage in history, stands here, he cannot be Bai Ye's opponent. No wonder this guy can say such arrogant words to control the entire Fire Nation. Maybe, only the grandfather and Uchiha Madara back then are the opponents of this guy? Tsunade looked complicated. This kind of strength is not something that Konoha, or even the Kingdom of Fire, can resist. But Tsunade soon became firm again, staring at Bai Ye firmly and said, no matter how powerful you are, as Hokage, I will never let your crazy idea come true, even if you lose your concubine status, this life. Hearing Tsunade's words, Bai Ye chuckled, I have enough strength, so I can protect the entire Konoha, and protect the entire Fire Nation from the Akatsuki organization's invasion. Isn't this a good thing for Konoha, for the Fire Nation? Is it alright? Bai Ye's voice seemed to carry some kind of magical power. Also, you have also experienced the Third Ninja World War. You should understand what kind of disaster a war will bring to this country. But, hearing Bai Ye's words, Tsunade hesitated and wanted to refute, but couldn't say anything. Now the entire Konoha, not the entire ninja world, has become restless because of the emergence of the Akatsuki organization. If this continues, the outbreak of the Fourth Ninja World War seems inevitable. In that case, countless ordinary people in the entire ninja world will lose their homes, and even lose their lives. Such a scene, Tsunade doesn't want to see it again. Thump. Tsunade collapsed on the ground with a painful expression. Although he didn't speak, he showed his attitude. 119. Danzo appears. The high-ranking Konoha like a crow in the world, go to hell to explain. Looking at the collapsed Tsunade, Bai Ye understood. Tsunade has agreed. You don't need to be so sad. Although I have never been soft on my enemies, I have never treated my own people badly either. Besides, secretly, I am the real master of the Fire Nation. On the bright side, you are still the Hokage of Konoha village. I won't disturb you too much. As for the stubborn Konohas and the big names of the Fire Nation, I agree. If you don't agree, just sit in your original position if you disagree. When Bai Ye said this, a murderous aura emerged from his body. This murderous aura is condensed by him killing countless pirates in the world of pirates, just like the essence. Tsunade on the ground was also shocked by Tsunade's murderous aura. She couldn't imagine how many people had to be killed to condense such a terrifying murderous aura. But Bai Ye's murderous aura soon dissipated, and Tsunade also recovered, stood up, and looked at Bai Ye calmly. Don't worry, I will persuade those Konoha high-ranking officials in the Fire Country's daimyo. Bai Ye shook his head, the corners of his mouth curled up and said. Those old stubborn people will not be persuaded so easily by you. As a time traveler, Bai Ye, who has watched Hokage anime, naturally knows the virtues of the high-level executives of Konoha village. If you know that there are outsiders who want to ride on their heads, it would be no wonder that these domineering old guys would agree. By the way, there is also Danzo who has been thinking about Hokage's position all the time, and I am afraid that he will jump out to oppose it at the first time. Well, say Sao 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 is here. Bai Ye turned his head and looked not far away, where a dozen auras were rushing towards him. If nothing else, it should be Danzo et al. It should have been discovered that I destroyed his base, otherwise Danzo couldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. Bai Ye didn't care much about being discovered by Danzo. Although Danzo has first-generation cells in his body, and has transplanted 11 Sharingan, but for Bai Ye who has fused Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, plus the magic eye of death, Yan Yan is not enough to look at. That's it. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I'll go back to Konoha first. Tsunade really doesn't want to stay with Bai Ye. What's more, if Jiraiya is really dead now, she has to go back to deal with the follow-up things we'll do. By the way, there will be a good show to watch in a while. Bai Ye stopped Tsunade. What? Tsunade looked at Bai Ye, a little confused. At the same time, a group of people dared to go to where Bai Ye and Tsunade were. Advertisement it was Danzo, and the routes he led, along with several Konoha elders. Hey, Tsunade, finally let me find your flaw. Danzo had a sinister smile on his face while he was on his way. After some investigation, he was sure that Bai Ye was the guy who destroyed his base and took away the first-generation cells and Sharingan. If only to find Bai Ye, Danzo's mood would not be so good. According to the root ninja hiding beside Tsunade, Tsunade actually had an intersection with that guy named Bai Ye. Now they even went to the woods outside Konoha village together, seeming to be plotting something. This, in turn, gave Danzo a chance to unseat Tsunade and become Hokage. He secretly communicated with the hostile ninja, suspected of wanting to harm Konoha. Although there is no substantive evidence for this charge, the fact that Tsunade appeared in this place with a person of unknown origin is the best evidence. For this reason, Danzo even recruited some elders in the village. These elders may not have any brains, but they have high prestige in the village. As long as they think that Tsunade is wrong, no matter how they explain, Tsunade will definitely step down. At that time, only he is eligible to become the next generation of Hokage. Danzo, we watched Tsunade grow up, so he probably wouldn't do anything harmful to the village. Some elders still didn't want to believe that Tsunade would become a traitor to the village. In the Third Ninja World War, Tsunade can be said to have made great achievements for the village. Even though these elders are a little old and confused, they still don't want to believe this fact. I have already found out that the guy who conspired with Tsunade is called Bai Ye. He is a traitor from the Rain Country. He has dozens of lives under him. He is very dangerous. Danzo randomly pressed a traitor to Bai Ye name. As for whether it is true or not, these old men will not investigate too carefully, they can make it up whatever they want. Sure enough, hearing Danzo say that Bai Ye is a traitor, the elders of these villages instantly lost their minds. I didn't expect that Tsunade would choose to conspire with Renren. From this point of view, it was indeed a mistake to choose Tsunade as Hokage. 17. Yes, after this incident, we held a meeting, disqualified Tsunade Hokage, and reselected Hokage. I think Danzo is very suitable. After all, Danzo has made great contributions to the entire existence. There's hard work without credit, and now he has caught the traitor Tsunade. Ask for flowers. Hearing these words, Danzo laughed happily in his heart. Sure enough, this time the decision was correct. Advertisement. I ended up being Hokage anyway. By the way, there's also that guy named Bai Ye who dared to destroy my base. It's really courting death. Danzo had a sneer on his face, with a gloomy look in his one eye. What play? Tsunade, who was stopped by Bai Ye, was puzzled. You'll know later. Bai Ye didn't say anything, just waited quietly while Tsunade stood aside and didn't choose to leave. After all, she is now considered Bai Ye's person. Swish swish swish. At this moment, more than a dozen figures appeared not far from Bai Ye and Tsunade. Danzo, elder. Why are you here? Tsunade said hastily after seeing the figures of those people clearly. Tsunade, ask yourself first. Danzo stood up, pointed at Bai Ye, and said righteously, "Why do you want to be with this traitor from the land of rain? Do you want to do something that is not good for the village? As a Hokage, you actually conspired with rebel Nin. You are too incompetent as a Hokage, aren't you?" "That's right, Tsunade, thanks to our trust in you, we let you become Hokage. I never thought you would do such a thing of betraying the village. Tsunade, we elders agree that from now on, you will no longer be Hokage of Konoha village, and you will be wanted by Konoha village." Not only Danzo, but also the elders stood up and blamed Tsunade constantly. Rebellion? No longer as Hokage? Even after going through so many things, Tsunade was still fooled. She looked anxious and wanted to explain, but she really didn't know how to explain it for a while. Bai Ye's origin is indeed unknown, and she is with Bai Ye. It seems abnormal. "Tsunade, do you have anything else to explain? If not, let me take care of you two myself." Danzo drew out his katana and pointed at Bai Ye in the Danzo area. Tsunade was about to speak, but just then, one hand held Tsunade. It was Bai Ye. Facing the confusion in front of him, no, it should be said that it is the senior elder Konoha who is as black as a crow in the world. Bai Ye stood up, looked at Danzo, Genbu Ninja, and the elders of Konoha, and said calmly, "I don't need to explain anything to you, but if you want to explain, go to hell and explain." Bold. A-hole. 120. Danzo shoots, the decayed Konoha veteran. Bold. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** elders all stood up and reprimanded Bai Ye angrily. They hold high positions in Konoha and are respected by everyone, even the daimyos of the Country of Fire respect them very much. But at this time, a mere rebel from the Country of Rain dared to look down on them so much. And listening to the meaning in that guy's words, he even wanted their lives. This guy is simply courting death. Tsunade, if you take action against this guy and leave the land of fire, our elders will not choose to arrest you. At this time, an elderly elder stood up and said this. Hearing the elder's words, Tsunade glanced at Bai Ye, feeling very helpless. If she could solve Bai Ye, she would have chosen to do it long ago instead of waiting until now. Elders, listen to my 800. He is not a traitor from the Rain Country, and he has no malice towards Konoha. I, Tsunade, swear as Hokage. Tsunade is still trying to persuade. After all, once you really fight, even if you old bones are tied together, you can't be that man's opponent. Tsunade, you disappoint us so much. Konoha elders shook their heads and looked at Danzo. Danzo, let's do it. You. Tsunade was also a little angry at this moment. I, former Konoha Sannin, now Hokage, does what I say have no weight in your eyes? Hey, Tsunade, you colluded with the Country of the Rain to rebel against ninja, trying to harm Konoha. Today, let me Danzo. Have you said enough? If you have said enough, let's do it quickly. Before Danzo could finish speaking, Bai Ye interrupted him. This group of ninjas is really enough to say. Back then when he was in Pirate World, when he met Marine and pirates, he either rushed up or did it, and he didn't even talk nonsense. And these guys can't stop talking. Don't know the world of ninjas, do you still respect the strong? Look at the original first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. What is the reason why they can traverse the entire ninja world, and who can say it? It is not because of strength. Without strength, everything is bullshit. However, it's not quite right. Bai Ye suddenly thought of something. In the world of Hokage there is a most powerful escape technique. Advertisement, that's Naruto's mouth. Even the powerhouses at the 6 paths level can be influenced, and in a sense it is indeed invincible. You be *************** D. You really don't know how to live and die, do it. Danzo stared at Bai Ye firmly, and didn't choose to do it himself, but let the root ninja around him make the first move. Judging from the previous situation where Bai Ye destroyed his base, Bai Ye's strength is not bad. But what puzzled Danzo was that he didn't feel the existence of chakra from Bai Ye. This shows that Bai Ye has a quick way to hide, therefore, it is the best choice to let your hands go to test. Of course, the strength of these root ninjas is not bad, at least they are all at the Jonin level. Even facing cage level strong, as long as they are careful, they can deal with it. As for whether Bai Ye is a cage level powerhouse, it is possible, but not likely. After all, Bai Ye is really too young, only in his 20s. It is unlikely that this grade will reach cage level. Whoosh. The speed of these root ninjas was very fast. The moment Danzo spoke, he had already started to move, and soon surrounded Bai Ye. Seeing that he was surrounded, Bai Ye immediately pushed Tsunade away with Ryotsu. With Tsunade next to him, it was a bit of a hindrance. Swish swish swish. Dozens of shurikens shot at Bai Ye's location from all directions, blocking Bai Ye's escape route. Humph. Danzo looked at this scene with a sneer. Even if he faced so many shurikens at the same time, it was difficult to dodge, let alone Bai Ye. But to Danzo's surprise, facing so many shurikens, Bai Ye still had a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't pay attention to these shurikens at all, and even his body moved no signs of it. Poker. Danzo didn't believe that Bai Ye would be able to dodge these shurikens intact. Tsunade, who was pushed away by Bai Ye, looked nervously at Bai Ye in the field. She didn't expect Bai Ye to push her away immediately, which made her feel a little fond of Bai Ye in her heart. It's just that facing so many shurikens, no matter how powerful they are, it will be very difficult to deal with them, right? At this time, those shurikens had already arrived in front of Bai Ye, only tens of centimeters away from Bai Ye. Seeing that those shurikens were about to hit Bai Ye, but Bai Ye still didn't move. Did this guy use a body replacement technique? Looking at the motionless Bai Ye, this idea came to Danzo's mind. Advertisement, but the next moment. Boom! A powerful Ryotsu burst out from Bai Ye's body. This Ryotsu is centered on Bai Ye's body, rushing in all directions, and carrying a powerful destructive force. Those shurikens flying towards Bai Ye were swept away by Ryotsu, instantly turning into a mass of fragments. Then there are those root ninjas. After being swept by Ryotsu, all the bones of their bodies were broken, and they spit out blood. They were thrown out like rags and sacks. What is this? Danzo was shocked by the force. This force is definitely not chakra, but it has a powerful momentum that destroys everything. Earth style, earth flow wall. Facing this powerful force, even Danzo is hard to resist, and can only use escapism to block it. Boom! Under Ryotsu's bombardment, the thick earth wall soon began to crack, and it didn't seem to take long before it couldn't stop it. Bai Ye, stop. Stop. At this time, Tsunade's anxious voice came from the side. Bai Ye turned his head and glanced at Tsunade, who was resisting with difficulty, restrained Ryotsu in his body. He almost forgot Tsunade was still there. Phew. After the terrifying power disappeared, his hand also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, a look of astonishment flashed in the eyes 3.2 looking at Bai Ye. Originally, she had already highly estimated Bai Ye, but she didn't expect that Bai Ye almost overwhelmed her just by his aura. How strong is this guy? And, what is that power? Not only Tsunade was puzzled, but so was Danzo, who had never seen such power before. But soon Danzo regained his composure, stood up, and said with a see-through expression, "Boy, although your power is weird, but if you only have this kind of power, it's not God's opponent at all." Obviously, Danzo felt that Bai Ye would do that trick. Really? You can come up and have a try. Bai Ye was non-committal. HMPH, let me see how you look. Wind style. Vacuum waves. Danzo snorted coldly, spit out a white on from his mouth, and flew towards Bai Ye. 121. Kill Danzo in seconds. Danzo exposes Sharingan's whole card. Wind style. Vacuum wave is a B-rank ninjutsu. The white light spit out from Danzo's mouth is very sharp, enough to destroy the target's body together with the chakra protecting it. Seeing Danzo's attack, the elders who had already hid away for the first time showed excitement on their faces. In their opinion, as long as Danzo made a move, Bai Ye would definitely be solved. After all, Danzo was once as strong as the strongest third Hokage. You're still not hiding. Danzo looked at Bai Ye, who was still standing there, and frowned. Although this trick is just a temptation, its power is already very strong. Even a boulder can be easily cut through, but Bai Ye had no intention of hiding at all. This guy is too arrogant, die. Seeing that Bai Mang had already come in front of Bai Ye didn't do anything else, just stretched out his palm to block Bai Mang's face. Boom. Bai Mang and Bai Ye's palms collided with each other, making a muffled sound, and then dissipated like the wind. As for Bai Ye's palm, it was unscathed. How is this possible? Tsunade was shocked. Even the ninjutsu that she had to prepare for was blocked by Bai Ye's palm. This guy's palm is probably made of steel. 11 No, even steel should leave traces. A hole. Danzo was even more angry, he felt that he was underestimated. Wind style. Vacuum waves. Danzo spat out several white blows from his mouth and flew towards Bai Ye. I'll see how you hide this time. At the same time, Danzo's movements did not stop, but disappeared in place with a swish. When it appeared again, it was already behind Bai Ye. Looking at Bai Ye, who stood still, the chakra in Danzo's body began to surge. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Countless white air masses shot towards Bai Ye's back like bullets. Go to hell. Danzo looked at Bai Ye with a sneer. He didn't believe that all parts of Bai Ye's body could stop his ninjutsu. How could such a person exist? Bai Ye really didn't want to block it with his body, because there was no need for that at all. Seeing that Danzo's attack is coming, Bai Ye moved. A fist shadow appeared. No extra bells and whistles, no scary grandeur. All of Danzo's attacks were dispelled. Not only that, but the extremely simple boxing shadow also surrounded Danzo. How is this possible? Advertisement. Danzo couldn't believe that his ninjutsu had no effect at all. Not only that, Bai Ye's fist was terribly fast, and he couldn't dodge it now. Next moment, fist shadow tore Danzo's body apart without hindrance. Here, Danzo was instantly killed. In the distance, seeing Danzo who was torn apart by the fist shadow, the elders all had expressions of disbelief. You know, in their eyes, Danzo is not inferior to the powerhouse of third Hokage, and now he was defeated by Bai Ye in seconds. How is this possible? Tsunade on the side frowned. Although she had never fought against Danzo, she knew that Danzo was definitely not dead. At the same time, Tsunade looked at Bai Ye, and was secretly startled. With her strength, Bai Ye's move just now couldn't be stopped even if she blocked it. Danzo naturally did not die. Bai Ye turned his head to look not far away, where Danzo's figure slowly appeared. This guy. A drop of sweat appeared on Danzo's forehead. If he hadn't reacted fast enough just now, he would have used the double to sleep. Otherwise, with Bai Ye's move just now, it would be enough to instantly kill him. Who the hell is this guy? Danzo frowned secretly, he could feel that there was no chakra on day and night. But he was able to use such a powerful move. Is this guy good at gymnastics? Just when did physical arts have such power? Of course, even so, Danzo still did not panic. After all, his strength is not limited to this. It's just that if the whole cards are exposed here, then my secret will not be able to be kept. Danzo looked at Tsunade and the elders not far away. If people know that he has not only transplanted first Hokage's cells privately, but also transplanted the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, then he will be rejected by the entire Konoha. In that case, it is impossible for him to be Hokage. However, as long as everyone here is killed, no one will know about it. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. Of course, if you can try not to use the power of Sharingan, then try not to use it. Summoning technique. Nightmare taper. Danzo made mudras with both hands and then patted the ground. Soon, a huge figure appeared behind Bai Ye, which looked like an elephant. It is Danzo's summoning beast, the Nightmare. The Nightmare roared, and its huge elephant foot stomped fiercely towards Bai Ye. This foot is so heavy that even a house can be crushed to pieces. However, day and night is still a trick. With one punch, the Nightmare was torn into pieces. Wind style. Shuriken. Danzo also knew that the Nightmare was not Bai Ye's opponent at all, so when he saw Bai Ye doing it, he had already launched another ninjutsu. Advertisement. The wind style chakra was poured into the shuriken, and driven by the wind style, the shuriken began to rotate continuously. It was very sharp and could easily chop rocks. Go. Danzo flicked it hard, and the wind style shuriken in his hand flew towards Bai Ye at a high speed. At the same time, a kunai appeared in Danzo's hand. Wind style. Vacuum sword. Danzo injected wind style chakra into kunai, and Lu Wu then formed a sharp sword. Brush. The next moment, Danzo rushed towards Bai Ye following wind style shuriken. Yes, Danzo wants to engage in close combat with Bai Ye. A ninja who can't melee is not a good ninja. Danzo's physical skills are also not weak. Face menacing Danzo and wind style shuriken. Bai Ye's face remained unchanged. First, he punched wind style's shuriken, directly smashing wind style's shuriken. At the same time, he turned around and punched Danzo again. Hey, avoid 947. Danzo turned sideways to avoid Bai Ye's punch and sneered. It can be seen that Danzo's other eye, which was originally wrapped in bandages, has been exposed. It was a blood-red eye. It is Sharingan, and it was with Sharingan that Danzo avoided Ye's 10 punches. Did you really escape? Bai Ye said flatly. What? One bone. Bai Ye's extremely calm voice sounded. With a sound of bang. Danzo only felt that his abdomen was hit by a powerful force, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards at a very fast speed. First it knocked down countless trees, and finally smashed into the distant mountain wall. Life and death are unknown. How is this possible? The elders in the distance were all terrified and dumbfounded. Danzo, dead. Tsunade was also stunned. She could feel that Danzo's aura had completely disappeared at this time. This means that Danzo is dead, but at this moment, Danzo appeared again. What's going on here? Tsunade was surprised. She clearly sensed that Danzo was dead. Why did he appear again? No, what is that? Suddenly, Tsunade's pupils shrank. I saw that the bandage on Danzo's body had disappeared at this time, exposing his right eye and right arm. And Danzo's right eye is Sharingan. Not only that, Danzo's right arm is covered with Sharingan. 122. Reveal Susanoo. Looking at Danzo at this moment, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that Danzo transplanted so many Sharingan without permission. How many people from the Uchiha family did this guy kill? Regarding the destruction of the Uchiha family, Tsunade was not in Konoha at the time, so she didn't know what happened, but seeing that Danzo had so many Sharingan, she felt a chill in her heart. Danzo, what's the matter with your Sharingan? Tsunade asked coldly. HMPH, what's going on? It's just waste utilization. Anyway, everyone in the Uchiha family is dead, so they won't be needed anymore. Danzo, who had already been exposed, said in a deep voice, apparently not caring anymore. Anyway, just kill everyone here. What are you saying? Tsunade was so angry that he mobilized the chakra in his body to condense on his right foot, and then rushed towards Danzo at high speed. Painful feat. Tsunade jumped high and kicked Danzo. This is the ability developed by Tsunade himself. Gathering chakra on the legs can make the legs have great strength, enough to smash the ground with one kick. Facing Tsunade's menacing kick, Danzo sneered and did not hide. Wood style. Blast gun tree. Wow, a huge tree grew out of Danzo's right arm instantly. Bang. Tsunade kicked on the giant tree, unable to cause any damage to the giant tree at all. Instead he was blown away by the strong reaction force. Tsunade landed on a backflip, watching Danzo in shock. This is clearly wood-style ninjutsu. However, Danzo doesn't have wood-style blood succession limit. How could he release wood-style ninjutsu? And you must know that in fact, wood-style is an exclusive ability developed by first Hokage based on its own ability characteristics, and it is simply not something that ordinary people can learn. Tsunade, are you curious why I have the wood style of first Hokage? It's very simple. I transplanted the cells of first Hokage. Similarly, it is also because of the cells of first Hokage that I can have so many Sharingan. With such a powerful strength WW. Danzo said with a sneer that he had already decided that Tsunade must die here. Danzo, you dare to defile first Hokage's body. At this moment, an elder stood up and reprimanded him. HMPH, you better shut up, or you old fellows will die here today. Danzo snorted coldly. If he didn't need these old guys to help him ascend the position of Hokage, he would have done it long ago. You. Hearing Danzo's words, these elders were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to say anything more. Advertisement already used to domineering, they naturally cherish their lives even more. Seeing the elders who kept their mouths shut, Danzo turned his head to Tsunade and Bai Ye and said coldly, today, neither of you can escape. Hateful. Tsunade gritted his teeth secretly, turned his head to look at Bai Ye. Let's join hands, Danzo cannot solve it alone. No matter how strong Bai Ye is, he is definitely no match against Danzo who has so many Sharingans and transplanted first-generation cells. So only the two together have a chance of defeating Danzo. Things that don't belong to you, no matter how much you have, are useless. Bai Ye shook his head and said. Although Danzo has a lot of Sharingan through transplantation, his actual strength has not improved much. It's just because of the existence of Izanagi that he can be resurrected many times. But if the strength is not enough, even if you can always be resurrected, so what? Of course, Danzo also has a secret weapon, Shisui's eyes, which unleash the distinguished heavenly gods. Distinguished heavenly gods is known as the strongest illusion, able to directly invade the opponent's brain and modify the opponent's will without being discovered by the opponent. If it was before, Bai Ye would still feel a little headache, but since he obtained the magic eye of death, he is no longer afraid of this move. What's more, at this time, Bai Ye's demon eye of immediate death has been fused with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which has undergone earth-shaking changes and has become much stronger. So Bai Ye is completely able to ignore the effect of distinguished heavenly gods. What do you know? You will never understand the power of Sharingan, Danzo said angrily. Sharingan is indeed powerful, but obviously, you are not qualified to witness the power of Bloodwheel Eye. As Bai Ye said, the Ryatsu in his body began to surge wildly, and his eyes also changed from the original black ones to another. I saw that Bai Ye's eyes shone with purple light, like the vast stars. Not only that, but in the purple pupils, there were patterns representing the eternal Mangekyo, which looked extremely strange. What is this? Danzo obviously also noticed the change in Bai Ye's eyes, and his expression changed slightly. Bai Ye's eyes seem to be Sharingan, but it seems to be different from the Sharingan he is familiar with. Susanoo. At this moment, Bai Ye's voice sounded. Countless Ryatsu gushes out from Bai Ye's body, and these Ryatsu are red. Ryatsu flowed continuously, soon covering Bai Ye's whole body. Advertisement in the shocked eyes of Tsunade and Danzo, a gigantic monster made entirely of Ryatsu slowly appeared. It is Susanoo. That's the so-called Suzu Gundam. What is this thing? At this moment, Danzo's complexion has completely changed. He could feel that Yiping, the gigantic monster in front of him, possessed endless power. And this power is the cells of first Hokage, which Sharingan cannot bring to him. Tsunade was also dumbfounded. She had infinitely overestimated Bai Ye's strength, but now it seems that Bai Ye's strength has far exceeded her imagination. As expected of Susanoo, this powerful nose is humble and powerful. Feeling the powerful power emanating from Susan Gundam, Bai Ye secretly admired it. Of course, good thing. You don't actually need to use Susanoo to kill Danzo. Bai Ye is now just to show his strength. Only when he sees his own strength, will Tsunade work under him with peace of mind. Obviously, Susan Gundam is indeed a very good pretend method. At least for now, Tsunade can no longer afford to betray. HMPH, you're too happy. Although Danzo was shocked by Bai Ye's strength, he didn't give up. His right eye looked at Bai Ye. Distinguished heavenly gods, launched. Obviously, Danzo wants to control Bai Ye. However, what Danzo never imagined was that the distinguished heavenly gods failed unexpectedly. How is this possible? Danzo couldn't believe it. Just at this time I was young. Susan Gundam's hand has already been clapped. Boom. The whole ground shook, and Danzo was smashed into pieces. 122. Danzo dies. Although it was photographed as meat, Danzo did not die, but was revived not far away. This is exactly Izanagi's ability. Users can turn things that are not good for them for a period of time into never happening. Even death can change, but it's not without cost. The cost of activating Izanagi is to consume a Sharingan. And for every Sharingan consumed, Danzo can activate Izanagi for 1 minute. Not including Shisui's Sharingan, Danzo has 10 Sharingans on his arm, which means Danzo has 10 minutes of invincibility. But even so, the revived Danzo still looked ugly. Because the man with black hair and black eyes in front of him is too strong. In the face of absolute strength, even if he can be resurrected infinitely within 10 minutes, what's the use? You guy, don't push people too much. Do you want to fight against Konoha and the Nation of Fire? Danzo's face darkened, and he said forcefully, wanting to use Konoha and the Nation of Fire to put pressure on Bai Ye. But how is this possible, with Bai Ye's current strength? It can be said that the entire Konoha, the entire Fire Nation, and even the entire ninja world are not taken seriously by Bai Ye. So Danzo wants to use Konoha and the Land of Fire to suppress him, which is no different from a joke. Looking at Bai Ye, who looked calm and completely indifferent, Danzo frowned. He never expected that Bai Ye didn't pay attention to Konoha and the Kingdom of Fire at all. But for his own life, Danzo still wants to continue to struggle. But before Danzo could speak, Tsunade interrupted Danzo. Enough, Danzo, stop talking. And Danzo seemed to see an opportunity and started lobbying Tsunade. Tsunade, you are also from Konoha, right? And you are also good friends with your master, third Hokage. Now instead of helping me, you would rather die than save you. This Hokage is incompetent. Seeing that Tsunade didn't show any signs of it, Danzo became anxious and continued. Tsunade, as long as the two of us work together, no matter how powerful the opponent is, he can't be our opponent. I promise, as long as you solve this guy, you will still be that guy in the future. Lord 5th Hokage, and I will always support you. Yes, Tsunade, join forces with Danzo. Under the threat of their lives, these elders no longer considered whether Tsunade had betrayed Konoha, and whether Danzo was the mastermind of Uchiha's genocide. Bai Ye cancelled Susanoo, looking at the elders who kept lobbying Tsunade, BDAB. His face was extremely calm. He believes Tsunade will make the right choice. Tsunade, why are you still hesitating? Danzo was anxious. Although it is his obsession to become a Hokage, he must work hard to become one. Advertisement: if you die, then everything is gone. And as long as you are alive, you still have a chance. Yes, to say that you have always supported Tsunade is just a delay. As long as he can survive this time, the next goal is to find a way to get Tsunade out. Tsunade. All the elders were waiting for Tsunade's answer. Bai Ye looked at the hesitant Tsunade, and said calmly, it's okay, they will know sooner or later anyway, why not tell them now? What? No what? You be asterisk 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 D. What are you talking about? The elders glared at Bai Ye, and when they heard Bai Ye's words, they all felt a sense of uneasiness in their hearts. Ah. Tsunade sighed, his face regained his composure. She looked at Danzo and the elders and said, sorry, that's impossible. What? Tsunade, what are you talking about? Hearing Tsunade's words, Danzo and the elders were stunned, with expressions of disbelief. If it is really Tsunade, the impact is too great. Tsunade, you really betrayed Konoha, you have the title of Hokage on you, Danzo said angrily. Although Danzo wanted to be Hokage, he never wanted to betray Konoha. But now, Tsunade not only betrayed Hokage, but also sent out the whole Konoha. How does this not make Danzo angry? Tsunade, Konoha doesn't belong to one person, and it doesn't mean that you can give it away if you give it away. An elder stood up and reprimanded sharply. After finishing speaking, he pointed at Bai Ye and said angrily, also, you be asterisk 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 D of unknown origin is not qualified to control the entire Konoha at all. Really? Bai Ye raised his eyelids, next moment. The flame is so hot that it seems to burn everything around it. Tsunade, Danzo and others felt extremely uncomfortable under the high temperature, feeling as if they were going to be ignited in the next second. Burn the city. The Ryujin Jaka knife on Bai Ye's waist flashed. Boom. This is a huge flaming palm grabbing towards the nearby woods. Advertisement: those trees, even the soil, were all burned up under the giant palm of the blazing flame. In the end, a path of hundreds of meters long, burning red flames was formed. How is this possible? The elders were all stunned by the scene in front of them. What kind of strength can possess such destructive power? Is this still a human being? Danzo and Tsunade were also shocked by Bai Ye's strength, but they thought of more. Because obviously, Bai Ye's move is completely different from the previous move. This shows that Bai Ye has never displayed his true strength before. This man? How strong is he? Tsunade raised the upper limit of Bai Ye's strength in his heart again. And Danzo is more desperate. I won't just throw in the towel. Danzo roared in his heart, immediately activated Sharingan, and was about to cast an illusion on Bai Ye. However, when Danzo saw Bai Ye's star-like purple eyes, he suddenly found that his illusion had failed. What's going on with this guy's eyes? It's time to end this. Bai Ye's calm voice sounded. Same moment. The moment Bai Ye pulled out the Ryujin Jaka from his waist, a fiery tornado rushed towards Danzo. Facing the fire tornado, Danzo had no time to escape, and was soon involved in the fire tornado. But at the moment of being involved in the fire tornado, Danzo immediately activated Iinki. However, when Danzo resurrected Izanagi, he found himself surrounded by the fire tornado. How is this possible? As soon as this thought flashed through Danzo's mind, he was burned to ashes again by the flames. I don't know how long it has passed, finished. Looking at the slowly disappearing fire tornado, Tsunade muttered to himself. At this moment, Danzo was no longer visible. This shows that Danzo is completely dead. 123. Controlling the Land of Fire. After finishing off Danzo, Bai Ye looked calm. Danzo's strength is indeed good, but for Bai Ye, it is nothing. If Tsunade hadn't wanted to get a better grip on Konoha and let Tsunade see something with his own eyes, he would have killed Danzo a long time ago. From the previous situation, it is obvious that the effect is good. At least Tsunade finally decided to side with Bai Ye in the face of the lobbying of Danzo and those elders. That's great. Bai Ye nodded. This first step of the plan went very smoothly. Okay. Suddenly, Bai Ye's eyes turned to the side, where several Muya elders were panicking and wanted to leave here. But how could Bai Ye let these old guys leave? In the comics, these old guys don't do any good things, but as long as there are bad things, they jump out one by one and are more diligent than anyone else. Bai Ye's subordinates don't need such people. Noticing Bai Ye's gaze, those elders looked nervous and were about to kneel down and beg for water. But Bai Ye didn't give them a chance to speak. A fiery flame rushed over, directly burning those elders to ashes. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tsunade sighed helplessly. Originally, she wanted to beg these elders, but she didn't expect Bai Ye to be so decisive. But so far, she has nothing to do. Let's stop here. Next, you can name the Fire Nation in the name of Hokage. Come on, I have something to talk to him about. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Tsunade's expression changed, and he said, let me talk about it. I believe the daimyo will understand. Now Tsunade is afraid that the relationship between Bai Ye and the daimyo will collapse. At that time, the entire Kingdom of Fire will probably change its name. Don't worry, I'm very measured, Bai Ye said with a smile. If it is not necessary, he is still very easy to talk. Then, that's fine. Although Tsunade didn't agree with Bai Ye's words, he didn't dare to say anything more. Just then, there was a voice in the distance. Master Tsunade, something is wrong, something is wrong. Bai Ye and Tsunade turned their heads to look over, only to see Susanoo running towards this side in a hurry. Advertisement, hoo. Susanoo came to the side of Bai Ye and Tsunade, and only then noticed the surrounding environment, which looked like a fierce battle had taken place. Is Master Tsunade fighting Bai Ye? Susanoo thought to himself. But judging by the appearance of the two of them, neither of them was injured, so there shouldn't be a big problem. Susanoo, you came here in a hurry, what's the matter? That's right. Hearing Tsunade's words, Susanoo remembered that he had something important to report. It's like this, Jiraiya sent a message back through the toad. Jiraiya. Hearing Susanoo's words, Tsunade rang. Bai Ye told him before that Jiraiya had been killed by Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Let's go back quickly. Thinking of this, Tsunade walked towards Konoha without saying a word. Master Tsunade, wait for me. Susanoo hurriedly chased after him. And Bai Ye also returned to Konoha village. If nothing else happens, Pain is about to attack Konoha village. To be honest, Bai Ye is still looking forward to it. After all, according to Pain, before the concept of the Six Paths level appeared, it was regarded as the ceiling level in the early stage. After hearing the news of Jiraiya's death, there was a huge commotion in Konoha. But Konoha is worthy of being Konoha, and soon stopped mourning. Under the auspices of Narashikaku, it didn't take long to make a plan and start organizing manpower to prepare for the upcoming Akatsuki organization. Among them, it is worth mentioning that Naruto went to Mount Myoboku and began to practice senjutsu. As for Bai Ye, first of all, he took over the root organization of Danzo. However, the process of taking over was not smooth. After all, these root ninjas were absolutely loyal to Danzo, so many people chose to resist Bai Ye. Bai Ye didn't talk nonsense, he killed all those who resisted, leaving only those who were willing to obey his orders. At the same time, under Tsunade's instruction, Bai Ye also became the leader of Anbu. As for whether those Anbu ninjas are willing to listen to Bai Ye's words, it's very simple. After seeing Bai Ye's strength, basically all Anbu ninjas have no objection at all. So far, Bai Ye has completely controlled the entire Anbu and the roots. One by one, the news reached Bai Ye's ears through Anbu and the root ninjas. Among them, the Akatsuki organization has captured 8 tails and is preparing to attack Konoha to capture 9 tails. Bai Ye doesn't care about this, he just needs to wait slowly. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Now, there is one more important thing. Bai Ye, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, is inside. Tsunade looked at Bai Ye in front of him, with a confused look on his face. She really didn't want Bai Ye to meet the daimyo alone, because Bai Ye was too dangerous. Maybe Bai Ye will kill the daimyo just because of one word of disagreement. Don't worry, I'm easy to talk to. Bai Ye pushed open the door and walked in. And Tsunade waited nervously outside, and at the same time, the chakra in her body began to surge. As long as she found something wrong, she would rush in immediately. Master Tsunade, it's okay. Susanoo stood aside, comforting Tsunade. Tsunade had already told her about Bai Ye some time ago. She never expected that Bai Ye would actually kill Danzo and many elders. And also became the actual control of Konoha village. Now he even wants to control the entire Fire Nation. It's just unbelievable. However, according to Tsunade, Bai Ye is just the controller behind the scenes, and will not interfere with the normal operation of the entire Konoha and Fire Kingdom. So Susanoo quickly accepted this reality, and according to Tsunade's description, Bai Ye's strength is comparable to the original first Hokage. So having such a strong person as a backer, in fact, is obviously more beneficial than harmful to Konoha and Fire Nation. Neither Tsunade nor Susanoo had to wait long. Soon, Bai Ye came out of the house. Tsunade and Susanoo hurriedly looked at the room, only to see the daimyo from the Land of Fire coming out with a smile on his face, and it seemed that the result of the negotiation was very good. Tsunade, I have fully accepted Master Bai Ye's suggestion. From now on, as long as I am in power, you will always be Konoha's Hokage. After finishing speaking, the daimyo glanced at Bai Ye who had gone away, and there was some kind of, almost fanatical, worship, in his eyes. Tsunade and Susanoo stayed where they were, and looked at each other with an incredulous look in their eyes. What exactly did Bai Ye say to the daimyo? And so far, Bai Ye can be considered to have completely controlled the entire Fire Nation. Everything went much smoother than Bai Ye imagined. Then, the next step is to face pain. Bai Ye stood on the balcony of the Hokage building, thoughtful. Advertisement 124. Pain strikes, the country of rain. In a secret underground base. This is the base of the Akatsuki organization. Nagato. Sasuke has captured 8 tails. A girl with light blue hair in Akatsuki's costume walked into a cave. The girl named Konan is a member of Akatsuki. Not far from Konan, there is a wheelchair. On the wheelchair was a very thin, orange red-haired young man who looked a little sick. And the most striking thing is that the youth's eyes are purple. The pupil has a circle of threads, which looks very strange. This is Rinnegan, one of the 3 pupil arts in the ninja world. It is also called the eyes that control life and death. The young man is named Nagato, the true leader of the Akatsuki organization, and also the controller of Pain's 6 paths. Nagato's long-term use of Geto statue consumes too much energy, so now, 863, has lost the basic ability to walk and can only sit in a wheelchair. Has Sasuke already caught 8 tails? Then, only 9 tails are left? Kakeke? As he spoke, Nagato coughed violently. Konan looked at Nagato's appearance with a worried look on his face. As if sensing Konan's worried gaze, Nagato said with a smile, "Don't worry, I can still persist, and then, it's time for revenge." Having said that, Nagato's eyes revealed a gleam of coldness. The reason why he chose to go to Konoha to capture the tailed beast by himself is also for revenge. His best Yahiko was killed by Konoha's ninja, Shimura Danzo. So he wants revenge. Destroy Konoha and make everyone feel the pain. And only pain can make this world peaceful. For this, he even killed his own teacher, Jiraiya. And at the same time, somewhere on the base, a man wearing a threaded mask with only one eye exposed let out a strange laugh. "Hey, everything is going according to plan, Lin, I will create a world with only you." At the end, the masked man's tone became much gentler. "Don't be careless, Konoha seems to have something else." At this time, a white figure slowly emerged from the wall. "What's the situation?" Advertisement, Danzo was killed, and the guy who killed Danzo is now the leader of Konoha's Anbu, which is very suspicious. Danzo was killed. What's the strength of that guy? The masked man said a little surprised. You know, Danzo transplanted a lot of Sharingan and first-generation cells, and even a Shisui eye. Such strength was actually killed. What is the strength of the guy who killed Danzo? There will be no accidents, right? The masked man asked worriedly. If something unexpected happened to Konoha, it would not be good news for his plan. Probably not. With Nagato's strength, even if third Hokage comes back from the dead, it will be much worse to deal with Nagato. That's fine, but I'll take a look at it when the time comes, the mask said with some concern. Maybe it's the feeling that the war is coming. Now the entire Konoha can be said to be on high alert, so strangers who want to enter Konoha will be interrogated. Around Konoha, there are also many Konoha shinobi hidden. Once something happens, they will report it immediately. Hokage House. Bai Ye stood on the balcony, looking into the distance, slightly puzzled. He could feel that there seemed to be several powerful auras approaching Konoha rapidly. If you guessed right, it should be Pen's 6 paths. You've been here for a long time, what are you looking at? Tsunade came to Bai Ye's side, and his tone became much more gentle. After getting along for a period of time, she found that Bai Ye really did not intend to rule Konoha and the Kingdom of Fire. In addition to becoming the master behind the scenes, Bai Ye is not concerned about how to manage the Kingdom of Fire and Konoha, and they are all managed by the original people. Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Bai Ye didn't hide anything, and said directly, Pen 6 paths has come. Pen 6 paths, what do you mean? This was the first time Tsunade had heard the name. To put it simply, it is the 6 puppets controlled by the leader of the Akatsuki organization, which is why Jiraiya said that there is no real body. What? Hearing Bai Ye's words, Tsunade's expression changed. When they received the news from Jiraiya before his death, after a period of interpretation, they finally guessed what Jiraiya wanted to say. Just no real body. It's just that they have been wondering what these 4 words mean. I didn't expect to say that Pain and 6 paths are all puppets. Thinking of this, Tsunade quickly said to Shizune, hurry up and tell Kakashi, Luju, and Hiyashi to come, just say that the enemy has come. I know. Shizune also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he hurried to inform people. At this moment, advertisement Bai Ye jumped down from the Hokage building, left a sentence of, the other party is here, and rushed out of Konoha village. Seeing Bai Ye's back, Tsunade gritted his teeth and chased after him. And at this time, outside Konoha village, many ninjas of Konoha village also discovered Pen 6 paths. Looking at the clothes on Pain 6 paths, the ninjas in Konoha village also immediately understood that these 6 guys belonged to the Akatsuki organization. So, they immediately wanted to report to Konoha's senior management. But at this moment, one of Pain's 6 paths moves. That person's speed was extremely fast, and he came behind Konoha shinobi almost instantly. Hey, with a sneer, the man stretched out his strong arms and slammed heavily on the back of the Konoha village ninja. There was a bang. The Konoha village ninja flew out like a rag sack, and then hit the ground heavily, life or death unknown. Seeing this scene, several other Konoha village ninjas looked flustered and wanted to run away. It's a pity that it's too late, that guy is so fast and very powerful. In just a few seconds, all Konoha Shinobi 2.2 has been solved. Looking at the high wooden leaf wall in front of him to stop the enemy, Heavenly Dao Pain, headed by Pain Six Paths, stood up. Shenluo Tianzheng. Following Tian Dao Pain's faint voice, the strong repulsive force suddenly rushed towards the high wall. Under the impact of this repulsive force, Konoha's high wall was vulnerable. But at this moment, boom! A powerful force suddenly appeared, and this force quickly blocked Tian Dao Pain's repulsive force, and easily blocked the repulsive force. Okay. Pain Six Paths shrank his pupils as he watched the scene in front of him. But at this time, a voice sounded, "Now Konoha can't let you ruin it." As the voice fell, a figure also appeared in front of Pain Six Paths. It was Bai Ye. 125. Bai Ye's Pain. Who are you? Looking at Bai Ye who appeared in front of him, Tian Dao Pain stood up, and the purple Rinnegan stared at Bai Ye firmly. Although he just wanted to break the high wall of Konoha, so the power he used was not great, but even ordinary cage-level powerhouses could hardly resist. It's just that I didn't expect that in the end, I was blocked by the unknown young man in front of me. Although I don't know what power this guy is using, but since he can block his attack, it shows that this guy's strength is definitely not weak. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is that this place cannot be destroyed by you. After all, this place is still my territory. Bai Ye said, not looking at Pain Six Paths, but looking into a hillside not far away. At the same time, on the hillside, a figure was standing. The figure wears an Uzumaki mask and robes custom made by Akatsuki. It was Faye, a member of Akatsuki's organization. Of course, a Faye is a pseudonym, and the real identity of the masked man is Uchiha Obito, whom everyone thought was dead. At this time, Obito also noticed Bai Ye's gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that he was discovered by the other party at such a distance. Who the hell is that guy? Obito is frowning now, he feels that something is slightly wrong. White Zetsu, do you know the identity of that guy? I don't know, I asked other White Zetsu to investigate for a long time, but there is very little information about that guy. It feels like that guy suddenly appeared in this world, and that guy killed Danzo, and became Konoha's Anbu leader. White Zetsu rose slowly from the ground beside him, with a puzzled look on his face. He is known as the strongest intelligence agent in the entire ninja world, but there is still no way to find out relevant information about Bai Ye. By the way, that guy can use the full-body Susanoo, and it seems that he got the Sharingan from Danzo's base. White Zetsu said here, surprised in his heart. You should know that most of the Sharingan obtained by Danzo are ordinary Sharingan. And only Mangekyo Sharingan can cast Susanoo. How on earth did that guy turn normal Sharingan into Mangekyo Sharingan? What a mysterious guy. 13. Even Susanoo can use it. Obito was also surprised, but at the same time he was a little puzzled. Because he didn't feel Chakra's breath on Bai Ye. Is it hidden too well? However, Nagato has Rinnegan. Even Susanoo should not be Nagato's opponent. Obito calmed down a lot when he thought of this. Even he, if it weren't for Sharingan's ability, he wouldn't be able to get much benefit from facing Nagato. It can be said that unless Uchiha Madara, first Hokage Senju Hashirama is revived, there will be no one in the ninja world who is Nagato's opponent. Don't we need to hide? The other party has spotted us, White Zetsu reminded. No need, anyway, the other party will find us sooner or later, and even if they find us, so what? He said calmly. On the other side, seeing that Bai Ye's gaze was not on him, Pain was a little annoyed, but soon noticed Obito not far away. Uchiha Madara, are you worried about me? Nagato, who controlled Pen Six Paths, thought secretly, but he didn't think much about it. After all, the most important thing now is to destroy Konoha and capture Nine Tails. Bai Ye. At this moment, Tsunade also came here and stood by Bai Ye's side. But when Tsunade saw Tian Dao Pain's appearance, he was taken aback. Are you the brat back then? Tsunade said with a frown. She still has some impressions of Yahiko when she was a child, and the appearance of Tian Dao Pain is very similar to Yahiko. Do you still remember? Tian Dao Pain said lightly. Yes, I have a little impression that you recalled. Tsunade wanted to say the word Yahiko, but was interrupted by Tendo Pain, is the god of order. Okay. Tsunade frowned when she heard Tian Dao Pain's words. It seemed that the Yahiko in front of her was different from what she knew. Didn't I say that this guy is not a real person, but a puppet? Bai Ye's voice sounded. How do you know? Tian Dao Pain was stunned for a moment. He was a puppet, but he never said it out. Even those people in the Akatsuki organization are only known to a very small number of people. But that's okay. Tian Dao Pain shook his head and stretched out his right hand. God Luo Tianzheng. Boom, an invisible force rushed towards Bai Ye and the netizens. At the same time, the Ryatsu in Bai Ye's body also erupted suddenly, colliding with this repulsive force, blocking it instantly. It's this power again, this doesn't seem to be chakra. Tian Dao Pain frowned, he had never seen this kind of power, and this power could actually block his repulsion. Advertisement. This shows that Bai Ye's strength is not as simple as he imagined. But Tian Dao Pain didn't care, after all, he has many methods. Obito in the distance also frowned. He also didn't expect that Bai Ye could block Nagato's Shinra Tenjin so easily. This guy's power is weird, and he can also release powerful flames. White Zetsu said. He was not far away at the time, and saw with his own eyes the scene where Bai Ye used the flames to burn Danzo to death. Really? Obito frowned slightly, and for some reason, he had a bad premonition in his heart. At the same time, not far from Obito and White Zetsu, a black figure appeared. If Uchiha Madara appeared here again, he would definitely be able to recognize this guy as Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu looked at Bai Ye in the distance with an ugly expression on his face, because a very bad idea appeared in his mind. No chakra, is that guy from that place? But soon Black Zetsu shook his head again. If people from that place, how could they appear in Konoha? Those guys have a bad temper, but even if they don't, they have to be careful. We can only wait for my mother to be resurrected, then everything will be easy to handle. Seeing that Shenluo Tianzheng didn't have a good effect on Bai Ye, Tiandao Pain's heart moved, and he planned to let Pain's other 6 paths destroy Konoha, while he stayed alone to deal with Bai Ye. Bai Ye noticed Tiandao Pain's thoughts and immediately said indifferently, "You call yourself a god of regulation and order, don't you even dare to face it head-on?" Said. Bai Ye pointed to Tiandao Pain and said, "If you beat me, Konoha will be yours. You guy, do you want to deal with the 6 of us by yourself? Isn't it a little too tight?" Tiandao Pain naturally heard the meaning in Bai Ye's words. "Is it arrogant? You will know later." Bai Ye's face was calm, and then he walked not far away. "The battle here is easy to affect Konoha. Let's go to another place to fight. You call yourself a god, don't you dare to come here? You are too confident." Facing Bai Ye's provocation, how could Nagato, who was controlling Pain's 6 paths, be able to bear it, and quickly controlled Pain's 6 paths to follow? Tsunade looked at the figure of Bai Ye and Pain's 6 paths leaving together. There was worry in his eyes. Although Bai Ye's strength is very strong, Tsunade thinks it is very difficult to judge what will happen to Pain's 6 paths, who owns the legendary sage of 6 paths and Rinnegan, the ancestor of chakra. Master Tsunade. At this time, Shizune, Kakashi, Shizune, Hyuga Hiyashi and other high-level Konoha leaders arrived with many Konoha shinobi. "Master Tsunade, didn't you say that the enemy has arrived?" Lu Ju looked around, and there was only Tsunade nearby, and there were no enemies. "Have the enemies been dealt with by Tsunade? The other party has been involved, let's go to help." In Tsunade's view, if they can involve the other Pain 6 paths, Konoha will be much safer. Bai Ye? Hearing Bai Ye's name, Kakashi and the others were not surprised. They knew Bai Ye when he became the leader of Anbu. Originally, they were a little puzzled, how could Bai Ye, a guy of unknown origin, become the leader of Anbu? But when they saw that the big names in the Nation of Fire respected Bai Ye very much, they let down their guard. Now hearing that Bai Ye went to stop the enemy alone, everyone's attitude towards Bai Ye is also better. "In that case, let's hurry over to help," Lu Ju said. Afterwards, Tsunade, Kakashi and others rushed towards the place where Bai Ye and Pain fought. But before they arrived at the battlefield, they saw an astonishing scene. "I saw countless summoning beasts appearing in the sky in the distance and on the ground. These summoning beasts are densely packed, at least thousands of them, and every summoning beast exudes a terrifying aura. It seems that these summoning beasts are not weak. What's going on? How could there be so many summoning beasts?" Kakashi's face changed slightly. Even if the entire Konoha faces so many summoning beasts, it is very difficult to block them. "Let's hurry over to help." Seeing so many summoning beasts, Tsunade also looked anxious. But just when Tsunade and others were about to do it, boom! A breath that could destroy the world emerged from a distance. This aura is very violent, spreading around with a powerful destructive force. Click, click, countless trees were broken, the land on the ground was overturned, and those summoning beasts were completely wiped out by this force. This is how the same thing. Seeing this scene in front of them, Kakashi and others were dumbfounded. Is this power enough to cause such a destruction? Moreover, they are still some distance away from the battlefield, and they are already very uncomfortable. If they come into close contact with this force, it is impossible to resist it. This guy, against Danzo, still didn't show his full strength. Tsunade was secretly startled while resisting. Everyone works together to use ninjutsu. At this time, as Konoha's tactical commander, Shikajiu began to direct. Earth-style, Tianlubi. Advertisement. Hearing Lu Ju's words, all Konoha shinobi began to use ninjutsu together, and a huge earthen wall rose from the ground to block everyone's front, which was finally blocked. And in the battlefield, Tiandao Pain looked at Bai Ye, who was covered by the white air not far away, and his expression became dignified. The opponent's aura is too strong. Even if he doesn't use Shenluo Tianzheng, I'm afraid he can't stop it. Come on, kill him. At this time, the Beast Road, one of Pain's 6 paths, once again summoned countless summoning beasts. Immediately, countless splinter dogs, pit bulls, rhinos, and 8-foot bird summoning beasts rushed towards Bai Ye. Rumble. The whole ground shakes from the rush of these summoning beasts. At this time, even if a mountain appeared in front of him, it would be knocked down. However, facing the numerous and menacing summoning beasts, Bai Ye's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. No matter how many of these things there are, they are useless. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Nagato, who controlled Pain's 6 paths, was furious. This guy is too arrogant, then you can die for me. Pain's 6 paths all looked at Bai Ye, who was surrounded by countless summoning beasts with a blank face. But at this moment, a faint 357 voice sounded. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. Bai Ye's flat voice sounded. At the same time, day and night, he pulled out the blade Ruomi in his hand. The moment it was pulled out, a hot flame began to envelope the blade. And when Bai Ye pulled it out completely, in Bai Ye's hand was a long knife completely enveloped in flames. This is Ryujin Jaka's Shikai. At the same time, those summoning beasts had already arrived in front of Bai Ye, opening their mouths wide open one by one, intending to swallow Bai Ye. Bai Ye is not in a hurry, slowly waved the Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Fiery hell. As Bai Ye's voice fell, boom boom boom. On the ground, like a volcanic eruption, dozens of huge pillars of fire spewed out. These pillars of fire carry a fiery high temperature and seem to be able to burn everything they touch. Those summoning beasts were reduced to ashes before they could even scream under the terrifying pillar of fire. What kind of power is this? Even Nagato was dumbfounded at this time. The opponent obviously didn't use chakra at all, so why was he able to release this move? And he could feel that if he touched these pillars of fire, even he would be burned to death. Where did this guy come from? Nagato calls himself a god. But now, Nagato's expression became serious, however, at this level. Bang! At this moment, a pillar of fire rose from the feet of Pain's 6 paths. Pain's 6 paths reacted quickly and immediately jumped into the distance. Can you absorb his power? Tiandao Pain said to the hungry Kido beside him. The hungry Kido's ability is the ability to devour chakra, while being primarily responsible for defense in Pain's 6 paths. Hungry Kido came near the pillar of fire and stretched out his arms, trying to absorb the power of the pillar of fire. But just absorbed a little. There was a look of horror on the hungry Kido's face. His body suddenly became extremely red, clicked, and then his body began to crack, and flames rushed out of his body. What? Hungry Kido roared in pain, and his whole body was quickly burned to ashes by the hot flames. Tiandao Pain looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression changed. Unexpectedly, this flame was not chakra, and it was so powerful that even the hungry Kido was burned to death. Fortunately, as long as the hell is not dead, it can be resurrected infinitely. And soon, hungry Kido appeared again. But even after being revived again, hungry Kido still had a frightened look on his face. It seems that he has not fully recovered from the shadow of being engulfed in flames before. 126. Super Shenluo Tianzheng. This guy. Looking at Bai Ye holding a Ryujin Jaka in the distance, Tiandao Pain's expression turned ugly. From the previous temptations, it can be seen that the Animal Way and the hungry Kido are not a threat to Bai Ye at all. And at the same time, Obito and White Zetsu, who were watching the battle from a distance, shrank their pupils when they saw the scene in front of them. What is the origin of this guy? How can he have such power? Obito looked in disbelief. He didn't know what kind of strength Uchiha Madara and First Hokage were at the beginning. But he is confident that with his current strength, even in the face of Uchiha Madara and First Hokage, he can contend. But you must know that these two are legends in the ninja world, and they exist like ceilings. There is no doubt about its strength. But how could that man in the distance, a guy who appeared out of nowhere, have such a powerful strength? Yes, even though Obito was very confident, after seeing Bai Ye's move, his face couldn't help but become serious. This guy actually hides his strength. As the strongest intelligence officer in the entire ninja world, it's a failure that I couldn't find out the details of this guy. In the distance, Black Zetsu's face was even more ugly, with sweat dripping from his forehead. That's right, this kind of strength can only be possessed by people in the mother's world. This guy is not here to find mother, right? This is terrible. As for Tsunade and the others, because they were not close to the scene, they could only see dozens of pillars of fire rising into the sky. And just seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. Because of such a terrifying pillar of fire, if it falls in Konoha village, the entire Konoha will probably be burned clean. Is this the strength of the enemy? A Konoha shinobi stuttered. If the enemy really has such a powerful strength, then no matter how to fight, the past would be death. No, it should be Bai Ye, Tsunade said with a solemn expression. She has seen Bai Ye's shot before, and knows that she has some kind of fire ninja bed day and night. That man. Is it? Everyone was even more shocked when they heard Tsunade's words. Especially Kakashi, Shirju et al. They know that Bai Ye's strength is definitely not weak, but as for how strong, this is not certain. After all, Bai Ye looks very young, in his 20s. So young, how much strength can he possess? But now I heard Tsunade say that the pillar of fire was released by Bai Ye. Advertisement feel the burning sensation. In everyone's mind, Bai Ye's strength has been raised several notches. I'm afraid, even the strongest third Hokage is no match for Bai Ye. That adult is so strong, then this time he will definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Some Konoha shinobi said happily. Not necessarily, the opponent's strength is not weak, and they also have Rinnegan. Tsunade looked serious. Rinnegan's reputation is too great, it can be said that it is the strongest pupil technique in the ninja world, much stronger than Sharingan and Bayi. The other party has Rinnegan. Hearing Tsunade's words, everyone was shocked again. Rumble. At this moment, another explosion occurred in front, and it seemed that the two sides were still fighting fiercely. Let's go there. Tsunade directed with a wave of his hand. In the battlefield, the Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand slammed towards Tiandao Pain, and suddenly a slash with hot flames flew over. Faced with this flame slash, Tiandao Pain stood up, and the huge chakra from Nagato also poured into Tiandao Pain's body through the chakra receiver. Shinra. Tianjung. The huge repulsive force on the side suddenly exploded, directly blowing out the huge flame palm. The strength is not bad, Bai Ye praised, not caring at all. Pain, who was the ceiling of Hokage's strength in the early stage, would be really strange if he couldn't stop his random moves. But Nagato, who has been outputting chakra in fact, is having a hard time right now. Every time he wants to block Bai Ye's attack, he needs to spend a lot of chakra. Although he is a descendant of the Vortex family and has a very large chakra, it is not endless. In addition, his body is not good now, so if he continues to use such a huge chakra, his side will not be able to bear it. Konan, who is on the side, is also the gatekeeper. Nagato, why don't you just forget about it and let other people do the capture of Nine Tails? She really didn't want to see Nagato die like this. It doesn't matter. My body doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to destroy Konoha. Only by destroying Konoha can those people feel the pain. Nagato gritted his teeth and persisted, while outputting more chakra from his body to pen 6 paths. Universal Pull. At this moment, Tiandao Pain used Universal Pull on Bai Ye. If Shenluo Tianjung is a repulsive force, then Universal Pull won. Maybe that man was too careless, so he was sucked by Universal Pull. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Tiandao Pain's eyes lit up, and a black stick appeared in his hand. This black stick is the product of yin and yang done, sharp and strong. Before, he killed Jiraiya with this black stick. Seeing that the man had come in front of him, Tiandao Pain immediately used the black bullet to stab Bai Ye's heart. But at this moment, day and night disappeared instantly. How is it possible? Tiandao Pain was taken aback suddenly. But soon realized that day and night were not attracted to him at all. Then Bai Ye must have other purposes for doing this. Could it be? Tiandao Pain seemed to have thought of something, his face changed slightly, and he quickly looked back. Sure enough, when Heavenly Dao Pain turned his head, he saw that Bai Ye had already come in front of the other 5 Dao Pain. Torch. As soon as Bai Ye's voice fell, a terrifying fire tornado enveloped the other Pen 5. Under the blazing heat of the flames, the other 5 paths didn't even have a chance to struggle, and were directly burned to ashes. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** he was completely angry. The chakra in the body is desperately output. Afterwards, Tiandao Pain's body slowly lifted into the air. Then, what is that? Tsunade and other, Manahao, people in the distance also saw the figure slowly rising into the sky. Although they didn't know what happened, they all had a bad premonition in their hearts. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. Do you want to use that trick? For the safety of our lives, let's stay far away, hey. White Zetsu showed a look of surprise on his face, but actually he didn't care. It's okay, the other side can't hurt me. Obito hummed softly inwardly, his face under the mask was very calm. And at this moment, looking at Tiandao Pain flying into the air, Bai Ye looked calm, holding a Ryujin Jaka and standing there, as if waiting for Tiandao Pain to release his unique move. Damn it, you're looking for death, I'm a god. Nagato, who was in the distance, saw Bai Ye's appearance through the heavenly Dao Pain, and was immediately very angry. The next moment, countless chakra entered the body of heavenly Dao Pain. Tiandao Pain's voice also sounded. A bag of rice can carry several floors. Super. Shenluo Tianzheng, 127, Desperate Nagato. And at the same time, Nagato, who controlled Tendo Pain from a distance, was obviously not as relaxed as it appeared. Even if he is a Vortex clan with a lot of chakra, if he wants to use this move, he still needs to do his best. And Conan on the side, watching Nagato desperately exporting chakra, also showed worry in his eyes. It seems that this time Nagato should have encountered a very powerful enemy. Otherwise, with Nagato's strength, it is impossible to output so many chakra. You know, since it was the time when he faced Jiraiya, although the whole battle process was very intense, for Nagato, the consumption was not too big at all, because Nagato did not use those skills that consumed chakra at all. But this time, the Chao Shenluo Tianzheng was used. And from Nagato's previous words, we can also know that Nagato used Super Shenluo Tianzheng to deal with someone. This is a bit unbelievable. It stands to reason that third Hokage is dead, Danzo is dead now, and Jiraiya is also dead. There should not be many strong people in Konoha now, so Tsunade is still a threat. It's just that Tsunade and Jiraiya are about the same strength, so it shouldn't be necessary for Nagato to use all his strength. Could it be that Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Shao 380 Nan secretly guessed in his heart? But with Nagato's strength, even Nine Tails should not be Nagato's opponent. Thinking of this, Conan breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, on the battlefield, Tsunade, Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas looked at Tiandao Pain floating in the sky, and their eyes flashed with shock. For some reason, they felt that the man in front of them was really like a god. What does this guy want? Just when someone from Konoha Shinobi asked this sentence. Boom. A powerful repulsive force that far surpassed that before spewed out from Tiandao Pain's body. And the target is Bai Ye. Boom! Under this strong repulsive force, even the hard earth couldn't bear it, and the ground of thousands of square meters sank suddenly, forming a pit tens of meters deep. It can be said that this is the power that can truly destroy a country. Advertisement, and it's not over yet. Those repulsive forces then spread to the surroundings. Rumble. Countless soil and trees were instantly lifted up in the face of this powerful repulsive force. To what? Tsunade, Kakashi and other Konoha shinobi participants in the distance were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They had never seen such a terrifying scene before, and they didn't even think about it. Let's get out of here first. Seeing that force approaching, Tsunade said hastily. This kind of power is simply not something they can resist. Rumble. It wasn't until nearly a minute passed that the power of Chaoshinluo Tianzheng disappeared. And the result? But it's amazing. On the vast land, a huge circle of tens of kilometers appeared, and in this circle, everything was completely destroyed, leaving the bare ground. Is this the power that humans can possess? This guy is a god, right? Konoha, who had already retreated to a high mountain, stared blankly at the scene in front of them, and everyone was speechless. The scene in front of me is really astonishing. They never imagined that someone could do such a thing. Even if Konoha village is recognized as a strong player, third Hokage can't do it, right? By the way, what happened to that man? At this time, someone asked. Hearing this sentence, everyone's heart sank. Although they believed in Bai Ye's strength, but even Bai Ye, with such a powerful force, terror is powerless. And you must know that Bai Ye is at the very center of this force. The power spreading from behind destroyed countless trees in the ground, so it is hard to imagine how much power Bai Ye will bear. Tsunade also looked worriedly at the center of the battlefield, trying to find Bai Ye. It's just that a huge deep pit appeared in the center of the battlefield, so Tsunade couldn't see the specific situation. And this, on the contrary, made Tsunade even more worried. Not far from the battlefield, there was a burst of space distortion, and then two figures appeared, Obito and White Zetsu. Advertisement. Looking at the scene in front of him, White Zetsu was also amazed. As expected of Rinnegan, this power is indeed powerful. Obito nodded, and then said, that guy chose to fight the move head-on. What a stupid choice. Under such a huge repulsion force, that guy should have turned into a puddle of blood foam. White Zetsu said affirmatively. At the same time, above the battlefield, Tiandao Pain was expressionless, watching the situation below. Originally, he wanted to use this trick to destroy Konoha, but he didn't expect to use it on a person in the end. You were already proud enough to die under this trick, Tiandao Pain said in a flat tone. But at this moment, Tiandao Pain paused, as if he had seen something incredible. In the huge deep pit, the smoke and dust dispersed, and a figure appeared. The whole body of this figure was covered by white airflow, so he couldn't see clearly. But what caught people's attention was that this man was holding a long knife whose blade was covered with countless flames. Obviously, this figure is Bai Ye. At this time, the materialized Ryotsu scattered around, revealing the figure of Bai Ye. And this scene made Tiandao Pain and Nagato shout out involuntarily, how is this possible? Because Bai Ye not only carried super Shenluo Tianzheng, but also had no injuries on his whole body, and even his clothes were the original ones, and there was not even a speck of dust on them. What is the origin of this guy? At this time, Nagato no longer had the arrogance he had before. Because he understands that the strength of this guy in front of him is absolutely terrifying. This guy, has he really resisted? Obito stared at Bai Ye, who was slowly floating up from the deep pit in the distance, his expression constantly changing. If Bai Ye can also hide in a different space like him, it will not be difficult to block this move. But if Bai Ye really resisted, then his strength would be too terrifying. I'm afraid Uchiha Madara and first Hokage back then had this strength. And the Konoha shinobi in the distance looked at the intact Bai Ye and cheered even more excitedly. This guy is nothing to worry about. Tsunade also had a smile on his face. In the battlefield, Bai Ye had already come to the heavenly Dao Pain. If you only have this kind of strength, I will be dishonored. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Nagato was furious. How dare you look down on God, go to hell. As he said that, a larger force poured into Tiandao Pain's body. And this time, Nagato is really desperate. 128. Prophecy of Toad Sage, Planetary Devastation. Meanwhile, Mount Myoboku, home of the great Toad Sage. Naruto, your celestial art has almost been cultivated. Fukasaku looked at Naruto in front of him and was amazed in his heart. Cultivating immortality is not a simple matter. If there is no talent, it is impossible to become immortal even if you practice for a lifetime. Just like Jiraiya back then, she was very talented in ninjutsu, but when it came to Shienjutsu, it was not so good. After studying for a long time, I finally learned how to enter Sage Mode. But Naruto, how long has passed, and he is able to use Sage Mode proficiently, this talent can be said to be very high. Truly worthy of being the son of prophecy. Yeah. Naruto nodded, putting away his original hippie smile. Because he understands that Konoha is very dangerous now. So he must rush back as soon as possible to save Mewtwo. By the way, Fukasaku Sage, how is Konoha's situation now? Naruto asked. What he is most concerned about now is the situation of Konoha. According to the previous information, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, seems to have gone to Konoha, so Konoha is very dangerous now, Fukasaku said. Well, then I have to hurry back to Konoha. I have to go back to help everyone, Naruto said anxiously. No problem, but I have to let Kosuke Toad inform Shima first, and then let Shima send you there. Mount Myoboku is far away from Konoha, so Naruto can only be sent there by other means. And Shima is near Konoha now, so just tell Shima to use the summoning technique to send Naruto summoning there. Well, I see. Although Naruto was very anxious, he also understood that now he could only wait. And at this moment, the Great Toad Sage appeared. I just had a dream. Great Toad Sage spoke. Dream? What dream? Did it predict something? Fukasaku knew that the Great Toad Sage said it was a dream, but it was actually seeing things in the future. I dreamed of a man whose whole body was burning with flames, and also holding a flaming long knife in his hand. This man was floating in the air, and in front of him was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Advertisement, I don't know why, but I feel that this man is terrible. Speaking of this, Yin Toad Sage's heart trembled. You know, even Otsutsuki Kagaya is right, but for some reason, when he saw the figure of this man, a sense of fear appeared in his heart. This made Great Toad Sage feel a little uneasy. The guy with flames all over his body? Naruto and Fukasaku both looked puzzled. However, the predictions of the Great Toad Sage are generally very accurate, so it is very possible that this guy is the final big boss. No matter who this guy is, good or bad, as long as he dares to be unfavorable to Konoha, I will definitely defeat him. At this time, Naruto has successfully practiced immortality and his strength has greatly increased, so he is also very confident. Great Toad Sage shook his head and didn't speak. A man who can make him feel fear is not something Naruto can handle. But this is the future, so Naruto still has time to grow. And Naruto, as the son of prophecy, will definitely grow to incredible strength in the future. Naruto, Shima is ready to go. At this time, Fukasaku received the notification from Toad Kosuke and said hastily. Yeah. Naruto nodded. By the way, the enemy is very powerful this time, so Gamabunta and Gamajien will follow you. No problem. And soon, Naruto, Gamabunta, and Gamaken were all summoned to Konoha by Shima. It's just that when Naruto saw the surrounding situation clearly, he was taken aback for a moment. Master Tsunade, Mr. Kakashi, why are you here? Yes, Naruto was summoned to exactly where Tsunade and Kakashi were. We are watching Master Bai Ye's battle with the enemy. Kakashi explained, and then looked into the distance with a serious face. Naruto followed Kaka's gaze and saw Bai Ye and Tsunade Pain floating in the air at a glance. Naruto didn't know much about Bai Ye, because when Bai Ye first came to Hokage, Naruto was sent to Mount Myoboku to learn Senjutsu. But Naruto's impression of the man in the distance is incomparable. Because he is communicating with the Nine Tails in his body, hoping that the Nine Tails can contribute their strength to face the coming enemies together. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, but Nine Tails said arrogantly that he would not agree. But at this moment, facing that man Nine Tails, however, was like a cat encountering a natural enemy, and directly retracted into the seal without any movement. As that man fighting the enemy? Naruto looked at Bai Ye in the distance, with a solemn expression on his face, and muttered to himself. He could feel a powerful aura exuding from Bai Ye's body, and this aura, even for him who had already practiced immortal arts, was still a bit out of reach. Was that man so strong? At the same time, the Nine Tails hidden in Naruto's body lay tremblingly on the ground, terrified in their hearts. Who the hell is this guy, and why does it strike me as scarier than Sage of Six Paths? Nine Tails' intuition was very accurate. When he stayed in Naruto's body and saw Bai Ye, he understood that Bai Ye's strength was definitely stronger than that of Uchiha Madara and first Hokage back then. And now feeling the terrifying aura of Bai Ye exuding from his body, he even felt that that man's strength was no worse than the old man's Six Paths. But how is this possible? You know, Sage of Six Paths is definitely one of the strongest in the entire ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara and first Hokage are no match for Sage of Six Paths. By the way, this guy seems to be holding a flaming long knife in his hand. Could it be that he is the man in Great Toad Sage's dream? Jujien suddenly thought of Great Toad Sage's dream. And at this moment, in the battlefield, Indo Pain moved. He first left Bai Ye far away and then kept mobilizing the chakra in his body. And this time, the amount of chakra is even more than that of the one who cast Chao Shenluo Tianzheng before. Is this guy trying to use some trick again? Looking at the scene in front of them, Tsunade and other Konoha shinobi players all looked ugly. Naruto and Toad Bunta felt the constant flow of chakra in Tsunade Pain's body, and their faces were also solemn. This guy is so strong. At this time, even Naruto, who had practiced immortal arts, was still amazed by the strength of Tsunade Pain. That man, can he beat this guy? Such doubts appeared in everyone's mind. Point 129. Destroy all Pen Six Paths. God Pain, die. In the horrified eyes of the people there, God Pain did it. This time, Tsunade Pain's face was not as calm as before. Instead, the entire face was distorted, as if he had exhausted all his strength to utter those 4 words. Planetary devastation. When these 4 words appeared, a black sphere appeared in the hands of Tsunade Pain, and the black sphere slowly floated towards the air. At the same time, a huge suction force is generated. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's surprised eyes, the surrounding rocks began to shatter continuously and flew towards the black ball. Boom. Boom. What the hell is going on here? Everyone was shocked by Tiandao Pain's move, click click click. Even the ground that had been crushed by Shenluo Tianzheng began to vibrate, and many rocks and soil continued to rise, flying towards the position where the 413 black ball was. Planetary devastation, also one of Rinnegan's abilities. The caster can condense chakra into a black sphere, and the black sphere will slowly float into the air, and generate a huge suction force, which can attract everything around it. At the same time, it can use the attracted rocks to form a huge rock sphere to envelop the enemy. Enemies encased in rocks will be immobilized. It is a sealed ninjutsu exclusive to Rinnegan. Long ago, Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Yuya and his younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura used this trick to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya and Geto statue. It can be said that this is a very terrifying seal attack. Of course, although the strength of Tiandao Pain is not weak, it is much worse than Sage of Six Paths, so the power of using planetary devastation is also much different. But even so, Tiandao Pain is very confident, which is enough to seal that man. After all, Insuki Kagaya is not something Bai Ye can compare to. Go to hell. Tiandao Pain looked at Bai Ye, who was being slowly sucked near the black ball, and said with a sneer. At the same time, he was secretly startled. Originally, he thought that destroying Konoha this time would be a very simple matter. After all, he now has the power known as a god. But unexpectedly, such a strong man appeared in Konoha. But now, facing the planetary devastation, that man can only be sealed. Advertisement. This guy is really desperate. Obito looked at the scene in front of him, and he didn't dare to stay where he was, but entered a different space. If he is sealed, it is also a very troublesome thing. In the distance, Konoha Shinobi looked at Bai Ye, who was constantly being surrounded by rocks, feeling anxious in his heart. But they dare not go there at all now. Once they get close to the black ball, they will also be sealed by that powerful traction. It's time for me to act. Naruto couldn't just watch the person who protected Konoha get sealed, so he entered Sage mode directly, and then rushed to rescue Bai Ye. But as soon as Naruto entered the range covered by the black ball's suction, he instantly felt that his body lost control. It even involuntarily flew towards the black ball. Naruto. At this time, Tsunade also made a move. She jumped hard, grabbed Naruto's feet, and then kicked hard on a nearby rock again, barely pulling Naruto back. This ninjutsu is terrifying. Naruto, who was pulled back by Tsunade, was also terrified. He never expected that the suction would be so strong. Too bad, Lord Bai Ye is already wrapped in rocks. At this time, Konoha Shinobi found that Bai Ye had disappeared from the sky. At the same time, a huge rock ball hundreds of meters in size appeared in the sky, all composed of rocks. Obviously, Bai Ye was sealed inside. Looking at this huge rock ball, everyone was in despair. It's finally over. You be asterisk 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 D, cough cough cough. Looking at the sealed Bai Ye in the distance, Nagato couldn't help laughing, but soon coughed again and again. The battle with Bai Ye made his body weaker again. Fortunately, he was the winner in the end. After returning to the battlefield and sealing Bai Ye, Tiandao Pain turned his attention to where Tsunade and the others were. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it's your turn next. Hearing Tiandao Pain's words, Naruto also stood up and shouted loudly, you be asterisk 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 D, I will definitely defeat you and want to destroy Konoha. That's impossible. However, as soon as Naruto finished speaking, he was stunned, as if seeing some incredible picture. Not only Naruto, but also Tsunade, Kakashi and other Konoha Shinobi players have the same expression. What happened? Tiandao Pain noticed the gazes of the crowd, frowned, and then, as if sensing something, he turned around suddenly, and his purple pupils shrank suddenly. How is this possible? Amidst Tiandao Pain's astonishment, the rock sphere in midair shattered suddenly, and a huge red arm stretched out. Advertisement then, another red arm broke through the rock sphere. This time, the entire seal can be said to have almost expired. What is this? All the ninjas in Konoha village looked at this scene in amazement, and at the same time were extremely happy in their hearts. After all, Bai Ye seems to have broken through this rock seal. Only Obito in the distance frowned, as if he had thought of something. That guy really knows Susanoo, but doesn't he have chakra? Obito was puzzled, completely unable to understand why the man was able to cast Susanoo. Or, did Uchiha Madara hide from him that he wanted other survivors of the Uchiha clan? Boom. At this moment, the entire rock seal was completely shattered. And what appeared in front of everyone was a huge blood-red monster, releasing scorching heat outward. This blood-red monster is very huge, and its whole body exudes a terrifying aura, which is extremely frightening. As for Bai Ye, it is located in the body of this huge monster. This red monster is exactly Susan Gundam. All of this can be over. Bai Ye's flat voice sounded. And hearing Bai Ye's voice, Tiandao Pain showed an angry expression on his face. 0.6. B asterisk 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 D. Die with me. Many black sticks appeared in Tiandao Pain's hands, and under the influence of Shenluo Tianzheng, these black sticks shot towards Bai Ye quickly. Dang dang. These black rods can't even break the shell of Susan Gundam. Damn guy. Nagato, who controlled Tendo Pain, was furious and wanted to use planetary devastation again. It's a pity that Bai Ye didn't give him a second chance. Two huge palms slammed at Tiandao Pain. Boom. With a loud muffled sound, Tiandao Pain had no time to react, and was directly caught between two huge palms. Wait until the palms are separated. Tiandao Pain has become a piece of paper, slowly falling down. So far, pen 6 paths last 1. God Pain, die. 130. 5 cages talk, win. Did you win? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and they all froze in place, looking like they couldn't believe it. It is really that Heavenly Dao Pain has had too much of an impact on them. Whether it is Chao, Shenluo Tianzheng or planetary devastation, it feels like ninjutsu that only gods can perform. But even so, Bai Ye defeated Tiandao Pain so lightly. In the eyes of everyone, this is a very incredible thing. This guy is stronger than I imagined. Tsunade looked at Bai Ye, who had lifted Susanoo, and flew towards him, with a smile on his face. After this time, Tsunade can be regarded as completely agreeing with Bai Ye. At least, that man really did protect Konoha, if it wasn't Bai Ye who stopped Pain at that time, but let Pain use Super Shenluo Tianzheng on Konoha. I am afraid that the whole Konoha would be destroyed. That guy is too powerful, even Naruto said excitedly. And at this moment, 9 tails in Naruto's body complained in Naruto's mind, this Bai Ye is so powerful, after that, the position of Hokage must belong to him, and you will have no chance. Hearing what 9 tails said, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly recovered, and said seriously, in this case, I will behave better than Master Bai Ye. To let everyone in the village agree. 9 tails wanted to say a few more words, but suddenly noticed that Bai Ye was looking at him, and immediately shrank back like a kitten. There is no way, even if he was in the perfect victory period, he may not be Bai Ye's opponent, let alone him who is only half of his strength now. Master Bai Ye. Master Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye approaching, all the Konoha shinobi participants were very excited. Not only because of Bai Ye's strength, but also because Bai Ye defeated a powerful enemy and saved the whole Konoha. Well, let's go back, these are just some puppets, the leader of Shao organization is not dead. Bai Ye said, looking at Naruto. 14 at this time, Naruto has successfully cultivated the magic of immortality, and his strength has been greatly improved compared with before. Bai Ye was still very curious about celestial arts, so he wondered if he should go to Mount Myoboku sometime. See if you can absorb natural energy. I have to say that there are still many good things in the world of Hokage. And when Bai Ye said that Pain was just a puppet, everyone was surprised. The strength of Pain's 6 paths is already so strong, and they are all puppets, so how terrible his own strength should be. Bai Ye also guessed what they were thinking, and said with a smile, don't worry, without Pain's 6 paths, the opponent's strength is not so strong. After all, Rinnegan is not a good thing. It is not strong enough. Using Rinnegan is not good for the body. It is also a great burden. I see. Everyone nodded and felt relieved. Moreover, Konoha still has Lord Bai Ye. As long as Lord Bai Ye is around, it doesn't matter who comes. Master Bai Ye, that guy is the one who killed teacher Jiraiya. At this time, Naruto stood up and said, Bai Ye nodded. I want to find that guy. Naruto looked at Bai Ye and said seriously. Bai Ye did not expect that the plot was back on track, and Naruto went to look for Nagato anyway. Only this time, Naruto did not experience the battle with Nagato, and Kakashi and others did not die, so how should Naruto use mouth escape? But Bai Ye still nodded. At the same time, Bai Ye did not intend to grab Nagato's Rinnegan. After all, Nagato's Rinnegan is related to whether Uchiha Madara can be resurrected. If Madara cannot be resurrected, then Otsutsuki Kagaya will not appear later. And Otsutsuki Kagaya is related to the fruit of the sacred tree. The fruit of the sacred tree is one of Bai Ye's goals. And the ordinary Rinnegan, Bai Ye doesn't like it either. It's not long before the 4th Ninja World War begins, so Bai Ye is not in a hurry. Finally, Naruto knew where Nagato was through the Zakra receiver on Pain, so he went to find Nagato alone. Bai Ye, is it alright for Naruto to be alone? Tsunade was a little worried. Don't worry, it's fine. Bai Ye said. Naruto is the protagonist of the Hokage ninja, so it is not so easy to have an accident, unless it is now in the world of Boruto. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Tsunade nodded, feeling relieved a lot. Okay, let's go back. The Akatsuki organization has not been completely eliminated, and the war is not over yet. Everyone can relax their vigilance. Bai Ye said, and glanced not far away, where Obito's figure twisted for a while, and then disappeared in place. Advertisement, Master Bai Ye is right, everyone can relax. But we have Lord Bai Ye, so we don't have to be afraid of that Shao organization. Everyone in Konoha shouted loudly. Seeing this scene, Tsunade couldn't stop laughing and crying. It seems that Bai Ye's status in the hearts of everyone in Konoha has already surpassed her. At the same time, on the other side, where Nagato is. Puff. Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, and his already weak body became even weaker. Nagato, how are you? Conan supported Nagato with a worried expression on his face. It's okay, I just didn't expect that guy to be so strong. Speaking of this, Nagato was also shocked. Since he got the Rinnegan, he feels that his strength is almost like a god. But unexpectedly, he was defeated in the end, and it was defeated by a person of unknown origin. What? Failed? Conan was surprised. She knew Nagato's strength. In her opinion, unless it is a strong man like Uchiha Madara, first Hokage, it is impossible for anyone to defeat Nagato. Yes, Pen 6 Paths has been destroyed. Speaking of this, Nagato was very angry. Tiandao Pain was made with Yahiko's body, and now he was destroyed by the other party. Conan thinks more, will the other party find our position? Nagato shook his head, not too worried, if that guy dares to come over, I will summon Geto Statue, presumably that guy can't be Geto Statue's opponent. But your body. Conan looked worried. Every time Geto Statue is summoned, a huge amount of chakra will be consumed, which will even affect Nagato's lifespan. It's okay. Hearing Conan's concern, Nagato smiled, I can still hold on. It's a pity that what Nagato didn't expect was that it wasn't Bai Ye who came, but Naruto who had Hokage's strongest escaping technique, mouth escaping. At the same time, the news of Bai Ye's defeat of Pain's 6 Paths quickly spread to the major ninja villages. The Country of Thunder. Cloud Shinobi Village. Reikage Building. At this moment, 4th Reikage looked at the message in his hand with a look of anger. According to news, his younger brother, Killer Bee, was captured by Sasuke organized by Akatsuki. Are these bastards trying to start a war with the entire ninja world? With that said, 4th Reikage punched the wall with a fist, directly hammering the wall out of a big hole. Recently, Xiao's organization has become more and more arrogant, and it simply doesn't take everyone seriously. Now he actually turned his attention to his younger brother, he simply didn't know how to live or die. But 4th Reikage knew it too. With only one Cloud Shinobi village, it is impossible to defeat the Akatsuki organization. No way, even if you don't want to admit it. But I have to say that although there are not many people in the Xiao organization, everyone is the strongest among the strong. Even he, facing the Xiao organization alone, has no confidence. Especially the opponent's leader Pain. Not only is it terrifyingly strong, but it also has the legendary Rinnegan. Rinnegan's eyes are only available to Sage of 6 Paths, and it's not an exaggeration to say that they are the strongest pupil art in the ninja world. Therefore, it is necessary to unite with other ninja villages. 4th Reikage already had an idea in his mind. Azabui on the side saw 4th Reikage smashing a big hole in the wall again, and he also looked helpless. How many times has this happened? It was like this every time, and she had reminded her many times, but 4th Reikage still couldn't change it, and she would hit the wall every now and then. Master Reikage, the cost of repairing the walls will be deducted from your salary, Azabui said while recording. Oh, wait. Hearing that wages would be deducted, 4th Reikage woke up instantly. Advertisement originally, his salary as a Reikage was not much, but now he will be deducted again, so he will not even have money for drinking next month. I've reminded you many times, but you're still like this, so you can't blame me. Azabui acted as if he didn't see the deputy businessman about 4th Reikage's entreaties. Forget it. Seeing that salary deduction was unavoidable, 4th Reikage had no choice but to admit it. And the most important thing now is to deal with Xiao's organization. Just when 4th Reikage wanted Mabui to inform him, a figure slowly appeared. Master Reikage, I have something to tell you, Darui said, with a look of shock on his face, as if he had heard some incredible news. What's the matter? 4th Reikage also noticed something wrong with Darui's expression. According to the intelligence ahead, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has already invaded Yutu. Oh, it turned out that Pain did it himself. It seems that the Akatsuki organization also attaches great importance to Konoha. 4th Reikage was not surprised at all. After all, Konoha is a village established by first Hokage, and there are many strong people, and the background is not comparable to other villages. Pain shot himself, which is normal. But, Darui continued, Konoha not only successfully blocked Pain, but also defeated Pain in the end. We defeated Pain. How is this possible? Hearing Darui's words, 4th Reikage also showed surprise on his face. In his opinion, although Konoha's overall strength is very strong, since Uchiha was exterminated, Orochimaru betrayed Konoha village, and 3rd Hokage died, Konoha village's top battle record has decreased a lot. It is very difficult to stop Pain. How can it be possible to defeat Pain? Does Konoha still have hidden strength? Yes, according to intelligence, it was a guy named Bai Ye who defeated Pain head-on. Bai Ye, is that the guy who killed Danzo and replaced the leader of Danzo Anbu? Reikage was very happy when he heard the news that Bai Ye killed Danzo and replaced Danzo. After all, in his opinion, Konoha made a guy of unknown origin the leader of Anbu, which is simply courting death. Darui nodded and continued, it is said that the battle between the two sides was very fierce and areas with a radius of tens of kilometers were destroyed, but Bai Ye won in the end. This Bai Ye, it seems that his strength is indeed very strong. Why has there been no news about this guy before? 4th generation was also secretly surprised when he heard Darui's description. By the way, 943 according to intelligence, Pain is most likely not a real person, but 6 puppets, and the real leader of the Akatsuki organization has not died, said Darui. Well, I see. Regarding this matter, 4th Reikage was not surprised at all. It would be abnormal if a strong man with Rinnegan died so easily. However, in fact, Nagato did die easily and died of being cheated by Naruto. Afterwards, 4th Reikage waved his hand and continued, go and inform the other ninja villages that I will hold the 5 Cages conference in the Iron Country to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Don't be Konoha, they must be there, land of earth. Iwagakure. Tsuchikage Onogi looked at the news in his hand, and his old face showed shock. He actually defeated Pain. Do you have any specific news about Bai Ye? Report Master Tsuchikage. No, this guy seems to have appeared suddenly, but according to some information, it seems that the daimyo of the Land of Fire trusts this guy named Shiro. Night guy. Oh. Tsuchikage was a little surprised when he heard his subordinate's words. Unexpectedly, a guy of unknown origin could be trusted by the daimyo. By the way, Master Tsuchikage, 4th Raikage sent a message saying that they will hold a 5-cage meeting in the Iron Country to discuss dealing with the Akatsuki organization. Hearing this news, Onoki didn't have too many thoughts. After all, the reason why 4th Raikage held the 5 cages meeting was because Killer Bee was organized by Akatsuki. People caught. Obviously, 4th Raikage alone is not an opponent of the Shao organization, so I hope they can help. But since the 4th Raikage invited him, he naturally would not choose not to go. Firstly, the Akatsuki organization is indeed a threat, and secondly, it might be able to win some benefits for the village. The Country of the Wind. Tsunade. At this time, Gaara, the new case cage of Sand Shadow Village, is preparing to leave for the 5 Shadow Talks. Kankuro, Tamari, you must take good care of Gaara. The elder of Tsunade enjoined. After all, Gaara is still very young now, and his experience is not comparable to that of other ninja village shadows, so he is afraid that Gaara will suffer. Don't worry, elder, I will definitely take care of Gaara, Kankuro said confidently. Hearing Kankuro's words, Gaara wanted to say that I don't need someone to take care of her, but she frowned and didn't say it. After all, the elder and Kankuro are also for his own good. Well, that's fine, let's go, and have a safe journey. At the same time, Kirigakure, who had just stepped out of the shadow of the village of Bloodmist, also sent Mizukage, who had just taken office, to take the US military to the Iron Country to participate in the 5 Shadow Talks. 131. Obito declares war. 4 wars will begin. Konoha, Hokage Building. Looking at the message sent by Raikage, Tsunade asked Bai Ye beside him. Bai Ye, are we going to participate in the 5 cages meeting this time? From Tsunade's point of view, now that Konoha has Bai Ye as a powerhouse, unless the Akatsuki organization is fully mobilized, it will not be able to threaten Konoha at all. You must participate, the Shao organization is not as simple as you imagine, Bai Ye said. Pain is ostensibly the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but in fact is dead Uchiha Madara is the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes. No, actually Uchiha Madara was also cheated by Black Zetsu. The purpose of Black Zetsu is to rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya. And if the 5 ninja villages don't unite, they will have no way to fight against the Akatsuki organization, the White Zetsu army, and the resurrected powerhouses by Impure World reincarnation. Well, I see. Tsunade nodded, having already decided in his heart to attend the 5 cages meeting this time. Of course, Bai Ye will follow. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, both Obito and Sasuke will come to the 5 cages meeting this time. Speaking of Sasuke, if there is no change in the plot, at this time Sasuke already knew the truth about Uchiha's genocide, and Itachi also died after telling Sasuke the truth. Knowing the truth, Sasuke hated Danzo and Konoha very much, and that's why there was a scene in the original plot where Commander helped the 5 cages negotiate and finally killed Danzo. It's just that now that Danzo is dead, Sasuke can't avenge him, so it should be very hard. And at this moment, a figure entered the Hokage building alone. It was Naruto who was looking for Nagato's return. Naruto, it's great that you're okay. Seeing Naruto's safe return, Tsunade was very happy. Well, I'm back. Naruto also showed joy on his face. By the way, Grandma Tsunade, I brought back a very important person. Grandma Tsunade. Is that really a good name? Seeing Naruto calling Tsunade Grandma, Bai Ye couldn't help looking at Tsunade. To be honest, if he didn't know Tsunade's age, he really wouldn't be able to tell that Tsunade is in his 50s. I remember that in the later biography of Boruto, Tsunade was still very young, which is quite outrageous. Very important person? Who is it? Tsunade looked puzzled. Naruto didn't speak, but shouted towards the door, Mr. Jiraiya, why don't you come in yet? Jiraiya. Hearing the name, Tsunade was taken aback, and looked towards the door in disbelief. Advertisement soon, a figure walked in, it was the dead Jiraiya. Hey, Tsunade, I'm sorry to make you worry. Jiraiya touched the back of her head and said with an embarrassed face. Jiraiya, you be asterisk 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 D is not dead. Tsunade cursed, pointing at Jiraiya, but tears soon flowed down his face. When Bai Ye saw Jiraiya, he also understood instantly. It seems that Nagato revived Jiraiya with Rinne Tensai technique. It can only be said that as expected of Naruto, this mouth escape is really powerful. And history does have inertia. Originally, Nagato should be resurrected by Kakashi who was killed, and the ninjas of Konoha village. But due to Bai Ye's intervention, Kakashi and others did not die. It's just that I didn't expect to resurrect Jiraiya in the end. At the same time, in a quiet secret base somewhere. At this time, the space distorted for a while, and soon 2 figures appeared. It is Obito and White Zetsu. At this time, Obito's face was serious, so he understood from the previous battle between Pain and Bai Ye. To realize his plan, Bai Ye is the biggest obstacle. Because Bai Ye's strength is too strong, Obito knew very well that it was basically impossible to defeat Bai Ye by himself. And if he can't beat Bai Ye, then his plan can't be realized at all. By the way, according to other White Zetsu's news, Nagato is dead. White Zetsu said at this time. Oh, why did he die? Obito was a little surprised. Although in the battle with Bai Ye, Nagato used a lot of chakra, but Nagato, as a vortex family, has a very tenacious vitality, so he should not die. He chose to use the heretical Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect the dead Jiraiya. What? Hearing what White Zetsu said, Obito's face became very ugly. Originally, this technique should be reserved for the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, but it was unexpectedly used by Nagato in advance. Advertisement: this is not good news. Forget it, I'll go get Rinnegan back first. Obito recovered quickly and found the bodies of Konan and Nagato. Although the detonator is used to deal with Obito, but the strength gap between the two sides is still too large. In the end Konan died, and Obito also got Nagato's Rinnegan. But at this moment, a person who surprised Obito appeared. Why are you looking for me? Obito looked at the person in front of him and said impatiently. Although the strength of the pocket is not bad, but it is not taken seriously by Obito at all. After all, Kabuki is just one of Orochimaru's subordinates. You should know about the meeting of the 5 cages, right? If there is no accident, the 5 major powers should establish a joint army to encircle and suppress your Shao organization, Do said flatly. At this time, he has completely defeated Orochimaru's cells and learned the impure world reincarnation, so he has the qualification to communicate with Akatsuki on an equal footing. By the way, the man who defeated Pain should also give you a headache, right? So what? Obito naturally knew what the 5 cages meeting would lead to, but he had no other way to go now. We can cooperate, as long as you give Sasuke to me for research. Is it up to you? Good, Obito laughed disdainfully. Even Orochimaru he didn't pay attention to, let alone. Of course not by me, but by them. As Do spoke, seals began to form in his hands, and soon, several wooden coffins rose from the ground. And in the wooden coffin, those lying there are dead Uchiha Itachi, Kimimaro and others. There's even Nagato. How is this possible? Obito's pupils shrank, but he reacted quickly. This should be reanimation jutsu. I didn't expect Do to learn talent. How is it? Do looked at Obito confidently. No problem. Obito nodded. If there were these dead strong men joining, then it would be enough to face the United Army and Bai Ye. At this point, the Dudai Army was declared to be established. And Obito's first plan is to declare war on everyone during the 5 shadow talks. 132. The 4th Ninja World War. Madara, do you want to dance too? Time flies. Iron Country, in a bright and spacious meeting room. At this time, shadowmen from the 5 strongest ninja villages gathered in the conference room. They are Hokage Tsunade, Raikage Ai, Tsuchikage Onogi, Keisuke Gaara and Mizukage Terumyu. There is also Mifune, the leader of the Iron Kingdom. Different from the plot in the manga, everyone's temper was well controlled in this 5 shadow meeting. There was no situation where they spat at each other because of the distribution of a little benefit. The reason is simple: Bai Ye is standing beside Tsunade watching. The moviegoers are no strangers to Bai Ye. After all, their intelligence agencies are not just for nothing. The moment Bai Ye defeated Pain, relevant information and appearance of Bai Ye had already appeared on the desks of the major ninja villages. Although these movie stars are very confident in their own strength, they are still not enough to look at in front of Bai Ye. At least they don't think they are Pain's opponents. Even Raikage, who is the most powerful and hot-tempered among them, dare not say that he can completely defeat Pain. Since he can't even beat Pain, let alone Bai Ye who is stronger than Pain. So inexplicably, when these movie stars saw Bai Ye present, they all restrained their temper. Seeing this, Tsunade was also happy. The purpose of her bringing Bai Ye here was to frighten the shadows of other ninja villages. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. In this way, at that time, they will be able to fight for some benefits for Konoha. Yes, although formal negotiations have not yet started, everyone knows it in their hearts. This time it is imperative to join forces to deal with the Shao organization. After all, what the Akatsuki organization is doing now is making an enemy of the entire ninja world. If this can be endured, then the previous ninja world wars will not break out. However, as the negotiation progressed, everyone still couldn't control their temper and began to spit at each other. Among them, Tsunade sprayed the most and was the most confident. There is no way, there is a backing, it is so strong. Bai Ye, on the other hand, wanted to fall asleep when he heard it. He didn't care much about the distribution of benefits. After all, now the entire Konoha, and even the Kingdom of Fire belong to him, and with him around, it is impossible to suffer. So if it really makes him unhappy, then start the Ninja World War. Everyone's strength is head-to-head, and we don't play fake. The meeting of 5 Shadows 073 lasted for several hours before finally coming to an end. The Ninja United Army was also formally established. Among them, 4th Raikage Ai is the Supreme Commander of the Ninja United Army. In fact, this position was originally intended to be given to Bai Ye. But Bai Ye refused. His goal has always been to elicit Otsutsuki Kagaya, not to become some kind of Supreme Commander. And Bai Ye also knows that his strongest point is fighting alone. Just like in One Piece World, Bai Ye killed everyone in Pirate World by himself. Of course, the most important thing is that Bai Ye is afraid of trouble. If you think about it, you will know that after becoming the Supreme Commander, you will definitely not be able to rest for the rest of the time. As for Tsunade, he became the General Staff. the captain of the coalition forces is Gaara. Then, the next step is to gather all the combat power and prepare to encircle and suppress the Akatsuki organization. Fourth Raikage stood up and announced loudly. And at this moment, a burst of strange laughter appeared in the meeting room. Immediately afterwards, a white figure rose slowly from the conference table. It is White Zetsu. The moment he saw White Zetsu, Bai Ye understood that Obito was coming to declare war. I just wonder now that Danzo is dead, will Sasuke come? While Bai Ye was thinking, Fourth Raikage had captured White Zetsu, and wanted to find out Sasuke's whereabouts through White Zetsu. After all, it was Sasuke who took his brother Killer Bee. It's just that White Zetsu is just a clone, and he can have as many as he wants, and he is not afraid of the threat of the Fourth Raikage at all. Seeing this, he crushed White Zetsu to death with only one hand. At the same time, there was a bang. Several figures rushed in. It was Sasuke and his hawks. Seeing Sasuke, Fourth Raikage's eyes lit up, and he rushed over immediately, fighting with Sasuke. Although Sasuke has greatly improved in strength, compared with Fourth Raikage, he is still far behind. Even with Shigego's help, and even turning on Susanoo at the end, it's still not a match for Fourth Raikage. Advertisement. And just when Fourth Raikage wanted to move to end Sasuke, Sasuke's figure disappeared. Sasuke can't let you kill him. Obito appeared not far away, carrying the unconscious Sasuke on his shoulders. Bai Ye looked at Obito and noticed that Obito had replaced the original Vortex mask, which means, BGEA. Obito should have got Nagato's Rinnegan. Or Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. Obito also noticed Bai Ye present, and his heart was slightly shocked. Even with Rinnegan, Obito still feels a bit guilty facing Bai Ye at this time. But when he thought that he didn't come to fight Bai Ye today, Dai Wang quickly calmed down. Looking around at the crowd present, he said Project Tsuki no Mi. Project Tsuki no Mi was originally proposed by Uchiha. The principle is very simple, by collecting all tailed beasts, and then resurrecting Geto statue, which is the body of 10 tails. Then he becomes 10 tails Jinchuriki himself, and his actual experience reaches the level of Sage of 6 Paths. Finally, project your pupil power onto the moon to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. In this way, it is possible to control everyone on the ground, unify the world, and create peace in the illusion. Of course, this was Uchiha Madara's plan, and Obito's plan was to create a Shizi with just himself and Rin. But neither Uchiha Madara's plan nor Obito's plan. It is obviously impossible to be recognized. Therefore, after listening to Obito's plan, everyone present refused. Hearing everyone's rejection, Obito was not surprised at all. He came here, never thought that this plan would be approved. In that case, let's go to war. Facing the movie present, Tsunade and others, Obito didn't panic at all, but said arrogantly. "Ahole, you are courting death." The fiery Fourth Raikage rushed forward immediately. However, Obito obviously didn't have the idea of being gang beaten, so he used Sharingan's ability immediately. The space distorted for a while, and Obito also carried Sasuke and disappeared. This guy. Seeing the disappearing Obito, everyone's expressions were very ugly. This guy is just too arrogant. His plan must not be realized. If it is realized, then we will live in an illusion forever. This is absolutely intolerable, Fourth Raikage said loudly. The others nodded in approval. Afterwards, everyone returned to their respective ninja villages, and began to gather manpower, preparing to fight to the death with the Akatsuki organization. The Fourth Ninja World War also officially started. It has to be said that when the major ninja villages unite and cooperate, the efficiency is also very high. In just a few days, the Ninja United Army was assembled. According to statistics, nearly 90,000 people participated in the Fourth Ninja World War. And these 90,000 people were divided into intelligence troops, reconnaissance troops, surprise attack troops, mid-range coalition troops, melee coalition troops, and long-distance coalition troops. Every troop has a captain. Looking at the densely packed coalition army below, Fourth Raikage, as the supreme commander, also showed a smile on his face. In his view, facing such a large number of coalition forces, the Akatsuki organization is simply vulnerable. Thinking in his heart, Fourth Raikage looked at Bai Ye who was on the side, and asked with a smile, "What do you think of this war with Akatsuki?" Bai Ye shook his head, knowing that Fourth Raikage was showing off, but he still replied calmly. In the face of absolute strength, quantity is useless. Indeed, at the beginning, the United Army could be said to be indifferent, and quickly relied on their cooperation to seal the strong men from the impure world reincarnation. But when Uchiha comes, when Geto's statue comes, the numbers are useless. Not to mention the later 6 Paths Obito, 6 Paths Madara. It can be said that only absolute strength can win the final victory. It's like the Pirate League that Bai Ye met at the beginning. The mighty Ryotsu burst out. The Pirate Alliance suffered heavy casualties in an instant. And in the face of the powerhouses of the 6 Paths level, the result of the combined army is also the same. I don't think Akatsuki has such strength. Strength can indeed solve everything, but Fourth Raikage still does not agree with Bai Ye's opinion. You know, even he, facing so many ninjas, can only run away. Obviously, there really isn't anyone in Shao's organization who is much stronger than him. Hearing what Fourth Raikage said, Bai Ye didn't say any more. All he has to do now is to wait quietly. The action of the Ninja United Army was very fast, and it didn't take long for the scouting troops to detect the location of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Thus, 4th Reikage announced the start of action. Advertisement: the mighty allied army began to encircle and suppress Shao organization. However, the Akatsuki organization is not without the ability to resist. The countless White Zetsu army and the dead strongmen summoned by Impure World Reincarnation directly hit the joint room by surprise. However, under the command of Lu Ju, the united army quickly began to counterattack again. First, they sealed off many strong men who were released by Impure World Reincarnation, and then with the help of Naruto, they eliminated the White Zetsu army. So far, the Union Army has won a big victory, Union Army headquarters. Ha ha ha, as I said, as long as we unite, Akatsuki will be vulnerable. Hearing the good news from the front line, 4th Reikage smiled on his face. Not only that, 4th Reikage also squinted at Bai Ye with his eyes, the meaning inside was obvious. Bai Ye didn't speak, but shook his head instead. Where is this? Uchiha Madara didn't show up yet. Those people in front are just sending honor. It can be said that even the mighty Nagato couldn't make it to the final stage. Because the following battles are all battles between hangers-on. If you don't have a clue, you can only be a cannon fodder. Tsunade also noticed Bai Ye's expression, came to Bai Ye's side, and asked in a low voice, Bai Ye, are there any enemies behind? Bai Ye nodded. The enemies in the back are no longer something you can deal with, so you just need to treat the wounded in the back. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Tsunade was shocked. You know, as the former Konoha Sannin, she also has the blood of the Senju clan, so she is very powerful. But Bai Ye actually said that she can only be a medical soldier. How is this possible? Just when Tsunade was about to continue talking, a ninja hurriedly. He ran in with a look of shock and fear on his face. According to reports from the front, Uchiha. When the name was mentioned, the ninja had a look of fear on his face, but he finally said it out. Uchiha Madara is out by Impure World Reincarnation. What? Hearing this news, not only ordinary ninjas, but even 4th Reikage, Tsunade, Onoki and others showed disbelief. They never expected that Uchiha Madara would appear. Uchiha Madara is very famous, it can be said that everyone present knows everyone. That is a legendary ninja who is as famous as first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja world. The strength is terrifyingly powerful. Even 9 tails, in front of Uchiha Madara, is just a toy. At the beginning, it was Uchiha Madara who controlled 9 tails and fought with first Hokage. In the end, although he died, he also seriously injured first Hokage. Of course, Uchiha faked his death at the beginning, in order to obtain the cells of the first generation so as to evolve Rinnegan, so as to realize his plan of the Eye of the Moon. Facing Uchiha Madara, the coalition army has suffered heavy losses, the ninja continued. Although the strength of the united army is strong, it is still far behind Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja. We have to hurry up and stop Uchiha Madara. Tsuchikage Onogi stepped up and said, but he didn't have much confidence himself. After all, Uchiha's strength is too strong. Yeah, 4th Reikage nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the 5 cages, including Tsunade, all moved towards where Uchiha Madara was. Bai Ye followed closely behind, on the battlefield where Uchiha Madara is. At this time, facing the powerful Uchiha Madara, everyone in the coalition army looked dignified. It can be said that many ninjas at the scene grew up listening to the stories of Uchiha Madara. But now, the pressure is too great for them to face this ninja legend. Many ninjas have cold sweat on their foreheads. Uchiha Madara stood on a tall rock, looking at the large number of joint army ninjas below, expressionless. The number of people doesn't mean anything to him. However, Obito, why am I being reincarnated by Impure World? This seems to be different from my plan. Uchiha Madara looked at Obito who was wearing a mask. I didn't expect Nagato to use Rinne Tensai technique in advance, so I can only use Impure World Reincarnation to revive you. Obito was also a little helpless. Uchiha was silent for a while, and continued to ask, where is my Rinnegan? I transplanted it into my own eye. Hearing what Obito said, Uchiha Madara nodded, then looked at the joint army ninja below, and asked, you guys, do you want to dance? As soon as the words fell, the joint army ninja hadn't reacted yet. Uchiha Madara had already jumped down and came to the middle of the joint army ninjas, and started a frenzied slaughter. Uchiha Madara's movements are very beautiful, just like dancing, but the picture makes people shudder. As long as it is touched by Uchiha Madara, it will not be killed or disabled. Therefore, in a short period of time, the joint army ninja suffered heavy casualties. Point 133, Tengai Shinsei, crush the meteorite. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara is like entering no man's land. Countless united army ninjas have no ability to resist Uchiha Madara. Is this the strength of ninja legend? Too strong, we are no match at all. We can only wait until all the Shadow Masters come over, otherwise we will not be able to defeat Uchiha Madara at all. At this time, everyone's heart is full of fear. In their view, Uchiha Madara can no longer be solved with a large number of people. It is necessary to let the cage level strong come. Stand back. At this moment, a loud voice came. All the ninjas of the joint army looked over and saw a few figures rushing towards this side. It is 4th Reikage, Tsunade, and Naruto et al. Master 4th Reikage and the others have come, let's retreat first. Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, the joint army ninjas quickly retreated. And soon, 4th Reikage and others had already arrived, looking at Uchiha Madara in the center of the battlefield, everyone's faces were very dignified. After all, that's Uchiha Madara, an existence that can stand on par with Senju Hashirama, who is known as the God of Ninja. Since that's Uchiha Madara, who is that masked guy? Kakashi noticed something was wrong. Yeah, it's impossible for two Uchiha Madaras to appear at the same time, Naruto also said doubtfully. Because Obito has been wearing a mask before, they always thought that the king of the belt was Uchiha Madara. But now it seems that it is obviously not. Master Bai Ye, do you know? Naruto looked at Bai Ye. In Naruto's eyes, day and night are like Tao, a man you've all heard of. Bai Ye didn't say Obito's name. We've all heard that. Both Kakashi and Naruto looked puzzled. And at this moment, what is that? Someone made a terrified sound. I saw Uchiha Madara in the center of the battlefield surging with powerful chakra all over his body. Soon, a blue giant monster formed entirely by chakra appeared behind Uchiha Madara. It is Susanoo, and it's not over yet. Advertisement. As Uchiha Madara made a mudra in his hand, the huge blue monster also began to make a mudra. Rumble. At this time, a roar sounded from the top of the head, and a huge shadow appeared on the ground, as if it was blocked by something. What happened? Everyone looked at the sky in doubt. After seeing clearly what happened, everyone's pupils shrank, and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. How is this possible? In the sky, a huge meteorite with a diameter of several thousand meters was slowly falling from the sky. If this meteorite hits the ground, the combined army will suffer heavy casualties. Absolutely don't let this meteorite fall to the ground. Onoki shouted loudly, and immediately used ninjutsu to prevent the meteorite from falling. But Onogi alone can't even shake the meteorite. At this time, Gaara also made a move, and countless yellow sands formed a huge palm, and then supported it under the meteorite. Boom! The meteorite fell on the palm of the yellow sand and seemed to stop. Stop it! Surprised looks appeared on everyone's faces. But the next moment, Gaara's expression changed. Click click click. Countless shattering sounds came, and I saw Gaara's yellow sand palm formed by ninjutsu. Without even holding it for a second, it shattered directly. This is bad. Looking at the scene in front of him, Onoki broke out in cold sweat. There are still many joint ninjas under the meteorite who have not retreated. If the meteorite really hits down, countless people will die because of it. Drink. At this time, Gaara mobilized the chakra in his body again, and a larger yellow sand palm appeared, supporting the meteorite. Judging from Gaara's expression, the chakra consumed this time is very huge. But fortunately, the meteorite stopped falling, but everyone has not had time to be happy. Boom! Another meteorite appeared above and hit the meteorite in front fiercely. Suddenly, the palm of the yellow sand collapsed again. And this meteorite is bigger than the previous one. It's over now. Many people had looks of despair on their faces. Not even one meteorite could stop it, let alone two meteorites. HMPH, let's dance together. Uchiha Madara looked at the scene in front of her with a smile on her face. Although he doesn't own the real Rinnegan now, he has been able to unleash the Skybreaker. Advertisement, and just this one shot of Tengai Shinsei is enough to wipe out most of the joint army ninjas. Ask for flowers, this is absolute strength. Fourth Raikage looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly remembered Bai Ye's words. In the face of absolute strength, the number of people is meaningless. At this time, Fourth Raikage finally understood the meaning of the night talk. Indeed, in the face of this terrifying strength, no matter how many people there are, they are nothing but ants. Thinking of this, Fourth Raikage turned to look at Bai Ye. But at this time, the figure of day and night has disappeared. At the same time, Onoki looked at the huge meteorite that was about to land, and felt ruthless in his heart, so he wanted to go under the meteorite and use his own strength to lift it up. But at the next moment, Onoki stopped and looked not far away in surprise. Not only Onoki, but even other people looked over. I saw a figure appearing beside the meteorite. That's it, Bai Ye. Someone recognized Bai Ye. What does that man want? Is he trying to destroy this meteorite? It's unlikely. That's right, no matter how powerful Lord Bai Ye is, he still cannot destroy such a huge meteorite. Many people know that Bai Ye once defeated Nagato, but facing such a huge meteorite, it is no longer something that mortals can do. That guy. Seeing Bai Ye's figure, the masked Obito stared at him, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Impossible. Obito also didn't believe that Bai Ye could solve two such huge meteorites. But the next moment, Obito's pupils shrank suddenly. I saw it in Obito's surprised eyes. A powerful force suddenly erupted from Bai Ye's body. Like real Ryatsu gushing out, a blood-red figure appeared from behind Bai Ye. It was Susanoo. Double bone, Bai Ye's calm voice sounded, and his fists slammed forward. At the same time, Susanoo's fists also hit forward. Boom! In the astonished eyes of everyone, the huge meteorite was blown away by Bai Ye in a bang. Kacha, and finally turned into countless gravels in midair, cracking apart. How is this possible? Countless people stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Even Uchiha Madara showed surprise in his originally haughty eyes. 134. The arrival of the tree realm, meteorite shattered? The fleeing joint army ninjas looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They never expected that such a huge meteorite would be blown away by that man and shattered into pieces. What kind of strength is this? Why are you stopping? Continue to retreat. Tsunade couldn't help but shouted when he saw the joint ninjas who stopped in place. Oh, by the way, there is another meteorite, everyone run. At this time, the joint army ninja also reacted. There is an even bigger meteorite on it. Although the falling speed is relatively slow, if it really falls, they will definitely finish the game. At the same time, Bai Ye has come to the side of another meteorite. Looking at this even bigger meteorite, he waved his fists again. Boom. Both Bai Ye's fists and Susanoo's both punched into the meteorite. 073. Immediately afterwards, under the shocking eyes of everyone, this meteorite, which was even bigger than the previous one, also flew out. After flying thousands of meters, it exploded with a bang. Although there are countless meteorite fragments flying around, it is obvious that it has not caused any damage. Master Bai Ye. Master Bai Ye is too strong. Countless joint army ninjas cheered. The eyes looking at Bai Ye are full of admiration and admiration. This guy, good strength. Even fourth Raikage was shocked. Even he is helpless in the face of these two meteorites. Bai Ye, how much strength is he hiding? Tsunade murmured in a daze. Obviously, if Bai Ye had only shown the strength when he defeated Pain, it would be impossible to crush these two meteorites. And now, has Bai Ye fully demonstrated his strength? Tsunade shook his head, sure not. Bai Ye, perhaps even stronger than imagined. Master Bai Ye, you are so handsome, Naruto also shouted excitedly. Uchiha Madara, who was located in the center of the battlefield, also changed his expression slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. He also didn't expect that someone would be able to smash the meteorite into pieces. Advertisement, but that's what's interesting, Uchiha Madara said with a smile. By the way, Obito, do you know who this guy is? Could it be from our Uchiha clan? Uchiha looked at the king of the belt. This guy's name is Bai Ye, and Nagato was defeated by him, but this guy's origin is unknown, and he shouldn't be from the Uchiha family. At this time, Obito's face was very ugly. Originally after getting Rinnegan, Obito no longer put Bai Ye in his eyes, but now it seems that Bai Ye's strength has far exceeded his imagination. We have to deal with this guy, otherwise it will affect our plan, Obito continued. HMPH, don't worry, he will be handed over to me, you go to collect the remaining tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, with a proud look on his face, apparently not paying attention to Bai Ye. Understood. Obito said, rushing towards Naruto and Killer Bee immediately. Seeing Obito rushing towards him, Naruto also said to Killer Bee, leave this guy to us to deal with. No problem. After Killer Bee finished speaking, he also rushed towards Obito. At the same time, 5 cages also rushed towards Uchiha Madara, obviously wanting to strike first and kill Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Madara sneered and said contemptuously, you guys want to beat me? Wood style. The tree world is coming. Uchiha Madara formed seals with both hands and used the exclusive skill of first Hokage, and the tree world descended. Immediately. Rumble. Within a few kilometers around, there was a roar on the ground, and then countless huge trees rushed out from the ground crazily. This scene is really amazing. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. And the figure of 5 cages who was rushing towards Uchiha Madara also paused, and countless branches blocked them. These branches are very flexible, like a giant python, and very tough. Even if Raikage uses lightning style, they cannot be destroyed. Soon, Wukage was tied up by the branches, unable to move. Obviously, Wukage is as immature as a child in front of Uchiha Madara, and is not an opponent at all. How can this guy be so strong? Terumi Mei was very angry. Anyway, she also has 2 kinds of blood succession limit, but she is not the opponent of Uchiha Madara at all. In fact, it's not that Uchiha Madara is strong, but that wood style of first Hokage is too pervert. Not only the attack range is very wide, but also very difficult to deal with. Those branches can be said to be harder than steel. HMPH, a group of ants, die. Uchiha Madara sneered, and was about to strangle Gokage by controlling the branches. Advertisement, but at this time, a figure appeared. Swish swish swish. A cold light flashed, and the branches that trapped Wying were cut off, and Wying regained his freedom. Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye, Tsunade was also very excited. Bai Ye nodded and said, go and help others, I will leave Uchiha Madara to me. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Wukage wanted to say something, but they didn't say it in the end. After all, it can be seen from the previous battle that they are not Uchiha Madara's opponents at all. So even if you want to help, you can only help. Understood, let's go. Fourth Raikage let go of the pride in his heart at this time, turned around and left. The scope of the tree world's fall is too large, and now there are many joint army ninjas who need their help. After seeing Wukage leave, Bai Ye also turned around and looked at Uchiha Madara not far away. You don't have the breath of chakra on your body, and your eyes seem to be different from the normal eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Where did you come from? Uchiha Madara frowned. It's really strange to have such a powerful strength without any chakra breath. I'll tell you when you defeat me, Ye said calmly. Ha ha ha. Uchiha laughed loudly, but soon his expression became grim. When I defeat you, that's when you die. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Uchiha Madara formed seals with both hands, and several big dragons rushed towards Bai Ye with hideous faces. Bai Ye looked at the rushing wooden dragon, his face 1.2 calm. But soon, Bai Ye moved, and the huge Ryotsu in his body gushed out. Everything is ashes. Ryujin Jaka, Shikai, burn the city. Bai Ye swung the Ryujin Jaka in his hands. A fiery giant palm grabbed the wooden dragons violently. Without any sound, those wooden dragons were instantly burned to ashes by the high temperature of the huge flame palm. At the same time, the power of the flame giant palm continued to rush towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised when he saw the wooden dragon being easily burned by the giant flame palm. But Uchiha Madara's reaction was quick, and he avoided the giant flame palm in the first place. Boom! The huge flame palm slammed into Uchiha Madara's original position, and a violent explosion occurred. The surrounding trees were burned to the ground. 135. 10 Tails appears, the tailed beast bomb. Well, what's that? At this time, the Ninja United Army who was retreating also noticed the movement behind them, and turned around to look at it immediately. Then they saw an astonishing scene. I saw several huge pillars of fire erupting from the ground, with infinite power, like the end of the world. And when everyone was terrified by the pillar of fire, they were surprised to find that Susanoo of Uchiha Madara was easily swallowed by the pillar of fire. Could it be that? Surprised looks appeared on everyone's faces. In the distance, Naruto, who was fighting Obito, also noticed this scene, and immediately said happily. As expected of Lord Bai Ye, you actually defeated Uchiha Madara. Killer Bee is also extremely happy. If he is not fighting Obito, he would like to have a rap right now. This guy. Obito looked very ugly. He knew Bai Ye was strong, but he didn't expect Bai Ye to be so strong. Even Uchiha Madara was not Bai Ye's opponent. But Obito is not too anxious. After all, Uchiha Madara is now in the state of impure world reincarnation, and there is no way to kill it except for sealing it. But 16 is that it is not an option to continue like this. Once Uchiha Madara is sealed, and Bai Ye turns around to deal with him, it will be completely over. We must collect all the tail beasts as soon as possible and revive 10 tails. Obito made up his mind, and immediately started a fierce attack on Naruto and Killer Bee. Although Naruto and Killer Bee are not bad in strength, they are not Obito's opponents at all. Soon, Obito finds an opportunity and is about to grab Naruto. But at this moment, swish, a figure appeared and kicked Obito. In order to avoid being kicked, Obito had no choice but to enter a different space, and this also made Naruto react and distanced himself from Obito. Mr. Guy, Mr. Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi and Guy appearing in front of him, Naruto said in surprise. There is no problem over there, let's deal with this guy together. I want to see who this guy is hiding his head and showing his tail. Kakashi stared at Obito. For some reason, he felt that the masked guy in front of him was very familiar. But who it is, I can't think of it. HMPH, is it up to you? Even against the combination of Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Guy, it's not a lie to bring the pastoral day. Come out, Obito said, opening his arms. Immediately afterwards, Tien Dao's powerful chakra aggregate appeared beside Dai Wang. It was the 7-tailed beasts that had been captured. Advertisement this time, Naruto, Kakashi and others fell into a hard fight again. Meanwhile, the other side, after eliminating Uchiha Madara, the pillar of fire gradually disappeared. But Uchiha Madara did not die completely, but soon reappeared not far from Bai Ye. I have to say that the infinite resurrection ability of impure world reincarnation is indeed a bug. Not even the fiery hell could wipe out Uchiha Madara. You guys are very good, and you have been recognized by me, Uchiha Madara. Even after losing the battle just now, Uchiha Madara still looks proud. Uchiha Madara, you have already lost. Bai Ye looked at Uchiha Madara calmly. Losing? I didn't lose, and it's not my full self. Uchiha Madara shook her head. The same is true. Uchiha Madara at this time did not get the real Rinnegan. And his Rinnegan on Uchiha Obito's body. But if you can beat me in this state, you can already be proud. Bai Ye shook his head and stopped talking. Seeing Bai Ye's appearance, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, but didn't make a move. It can be seen from the previous battles that he is not Bai Ye's opponent unless he gets Rinnegan. However, this must be in the context of his resurrection. Summoning technique, Gedo statue. At this moment, Uchiha Madara formed mudras with both hands and pressed them to the ground suddenly. Boom! Soon, a huge figure appeared. It is the Gedo statue. What is that? Naruto and Kakashi, who were fighting Obito, both found Gedo statue who appeared on the side. And just when they were wondering, Obito took the opportunity to distance himself, and then his hands began to seal. Next moment, Gedo statue opened his mouth suddenly, and a strong suction force was generated. Immediately, all the surrounding 7 tails were absorbed into the body by Gedo statue. There is also a tentacle of 8 tails, and a treasure of 2 horns of gold and silver. What's wrong? Looking at the scene in front of them, Naruto and Kakashi suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Really? Next second, a gigantic chakra emerged from Gedo statue's body. Advertisement roar, and 10 tails came back to life just like that, roaring to the sky with an extremely terrifying aura. What is this? Naruto, Kakashi and others were sweating coldly. This thing gave them a very bad feeling. Whatever you are, die for me. At this time, Killer Bee, who had already turned into a beast with a tail, jumped up and instantly came to the sky above 10 Tails. Facing 10 Tails was a tailed beast bomb. However, face the tailed beast bomb that can destroy a village. 10 Tails sent the tailed beast bomb flying with just a flick of his finger. Boom! Killer Bee was hit by his own tailed beast bomb and was instantly blown out. HMPH, overreaching. Obito appeared on top of 10 Tails and began to control 10 Tails. Just then, 10 Tails opened his mouth violently and the chakra in his body began to surge and gather in his mouth. Immediately after everyone's horrified eyes, a red-tailed beast bomb in the shape of a water drop appeared. Although I haven't seen it before, everyone can feel the powerful energy emitted by this red-tailed beast bomb. That is definitely enough to destroy the world, don't let him launch. Naruto and Kakashi wanted to go up and block it, but it's too late. The red-tailed beast bomb flew out at high speed. The target is the headquarters of the coalition army. No, everyone looked at this scene in despair. Boom. There was a terrifying explosion. Under everyone's horrified eyes, a range of several kilometers in the distance was blown to pieces. What kind of monster is this? The ninjas of the combined army were filled with fear. Can this kind of power really be stopped by humans? And at this moment, a red-tailed beast bomb condensed from 10 Tails' mouth again. The target this time is Bai Ye in the distance and many joined army ninjas. HMPH, it's over. Looking at the scene in front of him, a sneer appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. The range of the red-tailed beast bomb is huge, even Bai Ye cannot escape. And he is impure world reincarnation, so even if he is destroyed, he can be resurrected. 136. 10 Tails, there is no resistance. This is bad. Kakashi also understood the purpose of 10 Tails, and his face became very ugly. It can be understood from the previous scene that the red-tailed beast bomb is very powerful, enough to kill most of the joined army ninjas who have not had time to escape. There is only one way now, Kamui. Kakashi used the ability of the Sharingan, Kamui, to absorb the tailed beast bomb into the other dimension. But the next moment, Kakashi spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person fell to his knees on the ground. Obviously, the power of the tailed beast bomb is too large, and Kakashi has no way to absorb it. Teacher Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi kneeling on the ground, Naruto hurried over to help Kakashi up, looking worried. On the other side, standing on top of 10 Tails and controlling 10 Tails, Obito also noticed Kakashi's movements, with a disdainful smile on his face under the mask. With Kakashi's strength, he still wants to absorb the tailed beast bomb, which is really ridiculous. And in the distance, fourth Raikage, Tsunade also noticed the situation on this side. Looking at the tailed beast bomb brewing in the mouth of 10 Tails, his face became very ugly. The power of the tailed beast bomb is too huge, even they may not be able to stop it, let alone those ordinary joined army ninjas. No, you have to stop it, otherwise all of us will die, Onoki said anxiously. And Gaara directly launched ninjutsu, and countless yellow sand formed a thick yellow sand city wall. But even so, everyone's faces are still very dignified. They all knew in their hearts that this yellow sand city wall would most likely not be able to block the tailed beast bomb's bombardment. Why don't you take action? Are you just watching those people die? Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye who was standing there and said sarcastically. In other words, you have already given up, that's right, even you may not be able to save your life in the face of tailed beast bomb. Bai Ye's face was very calm, and he said lightly, I was just thinking, if you want to defeat me with this thing, don't you look down on me too much. You. Uchiha heard an angry look on his face, but quickly calmed down, and said coldly, you boy, you are dying like this. Death? That's not necessarily the case. As soon as Bai Ye's voice fell, his figure disappeared in place. Huh? What? Before Uchiha Madara could react, he saw the figures of day and night appearing hundreds of meters away. How is it possible? His speed is so fast. This time Uchiha Madara's expression completely changed. If Bai Ye had used this speed before, it would be impossible for him to hit Bai Ye at all. Advertisement in other words, Bai Ye has been hiding his strength. This is the most difficult thing for Uchiha Madara to accept. He thinks that in the entire ninja world, except for the dead sage of six paths and Otsutsuki Kagaya, only Hashirama is his opponent. And after he obtained Hashirama cells and evolved Rinnegan, Juma was no longer in his eyes. But unexpectedly, another Bai Ye appeared now. It must be revived as soon as possible. Uchiha Madara looked at Obito who was standing on top of 10 Tails, with seriousness in his eyes. Now only Obito has the Rinnegan, and only the king can revive him. At the same time, Obito also found Bai Ye's figure, his face changed, he also didn't expect Bai Ye's speed to be so fast. However, it's too late. Obito looked cold, and immediately wanted to control 10 Tails to launch Tailed Beast Bomb. 10 Tails took a deep breath and was about to launch the Tailed Beast Bomb. But at this moment, Bai Ye has come to the front of 10 Tails through continuous use of Shunpo. One bone. Bai Ye's fist slammed into the red-tailed beast bomb. Immediately, the entire tailed beast bomb was directly punched into 10 Tails' stomach, and the powerful impact even overturned 10 Tails. How is this possible? Obito's face showed horror. He didn't expect that someone could abruptly interrupt 10 Tails' tailed beast bomb. You know, this is 10 Tails. Even the most powerful 9 Tails are nothing but ants in front of 10 Tails. Even as long as you become a 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you can get a calendar comparable to the original Sage of Six Paths. Boom. There was a loud bang. Tailed Beast Bomb explodes directly in Ten Tails' belly. Roar. 10 Tails howled in pain. Apparently, even 10 Tails themselves are having a bit of a hard time taking damage from the Tailed Beast Bomb. Master Bai Ye has succeeded. Advertisement, I really don't hate adults. We are saved. The United Army ninjas who were rescued in the distance all showed joy and praised Bai Ye constantly. Nice job. Onoki also had a look of joy. This guy is really too strong. I'm not as good as him. At this time, Fourth Raikage completely agreed with day and night. Tsunade also had a smile on his face, but soon became serious again, but it's not the time to relax yet, the enemy has not been defeated yet. Saying that, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Madara. We stopped Uchiha Madara. Let Lord Bai Ye and Naruto deal with 10 Tails and the guy with the mask. Understood. The other 4 shadows nodded heavily. Although they knew in their hearts that with their strength, they couldn't defeat Uchiha Madara at all, but at this moment, they had no reason to back down. HMPH, is it up to you? Uchiha Madara recovered from the scene where Bai Ye interrupted 10 Tails, with a disdainful smile on his face. Bai Ye can't beat him now, can I still beat you, group of ants? And at this time, Madara, let me be your opponent. Hearing this voice, everyone, including Uchiha Madara, gave a look. And Uchiha Madara's reaction was the fastest and most intense. He looked angrily at the source of the sound, and saw the owner of the sound at a glance. It is first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Not only that, but there are also second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Gajou, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and finally Orochimaru who has been successfully washed. But Uchiha Madara only has Senju Hashirama in his eyes at this time. Hashi Hot Mom, you are no longer my opponent. Haha, let's try it, wood style. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Senju Hashirama made mudras with both hands, and instantly summoned a huge wooden golem, rushing towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara summoned Susanoo. Soon, the two fell in love together. Tsunade looked at second generation, third generation, fourth generation and Orochimaru. We're here to help. Second Hokage said still, but it seems that we don't need our help. At this time, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato touched his head and said, What? Everyone followed fourth Hokage's gaze and looked at the battlefield between Bai Ye and 10 Tails, dumbfounded. At this moment, 10 Tails was hanged up and beaten by Bai Ye in various ways, and he didn't have the ability to resist at all. 137. Become Obito of 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Roar, roar, roar. On the battlefield, 10 Tails roared frantically, trying to wrap their tails around Bai Ye. But Bai Ye dodged 10 Tails' attack with a dodge, and then slashed at 10 Tails' tail. Immediately, 10 Tails' tail was chopped off easily. 10 Tails roared in pain, opened his mouth again, and wanted to launch Tailed Beast Bomb to attack Bai Ye. Bai Ye came to the top of 10 Tails' head in a dodge, and raised the Ryujin Jaka in his hand to cut off 10 Tails' head. Seeing this, 10 Tails shrank his pupils, panic flashed in his eyes, and quickly gave up using the Tailed Beast Bomb. With a sudden force on his limbs, he spun around on the ground in embarrassment, only to escape Bai Ye's attack. Simultaneously, boom, Bai Ye's slash fell to the ground. Suddenly, a huge crack with a depth of nearly a kilometer appeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They obviously didn't expect that 10 Tails, who was like a monster, would be crushed and beaten by Bai Ye, with no ability to resist at all. Moreover, that man's strength is too strong, such a random blow has produced such an astonishing effect. When did such a strong man appear in the ninja world? It's simply too scary. Second Hokage's face was filled with shock. Judging from the constantly gushing chakra in 10 Tails' body, 10 Tails' strength is definitely very strong, at least he doesn't have much confidence to defeat 10 Tails. But even so, 10 Tails could only dodge under Bai Ye's attack. Orochimaru also licked his lips, looking at Bai Ye in surprise. He thinks that Bai Ye must be a very good research object, just like the cells of first generation in Sasuke. But Orochimaru didn't dare to do anything to Bai Ye. As far as Bai Ye's current strength is concerned, Tianjie is not Bai Ye's opponent. Tsunade, who is that guy? Third Hokage looked at Bai Ye with a thoughtful look on his old face. His name is Bai Ye, and he is now in charge of the Fire Nation in Konoha, Tsunade replied. What? Hearing Tsunade's words, the 3 Konoha Hokages present all looked surprised. You said he became the master of Konoha? Third Hokage was the most surprised. Originally, he was still thinking about whether to be emotional and let Bai Ye join Konoha, but he didn't expect Bai Ye to become the master of Konoha. Tsunade, are you kidding? I don't think he's wearing a Hokage cape. Namikaze Minato asked. Tsunade said with a wry smile, I am Konoha's Hokage now, but behind the scenes Konoha is indeed 193 controlled by Bai Ye. It doesn't conform to Konoha's rules, Third Hokage said with a frown. So what if it doesn't follow the rules? With Bai Ye's strength, we have no chance to refuse, Tsunade said helplessly. But at this time, Tsunade no longer has any guard against Bai Ye. After all, Bai Ye has saved Konoha many times. Yes, too, fourth Hokage nodded. Neither of them is a match for Bai Ye, let alone Tsunade. And looking at the current situation, Bai Ye at least has no malice towards Konoha, so it is not unacceptable. Master Hokage, I'm going to help Naruto first. At this time, Namikaze Minato noticed the battle between Naruto and Obito. Although Naruto's current strength is a bit beyond his expectation, but obviously, even so, Naruto plus Kakashi and others, as well as opponents who are not the masked man. Even if Kakashi hadn't been using Sharingan to assist, Naruto would have been knocked down long ago. Go. The most important thing now is to end this war. Second Hokage nodded and said. Afterwards, Namikaze Minato turned into a golden flash and rushed towards Naruto. At the same time, although Obito has been pressing Naruto and others to fight, he can't solve Naruto and them for a while. This made him very irritable. Now Ten Tails is not Bai Ye's opponent at all. If it continues to drag on, his plan with Uchiha Madara is likely to be shattered. This guy. Where did the monster appear from? Obito avoided Naruto's Rasengan, took a moment to watch the battle between Bai Ye and Ten Tails, and his heart sank to the bottom. At this time, Ten Tails had 8 of their 10 tails cut off by Bai Ye, and they were about to be completely defeated by Bai Ye. No, we must find a way as soon as possible. At this time, Obito found a very good opportunity. Taking advantage of Naruto's untimely reaction, he grabbed Naruto with both hands. Seeing that Naruto was about to be caught, at this moment, Cassie made a move. Kamui. Kakashi wants to use Kamui to remove Naruto. HMPH, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Obito had a sneer on his face, also using Kamui. Suddenly, the space around Kakashi twisted, then the two disappeared together. Obviously, Obito's target is not Naruto, but Kakashi. A hole. Looking at Obito and Kakashi who disappeared, Naruto also had nothing to do. Wow, at this moment, there was a burst of cheers from around. What's wrong? Advertisement. Naruto looked over suspiciously, and saw that everyone around was extremely excited, their faces full of excitement and joy. And soon, Naruto knew what happened. It turned out that Bai Ye had already cut 10 tails into 2 pieces. Master Bai Ye, have you won? Naruto also looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He did not expect that such a powerful 10 tails would be defeated by Bai alone. This guy is really too strong. At this time, 4th Raikage had no intention of comparing with Bai Ye at all. In the distance, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama are still fighting. But Uchiha Madara also noticed the scene over there, and his face became very ugly. 10 Tails' defeat meant that his plan also failed. Madara, it's not a good time to be distracted. Hashirama's voice came, and at the same time, the huge wooden golem also punched him. Uchiha Madara didn't react for a while and was immediately blasted out. But this attack obviously can't hurt Uchiha Madara, but at this time Uchiha Madara's mind is no longer on the battle with Hashirama. Now 10 Tails is not completely dead, as long as Obito uses Rinne Tensai technique to revive me, and then I become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, then everything still has a chance. But soon Uchiha's face darkened again, because he didn't find the ugly figure. But in fact, in the different space at this time. Kakashi already knew Obito's true identity, and after some fighting, he defeated Obito using Reikari. The two then returned to the real world. When he learned that Bai Ye had dealt with 10 tails, Kakashi also had a smile on his face. He looked at Obito, smiled and said, Obito, your plan has completely failed. Really, I don't think so. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Obito's face, and at the same time, seals began to form in his hands. The surrounding space was distorted for a while, and then Obito's body was wrapped by something strange and became a ball. What's going on? Kakashi immediately left here in a flash. At the same time, the crowd who were delighted because Bai Ye defeated 10 tails seemed to sense something. He looked to this side with a puzzled look on his face. The next moment, everyone's faces were full of shock. I saw that in midair, a sphere burst suddenly, then Obito's figure appeared. However, at this time, Obito exudes a terrifying aura all over his body, like a demon god. Here it is, 6 paths Obito. How did this guy become like this? Naruto looked at Obito in front of him, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. And the 9 tails in Naruto's body is even more frightening. He sensed a familiar aura from Obito. This familiar breath is exactly Sage of 6 paths. Naruto, get out of here quickly, that guy is not something you can handle, 9 tails reminded. In the distance, Uchiha Madara is furious. He obviously didn't expect that Obito didn't resurrect him, but chose to become the pillar of 10 tails himself. Black Zetsu, why didn't you stop him? Uchiha Madara said to Black Zetsu not far away. I didn't expect Obito to learn this technique. Black Zetsu also looked helpless. He originally thought Obito was trying to resurrect Uchiha Madara using the Rinne Tensai technique. B************************************************************************************* but there was nothing he could do now except hope that Obito would continue to carry out their BIDC plan. And Senju Hashirama, who originally wanted to fight Uchiha, also stopped. Malada, what's the matter with that guy? Senju Hashirama looked at Obito with a serious expression. He could feel that Obito had a powerful force inside him. And this power, even in the period of his complete victory, is far inferior. Obito he has entered another level, which is the level of Sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Madara didn't hide anything. No need to hide either, because at this time Obito, no one can stop it. Even that man, I'm afraid it won't work. What? How is this possible? Senju Hashirama's face became very ugly when he heard the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths, that is the founding father of all ninja sects, the experience is extremely powerful. They are not on the same level at all. Nothing is impossible, you have failed. Uchiha Madara shook her head. Things didn't go the way he hoped, but at least Obito became a 10 tails Jinchuriki and his plan didn't fail. On the other side, Bai Ye looked at Obito thoughtfully. Sure enough, the inertia of the plot is still very strong. Even though he beheaded the 10 tails, in the end Obito became the 10 tails Jinchuriki. However, although Obito is strong at this time, his consciousness has been controlled by 10 tails, and he has completely lost himself. At the same time, Obito has not been able to perfectly integrate the power of 10 tails, so it has not really reached the 6 paths level. But even so, it was enough to instantly kill everyone present except Bai Ye. Master Bai Ye, has that guy become a 10 tails Jinchuriki? Onoki and others came to Bai Ye's side. Advertisement, yes, now his strength has reached the 6 paths level, and he is no longer something ordinary ninjas can handle. Bai Ye said, the expression hasn't changed much. Isn't Lord Bai Ye also a match for that guy? Terumi Mei asked. Bai Ye didn't speak, but looked at where Obito was. This made everyone's faces very ugly. From their point of view, Bai Ye did not speak, which meant that Bai Ye was probably not that guy's opponent either. Then, be present, who else can stop that guy? At the same time, Obito also noticed Bai Ye's gaze, and his expression became very ferocious. Since Obito is now controlled by the 10 tails, so too is the consciousness of the 10 tails. Therefore, 10 tails clearly remembered that it was Bai Ye who cut off his 10 tails, and chopped him into 2 pieces with one knife. This is a sworn enmity, and he must take revenge. Thinking in his heart, Naoshin immediately flew towards the direction of day and night. Just then, the figures of 1st generation, 2nd generation, 3rd generation, and 4th Hokage appeared and stood in front of Obito. Seeing this scene, all the joined army ninjas cheered. After all, these are the 4 Hokages of Konoha, and each of them has great strength. Among them, 1st Hokage is called the God of Ninja World, extremely powerful. Now that the 4 Hokages are gathered together, they must be able to defeat each other, right? Sage Art. Myojin Gate. 1st Hokage took the lead, a red torii fell from the sky and hit Obito hard. In an instant, Obito was pinned to the ground. Myojinman's controllability is very strong. Back then, 1st Hokage used this move to easily suppress 9 tails, making 9 tails unable to move. Successful, however, it has not waited for everyone to be happy. Myojinman, who was suppressed on Obito, was blown away by Obito. This guy. 1st Hokage frowned, his face serious. You know, even if it is 10 tails, he is confident that he can suppress it for a while, but he did not expect to be cracked by Obito in an instant. Minato, Hiruzen, let's go, at this time, 2nd Hokage said. Understood. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded simultaneously. 5 escapes. Dalian playing technique. Yuan Fei Hiruzen first summoned 4 shadow clone, and then including the main body. Each of them used an attribute chakra ninjutsu to attack 6 paths Obito at the same time. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the momentum was astonishing. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Obito stood on the spot intact, without any damage at all. Flying Thunder God technique. At this time, Namikaze Minato and 2nd Hokage used Flying Thunder God technique to come to Obito's side at the same time. Water Style. Hard Vortex Water Blade. Rasengan. 2nd Hokage and Namikaze Minato shot at the same time. Relying on the speed of Flying Thunder God, most people simply have no time to react. But Obito reacted. His left and right hands formed a black ball respectively. This ball is the truth-seeking ball, formed by the condensed forces of yin-yang and 5 elements, possessing terrifying destructive power. The truth-seeking ball in Obito's hand shot at the 2 of them. Boom. The powerful destructive force directly shattered half of their bodies. What's even more frightening is that the body injured by the truth-seeking ball cannot be repaired even through impure world reincarnation. Seeing this scene, everyone was terrified. Everyone couldn't believe that the 4 Hokages were defeated so easily by Obito. Immediately afterwards, the 4 Konoha Hokages teamed up to form the 4 Red Yang formation, trying to control Obito, but it was still useless, and was easily defeated by Obito. At the same time, Obito's expression became very impatient. You annoying guys, I have only one target now, and that guy. Obito pointed to Bai Ye, other irrelevant people, if you don't want to die, just get out of here. Everyone looked in the direction of Obito's finger and saw Bai Ye at a glance. That guy's target turned out to be Master Bai Ye. What should I do? That guy's strength is too strong. The 4 Hokage masters are no match. Can Master Bai Ye beat him? I'm afraid it will be difficult. Tsunade also looked at Bai Ye worriedly, but was interrupted by Bai Ye just as he was about to speak. Stay far away, and leave this place to me. Listening to Bai Ye's firm voice, Tsunade and the other 4 shadows wanted to say something, but finally left here. Understand that their strength is basically useless in the middle of the battle. 138. Bai Ye's 6 paths Obito far away. Seeing that Bai Ye was going to face Obito alone, Uchiha Madara showed a sneer on his face. In his opinion, the current Obito is invincible, except him. There's no way Bai Ye is Obito's opponent. If Bai Ye asks Wying to go up to help and adopt crowd tactics, maybe there is still a chance. But now he wants to fight Obito by himself, that's not much different from courting death. However, now Obito seems to be controlled by Ten Tails, which is not good. Uchiha Madara frowned thoughtfully. His goal is to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi, the one who controls the entire world, to create a world in illusion. Now that Obito is influenced by Ten Tails, it's hard to say whether it will follow the plan. So we have to find a way. We have to go up and help. Master Bai Ye is facing Obito alone. It's too dangerous. Naruto also immediately entered the Nine Tails mode, trying to rush over, but was stopped by Kakashi. Naruto, you have to understand that even the 4 Hokage lords have failed, and we are just adding trouble to Lord Bai Ye, Kakashi said calmly. But, Naruto wanted to say something else. It was only quickly interrupted by Kakashi. Naruto, Lord Bai Ye's strength has not yet been fully demonstrated, and since Lord Bai Ye dares to face Obito alone, it shows that Lord Bai Ye has his own plans. Oh, okay. Naruto could only nod helplessly at last. It's just that there is still a feeling of eagerness in the eyes of Naruto looking at Obito and Bai Ye. This made Nine Tails in Naruto's body very helpless. You don't even look at the people on both sides, it's simply not something we can beat. But in the mind of Nine Tails, Obito is still stronger than Bai Ye at this time. Because Obito can be said to have reached the level of Sage of Six Paths now, and Bai Ye, although strong, but Sage of Six Paths is invincible in his mind. So Nine Tails doesn't think Bai Ye can defeat Obito. At the same time, Obito saw the 5 cages who had left far away and the many ninjas of the United Army, and his face was also surprised. I thought you would let them come up to help, although the number doesn't mean anything to me. Obito had a haughty look on his face. Obviously, at this moment, he no longer takes anyone seriously, even Bai Ye. Because I'm enough alone. Bai Ye said calmly. The current Obito is really strong, and it is not at the same level as first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, Pain and others. But for Bai Ye, it's not even close, he is now stronger than the captain. At the time, the captain had the ability to destroy a world. So the current Obito is not enough to look at in front of Bai Ye. When I heard Bai Ye's words, I had an angry expression on my face. HMPH, now is the only time you can talk big. As he spoke, several truth-seeking balls appeared behind Obito, and he even held a scepter made entirely of truth-seeking balls in his hand. Go. Obito waved the scepter in his hand, and a truth-seeking ball behind him shot at Bai Ye very quickly. And Bai Ye didn't seem to react, just stood there, watching the truth-seeking ball fly over. Seeing this scene, the expressions of second Hokage and fourth Hokage change. They have been attacked by truth-seeking ball before, so they know how powerful this thing is. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't dodge now, he felt very anxious. I think Bai Ye is too confident. Being too confident in battle is not a good thing. HMPH. Obito snorted coldly, also not expecting that Bai Ye would not even dodge. It's really courting death. A cold light flashed in Obito's eyes, and when the truth-seeking ball was still some time away from Bai Ye, he waved the scepter in his hand again. Immediately, that truth-seeking ball immediately turned into a sharp long thorn, piercing Bai Ye's heart. Obviously, the power of this long rain is greater than that of round fairway jade. Oops. Everyone watching the battle from a distance showed worried expressions. However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. It seemed that he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. I saw that Bai Ye didn't use Ryujin Jaka, nor did he dodge, but swung his right fist and hit the spiked truth-seeking ball heavily. There was a click. The truth-seeking ball did not pierce Bai Ye's fist as everyone imagined, but was interrupted by Bai Ye directly. How is this possible? Obito looked at the scene in front of him, his face became very ugly. You know, the truth-seeking ball has all the powers of yin-yang and 5 elements, not only powerful, but also very strong. But now it was interrupted by Bai Ye, and Bai Ye didn't even get hurt at all. What is the origin of this guy? Obito frowned, thinking that Bai Ye appeared in this world suddenly, and there was no news about Bai Ye before. What a strong defense. Fourth Raikage was also amazed. He originally thought that he was already considered the strongest defense in the ninja world, but compared with Bai Ye, it was still far behind. Could it be that Bai Ye really has a chance to defeat Obito? Tsunade also showed a gleam of joy on his face. And at this time, advertisement whoosh, Obito's attack came again, and 3 truth-seeking balls were fired at Bai Ye very quickly. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's surprised eyes. Rumble. A shocking explosion occurred at the location of Bai Ye, and everything around was swallowed by the explosion. It can be said that this explosive power is already comparable to Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb. This power is too great. The faces of countless ninja joint bureaus changed, and at the same time they looked at the location of the explosion worriedly. Is your strength just like this? Before the dust from the explosion dispersed, Bai's voice came from inside. Everyone was surprised when they heard Bai Ye's voice. Bai Ye is not dead. This is really good. At the same time, everyone couldn't help being amazed. How strong is Bai Ye's strength? He actually resisted the explosion that could destroy a village. This guy. Obito also turned very ugly. If your strength is only like this, then you can't be my opponent at all. At this time, the smoke and dust cleared, and a spotless Bai Ye appeared. I saw Bai Ye holding the Ryujin Jaka that was constantly burning with flames in his hand, and said lightly, "You are too arrogant." Hearing Bai Ye's arrogant words, Obito couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed to Bai Ye directly. "Burn the city." Bai Ye waved Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and suddenly, a fiery palm grabbed Obito. Moreover, this time the giant flame palm is hotter and more powerful than before. Where the giant flame palm passed, even the rocks were burned and melted. How is this possible? Obito had a look of horror on his face. However, it was too late to dodge, and he was caught by the flame palm in an instant. Boom! The flaming palm wrapped Obito and hit the ground, making a sky-shattering explosion. The scorching high temperature also exploded towards the surroundings. Even Onoki and the others, who were far away, could feel the scorching sensation brought by the high temperature at this time. Not to mention the Obito that's wrapped in it. That is definitely the temperature that can burn people to ashes. Did you win? They haven't seen Obito's figure for a long time, and everyone's faces are full of anticipation. Looking forward to solving Obito, but obviously everyone is thinking too much. No matter what Obito said, he has reached the 6 pads level now, and he is not so unstoppable. Swish. At this time, a figure rushed out from the flames. It was Obito. It's just that Obito is very embarrassed at this time. Even though he used the truth-seeking ball to block the giant flame palm, the scorching heat still made him very uncomfortable. "You be asterisk 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 D, I will never let you go." Obito looked at Bai Ye and said viciously. Afterwards, Obito's figure moved, and he rushed towards Bai Ye at top speed. Obito's speed was very fast, but in the blink of an eye, he had already come to Bai Ye's side, and grabbed Bai Ye's head with both hands, and at the same time, the truth-seeking ball in his hand turned into a spike again, stabbing at Bai Ye. Bai Ye dodged the spikes with a sideways move, then slashed at Obito with Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Obito reacted quickly, and immediately condensed the truth-seeking ball again to block Bai Ye's attack. However, the next moment, Obito's expression suddenly changed. The whole body bowed into a shrimp shape, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth. "One bone." Amidst Bai Ye's flat voice, Obito's body flew upside down at a high speed, and hit the ground hard, creating a deep hole in the hard ground. Wow! Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance was shocked. Master Bai Ye's strength is too strong. The speed of the two was so fast that I didn't even see their movements clearly. It's really scary. Is this a battle between the top powerhouses? Countless joint army ninjas are all excited. Who is this guy, and why is he so strong? Uchiha Madara's face became very ugly. In his opinion, Obito, who has become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, should be invincible. But from the previous battles, it can be seen that Obito seems to be no match for Bai Ye at all. Not only that, there is no obvious chakra fluctuation on Bai Ye, which shows that day and night are not ninjas at all. Ask for flowers, advertisement instead of a ninja. How could it be possible to use Susanoo, and how could it be possible to have such a powerful strength? Black Zetsu next to Uchiha Madara was even more sweaty. This guy is definitely from my mother's world, otherwise how could he have such a powerful strength? If this is the case, Mom is in danger. After all, Mom ate the fruit of the sacred tree without authorization. No, I must rescue my mother, otherwise no one will be a match for this guy. In Black Zetsu's view, Bai Ye must have known that Otsutsuki Kagaya ate the fruit of the sacred tree without authorization, and then came to punish Otsutsuki Kagaya. "The guy hasn't lost his breath, he shouldn't have won yet," said First Hokage. "Well, what a terrible guy, if it weren't for Bai Ye, we wouldn't have won at all," Third Hokage said solemnly. "I just hope this guy doesn't have bad thoughts about Konoha, otherwise, no one in the entire ninja world is his opponent." Obviously, Second Hokage is still very afraid of Bai Ye. Damn guy. At this time, Obito had already flown out of the deep pit with an angry expression on his face. He clearly felt that his strength was comparable to that of a god. But he couldn't beat Bai Ye no matter what. This made him very angry. 6 Scarlet Sun Formation. Just then, 6 black sticks with red flames appeared in Obito's hands. The black stick shot towards Bai Ye's surroundings, surrounding Bai Ye. Then a red light curtain rose, trapping Bai Ye inside. This is the formation of 6 red suns, which is stronger than the formation of 4 east suns. 10 tails. Tailed Beast Bomb. This is not over yet, with Wang's hands clapped on the ground. Immediately, a huge tree rose from the ground, and 4 flower buds grew at the top of the tree. Soon the 4 buds opened. Under everyone's surprised eyes, the 4 buds began to condense chakra, and then 4 red-tailed beast bombs appeared. It's the tailed beast bomb from 10 tails, and it's 4. This guy wants to use the barrier to trap Lord Bai Ye, and then bombard him with tailed beast bomb. Everyone quickly guessed what Obito was thinking. This is terrible. The tailed beast bomb is powerful enough to destroy a village, and now there are 4. No matter how strong Bai Ye is, he can't hold it back, First Hokage said solemnly. "I rescued Bai Ye with Flying Thunder God," said 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. But before 4th Hokage started to act, he was completely stunned. "I saw 6 red suns in the formation. Endless Ryotsu spewed out from Bai Ye's body. These Ryotsu are like substance, directly surrounding Bai Ye's body. At the same time, the Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand also began to burn continuously. The scorching high temperature seemed to be able to ignite the surrounding space. Next moment, Bai Ye moved. There are no fancy moves. Just waved the Ryujin Jaka lightly in his hand. Countless red flames spewed out from Ryujin Jaka. The flame is extremely hot. When it touched the ground, even the earth was melted. How is this possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, for some reason, Obito felt a sense of fear in his heart. Then, in the gaping eye beam, the sacred tree was devoured by the flames and burned to ashes. Even the four-tailed beast bombs also disappeared without a sound, as if they had never appeared before. Afterwards, the power of the flame remained undiminished, reaching the edge of the barrier. Even if this is the sixth Scarlet Sun formation, no one would believe that it can stop this terrifying flame at this moment. Because before the flames got close to the edge of the barrier, the sixth Scarlet Sun formation had already begun to collapse. When the flames came in front of them, the entire array of 6 red suns began to melt like ice and snow, not even being able to block it for a second. And at the moment when the sixth Scarlet Sun formation disappeared, the temperature of the medical heat spread to all directions. That was a high temperature of thousands of degrees, enough to melt the earth and destroy everything. It's so hot, let's get away from here. The temperature is too high, and my water style and water shield spells can't be used at all. What the hell is this? It's horrible. The ninjas of the coalition army could not bear the high temperature at all, so they could only leave far away. And Obito, who faced the flames, felt as if his whole body was about to be ignited. A hole. No way, Obito can only use the truth-seeking ball to wrap himself and then leave. But at this moment, brush. The figure of Bai Ye has appeared behind Obito. How is this possible? Obito's face changed, but at this moment he couldn't react to Shi. 139. Uchiha Madara resurrected. No way, Obito had to use the truth-seeking ball to cover his whole body, trying to block Bai Ye's attack. But it didn't work at all. Next moment, Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand had already slashed towards Obito. There is no hindrance. The truth-seeking ball, which was strong enough to block the tailed beast bomb's attack, was sliced open by Bai Ye like tofu. Then in Obito's horrified gaze, Obito's right arm was also severed at the same time. Boom, under the intense heat, Obito's right arm was instantly burned to ashes, and at the same time, the body of Obito began to burn. But Obito has the power of 6 paths after all, so he quickly extinguished the flames. However, the most important thing now is not to have his right arm cut off by Bai Ye, but to find a way to escape Bai Ye's attack. The next moment, a tail appeared behind Obito. It is the tail condensed by 10 tails chakra. 487. Swish swish swish, 10 tails swept towards Bai Ye. This tail is extremely powerful and very fast. In the blink of an eye, the 10 tails had already surrounded Bai Ye, and then they slapped Bai Ye together. It looked like he was about to be shot. Shunpo. Bai Ye's figure disappeared in place, dodging this attack. Rumble. Those tails remained undiminished, and directly hit a huge rock, and the whole rock was smashed into rubble in an instant. It is conceivable that once it is shot on a person, it is enough to turn the person into a meatloaf. Seeing that he didn't hit Bai Ye, NVC had a look of regret on his face. But he also knew in his heart that if Bai Ye was so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be forced to this point. Thinking in his mind, Obito started repairing his broken right arm. It has to be said that after becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, the warrior's recovery ability has indeed been greatly strengthened. Even if the arm is broken, it can also recover quickly. If you get distracted during the battle, you will die. At this moment, Bai Ye's voice sounded again. What? Hearing Bai Ye's voice, Obito's face changed, and he saw Bai Ye appeared in front of him at some point. However, Obito's reaction was quick, and he immediately let 10 tails tail stop Bai Ye again. The same trick is useless to me. Advertisement Bai Ye said lightly, facing the 10 chakra tails with a calm expression. Torch. A fire spout rushed towards Obito with scorching heat. Block me. Obito roared angrily. Those chakra tails stopped in front of the fire tornado. However, the next moment, Obito was shocked to find out. Those chakra tails couldn't stop the fire tornado at all, and were completely destroyed the moment they came into contact with the fire tornado. This power is really terrifying. 5 Kages, First Hokage, and others who were watching the battle all around had horrified expressions on their faces. It is conceivable that if they were hit by this fire tornado, they would be burnt to ashes in an instant. This guy is actually so strong. Looking at Obito, who was being pressed and beaten all the time, Uchiha Madara also had a serious face at this time. However, he thought that as long as he became 10 tails Jinchuriki, he would definitely be stronger than Obito, and even Bai Ye could not be his opponent. Black Zetsu, you find a chance to control Obito and let him cast the Rinne Tensai technique to revive me. Uchiha Madara said to Black Zetsu beside him. Now Obito definitely can't beat Bai Ye, so he can only find a chance for Obito to revive him, so that there is a possibility of a comeback. I know. Black Zetsu nodded and then slowly entered the ground. At the same time, the other side, although Chakra's tail was eliminated by Bai Ye, it was out of the attack range day and night. Looking at Bai Ye, who was standing quietly in the distance, Obito looked solemn. He obviously didn't expect that he had already become a 10 tails Jinchuriki, and he was not that man's opponent. Are you going to give up? Bai Ye was not in a hurry to make a move. HMPH, you haven't won yet, Obito snorted coldly. Whoosh whoosh. All the truth-seeking balls behind him flew towards Bai Ye. As I said, the same moves are not effective for me. Just as Bai Ye's voice was heard, his figure had already disappeared. Next moment, Bai Ye has come in front of Obito, double bone. Bai Ye's fist slammed into Obito's body. How is this possible? As soon as this thought flashed through Obito's mind, he felt that his body was about to collapse, and then he flew upside down and hit the ground with a bang. Advertisement, did you win? Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone couldn't believe it. Obito, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was actually defeated by Bai Ye. It seems to have won. Tsunade looked at Obito, who hadn't moved for a long time, with a look of shock on his face. She has been constantly improving Bai Ye's strength in her heart, but from now on, she is still far from Bai Ye's real strength. Actually it is. Bai Ye didn't use his full strength at all. Let alone Bankai, he didn't even show Shikai's true power. For others, Obito is indeed unsolvable, but for Bai Ye, Obito is not even close. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya in the back are much stronger than Obito. At the same time, the joint army ninjas at the scene also cheered, ready to welcome the arrival of victory. Obito, stop being obsessed with obsession. Kakashi and Naruto came to the dying Obito, trying to use their mouths to awaken their conscience. I was wrong. Obito said bitterly. The moment he was defeated by Bai Ye, he realized that everything he had done before was just his fantasy. So what if a world with only him and Lin was created? Will Lin feel happy? It doesn't. Uchiha Madara has come back to life. Now, let me make up for my mistakes, Obito said. His hands began to seal. He wants to use the Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect those he killed. Black Zetsu has taken control of Obito and started using the Rinne Tensai technique. And this time the Rinne Tensai technique, it is not those he killed who are resurrected, but Uchiha Madara. Everyone's face changed drastically when they saw this scene. What's going on? Kakashi and Naruto were both shocked. It is Black 1.0 absolutely. Feeling himself who has become a reality, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. At the same time, a powerful chakra erupted from Uchiha Madara's body. But at this moment, ha 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 ha, next moment. Next, let me end it all, Uchiha Madara said arrogantly. Not only that, they could feel that Uchiha Madara became stronger than when he was in Impure World Reincarnation. A black hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Naoshin's hand. 140. New 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Madara, Bai Ye's 6 Paths Uchiha Madara. At the same time, the Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara's eyes began to shatter. Actually, this Rinnegan is not really a Rinnegan. Because the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara was given to Nagato, and now it is on the farmland. Only by getting back the Rinnegan from Obito can Uchiha Madara truly return to his original state. But I have to say that Uchiha Madara feels much stronger at this time than in Pure World Reincarnation. That guy Madara seems to have become stronger, as Uchiha Madara's old opponent, Hashirama at this time must admit that he is no longer Uchiha Madara's opponent. This one sucks, but that man should be able to handle Uchiha Madara. Second Hokage's face also showed worry, but thinking that Bai Ye even defeated Obito, then facing Uchiha Madara, maybe he has a chance. And the other side. A white figure appeared beside Uchiha Madara. It was White Zetsu. I saw White Zetsu holding a Rinnegan in his hand and handing it to Uchiha Madara. This Rinnegan is exactly the Rinnegan that Uchiha Madara put in Nagato. The other one is still on Obito's body. The reason why Obito only transplanted one Rinnegan is because there is no way to control two Rinnegans. After all, Nagato back then, who had the blood of the Uzumaki clan, was tortured badly by Rinnegans, let alone him. Secondly, Obito is a bit reluctant to share the ability of Sharingan. Kamui's skill cannot be said to be invincible, but it is indeed very strong. Very good. Uchiha Madara put Rinnegan in his eyes, and suddenly, a powerful force surged out of his body. Uchiha Madara can feel that his power has become stronger again, and now Hashirama is completely out of his eyes. But this is not enough. I have to get back all the Rinnegans and become a 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye in the distance, and his mind was very clear. Obito was very powerful before, but he was still no match for Bai Ye. Now that he has Rinnegan, although he is not afraid of Bai Ye, it is still very difficult to defeat Bai Ye. What's more, the Konoha Hokage and other powerhouses around him are all watching him. He can only get stronger. Just then, Kakashi, Sasuke, 20 and first Hokage chose to take on Uchiha Madara. But at this time, Uchiha Madara is very powerful, and everyone is not Uchiha Madara's opponent at all. Sasuke was stabbed in the chest by Uchiha Madara, and his life and death are unknown. Even first Hokage was sealed by Madara. Second Hokage uses Flying Thunder God to instantly come behind Uchiha Madara and wants to attack Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Madara reacted very quickly and kicked second Hokage out immediately. No one expected that so many strong ninjas fighting against Ban would be easily solved by Madara. Even first Hokage failed. Why did Uchiha Madara become so strong? This is the end. We are no match for Uchiha Madara at all. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but change. Ha ha ha. Seeing that most of the United Ninja Army lost the will to fight, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly. But soon Uchiha Madara stared and looked not far away. There, Bai Ye was walking slowly. Everyone also found Bai Ye's figure and immediately became excited again. By the way, we still have Bai Ye Tianping. The man who beat Obito must have beaten Uchiha Madara. Even if you can't win, at least you can remain undefeated, right? Obviously, although Bai Ye defeated Obito before, facing such a powerful Uchiha Madara, the rest of Ninja Village did not have much confidence in Bai Ye. HMPH, now is not the time to fight with you. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, made mudras with both hands, and slapped the ground violently. Boom. A huge figure descended from the sky. It is Geto statue. The first time Geto statue appeared, he rushed towards Bai Ye. The meaning of Uchiha Madara is obvious, just want to stop Bai Ye with Geto statue. Not only that, but Uchiha Madara summoned a giant wooden golem using wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wooden golem and Geto statue blocked Bai Ye at the same time. After Madara finished these, she rushed to the location immediately. The other side. Obito is now under the control of Black Zetsu. Seeing Uchiha Madara rushing over, Black Zetsu showed a smile on his face, and then controlled Obito to start seal. Immediately, the 10 tails in the body were pulled away from the tenant. After the 10 tails were pulled out, they immediately began to separate, turning into the form of 1 to 7 tails. Ha ha ha, well done, Black Zetsu. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara burst out laughing, and at the same time, rail chains appeared on his body. And these 9 chains not only controlled 7 tails, but also entered the bodies of Killer Bee and Naruto, pulling 8 tails and 9 tails out. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, everyone panicked and rushed over to attack Uchiha Madara. But it's too late. Uchiha Madara blasts Gaara, then yanks. Immediately, the 9-tailed beasts were pulled to Uchiha Madara's side. At this time, Uchiha Madara called Geto statue again. Geto statue opened his mouth and swallowed the 9-tailed beasts directly into his body. Roar, an angry roar sounded, and Tianwei came back to life again. But this time 10 tails is different from before. This time the 10 tails have fully absorbed the power of the 9-tailed beasts, so they are much stronger than before. After all, among the 9-tailed beasts, 9 tails is the strongest, and far stronger than the other gate beasts. Geto statue didn't absorb 9 tails before, so even if it is resurrected, its strength is not too strong. But this time is different. It can be said that apart from being sealed in half of the 9 tails of the 4th Hokage, Tianwei is almost in a complete state. Very good. Seeing the revived 10 tails, Uchiha Madara had a smile on his face, and his hands began to form mudras. Immediately, Tiano was sucked into the body of Uchiha Madara. Boom! A powerful breath rose into the sky. The appearance of Uchiha Madara also began to change constantly. In the end, he turned into a white-haired and white-clothed appearance. Behind him appeared the same truth-seeking ball as before Obito, holding a scepter made of truth-seeking ball in his hand. It's over. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, with fear on their faces. Although the state of Uchiha Madara and Obito is a bit similar now. But everyone can see that Uchiha Madara is much stronger than Obito at this time. The same is true. Although Obito became 10 tails Jinchuriki at that time, he could not fully control the power of 10 tails. Unlike Uchiha Madara has completely mastered the power of 10 tails. Now I am God. Uchiha Madara felt the unprecedented power in her body, and looked at everyone around her indifferently. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Uchiha Madara is extremely confident at this time. Even Bai Ye was not taken seriously by him, because in his opinion, even if they are both 10 tails Jinchuriki, there is a gap. After all, the real owner of this pair of Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara. And Bai Ye is just a mortal. How can a mortal fight against a god? Seeing Uchiha Madara's current appearance, the people around were filled with despair. Obviously, the current Uchiha Madara is stronger than the previous Obito. And Obito, they can't beat them, not to mention Uchiha Madara. Minato, you take Naruto away, let's hold Uchiha Madara, second Hokage said solemnly. Now the 9 tails in Naruto's body have been pulled out. If Naruto is not treated as soon as possible, Naruto will die completely. Understood. 4th Hokage nodded, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to take Naruto out of here. 4th Hokage has half of the 9 tails chakra in his body, so as long as he injects 9 tails chakra into Naruto, there will be no problem. However, when 4th Hokage injected 9 tails chakra into Naruto, a black figure appeared. It was Black Zetsu. I saw Black Zetsu blocked between the two, and then directly sucked the 9 tails chakra out of 4th Hokage's body. D. Seeing this, 4th Hokage was about to attack Black Zetsu in anger. It's just that Black Zetsu left here in an instant after absorbing the 9 tails chakra. This drove 4th Hokage crazy, but at this moment, Obito appeared, and Obito was holding a ball of 10 tails chakra in his hand. Kakashi, send Naruto into the Kamui space, I'll go in and save Naruto. Obito said to Kakashi. Bai Ye also solved the wooden golem at this time, and saw this scene when he rushed over here. Suddenly understand what happened. If there is no mistake in the plot, it should be that Obito pretended to accept Uchiha Madara's invitation, and then when he was close to Uchiha Madara, he pulled some tail beast power from Uchiha Madara's body. Although this is the power of 10 tails, it also contains the power of 9 tails, so it can fully save Naruto. Speaking of this, I have to mention that Naruto's mouth is really powerful. Obito has been trying to create a world with Lin in him for so many years, but in just a few hours, he was convinced by Naruto. Yeah. Kakashi heard Obito's words, and immediately used Kamui to suck Naruto in. And Obito then entered the Kamui space. Obito. Advertisement seeing Obito disappearing in front of his eyes, Uchiha Madara was furious. He didn't expect Obito to abandon Lin and choose to fall into the arms of the enemy. But soon Uchiha Madara calmed down, now his strength is unmatched, so even if Obito rebelled, it doesn't matter. What's more, Black Zetsu also brought back the power of 9 tails in 4th Hokage. At this time, he was far stronger than before. This time, let's stop here. Uchiha Madara opened her arms. Suddenly, the ground roared and rolled continuously. Soon under the surprised eyes of everyone, a huge tree rose from the ground. This is exactly the body of the divine tree. At the top of the sacred tree is a huge flower bud. At this time, the bud was tightly closed and did not bloom. But once it blooms, everyone in the ninja world will fall into the illusion created by infinite Tsukuyomi. After doing all this, Uchiha Madara turned around and looked at Bai Ye, who had already flown over, with a sneer on his face. Your name is Bai Ye, right? I have to say that your strength is indeed very strong. If you choose to join me, then I will give you great strength and supreme rights. Even Uchiha Madara has to admit that Bai Ye's strength is indeed stronger than he imagined. Especially after he entered to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. He understood even more the gap between Sage of 6 Paths and ordinary ninjas. It can even be said that the two are not of the same dimension at all. At the same time, he was also a little fortunate. If he hadn't decisively chosen to become 10 tails Jinchuriki, he would definitely not be the opponent of this man in front of him. But, that's a thing of the past. Now he has become a real 10 tails Jinchuriki, far from being comparable to Obito's 6 Paths level. It can be said that he is not inferior to 6 Paths, who is known as the ancestor of chakra. Immortal. Naturally, that man was completely ignored by him. 390 Hear the words of Uchiha Madara. Everyone at the scene was shocked and looked at Bai Ye nervously. If that man really chooses to agree to Uchiha Madara, then they have no chance of winning at all. Bai Ye. Tsunade looked at Bai Ye worriedly, and couldn't help calling out Yu Yi's name. Just then, Bai Ye's chuckle sounded. Uchiha Madara, your current strength is indeed very strong, but it is far from enough, let alone me. Even among the people present, there are people who can defeat you. What Bai Ye said is exactly Emperor Guy, Might Guy. In the comics, Might Guy opens the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates and becomes Night Guy. Almost kicked Uchiha Madara to death. It can be said that if that kick had landed on Uchiha Madara's head, it would have been the end. HMPH, you don't understand my power at all. Uchiha Madara naturally didn't believe Bai Ye's words, but since you chose to give up this opportunity, then, you go to die. As he said that, the truth-seeking ball behind Uchiha Madara shot towards Bai Ye very quickly. You get out of here. Bai Ye reminded, and then flew towards the truth-seeking ball. Boom. Bai Ye kicked the truth-seeking ball, and the mighty Li Huang kicked Daoyu upside down and out of the doctor. Boom. The truth-seeking ball exploded around Uchiha Madara. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara was not affected in any way, but she was also surprised in her heart. He never thought that there would be someone who could kick the truth-seeking ball away. You should know that the truth-seeking ball is formed by the combination of yin-yang and 5 elements. It is impossible for ordinary people to kick the truth-seeking ball, or even touch the truth-seeking ball. Master Bai Ye, seeing this scene, everyone also showed surprise on their faces, and then hurried away from the battlefield, leaving room for Bai Ye and Uchiha Madara to fight. You guy, of course you are still hiding your own experience. Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye solemnly. Originally, he thought that Bai Ye's defeat of Obito was already the limit, but he didn't expect that this person in front of him was stronger than he imagined. However, I am a god. Sage art. Yin escaped Thunder School. Uchiha Madara didn't make any gestures at all, and countless purple lightning bolts appeared in his hands, rushing towards Bai Ye quickly. Crackling. These lightnings carry terrifying power, as if they can tear apart space. Bai Ye looked at the rushing purple lightning with a calm expression. I have to say that Uchiha Madara is indeed much better than Wang Chang. However, it is still far away. The next moment, a substantial Ryotsu gushed out from Bai Ye's body. At this time, purple lightning also enveloped Bai Ye. Crackling. The purple lightning flickered frantically, bursting out with astonishing power. Even the earth turned into fly ash under the terrifying purple lightning. 5GT 141. Madara feeling fear. Oops. Seeing how powerful the purple lightning is, everyone's faces were filled with worry. HMPH, you are too confident. Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye, who was shrouded in lightning, and gave out disdain and coldness. It was not difficult for Bai Ye to avoid the purple flash, but in the end he chose to block it. In Uchiha Madara's view, this is the most stupid way. But, how is it possible? Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank suddenly, as if seeing something incredible. At this time, the purple lightning had disappeared, revealing Bai Ye's figure. It's just that Bai Ye at this time is not only not injured at all, even the clothes on his body are intact. In other words, Uchiha Madara's attack has no effect at all. What kind of strength is this guy? First Hokage looked at Bai Ye in the field and was extremely shocked. The power of the purple lightning could definitely chop him into fly ash, but for Bai Ye, it had no effect at all. It's just astonishing. Is that all you have? Bai Ye looked at Uchiha Madara with a slight disappointment in his eyes. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 d, don't be too sleepy. Uchiha Madara was thoroughly irritated by Bai Ye's attitude. Sage Art. Lan Dun Guangya. From Uchiha Madara's mouth spit out a blue laser. The blue laser is so powerful that it can easily cut a rock in two. This time Bai Ye did not choose to take Lan Dun Guangya hard, but a shunpo came to Uchiha Madara's side. One bone. Bai Ye's right fist slammed toward Uchiha Madara. Think too much. Uchiha Madara's face sank, and she immediately used the truth-seeking ball to block Bai Ye's attack. But the protective shield formed by the truth-seeking ball didn't even block it for a second, but was instantly pierced by Bai Ye's punch. Boom. Under Uchiha Madara's incredulous gaze, Hayoroichi punched Uchiha Madara in the face. Puff. Uchiha Madara spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew upside down, smashing a nearly 1,000-meter gully on the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, the faces of everyone present changed dramatically. Obviously, no one thought that the man's strength was so strong. However, Uchiha Madara quickly flew up again, and Rinnegan stared at Bai Ye, only feeling endless anger burning in his heart. Round Tomb. Frontier Prison. As Uchiha Madara's voice fell, the pupil power in Rinnegan surged wildly. But it wasn't until a while later that everyone discovered that there didn't seem to be any changes. Advertisement. This made everyone puzzled. It is obvious that Uchiha Madara should release some kind of ninjutsu. How could there be no reaction at all? This is really strange. HMPH, go to hell. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and looked at Bai Ye indifferently. If Obito is here, with the help of Rinnegan before, he can see that an invisible figure is approaching Bai Ye. And this is the effect of Wheel Tomb and Border Prison. Being able to use the Wheel Tomb to split one's own shadow, not only can attack the opponent, but also can be attacked by the opponent instead of oneself. Most importantly, only those who have Rinnegan or who have learned the magic of 6 paths can perceive the existence of shadows. And now, the shadow belonging to Uchiha Madara has come near Bai Ye, and it is about to give Bai Ye a fatal blow. But at this moment, it's so naive. Bai Ye's face was calm, and the Ryujin Jaka in his hand was unsheathed instantly. Torch. Boom. The intense heat seemed to melt the space. A fire tornado rushed towards where the shadow was. It's useless, this shadow is invisible, Uchiha Madara thought to himself. However, the next moment Uchiha Madara froze, because in his induction, the shadow completely disappeared. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara looked ugly. Nothing is impossible. Bai Ye's voice was calm. Although Bai Ye does not have the power of 6 paths, Bai Ye's strength at this time is also beyond the imagination of Sage of 6 paths. It can be said that Bai Ye is, in a sense, the king of flames. All things, in the face of Ryujin Jaka's high temperature, whether it is people, objects, or even space, will be reduced to ashes. Next, it's time to decide the winner. Feel the current strength of Madara. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, his figure moved accordingly. Boom. Bai Ye stepped on the hard ground. In an instant, the entire ground trembled violently, and countless cracks formed. Under Bai Ye's feet, because Bai Ye's power was too great, a huge sunken area even appeared. Seeing the scene in front of her, Uchiha Madara opened her eyes wide, unable to believe that Bai Ye could produce such an amazing effect with her own strength alone. And the next moment, Bai Ye jumped up high, holding the burning Ryujin Jaka, and slashed towards Uchiha Madara. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's astonished eyes, a flame afterimage appeared in the air. And the figure of Bai Ye has come to Uchiha Madara. Advertisement, what a speed. Horror flashed in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, but his reaction was quick. Immediately, he used the truth-seeking ball to block himself in front of him. Unfortunately, before Ryujin Jaka, this truth-seeking ball is as fragile as tofu. A cold light flashed. Then Uchiha Madara was engulfed in endless flames. Win. Did you win? Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. They obviously didn't expect that Uchiha Madara, who was like a god, was no match for Bai Ye at all. Almost died. At this time, the flames dissipated, and Uchiha Madara's embarrassed figure appeared. At this time, Uchiha Madara was really in a panic, and the right half of his body was cut off by Bai Ye. This guy. Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye, startled. If he hadn't turned around immediately and covered his body with the truth-seeking ball, he would have been split in two by Bai Ye. No, I can't go on like this, I have to find a way. Uchiha calmed down quickly, and began to think about countermeasures while repairing the damage to his body. Now he is not Bai Ye's opponent at all. To defeat this man, he must have a stronger force. And where does the power come from? Answer. Bai Ye held Ryujin Jaka in his hand, pointed at Uchiha Madara, and said lightly. Ryujin Jaka waved again. Scorching heat swept across the entire battlefield, and at the same time a terrifying flame rushed into the air. I didn't lose. The planetary devastation was abruptly interrupted by Bai Ye. Uchiha Madara, I have sensed the fear in your heart, you have lost. With 2 Rinnegans, his strength will be the strongest. At that time, many ninjutsu, mono jiao, will be able to be released. A black ball appeared in the air, with a strong suction like a black hole. But that's not enough. There was a loud bang, and Uchiha Madara's planetary devastation is naturally infinitely stronger than Pain's, even the complete 9 tails, with the same seal. It is planetary devastation, it seems to be able to absorb everything. In everyone's surprised eyes. Being insulted by Bai Ye face to face, Uchiha Madara's face darkened, and then the veins on his forehead popped up, and he was furious. Bai Ye shook his head. Planetary devastation, only by getting another Rinnegan. The next moment, Uchiha Madara launched ninjutsu again. 142. Naruto and Sasuke who inherit the power of 6 paths. At the same time, in the Kamui space, Obito is treating Naruto who has lost 9 tails, and the little Sakura on the side is also constantly using medical ninjutsu to observe Naruto's state. The power of 10 tails is far stronger than that of 9 tails. So Obito didn't dare to send the power of 10 tails into Naruto's body all at once, and could only send it in little by little. Naruto's condition has stabilized, little Sakura said pleasantly. Obito nodded upon hearing that. Although we haven't been together for a long time, Obito has already recognized Naruto from the bottom of his heart by virtue of the protagonist aura, Naruto. I don't know what's going on outside, that guy should be able to stop Uchiha Madara. Thinking of Bai Ye, Obito's face darkened slightly. That man was strong, but Uchiha Madara at the time was not weak either. And you must know that what Uchiha Madara obtained is the complete power of 10 tails, and he can perfectly control the power of Rinnegan that originally belonged to Uchiha Madara, so he is much stronger than him at the beginning. Therefore, in Obito's view, even if that man is very strong, it is not that simple to defeat Uchiha Madara. As time went by, all the power of 10 tails had been sent into Naruto's body, but Naruto still showed no sign of waking up. What's going on here? Obito frowned. It stands to reason that as long as Naruto gains the power of 10 tails, he should be able to wake up. I don't know, Naruto's body is completely fine. Little Sakura was also very puzzled. She checked Naruto's body with chakra, and with the input of 10 tails power, Naruto's body has fully recovered and even become stronger than before. But Naruto still didn't wake up. But in fact, Naruto at this time, or Naruto and Sasuke are accepting cheats in a mysterious space. You say you are the sage of 6 paths and I am the reincarnation of Ashura? Naruto looked at Grandpa Whitebeard in front of him, shocked. But Naruto doesn't like the fact that he is someone's reincarnation. In Naruto's view, he is him, the Whirlpool Naruto, not someone's reincarnation. Advertisement, yes. Sage of 6 paths nodded, then came to Naruto and Sasuke, glanced at them and said, Mom is about to appear, and you two are the saviors. It's up to you to save the world. The mother of Sage of 6 paths is Otsutsuki Kagaya. Sage of 6 paths wouldn't be in such a hurry, to find Naruto and Sasuke if they didn't realize that Otsutsuki Kaguya's resurrection was inevitable. However, we are no match for Uchiha Madara, let alone Otsutsuki Kagaya as you speak of. Sasuke frowned. After Itachi's enlightenment, the second pillar at this time is already the prodigal son. So, I will teach you the power to defeat your mother, said the Sage of 6 paths. In fact, Sage of 6 paths can't defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya, and can only seal Otsutsuki Kagaya through sealing. The powers given to Naruto and Sasuke by Sage of 6 paths are Ashura's Yang Force and Indra's Yin Force respectively. At the same time, Naruto can also enter the 6 paths mode, while Sasuke has evolved Rinnegan. Okay, you go, the ninja world needs you to save now. After the Sage of 6 paths cheat was given, he planned to let Naruto and Sasuke leave. At this moment, the assistant asked, by the way, I have another question. Oh, what's the question? Excuse me, what is the strength of the guy who fought with Madara? Sasuke not only asked out the doubts in his own heart, but also asked out the doubts in Naruto's heart. After all, Bai Ye defeated Pain, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito one after another before. And when they got the power taught by Sage of 6 paths, they also understood how strong Uchiha Obito was at that time. Bai Ye? Sage of 6 paths frowned upon hearing this name, as if thinking about something. Sighing, Sage of 6 paths said, actually, I don't know much about the person you mentioned. His origin is very mysterious, and he seems to have suddenly appeared in this world. Speaking of which, Sage of 6 paths feels a little weird. You know, his spiritual power spreads all over the ninja world, but he has no way of knowing how Bai Ye appeared, which is very strange. After a pause, Sage of 6 paths continued, as for strength, I can't understand it, because what Bai Ye uses is not ninjutsu, but other powers. Not ninjutsu? Both Naruto and Sasuke were very surprised. Advertisement, that's right, so I can't see through Bai Ye. Sage of 6 paths said, by the way, Madara, who has become 10 tails Jinchuriki, is about to lose. This also surprised Sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Madara can be said to have inherited the power of 10 tails perfectly. Although he is not as good as his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, her strength should not be underestimated, but she is still not Bai Ye's opponent. It can only be said that that man is really too mysterious. If it wasn't for the fact that what the man is currently doing is helping the ninja world in a sense, Sage of 6 paths would suspect that Bai Ye came to this world for some other purpose. Master Bai Ye, that guy is so powerful, both Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up. To be honest, Naruto admired Bai Ye very much after seeing Bai Ye beat Uchiha Madara and Obito easily. Naruto is because Bai Ye saved many people, while Sasuke worships the strong, just like he followed Orochimaru back then. Now that they heard that even Ten Tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Madara is not Bai Ye's opponent, the two of them admired even more. Seeing the appearance of the two, Sage of Six Paths suddenly felt that he shouldn't have said so much. My two descendants are obviously the saviors of the ninja world, but now they worship one person at the same time. What is the matter? The power you have now is no worse than that man, and the ninja world still needs you, so you go out quickly. After Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, he waved his hands, and drove Naruto and Sasuke out. And at this time in the battlefield outside, the battle between Bai Ye and Uchiha Madara continues. But the situation is already one-sided. Uchiha Madara is no match for Bai Ye at all. This made Uchiha Madara very angry. He didn't expect that he had become Ten Tails Jinchuriki, possessed the power of Sage of Six Paths, and he was not Bai Ye's opponent. It was simply inconceivable. Master Madara, the opponent's strength is too strong. You must get the Rinnegan from Obito's body, Black Zetsu reminded. Understood. Uchiha Madara nodded. He also understood the truth. Only when he possesses two Rinnegans can his power truly reach its peak. At that time, Bai Ye could not be his opponent either. It's just that Uchiha Madara didn't notice the eerie smile on Black Zetsu's face after hearing his agreement. Advertisement 143. Full Body Six Paths Madara, 9 Guyu Sharingan. At this time, on the battlefield, everyone saw that Bai Ye beat Uchiha Madara to the point where he couldn't fight back. Their faces were full of excitement. Master Bai Ye is really too strong. Yeah, without Lord Bai Ye, we definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Uchiha Madara. Don't talk about Uchiha Madara, we can't even beat Uchiha Obito. Obviously, everyone in the United Army still has self-knowledge about their own strength. In fact, it is. In the later period of Hokage, even a strong man like Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, has no room for repayment in the face of Six Paths level power. Of course, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi don't count. Kakashi is because the unique effect of Kamui is so strong that it can even affect Otsutsuki Kagaya in the later stage. And Uchiha Itachi because he is Kishimoto's own son. Left eye Tsukuyomi, right eye Amaterasu, double eye Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi is also the first anime to use Susanoo. In the back, Izanami can be used to directly wipe out the pocket. It can only be said that he deserves to be Kishimoto's own son. Now everyone can relax their vigilance. The medical ninjas are going to treat the wounded as soon as possible, and the scouting troops are spreading out to see if there are any enemies that have been missed. Fourth Raikage is still in constant command. However, Fourth Raikage knew in his heart that according to the current situation, the Fourth Ninja World War should be won. And this is because of that man. In the distance, Konoha Hokage, who was watching the battle, looked at the scene in front of him and was deeply moved. Such a terrifying strongman appeared in the ninja world. Second Hokage looked at Bai Ye's figure with surprise in his eyes. If only I could live in this era, then maybe I could have a good fight with that man, First Hokage said expectantly. Hearing First Hokage's words, Third Hokage and Fourth Hokage rolled their eyes. Although you are the god of the ninja world, is it still unclear what your strength is? That's it. That man could probably hit 10. Of course, they naturally dare not say this sentence. After all, First Hokage can also play several of them. In the battlefield, there was a bang. The figure of Uchiha Madara flew upside down and hit the ground heavily. It wasn't until a while later that Uchiha Madara got up from the ground, and the whole person was in a panic. How can this guy be so powerful? Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye with an ugly expression. He has tried his best, but he is still not Bai Ye's opponent. Master Madara, you can't go on like this, Black Zetsu reminded. Black Zetsu is also a little anxious now. If Uchiha Madara is really solved by Bai Ye, then the plan to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya will be completely ruined. I know. Uchiha Madara said angrily. Seeing that Bai Ye was flying over, Uchiha Madara got up quickly, then looked around, and soon found his target, Kakashi. Kakashi has Obito's eyes, so he can cast Kamui to enter the Kamui space. In this way, he will be able to get the Rinnegan on the Belt King. What's going on? At this moment, Kakashi, who was helping the wounded, suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned around quickly. The next moment, Kakashi's eyes went dark, and he found that Uchiha Madara had come near him at some point. Uchiha Madara's hand was less than 10 centimeters away from his eyes. Ah! Kakashi felt that his eyes had been pulled out, and he couldn't help crying out due to the severe pain. HMPH, I got it. A smile appeared on Uchiha's face, and then he put the Sharingan in his eyes. Kamui. Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha Madara activated Kamui and came to the Kamui space in an instant. At this time, Obito was about to take the awakened Naruto out, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Madara would enter here. Uchiha Madara. Naruto saw Uchiha Madara for the first time, but it was too late to remind him. Uchiha Madara quickly came behind Obito, clasped his hand, and took his own Rinnegan. This time, no one can stop me. Uchiha Madara sneered and disappeared into the Kamui space. This guy. Obito saw that Uchiha Madara got 2 Rinegons and was anxious in his heart, and he didn't care about the pain of losing his eyes, but directly used Kamui, and took Naruto and little Sakura out. Once out of the Kamui space, Uchiha Madara dunks Sharingan and puts on Rinnegan. Boom! After having 2 Rinnegans, a powerful chakra emerged from Uchiha Madara, and this powerful chakra was several times stronger than before. Obviously, at this time, Uchiha Madara's strength has improved again and has reached the peak. Now I am truly complete. Uchiha Madara felt the powerful force in his body and the smoothness of his eyes. Yes, Lord Madara, you are already truly comparable to Sage of Six Paths, and you are infinitely close to a god. Next, as long as you cast infinite Tsukuyomi, the whole world will be yours alone. Black Zetsu sullenly said. HMPH, you are not a god. At this time, Naruto stood up and said. At the same time, a powerful force emerged from Naruto's body, and his whole body was also shrouded in golden chakra. Advertisement: it is to enter the Six Paths mode, and me. Sasuke also appeared beside Naruto, and Sasuke's left eye is a Rinnegan. This Rinnegan possesses the power of heavenly hands. Within a certain range, it can instantly exchange the caster with the objects seen by the eyes. Go away, my target is not you. Although he was a little surprised why Naruto and Sasuke suddenly became so strong, Uchiha Madara didn't care about the two of them, and only Bai Ye was the only one he stared at people. Don't underestimate us, Naruto and Sasuke said angrily, and then hit Uchiha Madara. But at this time, Uchiha Madara is far from his previous strength. Now Uchiha Madara is not afraid of anyone. Run tomb, border prison. Uchiha Madara summoned his own shadow again. When I was alone with Rinnegan before, I could only summon 1 shadow, but now Uchiha Madara can already summon 5 shadows. Leaving the 5 shadows to deal with Naruto and Sasuke, Zebo Madara charged at Bai Ye. It can be said that Bai Ye is now the person Uchiha Madara most wants to beat. It seems that your strength has improved a lot. Bai Ye looked at Uchiha Madara floating in the air and said calmly. Doesn't seem flustered by Uchiha Madara's improvement. HMPH, now I am a real god, and at this moment, you can't be my opponent. Uchiha Madara said with a sneer. This time, he must let Bai Ye taste the pain he suffered before. Bai Ye shook his head. Not enough, you are not strong enough. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Uchiha Madara's face sank immediately, and she was completely angry. You be ************* D. You are still so arrogant until now, go to hell with me. Whoosh, several truth-seeking balls rushed towards Bai Ye. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion sounded, and under the power of this huge explosion, the entire ground began to shake. But when the smoke cleared, Bai Ye still stood unharmed, looking at Uchiha Madara calmly. That look is like saying to Uchiha Madara, that's it. You be ********** D, because you are arrogant. Uchiha Madara was trembling with anger from Bai Ye's attitude. He has lived for so many years, and he has never seen such an arrogant person like Bai Ye. But I have to say that that man did have arrogant capital before. But that's already a thing of the past. Arrogance in front of God is the stupidest thing you have ever done in your life. Sage Art. Yin escaped Thunderschool. Countless purple lightning bolts spewed out from Uchiha Madara's hand. But this time the purple lightning is much stronger than the previous ones, and its range is also much larger, overwhelming, as if covering the entire world. Uchiha Madara's strength has improved a lot, and he is not at the same level as before. Third Hokage's face was ugly, and he was shocked by the purple lightning that filled the sky. Yes, now that Uchiha Madara can be said to be the Sage of Six Paths alive, I'm afraid it's not an exaggeration. Second Hokage's face darkened. It can be said that both that man and Uchiha Madara have far exceeded his imagination. But that man should be able to stop it. Third Hokage looked worried. If Bai Ye lost, then it would be completely over. And fourth Hokage also looked worried, but most of his attention was still on Naruto in the distance. Crackling. The purple lightning shrouded Bai Ye with terrifying power. I said, you are not strong enough. Bai Ye's faint voice sounded, and the Ryatsu in his body gushed out, covering Bai Ye's body like substance. Thereafter, Bai Ye let out a cry, and stepped hard on the ground with his right foot. Bang, the whole ground sank suddenly. At the same time, raging flames ignited on Bai Ye's body, and the Ryujin Jaka in his hand was also covered by blazing flames. At this time, Bai Ye is like a fire god. How is this possible? Seeing Bai Ye's appearance at this moment, Uchiha Madara only felt terrified. Then, under Uchiha Madara's astonished eyes, Bai Ye kicked his right foot, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball, with endless flames towards the purple lightning. Crackling. The flame and the lightning collided together, making a piercing thunderous sound. But Bai Ye's flame was even more terrifying. After the purple lightning touched the flame, it was instantly swallowed up. What kind of flame is this? It can even devour lightning. Fourth Raikage looked at the scene in front of him and felt trembling all over. But when Fourth Raikage was surprised, Bai Ye had passed through the thunder net formed by purple lightning and came to Uchiha Madara. Zero looking for flowers. Impossible. Uchiha Madara only felt a rush of high temperature enough to swallow everything. He looked at Bai Ye who was bathed in flames, his eyes widened, and he only felt that the sun was in front of him. Die. Bai Ye's faint voice sounded, followed by a lifelike flame dragon. Roar. The flame dragon roared and swallowed Uchiha Madara instantly. Advertisement afterwards, the flame dragon's power remained undiminished, and it rushed to a rocky mountain in the distance. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, that rocky mountain was melted. This is too scary, the joint soldiers were all shocked. If they face this flaming dragon, they will probably be burned directly. Ash. We seem to have won, though. Uchiha Madara seems to have been wiped out. At this time, someone reacted with a smile on his face. But soon the smile froze on his face, because the figure of Uchiha Madara reappeared. I almost died. Uchiha Madara's back felt cold. If he hadn't used the shadow of the wheel tomb instead of Bai Ye's attack at the last moment, then he would really have died. This guy. Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye again, no longer the aloofness before, but shocked. Because that man is fully capable of killing him. What is the origin of this guy? Uchiha Madara didn't understand. He had clearly reached the level of Sage of Six Paths, but why would anyone be able to threaten him? You know, the original Sage of Six Paths was an invincible existence, and there should be no one stronger than Sage of Six Paths in the entire ninja world. 0. And Black Zetsu, who was hiding on Uchiha Madara's body, also had an ugly face. He can be sure that Bai Ye is definitely not from the ninja world. Then there is only one possibility. Bai Ye is from the mother's world. This guy really came to punish mom. No, I have to revive my mother as soon as possible, otherwise no one is a match for this guy. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu reminded again, Master Madara, the plan must be launched as soon as possible. This guy probably has no way to avoid infinite Tsukuyomi. Understood. Uchiha also calmed down at this time. Then, a powerful pupil force surged from his Rinnegan. Click and click. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find out. The earth began to fall apart, and countless rocks flew into the air continuously as if they had lost gravity. What is that? At this time, someone noticed. Dozens of black balls appeared in the air. And it is these spheres that continuously generate powerful attraction, sucking everything in. It's planetary devastation, but, isn't that too much? Onoki was a little scared at this time. There was only one at a time before, but now there are dozens of them, which is too exaggerated. Get out of here, don't get sucked up, Gaara reminded. Rumble. A loud sound sounded, and the rocks were continuously attracted together, forming huge rock balls with a diameter of several hundred meters. Go ahead. Uchiha Madara waved his hand, and immediately, these rock balls fell towards the ground like meteors. This guy, did mom set up a photo? Everyone watched this scene in horror. If these dozens of rock balls fell on the ground, the damage caused would be unimaginable. Run, don't stay where you are. Onoki, Gaara and others did not stop, but kept using ninjutsu to send ninjas away from the range of the rock ball. HMPH, what do you do now? Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye with a sneer. In his opinion, under so many rock balls, even Bai Ye would be crushed to death. Bai Ye didn't speak, and glanced at the rock ball that was swooping down in the sky, with a flat expression. Fiery hell. Rumble. Pillars of fire rose from the ground into the sky, like a volcanic eruption, the end of the world. Immediately afterwards, under the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, it happened. The huge rock ball was completely pierced by the fire pillar. Click click click. A series of cracks appeared on the surface of the rock ball, and soon, countless flames rushed out of the inside of the rock ball. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the entire rock ball turned into countless fragments. Although each fragment is covered with flames, the threat is not as great as before, and it can be resisted as long as the evasion technique is used. This guy, it seems that he can only use that trick. Uchiha Madara looked at Bai Ye with a livid face, and then flew high into the sky. Looking at the bloody moon in the sky, Uchiha Madara snapped off the forehead protector on top of his head, exposing his forehead. On the forehead is a closed eye. Afterwards, the eyes opened suddenly, bloody red, among which there are 9 tomo dotted. It is reincarnation Sharingan Ding. 144. Infinite Tsukuyomi activates. What is Uchiha Madara doing? The people who were watching the battle in the distance all showed doubts when they saw Uchiha Madara's actions. Could it be that Uchiha Madara chose to give up because she knew she was no match for Bai Ye? But that's unlikely, right? After all, with Uchiha Madara's character, how could he choose to give up? By the way, what's the matter with the moon in the sky? At this moment, everyone noticed that the moon in the sky turned into a terrifying blood red at some point. This is just too weird. What's the matter? Tsunade frowned, although she didn't know what was going on, but she had a feeling of uneasiness in her heart. It seems that something terrible will happen next. Could it be that guy? At this time, Fourth Raikage seemed to think of something, and his expression became extremely frightened. He thought of the fake 080 Uchiha Madara, who was the project Tsuki no Mi that Daiuchi once told them when they were meeting with the 5 shadows. Obviously, Uchiha Madara's current actions seem to be preparing to execute this project Tsuki no Mi. If Uchiha Madara really succeeds, then everyone in the entire ninja world will be controlled by Uchiha Madara, and everyone will fall into an illusion. That scene. It's chilling to think about. He must be stopped. Fourth Raikage roared loudly, then activated lightning style, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara, trying to interrupt Uchiha Madara. But it's too late, light up everything in time. As Uchiha Madara said, Seals began to form in his hands, and the huge pupil power spewed out from the 9-go Jade Rinnegan, continuously rushing towards the red moon. Then, Uchiha Madara opened his eyes suddenly and whispered, "It's over, Infinite Tsukuyomi." The voice fell. A strange scene appeared on the entire red moon. "I saw that on the red moon," the projection of Jubuyu Rinnegan unexpectedly appeared. "What is that?" All have discovered the change of the red moon. If the moon turning red is spooky enough, having eyes on a red moon is downright terrifying. At the same time, on the other side, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly found that the shadow of Uchiha Madara who was fighting with them has disappeared. What is that? Why is there a strange eye on the moon? Soon, Naruto noticed the situation in the sky for the first time. Advertisement, oops. Sasuke turned his head and saw this scene, and his face became very ugly. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke quickly turned on Susanoo mode, came to Naruto, Kakashi, Obito, and Lil Sakura, and covered them with Susanoo. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Naruto looked puzzled. Kakashi and Little Sakura also looked at Sasuke suspiciously. Only Obito seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed suddenly. "There's no time to talk nonsense now, don't go out of this range." Sasuke gritted his teeth and said. In fact, he didn't know if Susanoo could stand against Infinite Tsukuyomi. But in the current situation, a dead horse can only be treated as a living horse doctor. Just then, Uchiha Madara also completed the release of Infinite Tsukuyomi. With a sneer on Uchiha's face, he said, "HMPH, now, let's make it all come together." Subsequently, a phantom of Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared with a cold smile on his face. And the red moon became the third eye of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Swish. Immediately afterwards, countless white lights shone, turning the dark sky into daylight. And those white lights, like the sun, enveloped the entire ninja world. Not only that, these white lights seem to be able to penetrate everything, whether it is houses, rocks, or ninjutsu barriers, nothing can stop this white light. No matter whether it is a person, an animal, or a ninja beast, nothing can block this white light. Meow. On the fence, a yellow-orange cat narrowed its eyes and yawned. When the orange cat opened its eyes again, its eyes turned into Sharingans. In a room, several big names were playing mahjong, but suddenly, they also stopped moving and became dazed. At the same time, their eyes also become Rinnegan. On the battlefield, the 5 cages including Tsunade, or the common joint ninjas also suddenly stopped in place, and Rinnegan was also very conspicuous in the eyes of each of them. What exactly is going on? Looking at the surrounding scene, first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage and fourth Hokage were all stunned. They had never seen anything like this before. Why does everyone stand motionless as if they have lost consciousness? What the hell did this guy Madara do? Although first Hokage didn't know what happened, he knew that it must have something to do with Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's expression returned to calm, and he said lightly, "This light can pass through the shadows, and no one can hide." However, it's not over yet. Advertisement Uchiha Madara said, clasping his hands together. "The divine tree realm has come." Rumble, following Uchiha Madara's voice fell. The ground of the entire ninja world began to tumbling continuously, as if something was shuttled underneath. And soon, this thing finally broke through the ground. That is a very strong tree. Subsequently, vines appeared on these trees. These vines seemed to have their own consciousness, wrapping everything affected by Infinite Tsukuyomi. What the hell is going on? Tsunade, wake up. Third Hokage kept cutting off the vines trying to bind Tsunade, but these vines soon grew back, and then entangled Tsunade again. The other side. Inside Sasuke's Susanoo. At this time, Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, Little Sakura and others are not controlled by Infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto looked around, especially seeing Tsunade and Hinata wrapped in vines, and wanted to rush out to save them, but was stopped by Sasuke. "Naruto, it's not enough now. If we go out now, we will also be controlled by Uchiha Madara's illusion. If you and I are controlled, it will be over. Now, we can only wait for the opportunity," Sasuke said calmly. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto stopped in spite of his anxiety. Sasuke's Susanoo was able to withstand Infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito on the side of 2.4 is a little weird. In his opinion, Infinite Tsukuyomi should be unsolvable. Ha ha ha, everything is over now, and war will never come. At this time, Uchiha Madara's excited laughter came from the air. Okay. At this moment, Uchiha Madara noticed that the successive generations of Hokage and Naruto Sasuke were not controlled by Infinite Tsukuyomi. But Uchiha Madara doesn't care, after all, these people are not his opponents at all. By the way, where's Bai Ye? Uchiha Madara began to look around for Bai Ye. In Uchiha Madara's view, only Bai Ye is the only opponent he should pay attention to. It's just that after searching for a long time, Bai Ye's figure was not found. It should be wrapped in vines. Uchiha Madara thought in his heart that he was in a good mood after solving such a powerful enemy as Bai Ye. 145. Black Zetsu Sneak Attack on 6 Paths Madara. For Uchiha Madara, Bai Ye can be said to be the only opponent he fears now. Now Bai Ye is also controlled by Infinite Tsukuyomi, so no one can stop him anymore. But at this time, the white light receded, the whole ninja world became dark again, and the moon also turned into its original appearance. It's just that the whole ninja world has become quiet now. Almost all human beings were wrapped in vines and fell into an illusion. Madara, why are you doing this? First Hokage stood up and questioned Uchiha Madara. Hashi hot mom, have you seen it? Now the whole world has become peaceful, and there will be no more wars in the future. Uchiha Madara said, opened his arms, and said in a deep voice. See, Hashirama, and I, the savior of this world? No, you are not the savior, such a world, not the world we want. Naruto retorted loudly, rushing out of Sasuke's Susanoo. That's right, you don't have the right to choose instead of us, Sasuke also said. He also wants to create a peaceful world, but not like Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. 23 inches hearing what Naruto and Sasuke said, Uchiha Madara looked up to the sky and laughed. You don't have the right to choose, and I won't give you the right to choose. Uchiha Madara looked at Naruto and the others with a sneer on his face. The meaning of Uchiha Madara's words is also obvious. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. You be asterisk 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 D. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Naruto and others all looked angry. But they also knew in their hearts that Uchiha's strength was indeed very strong, and it was difficult for them to beat Uchiha Madara. But even so, we will fight to the end. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded. Superior. Then, Naruto turned on the six paths mode. Sasuke also used Susanoo, and the two rushed towards Uchiha Madara together. However, at this time, Uchiha Madara has absorbed the sacred tree, and even obtained the 9 Gyū Rinnegan, which is extremely powerful. Naruto and Sasuke are no match for Uchiha Madara at all. Even dealing with the shadow of Uchiha Madara is very difficult. Too bad, Uchiha Madara is too strong. Naruto and Sasuke are not opponents at all. Fourth Hokage looked anxiously at Naruto and Sasuke who were being beaten by Uchiha Madara. But now both of his arms are damaged by the truth-seeking ball, and his combat power has plummeted, so he can't support Naruto and Sasuke at all. Advertisement boom. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke were blasted out by Uchiha Madara at the same time. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed, now, no one can stop me. When everyone heard Uchiha Madara's words, their faces were gloomy and their hearts were desperate. Even the strongest Naruto and Sasuke are no match for Uchiha Madara. So who else can take on Uchiha Madara? A-hole. Naruto was furious, wanting to enter six paths mode again. But there was a sense of weakness in his body, which made it impossible for him to enter the six paths mode. Sasuke's blood-wheel eyes were also bleeding continuously. If he continues to force Susanoo, this Sharingan will also be destroyed. Is there no other way? A ninja sat on the ground in despair. HMPH, it's useless, no matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Uchiha Madara sneered. But at this moment, a voice sounded. Oh, really? I don't think so. Hearing this voice, Uchiha Madara's expression changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura looked over in surprise. Master Bai Ye. When they saw Bai Ye's figure, everyone's faces showed excitement. Even the little Sakura stood up happily, so there was no despair before. Damn it, you're not controlled by infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara looked ugly. Before, he chose to cast infinite Tsukuyomi because he really couldn't beat Bai Ye and wanted to control Bai Ye. But it never occurred to me that day and night were not under control. Obito was not surprised when he saw Bai Ye. Even Sasuke was able to use Susanoo to get past infinite Tsukuyomi, let alone Bai Ye. That man is definitely much stronger than Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, with Master Bai Ye here, you are doomed. Naruto seemed to have regained his strength at this time, and came to Bai Ye's side and said excitedly. Advertisement people can't help but touch their foreheads. At the same time, I also feel very strange in my heart. It is clear that Sasuke and Naruto are the saviors of the ninja world, but why now? It seems that Bai Ye is more like the savior. Maybe it's not time for the two of them to make a move. After all, Mom hasn't appeared yet, and with Mom's strength, only Naruto and Sasuke can seal Mom together. Sage of Six Paths thought to himself. In the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya's strength is almost invincible, and only Naruto and Sasuke can solve it together, and neither can Bai Ye. Hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Madara's face was gloomy. He looked at Bai Ye and said, you should understand that if I don't do this, then the ninja world will never usher in peace. Apparently, Uchiha Madara wanted to convince Bai Ye. But as a time traveler, knowing all the future of the Hokage world, how could day and night be persuaded? And Bai Ye's response. Accompanied by the scorching heat, the blade of Ryujin Jaka began to bathe in flames. The Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand was instantly Shikai, and a powerful aura shot up from Bai Ye's body. In that case, don't blame me for being rude, Uchiha Madara said angrily. Immediately afterwards, a long sword composed entirely of truth-seeking balls appeared in Uchiha Madara's hand, and rushed towards Bai Ye. Obviously, Uchiha Madara knew that it was impossible to cause damage to Bai Ye no matter whether he used the Round Tomb Prison or the 947 Planetary Devastation, so he planned to engage in close combat with Bai Ye. As long as the truth-seeking ball a long sword can hit Bai Ye, no matter how strong Bai Ye is, he cannot resist it. Uchiha Madara's melee ability is not bad, but it depends on who he is compared with. Compared with Bai Ye, Uchiha Madara's close combat is at the kindergarten level. Seeing Uchiha Madara rushing towards him, Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand flicked upwards, directly flying Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking ball long sword, then flicked his wrist, and instantly slashed at Uchiha Madara's chest. Uchiha Madara's complexion changed, and he quickly used the truth-seeking ball to block it. With a soft sound, Uchiha Madara's body flew upside down and slammed into the rock wall. But this little damage was nothing to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara soon refloated in the air, looking at Bai Ye with a solemn expression. Honestly, Uchiha Madara doesn't know what to do with Bai Ye anymore. He has used all the moves he can use, but they can't hurt Bai Ye at all. Master Uchiha Madara, I have a way to deal with the other party. At this time, Black Zetsu's sullen voice sounded. Oh, what can you do? Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu aside. That's, Black Zetsu said, getting closer to Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, with a puff, it was in Uchiha Madara's unbelievable eyes that Black Zetsu's arm penetrated Uchiha Madara's body. 146. Big Jane Wood Kagaya, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu with disbelief. He thought that Obito would betray him, but he never thought that Black Zetsu would betray him. Hey, Black Zetsu sneered, seeming to enjoy the process now. Far away, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and others who saw this scene were all surprised. What is happening? Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Uchiha Madara would be attacked unexpectedly by their own people. At the same time, another thought appeared in everyone's mind. What does that guy want? This is also the idea of Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu, what exactly do you want? Uchiha Madara said while trying to break free from Black Zetsu. But to Uchiha Madara's surprise, he felt like his body was out of control and he couldn't move at all. Hey, Uchiha Madara, you use Obito, but I, too, have been using you. 11. Black Zetsu said with a sneer. Subsequently, boom. The surrounding ground began to vibrate continuously, and soon one after another chakra rose into the sky, all pouring into Uchiha Madara's body. What? Uchiha Madara howled in pain. Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Uchiha Madara's body began to swell and turned into a spherical shape. What's going on here? Where did these chakra come from? Naruto looked puzzled. Such a huge chakra has far surpassed Tiano. At the same time, in the spiritual world, Sage of Six Paths also became very ugly now. He understood why Black Zetsu did this, obviously wanting to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. Naruto, Sasuke, hurry up, if you're late, Otsutsuki Kagaya will come out. Sage of Six Paths quickly contacted Naruto Sasuke with mental power. Advertisement at the same time, Sage of Six Paths couldn't help complaining in his heart, how could that man watch this scene helplessly? Then Sage of Six Paths also used spiritual power to contact Bai Ye. I am Sage of Six Paths, that's right, the legendary Sage of Six Paths, now you have to interrupt Black Zetsu. Otherwise the whole ninja world will be over when Otsutsuki Kagaya comes out. As for who Otsutsuki Kagaya is, now I can't tell for a while, but she is a very scary guy, and she must not be allowed to come out. Huh? Bai Ye also didn't expect Sage of Six Paths to contact him, but he didn't take Sage of Six Paths' words to heart. After all, his goal was Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki will be your mother soon. I have to say, this is the first time I've seen a son who will seal his mother with his own hands, Bai Ye said jokingly. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Taoist Immortal was dumbfounded. Otsutsuki Kagaya is his mother's affair, only a few people know about it, and Bai Ye is definitely not among them. But Sage of Six Paths quickly realized that Bai Ye didn't seem to be from the ninja world, nor did he use the power of the ninja world. Who the hell are you and what is your purpose? This time, Sage of Six Paths' face darkened and his tone was very serious. The ninja world is the place that Sage of Six Paths has always wanted to protect. People in the ninja world can do whatever they want, but he absolutely does not allow outsiders to destroy the ninja world. Otsutsuki Kagaya is coming out soon, let's not talk about it. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he directly cut off the connection with Sage of Six Paths. This guy. This annoys the Sage of Six Paths. Actually, Sage of Six Paths is not so afraid of Otsutsuki Kagaya. With Naruto and Sasuke, Otsutsuki Kagaya will definitely be sealed in the end, but Bai Ye is different. With the strength that Bai Ye showed before, Naruto and Sasuke may be Bai Ye's opponents at all. At the same time, Naruto and Sasuke also received the reminder from Sage of Six Paths and rushed up to interrupt Black Zetsu. But the moment the two rushed up, the white hair on Uchiha Madara's body suddenly stretched out, and then entangled Naruto and Sasuke. This hair is very hard, no matter how Naruto and Sasuke struggle, it will not help. Hey! Black Zetsu sneered, then looked at Bai Ye with a puzzled look on his face. Your name is Bai Ye, right? Why didn't you interrupt me? Although Black Zetsu had absolute confidence in being able to hold Bai Ye back, seeing Bai Ye standing where he was puzzled. Bai Ye shook his head and said, you want to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Kagaya is just one of my goals. Resurrection Otsutsuki Kagaya, what the hell is going on? Uchiha Madara asked with the remaining consciousness. A bad premonition faintly appeared in his heart, he felt as if he had done something wrong. Yes, I just want to resurrect my mother, and infinite Tsukuyomi is not an illusion at all. but to allow my mother to absorb the chakra of these guys, and then resurrect. Madara, you have been deceived by me, ha ha ha. Black Zetsu laughed wildly. Uchiha Madara still wanted to struggle, but was quickly overwhelmed by the swelling body. Resurrect, mother. The smile on Black Zetsu's face grew stronger, he had waited so long for this day. Advertisement. As for what Bai Ye said, Otsutsuki Kagaya was his target, Black Zetsu didn't care at all. As long as Otsutsuki Kagaya is revived, Bai Ye will not pose any threat at all. At this moment, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Uchiha Madara turned into a huge sphere, and soon, the sphere suddenly shrank to the middle, and 10 figures slowly emerged. It was a beautiful woman with white hair and white clothes, with 3 eyes like Uchiha Madara. Even without opening their eyes, Naruto, Sasuke and others could feel an extremely powerful aura from the woman. That's a more powerful force than 10 tails. This guy, is what the Sage of 6 Paths said. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Seeing the appearance of the woman, Naruto muttered to himself. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly opened his eyes. The first is the eyes on the forehead, which is the same Juguyu Rinnegan as Uchiha Madara. Oh, really? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye indifferently, then frowned slightly. Otsutsuki Kagaya has no expression on her face, Naruto and Sasuke are too weak for her. He doesn't seem to have chakra on him. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Otsutsuki Kaguya's expression froze, and now Uchiha Madara is in his body, so she can know Uchiha Madara's strength. Mom, that guy named Bai Ye is our enemy. Black Zetsu pointed to Bai Ye and said. Then there are the eyes, but Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes are not Rinnegan, but white eyes. After all, Bai Ye's appearance is obviously not. Could it be someone from that world? Otsutsuki Kagaya thought of the world she used to live in. Her expression became ugly, but she shook her head soon. Naruto, the monies, Sasuke. Seeing this scene, little Sakura looked anxious, the strength gap between the two sides was too great. But Otsutsuki Kagaya sent Sasuke and Naruto flying with a flick of his long hair. Bai Ye's ability to defeat Uchiha Madara should not be underestimated. Is it Indra and Ashura? Whoever you are, go to hell. Otsutsuki Kagaya said calmly, not paying attention to Bai Ye at all. Naruto and Uchiha Madara didn't care so much and charged directly at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yeah. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded, then looked at the two people in front of him, his expression fixed. Mom, you are finally resurrected. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu who was hiding in Kaguya's sleeve said happily. Let's go. Mom, he beat Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu said Yuan. 147. Bai Ye's Daijinmu Kagaya, 80 God's Airstrike. For Otsutsuki Kagaya. The moment she ate the fruit of the divine tree, she was already invincible. No one can kill her, nor her opponent. Even her two sons, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Yuya, can only stop her by sealing them. As for the person in front of him, he was just a guy who came out of nowhere. Even if he can defeat Uchiha Madara, he is just a mortal who can be crushed to death. Go to hell. Otsutsuki Kaguya's expression was extremely cold, looking at Bai Ye's appearance, it was like looking at an ant. As soon as the words fell, Otsutsuki Kaguya's white hair rushed towards Bai Ye like a flexible python. This white hair is very hard, even after Naruto and Sasuke were entangled just now, they couldn't break free even with all their strength. Hey, let me show you the strength of mother, you nasty boy. Black Zetsu hid in Otsutsuki Kaguya's sleeve, looking at Bai Ye with a sinister look. He had seen Bai Ye beat Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara with his own eyes before, so he was very afraid of Bai Ye. I even felt that it was very likely that Otsutsuki Kagaya would not be revived this time. But I never expected that Otsutsuki Kagaya was resurrected in the end. As long as Mom is resurrected, no matter how strong you are, you can't be Mom's opponent. In Black Zetsu's heart, Otsutsuki Kagaya is invincible. Lord Bai Ye, get out of the way. Naruto and Sasuke reminded anxiously when they saw Bai Ye standing still. It's just that Bai Ye was unmoved, seeing that the long white hair was about to trap him. Boom. Hot flames rose from Bai Ye's body. HMPH, it's useless. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly. Her hair is not ordinary hair, not to mention flames, even magma can't cause any harm to her at all. However, what Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't notice was that the rock under Bai Ye's feet began to melt under the high temperature. And at this time, Otsutsuki Kaguya's attack has already arrived. It's just that before he got close to Bai Ye, his long hair, which was harder than steel, was burned to ashes. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Wei saw this scene, his face changed, he quickly retracted his hair, and then looked at Bai Ye with a gloomy expression. Only then did she notice that the temperature of the flames on day and night was too high. As if the space can be burned through. Advertisement. Naruto, Sasuke and others in the distance were also shocked by this scene, but they had no time to be happy now, because staying by Bai Ye's side, they felt as if they were going to be roasted, the temperature was too high. There is no way, everyone can only leave Bai Ye far away and watch the battle from a distance. Is this all your strength? Otsutsuki Kagaya, if it's just like this, then I'm really disappointed. Bai Ye's disdainful voice sounded. HMPH, you are too arrogant, mortal. Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly. A rabbit fur needle. The next moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya stood in the air, His white hair turned into countless sharp thorns and flew towards Bai Ye. The rabbit hair needle belongs to the Shuiji snare. With the white eyes, it can see the opponent's weakness, and then strike precisely at the weakness. But when Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye with blank eyes, she was shocked to find that Bai Ye was completely covered by flames, and she couldn't see through this flame at all. Even if you look at it for a little longer, your eyes will faintly feel pain after being burned by high temperature. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't believe it. At this time, countless rabbit hair needles also stabbed Bai Ye. The rabbit hair needle, which could easily pierce the rock, didn't even touch Bai Ye's body. It just touched the flame on Bai Ye's body, and it instantly turned into ashes. Is this your attack? Bai Ye's tone was very flat, but in Otsutsuki Kaguya's ears, it made her more angry than any sarcasm. What she hates the most is when someone questions her skills. That being the case, CDFH, then let you see my true strength. Yachigami Sky Strike. Powerful chakra emerge from Otsutsuki Kaguya's body, and these chakra are attached to Otsutsuki Kaguya's fist. Die. In an instant, countless fists appeared in the air, blasting towards Bai Ye suddenly. The shadow of the fist was flying, and the air was hit with a bang, as if it could destroy everything in front of it. This is enough to shake the fist of the sky. Second Hokage in the distance watched Otsutsuki Kaguya's move with a dignified expression. This trick looks a bit similar to the 8 trigrams palms of the Hyuga family, but the power is not known how many times greater. Even Susanoo of the Uchiha family was shattered under this punch. However, facing such a terrifying fist, Bai Ye looked calm, the Ryatsu in his body spewed out and gathered on the fist. Advertisement, double bones. The next moment, Bai Ye's figure suddenly appeared near Otsutsuki Kagaya, and then he punched out with both fists. Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't expect Bai Ye's speed to be so fast, but her reaction was also not slow, and she reacted in an instant. But even so, Otsutsuki Kaguya's complexion changed. Because her white eyes can clearly perceive that the fists of day and night carry a power that can destroy the world. You must not be hit by this punch, or you will die. Otsutsuki Kagaya thought to himself, and then immediately turned Yashigami's direction and began to block Bai Ye. Bang bang bang. The fists condensed by chakra kept hitting Bai Ye's fists. But what surprised Otsutsuki Kagaya was that the fist that was supposed to destroy a mountain, but facing Bai Ye's fists, turned out to be like a bubble, shattering at the first touch. This is impossible. Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't believe it. Boom. However, at the next moment, the fists of day and night had already hit Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya only felt a force that could destroy the world, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, under everyone's surprised eyes, Otsutsuki Kaguya's body was thrown away by Nakae. Mother. Black Zetsu in his sleeve looked at the huge hole in Otsutsuki Kaguya's belly, in disbelief. The invincible mother in his eyes was actually punched by Bai Ye. Win. Did you win? Naruto, Sasuke and others in the distance were also stunned. Didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Should have won. This guy's abdomen has been pierced. Little Sakura said in a daze. However, Little Sakura's voice just fell. Otsutsuki Kaguya's angry voice sounded. Damn guy. UP asterisk 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 D me off. As the voice fell, the hole in Otsutsuki Kaguya's abdomen began to squirm continuously, and it was completely repaired soon. And the breath of Otsutsuki Kagaya has not abated. Obviously Bai Ye's attack did not cause any damage to Otsutsuki Kagaya at all. 148. Controlling the heavens, on the battlefield. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye with anger on his face. Even her 2 sons, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Yuya, did not do her such harm. But now, Bai Ye actually hurt her. This is absolutely unforgivable. Heavenly Imperial Center. Amidst Otsutsuki Kaguya's angry voice, the 9-Go-Yu Rinnegan on her forehead burst out with a terrifying pupil power. Immediately afterwards, Naruto et al. Discovered surprisingly. The environment around them suddenly changed. What is this place? Naruto shouted in surprise, and then felt a scorching high temperature hit him, although not as high as Bai Ye's temperature, but still enough to make people feel very uncomfortable. This is lava. At this time, Sasuke's shocked voice came. Naruto looked down. Sure enough, there was endless magma in their distance. Fortunately for them, they were on a rocky platform. If they appeared directly in the magma, they would be instantly swallowed by the magma. However, what is the situation? Kakashi's face was serious. To be able to bring them from the ninja world to this world full of magma silently, I am afraid that only gods can do it. Is it an illusion? Little Sakura guessed. It's not an illusion. Obito and Sasuke shook their heads at the same time. Both of them possess Sharingan, who can see through all illusions. And everything in front of him is obviously real. This should be created by Otsutsuki Kagaya. This kind of ability is really terrifying. After Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at Bai Ye who was confronting Otsutsuki Kagaya not far away, feeling very worried. Now, only that man is capable of fighting Otsutsuki Kagaya. Others are like mortals in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya. At the same time, Bai Ye glanced at the surrounding environment, but there was nothing unusual on his face. He knows that this magma world is the world created by Otsutsuki Kagaya using the Heavenly Palace, and there are 4 such worlds. Including Gravity World, Ice World, Desert World and Sulfuric World. Of course, the starting ball space is not included here. These 5 worlds are real worlds, and each world is very dangerous. Advertisement at least for ordinary ninjas, once they enter these worlds, not to mention defeating Otsutsuki Kagaya, whether they can survive in these harsh environments is a problem. But for Bai Ye, this is not a problem. A big reason is that Bai Ye can fly. As long as you can fly, you can break down to Bai Ye at all. Kagaya, if it's just like this, you can't beat me. Bai Ye looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya. HMPH, it's too early to be happy, mortal. Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly, and then the magma sea below began to churn continuously. Soon, a magma column charged towards Bai Ye violently, swallowing Bai Ye instantly. Master Bai Ye. Seeing this scene, Naruto, Sasuke and others all showed worried expressions. The temperature of the magma is so high that even steel can melt. However, this temperature is not worth mentioning to Bai Ye. Ryujin Jaka can emit a high temperature of 6,000 degrees that can rival the sun. The temperature of the magma is just over 1,000 degrees. Too bad. HMPH, die. Seeing Bai Ye swallowed by the magma, Otsutsuki Kagaya also sneered. But when the magma column dissipated, Itsuki Kaguya's face froze. Because at this time, Bai Ye didn't seem to be injured at all. In other words, using firepower to deal with Bai Ye is too naive. Meeting Bai Ye's cold gaze, for some reason, Kagaya felt a little difficult to breathe. But soon Otsutsuki Kagaya recovered and looked at Bai Ye angrily. It's not over yet. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding magma world suddenly changed, and soon became a world full of sulfuric acid. These sulfuric acids are condensed with the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and have very strong corrosive power. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths came to this world, they would not dare to be contaminated with these sulfuric acids. Fortunately, Otsutsuki Kagaya only sent Bai Ye here, otherwise Naruto, Kakashi and the others would be in danger. Corrode him for me. Otsutsuki Kagaya waved his hand, and the calm sulfuric acid turned into a huge wave of sulfuric acid, rushing towards Bai Ye. Seeing that the acid wave was about to rush to Bai Ye. Everything is ashes. Ryujin Jaka, asking for flowers. Advertisement. Bai Ye pulls out the Ryujin Jaka, and immediately activates the Shikai. At the same time, a wave of scorching heat continued to flow from Ryujin Jaka to the surroundings. ZZZ. The surrounding sulfuric acid started to boil at this temperature. Burn the city. Facing the coming wave of sulfuric acid, Bai Ye didn't talk nonsense, and waved his hand like a giant camp of flames. Bang, ZZZ. The huge flame palm and the sulfuric acid wave collided, and there was a violent explosion at first, and then countless sulfuric acid began to evaporate under the scorching high temperature. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. And at this moment, Bai Ye put Ryujin Jaka into the sea of sulfuric acid. Immediately, as if lime had been put into the water, the entire sea of sulfuric acid began to boil continuously. Before Bai Ye's body exuded a horrible high temperature, which made people very uncomfortable, but now it's different. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire sea of sulfuric acid will be evaporated clean. This is a world of ice and snow. Stop. Otsutsuki Kagaya shouted angrily. Even for her, it is not easy to make a world. In the face of the temperature of the sun, all coldness is impossible. It is Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Obito and others, yes? Therefore, Bai Ye must not be allowed to destroy the world. Immediately after Otsutsuki Kaguya's astonished eyes, the sea of sulfuric acid began to drop continuously. The next moment, the whole world changed again. The moment I came to this world, a cold wind hit. But Bai Ye still noticed a few ice sculptures not far away. Hearing what Otsutsuki Kagaya said, a smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. Since you are so confident, let me show you what is enough to destroy the world. If there is no accident, it should be Obito using Sharingan to find a way out. Unexpectedly, he failed to find a way out and entered this ice and snow world instead, so he was frozen into an ice sculpture. And the temperature is extremely low, enough to freeze anything in a second. Of course, Bai Ye is not included in this. In this world, your flame is completely suppressed. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye and sneered. 149. Bankai, the shuddering Daijinmu Kagaya. Hearing Bai Ye's words, for some reason, Otsutsuki Kagaya faintly felt uneasy. But Otsutsuki Kagaya soon showed a proud look. In her opinion, even if Bai Ye still has hidden strength, it is absolutely impossible to beat her opponent. She is Otsutsuki Kagaya who ate the fruit of the sacred tree and is comparable to the gods. If you have any tricks, let them out. Before Otsutsuki Kagaya finished speaking, he froze in place, looking at Bai Ye in surprise. I saw an incomparably huge Ryotsu suddenly emerge from Bai Ye's body. Boom. The real Ryotsu swept around suddenly, creating a powerful whirlwind, and even Otsutsuki Kagaya had to use chakra to resist. This guy, how could he have such a powerful power zone? Although Bai Ye does not have chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya can also feel that there is a powerful force of 163 in Bai Ye's body. Even she was shocked. However, it's not over yet. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand with a solemn expression. This guy's weapon seems to be a little different. And at this time, Bai Ye's deep voice sounded out, Bankai, Remnant Fire Teidao. As soon as the words fell, the flames surrounding day and night and the flames on Ryujin Jaka were instantly extinguished. And the appearance of Ryujin Jaka has also changed, turning into a scorched Teidao that looks tattered, with wisps of blue smoke emitting from the tip of the knife from time to time. What's the matter with this guy? How did the weapon become like this? Could it be that the weapon couldn't withstand the high temperature, so it broke? Black Zetsu looked at the scene in front of him and guessed in his heart. Not only Black Zetsu, but even Otsutsuki Kagaya can't understand at all. If it is said that Bai Ye's weapon stopped emitting high temperature all the time before, but now it seems to have become an ordinary weapon. You pretending to be a ghost. Otsutsuki Kagaya wanted to mock Bai Ye. But suddenly he looked aside, with an unbelievable look on his face. How is this possible? In the terrified gaze of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Click click click. On the ground of the ice and snow world, there are countless small cracks in the icebergs. And these cracks quickly continued to expand, like broken mirrors. Advertisement boom. An iceberg collapsed, followed by the collapse of countless icebergs, and many huge cracks appeared on the ice surface. Mom, what's going on here? Black Zetsu stared wide-eyed, looking at everything in front of him in disbelief. It's the temperature, this guy is constantly exuding a terrifying temperature. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye solemnly. At this time, Bai Ye was in her eyes, like a scorching sun. The temperature emitted was enough to melt everything. Temperature? How is this possible? Black Zetsu couldn't believe it, knowing that the temperature in this ice and snow world is very low. Even the flames made by immortal arts cannot melt the icebergs here. But the truth was in front of Black Zetsu. When Black Zetsu was talking, the whole world of ice and snow had already started to melt, and the ice water kept flowing down from the icebergs, forming lakes one after another soon. But these lakes were quickly evaporated clean. This is enough to show how hot Bai Ye exudes. At this time, Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Kagaya also felt the rising temperature in the air, and their expressions were very dignified. Even for them, he could hardly bear the temperature. This guy. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye now, without any contempt at all. She even knew very well in her heart that if she dared to be careless, she might die in Bai Ye's hands. Wow, it's so hot, what the hell is going on? At this time, the voice of Naruto shouting sounded. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke and others were also released from the original sealed state. What happened here? Why is it so hot? Little Sakura also looked puzzled, and kept fanning with her hands, but the wind that flashed over was also hot. This seems to be Master Bai Ye's ability. Sasuke looked at the remnant sword in Bai Ye's hand. For some reason, when he looked at the knife with his eyes, he could feel that his entire eyes seemed to be stinging from the scorching heat. We must leave here immediately, or we will die here. Obito swallowed and said solemnly. Yeah. Kakashi also nodded, and soon, Sasuke and Naruto left this world with the help of Obito. At the same time, the entire ice and snow world has completely melted. A huge lake was formed, but the water level in the lake kept dropping, and all the water was about to turn into vapor. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't sit still. Even she couldn't bear the temperature anymore. Go to hell. A gray bone stick appeared in Otsutsuki Kaguya's hand and flew towards Bai Ye. Advertisement: this is the total killing of ashes, Otsutsuki Kaguya's ultimate skill. As long as it is touched, it will be wiped out. However, facing the flying ashes, Bai Ye said softly with a calm expression. Remnant fire sword. Dong. Rising sun. As soon as the words fell, the remaining fire sword in Bai Ye's hand slashed towards the common killer in the air. This guy dared to touch the ashes of his mother. He is looking for death. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu sneered. Otsutsuki Kaguya's co-killing ashes bone, no matter what it touches, it will rot like a bone, and it is impossible to be blocked. When, at this moment, the remnant fire Teidao and the co-killing ashes collided together, making a soft noise. But to the surprise of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu, the remnant fire Teidao was not destroyed, but killed the ashes together with a bang, making a loud noise that shook the sky. Immediately after that, a bottomless abyss nearly 1,000 meters deep suddenly appeared on the ground below the world of ice and snow. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't believe that his joint killing was cracked by the other party. But the next moment, it's time to end, and then. While Daijinmu Kaguya's complexion sank, a shudder rose in his heart. Otsutsuki 0.5 Kagaya was completely stunned. There was a loud bang. Otsutsuki Kagaya is also stupid at this time, and his heart is even more crazy. Seeing this scene, Black Zetsu's expression completely changed. No, you must not be touched once, as long as you were touched. I saw that the water surface was destroyed by a powerful force, and a huge crack hundreds of meters deep and several kilometers long appeared. Who the hell is this guy? Otsutsuki Kaguya's complexion changed, but she reacted quickly, turning sideways to avoid Bai Ye's attack. Bai Ye's voice sounded, and then turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Will die. I saw that the remaining fire in Bai Ye's hand first fell on the water surface, and then all the water in the surrounding area boiled instantly and turned into steam. Is this guy a real god? Even his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, might not be so destructive, right? Oops. 150. Kaguya's fear. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya was already afraid of Bai Ye. Fear. This is the first time I have come to Otsutsuki Kagaya so much. You know, after eating the fruit of the sacred tree, she felt that she had obtained something that was not inferior to members of the Daijinmu clan with a higher status. Even when her two sons, Otsutsuki Yuya and Otsutsuki Hamura, teamed up to seal her, she didn't feel afraid, because she believed that she would not die and would be resurrected one day. But now, if she is careless, she may die. Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't want to die. It's just that there is no good way to face Bai Ye, Otsutsuki Kagaya now. Mom, I think he is only powerful with that weapon. As long as he can touch his body, it is very easy to kill him. Black Zetsu hiding in his sleeve gave advice to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Insutsuki Kaguya's eyes lit up. Yes. Even if Bai Ye could block her ashes with a weapon, her body would definitely not be able to. So as long as it can hit Bai Ye's body, then Bai Ye can be solved. Thinking in my heart, Otsutsuki Kaguya's hands appeared again. And 25 this time, not just one or two dead ashes, but a densely packed large area. Whoosh! Countless ashes of the co-killers flew towards Bai Ye, almost covering all of Bai Ye's escape routes. These co-killed ashes are not only very lethal, but also fast. But in a short moment, he had already arrived in front of Bai Ye. Go to hell. Otsutsuki Kagaya had a grim look on his face. Since she ate the fruit of the sacred tree and gained great power, this person in front of her was the first person who could really threaten her. So Bai Ye must die. Ha ha ha, nasty guy, this is the power of mother, you are dead. Black Zetsu also let out a hearty laugh. It can be said that Bai Ye put too much pressure on him. Neither Obito nor Uchiha Madara is Bai Ye's opponent. Even Black Zetsu felt that if it wasn't for his own luck, it would be impossible to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. But what Black Zetsu doesn't know is that if Bai Ye really wants to interrupt Black Zetsu's resurrection plan, then no matter what Black Zetsu does, it is impossible for Black Zetsu to have a chance to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Advertisement. The reason is simple. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are useless. What's more, Bai Ye knew the complete plan of Black Zetsu. The other side. Facing the countless ashes of the joint killings flying towards him, Bai Ye's expression did not change at all, as if these ashes of the joint killings were not a terrorist attack that kills at one touch, but ordinary ninjutsu with no power. Remnant Fire Sword. West. Remnant Sun Prison Clothes. Bai Ye's flat voice sounded. What followed was a frightening Ryotsu that emerged from Bai Ye. This Ryotsu seemed to be wearing a blazing sun. It flows continuously around Bai Ye's body. What is this? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at the scene in front of him with an ugly face. Although she doesn't know what Ryotsu is, she can sense the powerful power that Ryotsu constantly emits. That is a stronger force than chakra. This guy's strength seems to have surpassed that of his mother. Black Zetsu couldn't believe it. You know, Otsutsuki Kagaya has the power of the fruit of the sacred tree, and even chakra, who has obtained the entire ninja world. Now he is not as powerful as Bai Ye. How is this possible? And at this moment, boom! The Ryotsu on Bai Ye's body suddenly disappeared, followed by endless flames. The flame continued to burn, exuding terrifying scorching heat. This is the prison clothes of the last days. Turn your own Ryotsu into a flame of 15 million degrees, like a scorching sun, covering the body and the blade. No matter what it is, as long as it is close, it will be burned to ashes by the high temperature. You have to stay away from this guy. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya could only stay away from the high temperature. Otherwise, even if she has an immortal body, she will be burned to ashes under the flames. At the same time, those co-killed ashes have come before Bai Ye. However, when encountering the raging flames covering Bai Ye's body, the ashes of the co-killed ashes turned into nothingness without even a single pause. This guy. This time, Otsutsuki Kagaya panicked completely. Killing ashes together can be said to be her big weapon, but now this weapon is ineffective against Bai Ye, which makes Otsutsuki Kagaya not know what to do for a while. Advertisement. Mom, it shouldn't be possible for this guy to unleash this move infinitely. We still have a chance. Although Black Zetsu was also flustered and invincible in his heart, he quickly calmed down, and began to analyze the situation. It has to be said that Black Zetsu does have the talent to be the dog-headed strategist of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly regained his composure. That's right, such tricks cannot be continuously released day and night. As long as Bai Ye loses the protection of the flame, then her chance will come. The same is true in implementation. Bai Ye will not always use the prison clothes of the last days. It's not that Bai Ye can't use this trick all the time, it's that it's unnecessary. At least against Otsutsuki Kagaya, it's completely unnecessary. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya noticed that the flames protecting Bai Ye had disappeared, and she quickly shot the ashes of the dead at Bai Ye again. Nothing is impossible. You think it is impossible, just because you are too weak. But when the ashes of Gongsha flew to Bai Ye, a black space door appeared in front of the ashes of Gongsha 457. The ultimate space ninjutsu. Boom! But at this time, behind Bai Ye, a door of space suddenly appeared, and then the ashes of the co-killed ashes also passed through the door of space, stabbing at Bai Ye's back. Wangshen Bilangzaka. Oops. Seeing Bai Ye rushing towards him, Otsutsuki Kagaya had an ugly face, and hurriedly used Wangshen Hirosaka to leave this world again. And after the ashes of the total killer entered the black space door, they disappeared. How is this possible? Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't believe it. Here is another ability of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Let's see how you escape Aija's attack this time. A burst of flame spurted out, instantly swallowing the ashes of the dead and the gate of time and space completely. With this ninjutsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya can travel freely in different spaces. Although Bai Ye said it lightly, the speed of the gate of time and space is very fast, and it is impossible for ordinary people to avoid it. Otsutsuki Kagaya sneered. This level of attack is really too childish, Bai Ye said with a sneer, without looking back, as if he waved the remaining fire sword in his hand. As long as Bai Ye is hit by the ashes of the communist killer, there is only one way of thinking. Remnant fire sword. Dong. Rising sunblade. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, he turned into an afterimage and slashed towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. 151. Power enough to destroy the world. Boom, Bai Ye's shot missed, but even so, it still caused terrible damage. This ice and snow world seemed to be unable to withstand Bai Ye's attack and began to vibrate continuously. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who came to the first ball space through Wangshen Hirazaka, felt the situation of the ice and snow world, and his face became very ugly. If she was really hit by Bai Ye just now, she would be seriously injured if she didn't die. And what makes Otsutsuki Kagaya even more uncomfortable is that the entire ice and snow world has become very unstable now, and it seems that it will collapse at any time. What kind of strength is this guy? He can destroy a world. Thinking of this, Itsuki Kagaya felt a little unbelievable. Although she can create a world, it is very difficult to destroy a world. But what is even more troublesome to Otsutsuki Kagaya now is that she has absolutely no way to deal with Bai Ye. If Bai Ye is not dealt with, one day will kill her day and night. Mom, now we can only trap him in that world. Let's kill other people first, and then find a way to deal with that guy, Black Zetsu said. Well, Aija knows. Hearing what Black Zetsu said, Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded. Compared to Bai Ye, other people are much easier to deal with. Then, Otsutsuki Kagaya began to sense the location of other people. When she found the location of Naruto, Sasuke and others, a smile appeared on her face. God help me too. Otsutsuki Kagaya sneered, and then entered the space gate again to serve as a minister. Meanwhile, the other side, in hypergravity space. At this time, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and others were all firmly suppressed on the ground by the supergravity of this world, unable to move. The gravity of this world is too strong, I can't move at all, Naruto said with a painful face. He has obviously entered the 6 paths mode, and his strength is much stronger than before, but he still can't get rid of the gravity here. In fact, let alone Naruto, even if Otsutsuki Kagaya enters this world, he will still be suppressed by the supergravity here. Obito, can you take us out of here? Kakashi lying on the ground said to Obito. No way, my chakra has bottomed out, and now I can't use Kamui again, Obito said in pain. He felt his bones were about to be broken. What's that? At this moment, Little Sakura's surprised voice sounded. Hearing Little Sakura's voice, everyone also looked up. A black gate of time and space appeared in the midair not far away, and then a figure slowly emerged from the gate of time and space. It is Otsutsuki Kagaya. How did this guy come here? Could it be that Lord Bai Ye lost? The moment they saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, everyone's faces were ugly, and a bad premonition faintly appeared in their hearts. Advertisement: if Bai Ye loses, then they are very dangerous. And now they are so suppressed by the supergravity that they can't move, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But at this moment, snapped. Otsutsuki Kagaya also couldn't bear the gravity here and fell hard to the ground. What? This guy is about the same as us. Naruto laughed when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya in a panic. This left Little Sakura, Kakashi and others speechless. Naruto, now is not the time to be happy, Little Sakura said angrily. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't move, Little Sakura would definitely punch Naruto on the head to wake him up. HMPH, go to hell. Otsutsuki Kagaya was annoyed when he heard Naruto's words. Then there was a total killing bone in his hand, and he shot at Naruto. What is this? Naruto, get out of the way. Although everyone doesn't know what it is, it must be very dangerous. However, the total speed of killing the ashes was very fast, and they were not affected by the supergravity. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Naruto. Shit. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions became very ugly. And Naruto's reaction was not slow. He threw out a Rasengan at the first time, trying to block the ashes of the total killing, but the moment Rasengan touched the ashes of the total killing, it immediately disappeared like a bubble. How is this possible? Naruto's face changed, and at this moment, the ashes had already touched Naruto. Immediately afterwards, everyone stared in surprise. Naruto's body is broken and decayed like a reincarnation. Naruto. Everyone saw this scene with despair on their faces. They never imagined that Naruto died just like that. Hoo-hoo, almost died, this thing is really scary. At this time, Naruto's panicked voice sounded. Everyone looked up, only to see Naruto's figure appearing beside him. Naruto, you're not dead, everyone was surprised. Advertisement: thanks to Obito, I transferred my shadow clone, otherwise it would be too bad, Naruto said gratefully. Obito. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Obito with a grateful face. It's just that Obito has consumed the last chakra at this time, and now he is lying on the ground and can't move at all. You guys are too happy. Otsutsuki Kagaya once again appeared in the hands of the ashes. It's completely bad. Seeing this scene, everyone's face was ashen. But at this moment, boom, the entire supergravity world was shaken by a shock. What's wrong? Everyone is puzzled. The ashes in Otsutsuki Kaguya's hands were also broken, and at the same time, Otsutsuki Kaguya seemed to sense something, and his face became very ugly. This guy actually destroyed my world, how is this possible? Otsutsuki Kaguya couldn't believe it. In her perception, that ice and snow world had been completely destroyed by Bai Ye. It's just astonishing, that is a world. How strong is Bai Ye's power to destroy a world? Boom. The supergravity world, Lee Mo's world shook again. Immediately afterwards, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it. Click click click. The space not far away continued to shatter like a mirror, and then countless flames entered the world through the cracks. What exactly is going on? As soon as the voices of the people fell, they saw that the space in the distance was completely shattered, and a black hole appeared. Afterwards, Rideo's figure wrapped in flames walked out of the altar from the black hole. After seeing this figure clearly, everyone including Otsutsuki Kaguya showed disbelief on their faces. This person is Bai Ye. This guy actually opened up the channel between the two worlds. Otsutsuki Kaguya froze in place. Even she can only travel through each world through the spacetime ninjutsu Wangchen Hirosaka. But Bai Ye not only shattered one world, but also opened up the passage of two worlds. This is just incredible. 152. Remnant Fire Taidao South Huohuo 10 Trillion Death Burial Formation. Mom, this guy is really scary. At this time, Black Zetsu was also completely shocked by Bai Ye's strength. Is it really possible for humans to destroy a world? The other side. When Naruto, Sasuke Kakashi and others saw Bai Ye's appearance, they also showed surprise on their faces. After all, the moment Daijinmu Kaguya appeared here. Originally he thought Bai Ye was defeated by Otsutsuki Kaguya. Wrong. At this moment, Naruto was surprised to find out. Bai Ye clearly came to this supergravity world, but he still stood straight in place as if he was not affected by the supergravity at all. But know that not even Otsutsuki Kaguya can handle the gravity of a hypergravity world. Not only Naruto, but other people also discovered this, and they all showed surprise. Otsutsuki Kaguya's face was even more ugly, because now she is facing supergravity, and it is very difficult for her to stand up, let alone fight Bai Yezen. Kaguya, that's it. Bai Ye looked at Kaguya calmly, and walked over step by step. At the same time, Bai Ye's body was still burning with flames, making Bai Ye look like a flame god. This guy. Otsutsuki Kaguya knew that it was not wise to fight Bai Ye here, so he immediately used Wangchen Hirosaka again and left the 520 world. Oops, let that guy run away again, Naruto shouted anxiously. It's okay, she can't run away, Bai Ye didn't care. In his eyes, Otsutsuki Kaguya is brighter than a light bulb at night, no matter where Otsutsuki Kaguya goes, he can clearly sense it. As soon as the words fell, the remaining fire sword in Bai Ye's hand stabbed into the void. Click. Immediately, the entire space shattered, and a black hole appeared, and day and night walked in directly. Soon, the hole disappeared. Only Naruto, Sasuke and others were left looking at each other. Did Lord Bai Ye forget something? Naruto asked in a daze. Yes, you forgot about us. Little Sakura finished speaking with an anxious expression on her face. Now Obito has no chakra, which means that no one can take them out of this hypergravity space. As long as you pass a little bit of chakra to me, Obito said at this moment. Afterwards, Naruto came to Obito's side with difficulty, and transmitted the power of 6 paths to Obito. The effect of the power of 6 paths is very good. After Obito got the power of 6 paths, he became alive again in an instant. CFDJ, you guys catch me, Obito said, before launching Kamui. Advertisement. The space was distorted for a while, and everyone appeared in a barren world. In addition to no plants, this world also has no magma, gravity, ice and snow, etc. It looks similar to an ordinary world. Where is this? Naruto asked curiously. I don't know, I sensed Otsutsuki Kaguya's breath and followed me. Obito shook his head. Just then. Boom, there was a roar in the distance. Naruto, Sasuke and others looked over and saw an astonishing scene. I saw Bai Ye fighting Otsutsuki Kaguya, and every attack of Bai Ye, as long as it hits the ground, can blast the hard ground into a huge crack thousands of meters long and bottomless. Master Bai Ye's strength is too exaggerated. Naruto opened his mouth, unable to believe it. Sasuke looked at Bai Ye and remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Obito also shook his head at this time. After he became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, although he was defeated, he always thought that Bai Ye was only a little stronger than him. But now it seems. It's not just a little bit stronger, but it's stronger than I don't know how many times. Master Bai Ye should be able to defeat Otsutsuki Kaguya, right? Little Sakura asked. It's hard to say. Otsutsuki Kaguya's strength is also terrifying. Kakashi shook his head. The other side. You guy, you have completely angered Aisha, go to hell with me. Behind Otsutsuki Kaguya there are many truth-seeking balls. Whoosh! Under the command of Otsutsuki Kaguya, these truth-seeking balls flew towards Bai Ye at a very high speed. But Bai Ye didn't dodge or evade. His right foot stepped on the ground hard, and with a bang, a huge crack appeared on the entire ground, and then Bai Ye pushed hard, and his body rushed towards Otsutsuki Kagaya like a cannonball. Meanwhile, those truth-seeking balls also hit Bai Ye. Rumble. There were loud explosions, but the next moment, under the shocked eyes of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Bai Ye rushed past the attack of the truth-seeking ball unscathed. Remnant Fire Sword. East. Rising Sun Blade. Advertisement. Bai Ye's faint voice sounded, and at the same time the Remnant Fire Taichi also slashed towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. I can't escape. Otsutsuki Kagaya had a look of panic on his face. Bai Ye's speed is too fast, she has no way to dodge now. Pooh. Blood spattered everywhere, and the right half of Otsutsuki Kaguya's body was directly cut off by Bai Ye, and then burned to ashes by the scorching heat. However, Otsutsuki Kaguya's body recovery ability is very strong, and this damage is not enough to kill her. But even so, Itsuki Kagaya was very angry. You know, even if her two sons didn't hurt him back then, she didn't expect to be hurt by Bai Ye now. It's just a disgrace. At this time, the half of Kaguya's body that disappeared due to Sutsuki began to undergo drastic changes. Roar. Several angry roars sounded, and then, under the surprised eyes of everyone, the white-tailed beast rushed out of Otsutsuki Kaguya's body. Go to hell. Under the control of Otsutsuki Kagaya, those huge arms didn't give Bai Ye any time to rest, and quickly patted Bai Ye. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and after a few jumps, he got out of the attack range of those arms. Naruto, Sasuke and others were stunned by the scene before them. These scorched black skeletons were the enemies that Bai Ye beheaded back then. After the appearance of these tailed beasts, several huge arms appeared at the same time, and began to attack Bai Ye continuously. The power was so powerful that it could easily destroy a high mountain. Boom. As Bai Ye's voice fell. What is that? Not only I am, but Danzo, Pain, Six Paths, etc., also appeared one by one. Countless flames shot up into the sky, and an astonishing force erupted in Bai Ye's body. At this time, Bai Ye plunged the remaining fire sword in his hand into the ground. I saw countless skeletons appearing from all over the ground. The whole ground exploded in an instant, and after that, one after another figures climbed up from the ground. Remnant Fire Teidao. Nan. Huohuo's funeral procession of 10 trillion dead. And these skeletons exude an astonishing aura, among which the powerful one is easily comparable to Nine Tails. And the one walking in the front is I am, the strongest enemy in the pirate world. These tailed beasts are just 1 to 9 tails. Rumble. Advertisement 153. Inflate the truth-seeking ball. Countless, the densely packed army of scorched black skeletons continuously climbed up from the ground, and then walked towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Looking at these skeletons exuding a terrifying aura, Otsutsuki Kagaya also felt terrified at this time. But Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly recovered, and the huge white palm formed by chakra condensed in his hand slammed at the skeletons. Boom. With a loud noise, countless skeletons were turned into pieces under the giant palm. But compared to the countless skeletons, this is nothing at all. There are still countless skeletons charging towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Among them, the army formed by charred black skeletons, such as I am and others, can even fight against Otsutsuki Kagaya. What the hell is this thing? In the distance, Naruto, Sasuke and others stared at everything in front of them dumbfounded. The main reason is that this scene is too exaggerated. With so many skeletons, it feels more terrifying than the original White Zetsu army and the United Ninja Army. With Master Bai Ye's strength, he can completely sweep the entire ninja world. Sasuke couldn't help sighing, and at the same time, he was envious in his heart. If he had Bai Ye's strength, the original Uchiha genocide would never have happened, and Itachi would not need to sacrifice himself at all. It's still not strong enough. If I am strong enough, if I can be as strong as Lord Bai Ye. No, as long as I am as strong as Uchiha Madara, then I can change a lot of things. Sasuke clenched his fists, and his gaze towards Bai Ye also became extremely hot. This guy, when he was fighting with me, he didn't use his full strength at all. No, he didn't even use 1% of his strength, with an ugly look on his face. At first he thought that his strength was invincible, but he didn't expect that in front of Bai Ye, even in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he was a younger brother. But now Obito has accepted the fact of Lin's death, so strength and so on, to him, it doesn't matter much anymore. Too strong, Master Day and Night is too strong. Naruto was excited. Totally forgot about the Sage of Six Paths quest for him to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya with Sasuke. In fact, the Sage of Six Paths in the spiritual space at this time is also confused. Didn't you say that Mother is invincible? Didn't it say that Naruto is the son of the prophecy, and only Naruto and Sasuke can defeat Mom? Why is the current script not quite right? The other side. Advertisement. The battle between Bai Ye and Otsutsuki Kagaya continues. Of course, Bai Ye stood still and let the skeletons fight Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya is very strong, but facing so many skeletons, and these skeletons are not weak, he was soon trapped by the sea of skeletons. Otsutsuki Kagaya waved his arms desperately to destroy these skeletons, but it was just a drop in the bucket. One skeleton was eliminated, and many more skeletons surrounded him. Not long after, Itsuki Kaguya's body was covered with skeletons. You dirty bastards, get out of here! Otsutsuki Kagaya roared angrily. Too bad it didn't work at all. These skeletons will not see that Otsutsuki Kagaya is a woman, and she is also a white-haired fool who will choose G. For them, pity and pity do not exist. Their only task is to tear up the white Otsutsuki Kagaya. Looks like we're going to win. Naruto looked excited when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya being swallowed up by the skeleton. Yeah, Master Bai Ye is really too strong. Little Sakura was also very excited. However, at this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya's cold voice sounded. You have completely angered Aisha. Today, you will all die here. As soon as Otsutsuki Kaguya's voice fell, a terrifying aura rose suddenly. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's horrified eyes, the skeletons surrounding Otsutsuki Kagaya began to disappear continuously, as if they were swallowed by some force. What happened? Everyone is puzzled, and they soon saw it clearly. I saw a huge black sphere slowly emerge. It is also this sphere that is constantly devouring those skeletons. This black sphere is like a black hole. Once it touches those skeletons have no ability to resist and disappear instantly. What is this black sphere? It feels so scary. Naruto was terrified. He felt that as long as he touched the black sphere, even if he had the power of 6 paths, he would not be able to avoid death. Not only that, but the black sphere is constantly expanding. Kakashi's face was pale. Ask for flowers, advertisement. He had never seen such a terrible thing. At this time, the figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya slowly appeared beside the black sphere. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye with a cold expression. His tone was full of anger. Today, you can't leave here alive. No, Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at everyone present. None of you can leave here alive. Eat it all, truth-seeking ball. As Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke, several chakra pillars rose from the ground and entered the body handle of Otsutsuki Kagaya. These are all chakra absorbed from the body of other people in the ninja world. Otsutsuki Kagaya then infused these chakra into the black sphere. Expansion. The truth-seeking ball seals the omnipotent power, and at the same time possesses the characteristic of being able to annihilate all natures. It is Otsutsuki Kaguya's ultimate move, the inflated truth-seeking ball. With a wave of Naruto's hand, it is enough to easily destroy a huge shuriken with a diameter of several thousand meters and rush towards the expanding truth-seeking ball. It's useless. No matter what it is, it will be swallowed up, including you. Otsutsuki Kagaya said indifferently. At this moment, Bai Ye's flat voice sounded. However, the moment it touched the inflated truth-seeking ball, there was no ripple at all, and it disappeared directly. Truth-seeking ball spiral shuriken, go. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto directly entered 6 paths sage mode without saying a word. Yes. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Ye naturally understood what the black sphere was. If the swelling truth-seeking ball is allowed to expand infinitely, it can even swallow the entire ninja world. No, we can't let this thing inflate, or the whole world will be destroyed. Kakashi also understood the horror of inflating the truth-seeking ball at this time, and said anxiously. Countless skeletons, and even the ground, were swallowed up one by one once they were touched by the black sphere. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Simply put, anything touched by the inflated truth-seeking ball will turn into nothingness. And the black sphere began to expand slowly. It's getting bigger and bigger. I don't think so. Ding. This is not alarmist talk, but a fact. 154. Remnant Fire Sword. North. Ashes of Heaven and Earth. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya had a cold look in his eyes. Aisha admits that your strength is very strong, but in the face of this power that can annihilate everything, even you can only obediently wait for death. Go to hell, you nasty guy. Hiding in Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu also looked at Bai Ye with gloominess. In Black Zetsu's opinion, no one can stop the swelling truth-seeking ball. In the spiritual space, Sage of 6 Paths looked at the inflated truth-seeking ball that was constantly devouring everything, with an ugly expression on its face. This thing, even he in his heyday, couldn't stop it at all. Or can't stop it. There is only one way now, and that is to seal the mother. Only in that way can the inflation of the truth-seeking ball be stopped. Sage of 6 Paths thought to himself. As long as there is no supply of chakra, the inflated truth-seeking ball will naturally disappear. Thinking of this, Sage of 6 Paths uses spiritual power to contact the person named 193, and Sasuke. Grandpa 6 Paths. Naruto was surprised when he heard the voice of Sage of 6 Paths. Naruto, Sasuke, you two must seal Otsutsuki Kagaya as soon as possible now, otherwise the entire ninja world will be destroyed. The entire ninja world will be destroyed. Naruto was taken aback. Yes, so it must be done as soon as possible. However, Lord Bai Ye hasn't lost yet, we still have a chance. Hearing Naruto's words, Sage of 6 Paths held his forehead helplessly. You clearly have my blood flowing through your body. Why is your elbow turned outward now? It's useless. No one can stop the inflated truth-seeking ball, not even that person, Ninja World. Only you can save. Sage of 6 Paths still believes that Naruto and Sasuke are the saviors. I believe Lord Bai Ye, Sasuke said coldly at this time. This makes Sage of 6 Paths want to swear. Forget about Naruto. After all, Naruto has no brains. Why did your left assistant become like this? Sigh. With a sigh, the Sage of 6 Paths said, in this situation, we can't put all the opportunities on Bai Ye. We must prepare for the worst, and you are the last cards, understand? Understood. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke nodded, Sage of 6 Paths breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he thought that he was an old man who bought cheats, and he would be fine if he just sold 2 cheats to Naruto Sasuke, but he didn't expect to start working as a psychological counselor now. This is really hard work. Forget it, I can only trust them now. Sage of 6 Paths looked helpless. Advertisement at the same time. With the continuous injection of Otsutsuki Kagaya chakra, the expanding truth-seeking ball also became bigger and bigger, and soon the diameter exceeded 300 meters. And anything touched by the inflated truth-seeking ball is silently annihilated. Now there is nothing you can do. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Bai Ye mockingly. Bai Ye did not answer Otsutsuki Kagaya, but raised the remaining fire sword in his hand. At the same time, an incomparably powerful Ryotsu surged out from Bai Ye's body. This Ryotsu is as real as it is, with a powerful momentum. Click click click. Even the hard ground couldn't bear the pressure of Ryotsu on the soles of Bai Ye's feet, and cracks began to appear. Haha, a strong wind of magnitude 12 was blowing all around. This guy actually hides his strength. Seeing this scene in front of him, Otsutsuki Kaguya's face turned ugly. Originally, she thought that Bai Ye had already shown his full strength, but she didn't expect that at all. It can be said that Bai Ye's current strength is twice as strong as before. It's just too scary. Master Bai Ye is too strong. Even Naruto, it is not easy to resist Bai Ye's aura at this time. You all come in. At this time, Sasuke also turned on Susanoo, and let Kakashi and little Sakura hide in. Otherwise, with their strength, I am afraid they will be blown away directly. But at this moment, boom! A pillar of fire shot up from Bai Ye's body, as if it could tear the sky apart. Remnant Fire Sword. North. The world is ashes. Bai Ye's faint voice sounded. At the same time, countless Ryotsu poured into the remnant sword, and the remnant sword began to emit a terrifying breath. What the hell is this? Otsutsuki Kagaya felt the astonishing breath. His face was very ugly, and he felt a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. But thinking of expanding the truth-seeking ball, Otsutsuki Kaguya's face looked a lot better again. In her opinion, no matter how powerful Bai Ye's moves are, as long as he touches the inflated truth-seeking ball, he will still be wiped out without any accidents. Advertisement. And at the same time, as Bai Ye's voice fell, Bai Ye also raised the remaining fire sword in his hand, and waved it lightly at Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, nothing unusual happened. It seems like nothing happened. Is this guy bluffing? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at everything in front of her coldly, but she felt more and more uneasy in her heart. Just then, boom! The flames on Bai Ye's body erupted suddenly, like a volcano erupting. And a terrifying slash, with enough power to destroy the world, hit Otsutsuki Kagaya. Under this terrifying slash, everything around was destroyed, even the skeleton that Bai Ye summoned disappeared without a trace in an instant. It can be said that under this slash, the whole world seems to have become quiet. And this time, this is impossible. Otsutsuki Kagaya only felt that his body seemed to be slowly disappearing, as if being swallowed by an inflated truth-seeking ball. In the eyes of everyone, only this slash exists. What followed was the terrified, disbelieving face of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Damn guy. Otsutsuki weighed 2.2 Ye cursed, and quickly hid behind the inflated truth-seeking ball, trying to block the slash with the inflated truth-seeking ball. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya still felt that it was not enough, and desperately injected chakra into the inflated truth-seeking ball. Without any sound, the inflated truth-seeking ball disappeared as silently as a bubble under this slash. I don't believe it, how could mom lose? Black Zetsu shouted in horror. Sasuke even felt that his Susanoo seemed to be about to collapse. Restore me. Otsutsuki Kagaya tried desperately to restore his body with chakra, but couldn't do it at all. What is this? So how terrifying would it be to face this move head-on? Otsutsuki Kagaya, who is the target, naturally knows how terrifying it is. She can clearly feel that if she is hit head-on, she is likely to die. The slash has arrived, with the expansive truth-seeking ball attached. Everyone hiding in Susanoo stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, speechless. But the power of the slash remained undiminished, rushing towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Even so, they are all so powerful. You know, they're far away from Bai Ye, and they are just the aftermath of the attack. 155. Kill Kagaya, the seed of the god tree. No, I don't want to die. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kagaya panicked completely. But in front of the ashes of the world, all struggles are useless. Otsutsuki Kaguya's body keeps disappearing. First the feet, then the lower body. Mom. At this time, Black Zetsu also shouted in despair. He couldn't believe that Otsutsuki Kagaya, whom he considered invincible, would be killed. How is this possible? But that's the reality, and soon, Black Zetsu also disappeared under Bai Ye's slash. This time, Black Zetsu, the filial son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had planned the ninja world for thousands of years, died completely. I cannot be reconciled. Otsutsuki Kagaya was still struggling on the left back, her chakra surged wildly, and many truth-seeking balls appeared in front of her, trying to block Bai Ye's slash. But still no use, and at this moment, the figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya disappeared. Instead, it was a huge sacred tree. This is the sacred tree that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki planted together. Later on 27 Otsutsuki Kagaya attacked Otsutsuki Yishi and ate the fruit of the sacred tree without authorization. It is also because of this that Kagaya himself became a sacred tree. The reason why Otsutsuki Kagaya can have such a powerful strength, and can absorb the chakra of the whole ninja world, is because Otsutsuki Kagaya is the sacred tree itself. Now, under the threat of death, Otsutsuki Kagaya also showed a prototype. Unfortunately, even if it is a divine tree, it still cannot stop the ashes of heaven and earth. Under this slash that could bury everything, the sacred tree began to collapse continuously. First came the roots, then the trunk, followed by the top of the tree, and finally, only the bud at the top of the sacred tree remained. Advertisement: the flower bud also disappeared in an instant, but left behind a seed. That is, the seed of the divine tree. Bai Ye's eyes lit up with a faintly glowing seed. If that is really the seed of the sacred tree, then for Bai Ye, it is the biggest gain in the entire ninja world. I don't know what ability I can get by absorbing this sacred tree seed. At the same time, Bai Ye was also a little surprised. You must know that even the sacred tree disappeared in his slash, but he didn't expect the seed of the sacred tree to stay. But at this time, the power of the slash was finally exhausted. The whole world has returned to calm. It's just that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu have been completely killed by Bai Ye. Bai Ye flew over immediately without hesitation. Not, is it over? In the distance, Naruto, Sasuke and others stood there in a daze, looking at the scene in disbelief. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya disappeared, they still felt that all this seemed too dreamy. The strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya is obvious to all. Even if all the people in the whole ninja world add up, they may not be able to defeat, but I didn't expect that in the end, I was killed by Zhang Yi's 10 slashes. Of course, Bai Ye's last slash was also amazing. Not even Otsutsuki Kagaya gets in the way, let alone them. It's over, Kakashi said, the shock still on his face. He never thought that there are such powerful existences as Bai Ye and Otsutsuki Kagaya in this world. Sasuke looked at Bai Ye's back, and felt an incomparable longing in his heart, longing for powerful power. At the same time, he also had an idea in his heart, that is, only a powerful force can bring peace to this world. Like Bai Ye. I just said, Lord Bai Ye will definitely defeat the enemy, Naruto shouted excitedly. It doesn't feel like you're out to fight this battle. For him, as long as he can save the entire ninja world, it doesn't matter who he is. Did you win? Obito looked at everything in front of him, feeling a little happy in his heart, but at the same time full of guilt. If it weren't for him, 4th Hokage wouldn't have died, Kushina wouldn't have died, and ordinary people wouldn't have died either. At the same time, advertisement in the outside world. At the moment Otsutsuki Kagaya died, those huge trees withered quickly, and the vines wrapped around everyone disappeared. What's the matter? 1st Hokage and others who were making soy sauce outside looked at the scene in front of them, all showing surprise. But soon, they found that one by one the ninjas fell on the ground, and soon woke up, looking around in doubt, as if they didn't understand what happened. At the same time, the Rinnegan in the eyes of these people also disappeared. Could it be that? 1st Hokage and the others looked at each other with surprise on their faces. Well, Bai Ye, Naruto, Sasuke and the others should have won. A smile appeared on 3rd Hokage's face. 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage. At this time, Tsunade's voice sounded. Although Tsunade is still a little weak due to being absorbed by chakra, but as a member of the Senju clan, her physical fitness is still very strong. Tsunade, you're awake, 3rd Hokage said with a smile. Well, but what's going on? I feel like I'm having a dream. Tsunade looked around, puzzled. You are under the control of Infinite Tsukuyomi released by Uchiha Madara, 4th Hokage explained. Then how did we recover again? Did some Hokage masters defeat Uchiha Madara 350? At this time, 4th Raikage was also sober and came over and asked. No, it was Bai Ye who defeated Uchiha Madara. Master Bai Ye, by the way, where did Master Bai Ye go? It seems that he didn't see Naruto and Sasuke either, Tsunade asked suspiciously. Afterwards, 2nd Hokage explained the situation to everyone. You mean that Uchiha Madara was used to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya in the end, so Otsutsuki Kagaya must be very strong? Tsunade said in surprise. Well, very strong. Even Uchiha Madara is no match for Otsutsuki Kagaya, 2nd Hokage said solemnly. But it looks like Bai Ye and Naruto should have defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya. I'm really proud of them, 4th Hokage said in amazement. He couldn't believe how to defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya. So when are they coming back? Tsunade asked. That's not clear. 1st Hokage shook his head, but the most important thing now is to deal with the situation here first. Hearing what 1st Hokage said, everyone reacted, and then under Wukage's command, they began to clean up the battlefield and rescue the wounded. And at this moment, the space in front of 1st Hokage and the others distorted. Then several figures appeared. It was Bai Ye, Naruto, Sasuke and others. 156. The crisis has not been resolved. Bai Ye, Naruto, Sasuke. Seeing the figures of Bai Ye and the others appear, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Tsunade didn't even care about the wounded, and ran over and asked, how is it, are you injured? Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto, Kakashi and others smiled wryly. It was Bai Ye who was fighting Otsutsuki Kagaya all the time. They just played soy sauce, they didn't play any role at all. It was very difficult to get injured. But even though it was embarrassing, Kakashi and others did not choose to hide it, but told everything. When they heard that Bai Ye had solved Otsutsuki Kagaya by himself, everyone was amazed, and the way they looked at Bai Ye had completely changed. They knew Bai Ye was strong, but they didn't expect Bai Ye to be so strong. Master Bai Ye's strength is really unfathomable, Fourth Raikage sighed. Fourth Hokage patted Naruto's head and said comfortingly, actually, you guys have done a great job. Well, I see. Father. Naruto hesitated for a while before finally calling out those two words. Ha ha ha. Hearing Naruto call him father, Fourth Hokage also showed a gratified smile on his face. Master Bai Ye, what should we do next? At this time, third Tsuchikage Onogi came over and asked. At this point, no one questioned Bai Ye anymore, not to mention Bai Ye's strength, because Bai Ye defeated Uchiha Madara, defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya, saved so many people in the ninja world, and deserves everyone's respect. Bai Ye glanced at the surrounding situation, and found that although everyone was a little weak because of being absorbed by chakra, most of them were not life-threatening. So he said, your task now is very simple, that is, to clean up the war and treat the wounded. You can arrange the rest by yourself. Yes. Several shadows nodded solemnly and then began to direct. And at this time, a voice sounded in the minds of everyone. I'll call you over later, I have something to say, so don't panic. It was the voice of Sage of Six Paths. As soon as the voice of Sage of Six Paths fell, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the successive generations of Hokage who were released by Impure World reincarnation felt their bodies began to become unreal. Here, Bai Ye is also included. Advertisement actually Sage of Six Paths didn't want Bai Ye to pass. It's just that he thought that Bai Ye might be needed in the future, so he finally summoned Bai Ye. Soon, everyone came to a huge platform. At this time, not only the Sage of Six Paths, but also the nine-tailed beasts appeared in this place, and at the same time, there was a familiar figure lying on the ground, which was Tezebo Madara. It's just that Uchiha Madara was dying at this time, and his life was about to come to an end. Nine Tails. Madara. Seeing the familiar figure, Naruto walked towards Nine Tails, while first Hokage walked towards Uchiha Madara. I'm sure you all know who I am. I'm Otsutsuki Yuya, also known as the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths looked around, then stopped on Bai Ye's body, eyes fixed. It has to be said that even Sage of Six Paths was quite surprised. He never expected Bai Ye to beat Otsutsuki Kagaya. To know. After Otsutsuki Kagaya ate the fruit of the sacred tree, it can be said that he possessed endless life and power. Even he can only seal Otsutsuki Kagaya by teaming up with his brother to use the Six Paths Planetary Devastation. His mission to Naruto and Sasuke is also to use the Six Paths Planetary Devastation seal. It can be said that he never thought that he could actually eliminate Otsutsuki Kagaya. Of course, Otsutsuki Kagaya is the mother of Sage of Six Paths after all, so sealing is far better for Sage of Six Paths than killing Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hearing the words of Sage of Six Paths, Bai Ye, Naruto, Sasuke and others were not surprised at all. Kakashi, small Sakura, and successive generations of Hokage are all stunned. They never thought that Sage of Six Paths was still alive. You know, if first Hokage is the god of the ninja world, and Sage of Six Paths can be said to be the ancestor of the ninja world. But after being shocked for a moment, Kakashi stood up and asked, may I ask why Sage of Six Paths asked us to come here? Two things. The first thing is that I will send everyone from Impure World reincarnation back to where they should be. If you have anything to say, you can say it now. As for the second thing, wait a while, say it again. Advertisement. Hearing the words of Sage of Six Paths, Naruto hurried to say goodbye to fourth Hokage, while Kakashi, Tsunade and others found second Hokage and third Hokage Sasuke found Uchiha Itachi. Bai Ye stood where he was, and began to think about the second thing Sage of Six Paths said. From Bai Ye's point of view, Sage of Six Paths still has a strong guard against him. After all, the origin of Bai Ye is unknown, and the purpose of Sage of Six Paths is to protect the whole ninja. But now that he has been summoned, it means that he will be used for something. So what will happen? At this time, Bai Ye suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he also understood in his heart. At this time, everyone had already bid farewell, and first Hokage, fourth Hokage and others were also sent away by Sage of Six Paths. Naruto, Kakashi and others couldn't believe it. Sage of Six Paths, who is our enemy? Tsunade stood up and asked. Leave Zhao. Don't be afraid, don't we still have Lord Bai Ye here? At this time, Naruto seemed to remember something and said loudly. And at this moment, Bai Ye said, you should be talking about the Otsutsuki family. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya has been wiped out, the crisis is not over yet. What? Are there any enemies? Hearing the words of Sage of Six Paths, everyone except Bai Ye was shocked. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya is very afraid, which shows that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak, which is dangerous. Kakashi, Tsunade and others also frowned when they heard this. This made Sage of Six Paths look helpless. What's the matter with Naruto? Didn't you work hard before? Why do you keep talking about Bai Ye now? Do you still want to be popular? Yes. Sage of Six Paths looked solemn. Moreover, the enemies this time are not much weaker than Otsutsuki Kagaya, and even more numerous in number. No way, you know, Otsutsuki Kagaya is already very strong. If it weren't for Bai Ye, they would never be able to defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya. but now there are even more powerful enemies, how should they fight? Although Bai Ye is very strong, there is only one person after all, so you have to become stronger. Sage of Six Paths said to Naruto, Sasuke. It should be about the Otsutsuki clan, after all, now that Otsutsuki Kagaya is dead, then those few Otsutsuki clan should also appear. I don't know too well, I just heard about it from my mother, and even my mother is very afraid of those people. Sage of Six Paths shook his head and said. Sage of Six Paths looked at the crowd and spoke slowly, and it was Wang Za who spoke. 157. Absorbing God Tree Seeds, the Otsutsuki clan? Is it the Otsutsuki Kagaya clan? Hearing Bai Ye's words, everyone began to speculate continuously. Bai Ye continued without pausing, you guessed right, the Otsutsuki clan is the clan of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Actually, the Otsutsuki family is not from the ninja world, they come from another world, and their purpose is to plant the God Tree seed in the ninja world, and then the God Tree seed will devour all life and grow into a God Tree, which finally bears the fruit of the Tree of God. Everyone was shocked when they heard Bai Ye's words. I didn't expect such a terrifying race to exist in this world. Using a world to cultivate a fruit is really terrible. Generally speaking, the Otsutsuki family who came to plant the fruit of the sacred tree will send the fruit of the sacred tree back to the mother planet. Send back to home planet. Sage of Six Paths frowned, he seemed to understand something, looked at Bai Ye, and said, you mean that my mother ate the fruit of the sacred tree without authorization, so it violated the rules of the Otsutsuki clan, so my mother will always are you on guard against the appearance of the enemy? Yes. Bai Ye nodded, ordinary Otsutsuki are not qualified to eat the fruit of the sacred tree. So, our enemy is the Otsutsuki family? Tsunade said here, looking very ugly. Otsutsuki Kagaya is so terrifying, if other Otsutsuki clans come again, then the entire ninja world may not be safe in 517. Although Bai Ye is very powerful, you must know that there is not only one Otsutsuki now. Not only Tsunade, Kakashi, Naruto Sasuke and others also looked worried. You can say that. Bai Ye nodded. But Bai Ye didn't care much about it, after all, with his current strength, even if Otsutsuki came all the way, he couldn't be his opponent. By the way, I don't know if I have absorbed the seeds of the sacred tree, can I activate the Rinnegan? At this time, Bai Ye suddenly arrived at the sacred tree seed obtained by defeating Otsutsuki Kagaya. For Rinnegan's ability, Bai Ye is still very impressed. After knowing that the enemy they were about to face was the Otsutsuki clan, Tsunade, Kakashi and the others all looked solemn, thinking about how to deal with it. By the way, Sage of Six Paths, when will the Otsutsuki clan come? Kakashi asked. Sage of Six Paths shook his head, that's not clear. In this case, we must hurry up, after all, maybe the other party will come soon. Tsunade said, frowning, hoping that the Otsutsuki clan would not appear so soon. Advertisement after all, the Fourth Ninja World War has just ended, and all the villages have suffered heavy losses, it will take a lot of time to recover. Now the second thing has been finished, you have to keep working hard, the ninja world depends on you. Sage of Six Paths said, then looked at Bai Ye, hesitated for a while before speaking. Bai Ye, I have another question for you. Oh, what's the matter? Bai Ye said indifferently, already guessing the question of Sage of Six Paths in his mind. Sage of Six Paths stared at Bai Ye, who the hell are you? Hearing the question of Sage of Six Paths, Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke and others also looked at Bai Ye, and they also wanted to know. One is that Bai Ye's origin is too inexplicable, as if he suddenly appeared in this world. Second, Bai Ye didn't use ninjutsu, but he possessed great strength, and even defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya, which is really scary. Is Master Bai Ye also from the Otsutsuki clan? Naruto said suddenly. Naruto's words made everyone's hearts jump, and they immediately looked at Bai Ye with a lot of fear. After all, if Bai Ye is really from the Otsutsuki family, then it is very likely that he came to punish Otsutsuki Kagaya. Likewise, Bai Ye is likely to be their enemy. Bai Ye smiled and said, I also come from another world, but I am not from the Otsutsuki family. The reason is very simple. The Otsutsuki family still uses chakra, but the power I have is not chakra. I think Master Bai Ye is with us. After all, Master Bai Ye saved Konoha and the ninja world. Will the bad guys do these things? Naruto stood up and said 0. Now Naruto admires Bai Ye very much, CHFC. Even if Bai Ye really belongs to the Otsutsuki family, Naruto probably thinks that Bai Ye is a good Otsutsuki family. That's right, we don't need to doubt Master Bai Ye, Tsunade also said. Others also nodded one after another. Bai Ye shook his head and didn't explain much, even if he didn't believe him. For Bai Ye, Ninja World, like Pirate World, is just a temporary foothold and he will leave here one day. Okay, everything is temporarily over now, you should go back as soon as possible and restore the village. After the Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, it turned into a ball of light and disappeared. After seeing the Sage of Six Paths disappear, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, facing such an existence like the ancestor of the ninja world, Yin family was still very nervous. After that, 8 Tails continued to follow Killer Bee, and 9 Tails also returned to Naruto's body. The major ninja villages have begun to rebuild, half a month later. Advertisement after everyone's joint efforts, Konoha has almost recovered at this time. Bai Ye sat cross-legged in his room, holding a seed in his hand. This is the seed of the divine tree. The seeds of the sacred tree exude a faint gleam, which looks very special, and at the same time, one can feel the powerful power contained in it. The seeds of the sacred tree have been detected, do you want to absorb them? At this time, many missing systems popped up. Bai Ye didn't hesitate too long and chose yes. The absorption is complete. May I ask if you want to integrate the Demon Eye of Death, Sharingan? Yes. Bai Ye nodded. The fusion is complete, and the 9-Go-Yu Rinnegan is obtained. The sound of the system just fell. Bai Ye felt that his eyes seemed to have changed. A powerful pupil force kept emerging in his eyes. The next moment, Bai Ye opened his eyes. I saw that Bai Ye's eyes had turned dark purple at this time, and there were circles of Rinnegan ripples in the pupils, and 9 hooked jades appeared in them, which looked quite magical. And this is the straight dead Wubuyu Rinnegan. After obtaining this eye, Bai Ye can not only retain the previous ability, but also gain the ability that only Jubuyu Rinnegan has. Like Wangshen Bilangzaka, Tianjiyuzhang and so on. At the same time, Bai Ye's spiritual power has also been greatly improved. Of course, for Bai Ye, Rinnegan is not the most important, but Ryatsu and Ryujin Jaka are the most important. This is the source of Bai Ye's real strength. Fortunately, after absorbing the seeds of the divine tree, Bai Ye's Ryatsu became much stronger again. This time the harvest is good. A smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. 158. Peach style, golden style strikes, boom boom boom. At this time, the door was knocked. Bai Ye walked over to open the door, it was Susanoo. Susanoo. What's the matter? Master Tsunade has something to ask for you, let me inform you. Susanoo said, looking at Bai Ye with admiration in his eyes. She heard from Master Tsunade that it was Bai Ye who defeated Otsutsuki Kagaya and saved the whole ninja world. Well, I see. Bai Ye nodded, and then, led by Susanoo, rushed towards Hokage. Along the way, many residents of Konoha village saw Bai Ye and greeted him warmly. Master Bai Ye, take this fruit, it's very sweet. My pastries are also delicious, you can take some to eat, no money. Master Bai Ye, my woman is very beautiful, and I also like Master Bai Ye very much. Would you like to meet Master Bai Ye? My daughter is more beautiful than your daughter, and she has a better figure. Master Bai Ye, please go and see my daughter. You can't do it, I'm fine. No, thank you. Bai Ye looked a little embarrassed. Fruits and pastries are fine, how will Anne return? Seeing this scene, Susanoo secretly laughed too, but I am also surprised that Bai Ye is so popular. It can be said that the prestige of Bai Ye among the people of Konoha village has surpassed that of Tsunade. Soon, Bai Ye came to the Hokage building with Susanoo. When I opened the door, I saw a lot of people gathered in the Hokage building, such as Kakashi, Jiraiya, and even Obito, all high-level Konoha. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they did not come. They are now working hard to practice in order to deal with the coming Otsutsuki clan. By the way, now that Obito has become Anbu's ninja, his goal is to protect Konoha and atone for the stupid things he did before. Lord Bai Ye. Seeing Bai Ye coming, everyone immediately said that they respect Bai Ye very much. Yeah. Bai Ye nodded, then looked at Tsunade, and asked, Tsunade, what's the reason you called me here? Now that the war has stopped, and the Otsutsuki clan has not come yet, there should be nothing wrong. Tsunade walked up to Bai Ye and said, Lord Bai Ye, we have unanimously decided that you will become the 6th Hokage daimyo of Konoha village. Wooden Golem also agreed. Hearing what Tsunade said, Bai Ye shook his head and said, you should continue to be your Hokage. Firstly, I am not interested in Hokage. Secondly, I might leave the ninja world one day. Advertisement just like leaving the world of pirates, Bai Ye will leave the world of Hokage one day. But, Tsunade wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Bai Ye, there's nothing but, it's just decided. Okay. Hearing the resoluteness in Bai Ye's tone, Tsunade could only give up this idea. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in the universe not far from Ninja World. One of them was tall, while the other was slightly shorter, sitting on the shoulders of the former. Both of them have white clothes and white hair, and they also have a pair of white eyes, which are very similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya. In fact, the 2 belong to the Otsutsuki clan. The tall ones are called Otsutsuki Kinshi, and the slightly shorter ones are called Otsutsuki Momoshiki. And the goal of the 2 is Enin and Kagaya Insutsuki. Kagaya, this guy is really a disgrace to our Otsutsuki clan. He dared to steal the fruit of the sacred tree. I will never spare her this time. Otsutsuki Kagaya said with a look of disdain. At this time, he didn't know that Otsutsuki Kagaya had been killed by Bai Ye. Well, if Kagaya dares to violate the regulations, he will be punished. Jinshi also said in a tone of voice. Yes, but let's not forget our mission, Dao Shi nodded. And when it comes to this, Dao Shi is a little confused. When the patriarch sent them over, he personally ordered them to plant the sacred tree in the ninja world, and told them to send the fruit of the sacred tree back to the mother planet in its entirety. It seems that the patriarch seems to care a lot about the ninja world. This also shows that there must be something unusual in the ninja world. Of course, even so, Momoshiki did not dare to secretly eat the fruit of the sacred tree like Kagaya. After all, the patriarch's anger was not something he could bear. Don't worry. With our strength, there will be no more talk about ninja world and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Jinshi said calmly, but the arrogance and disdain in his tone were fully revealed. By the way, how far is it from ninja world? Momoshiki continued to ask. There are still about 2 days before we can reach Ninja World, Jinshi replied. Okay, let's continue on our way. After Dao Shi finished speaking, she sat on Jinshi's shoulders, closed her eyes and meditated. Ask for flowers and Jinshi turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Ninja World. 2 days later. Not far from Konoha village. I didn't feel the breath of Kagaya, but the 5-star should be in the village in front of me. Advertisement. It was Otsutsuki Kinshiki who spoke. Well, there's no rush about Kagaya, let's grab 9 tails first. Taoshi nodded and said in a leisurely manner. And at this moment, Konoha Shinobi, who was in charge of patrolling in the distance, also spotted Momo and Jin. Who are you? What are you doing here? Although the 4th Ninja World War is over now, Konoha did not let down his vigilance. On the contrary, there are more ninjas patrolling around Kanko. Faced with Konoha Shinobi's question, Momoshiki said with a look of disdain, inferior humans, I don't need to inform you of what I'm here for. What are you saying? Hearing Dao Shi's words, Konoha Shinobi's face changed, knowing that the 2 people in front of him must have bad intentions, so he decided to do it decisively. Wind style. Shuriken. Y, Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Facing the wind style Shuriken, Earth style Earth Dragon Bullet, Momo style and Jin style who were rushing towards them, they were all expressionless, as if they didn't care at all. And just when the 2 escape techniques were about to hit them, Dao Shi stretched out his right hand. I saw a red Rinnegan in Taoshi's right palm. What is this guy going to do? Konoha Shinobi looked at this scene, puzzled in his heart. But the next moment, their expressions changed. I saw that the wind-style Shuriken and Earth-style Earth Dragon bullets were sucked in the moment they touched Dao Shi's right hand. That's the power of Peach's right-hand Rinnegan, able to absorb ninjutsu and chakra. Immediately afterwards, Dao Pose raised his left hand. In Peach's left hand, there is also a red Rinnegan. Die, ants. Dao Shi said lightly. Then 2 wind-style shurikens and Earth-style Earth Dragon bullets that were many times stronger than before appeared, rushing towards Konoha Shinobi. How is this possible? Konoha Shinobi's face showed horror, but it was too late to escape. Boom. There was a loud bang. The place where the Konoha Shinobi was located was directly razed to the ground. Point 159. Sasuke vs Jinshi. Sure enough, he is an inferior human being, really vulnerable. Momoshiki looked at the Konoha Shinobi who had disappeared, and said with disdain. In Taoshi's eyes, the entire ninja world is just ants. However, there are several powerful chakra in this village, which should allow us to have fun, Dao Shi said with a sneer. Hey, let me take the shot this time, I've been holding back for a long time. A cruel smile appeared on Jinshi's face. Well, let's go. Dao Shi nodded, and sat back on Jinshi's shoulder.
Then the 2 walked towards Konoha village. At the same time, in a certain courtyard of Sleepy Leaf village.
Sasuke stopped practicing, frowned and looked out of the village, where he heard what seemed to be a violent explosion, and 2 powerful chakra appeared. What's the matter? Sasuke. Little Sakura, who was watching Sasuke's practice, asked suspiciously. There seems to be an accident outside the 500 in the village, Sasuke. Is it an enemy? Little Sakura asked nervously. I don't know, I'll go and have a look first. You go and inform Master Bai Ye and Master Tsunade. After Sasuke finished speaking, he disappeared from little Sakura's sight within a few jumps. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's disappearing back, little Sakura looked worried, but she knew that the most important thing now was to inform Tsunade and Bai Ye as soon as possible. These 2 guys, what a powerful chakra breath. Sasuke frowned as he gradually approached the outside of the village. Judging from chakra's breath alone, the opponent's strength is very strong. In fact, the Otsutsuki family can block their own chakra breath, but Dao Shi and Jinshi feel that it is completely unnecessary, so they don't choose to block it. Are these 2 guys from the Otsutsuki clan? Thinking of this, Sasuke's face became very ugly. From Bai Ye's previous description, the Otsutsuki family is very powerful. It is a terrifying race that can survive in the universe and plunder one planet after another through the sacred tree. Boom. Just when Sasuke was about to approach, there was another explosion not far away. Immediately after, a mushroom cloud rose, and under Sasuke's shocked and angry eyes, the high wooden leaf wall used to block the enemy in the distance was directly blown up, and even everything nearby with a radius of several hundred meters was razed to the ground. What made Sasuke most angry was that several of Konoha's ninjas were also enveloped by the explosion. Sure enough, they are from the Otsutsuki clan. These guys came so fast. At this time, Sasuke has also seen clearly the appearance of the 2 of them, whether it is clothing or appearance, they are very similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya. This is enough to prove the identity of the 2. Advertisement. Hey, go to hell, ants. Jinshi grabbed the head of a Konoha shinobi with his strong arms, grinning sinisterly and said that he was about to crush the head of the Konoha shinobi. And the next moment, Jinshi looked stunned for a moment, and found that the ants in his hand had disappeared. What happened? As soon as this thought flashed through Jinshi's mind, he saw a figure appearing above him. It was Sasuke. Lightning style. Chidori. Sasuke's right hand flickered with astonishing thunder, and he slammed towards Jinshi. Jinshi immediately reacted, and not only that, when facing Sasuke's lightning style Chidori, Jinshi didn't dodge at all, and directly faced the lightning style Chidori with his hands. You be asterisk 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 D, because you were arrogant. Sasuke felt insulted. A birdsong sounded, and a blue thunderbird rushed towards Jinshi. Hey, because you were so naive. A smile appeared on Jinshi's face. Then, under Sasuke's surprised eyes, lightning-style Chidori was completely absorbed by Jinshi. How is this possible? Sasuke couldn't believe it. Inferior humans, you don't even know how powerful our Otsutsuki family is. Jinshi sneered, and at the same time a red ring appeared behind Jinshi. This ring is called the God of Power. It is a weapon that Kinshiki inherited from other seniors. Jinshi is able to use chakra to create a wide variety of weapons from Wave Kamui. At this time, Jinshi used Sasuke's chakra to create a red long knife. Go to hell. As Jinshi said, he disappeared in place with a movement of his body. So fast. Sasuke's Sharingan and Rinnegan spun wildly, and only then could they barely see Jinshi's movements clearly. But in the blink of an eye, Jinshi had already come in front of Sasuke, slashing at Sasuke with the long red knife in his hand. Sasuke hastily drew out the Kusanagi sword, and blocked Jinshi's attack with a bang. However, Sasuke's complexion became very ugly in an instant, and his body flew upside down. There was no way, the power of the golden style was too great. Advertisement, but Sasuke's movements were very sensitive. He rolled in the air to relieve his force, then stepped on a rock, kicked his right foot hard, and rushed towards the golden style again. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Sasuke spews out a giant fireball in midair. This fireball is not used to kill Kinshiki, nor can it kill Kinshiki, but Sasuke wants to test whether Kinshiki can really absorb ninjutsu infinitely. Hey, it's useless to say it. Jinshi sneered, and then absorbed the great fireball. Not only that, but Jinshi took out a weapon from the Boei god behind him. Seeing this scene, Sasuke understood that ninjutsu is completely ineffective against Jinshi, so it can only be used in melee combat. HMPH, you're too happy. Sasuke snorted coldly, and rushed towards Jinshi around the grass pheasant sword. Afterwards, the two quickly ran towards Konoha village. Dang dang. Momoshiki watched the actions of the two Konoha shinobi fighters and did not stop them. Anyway, their purpose of coming today was to take away 9 tails and destroy Konoha villages 3.3. Hearing Dao Shi's words, Jinshi's face showed fear, and he said quickly, don't worry, I'll get rid of him right away. Now is not the time to watch the battle, let's report the news here first. Another Konoha shinobi participant said. God chasing. Jinshi turned into a bolt of purple lightning and rushed towards Sasuke. But Momoshiki frowned watching the battle between Kinshiki and Sasuke. Well, I see. The speed was so fast that Sasuke had no time to react and was directly hit by Jinshi. Dao Shi secretly thought, and then snorted coldly, Jinshi, you've wasted too much time. It's no wonder that this world can cultivate the fruit of the sacred tree that makes the patriarch's heart flutter. He didn't expect that Sasuke's strength was so strong that Jinshi couldn't take Sasuke down for a while. It's just that Sasuke's power is still a little smaller than that of the golden style, so the golden style is still more dominant in the situation. The speed of the two is so fast, I can't see clearly at all. Konoha shinobi, who was rescued by Sasuke in the distance, was watching the battle. In his eyes, he could only see 2 streamers of light colliding constantly, one red and one basket. Can't see the specific battle situation. With a loud bang, Sasuke's body hit the ground fiercely, making a big hole in the hard ground. As soon as the words fell, a powerful chakra emerged from Jinshi's body. The two started fighting instantly, and the speed of the two was very fast. In just a few seconds, they had already fought dozens of times. 160. Slap Super Rasengan. This guy, what a fast speed, cough cough cough. Sasuke stood up with difficulty, only feeling that several bones were broken, and looked at Jinshi with shock. His speed was already very fast, but he couldn't react at all in the face of Jinshi's god chase. The Otsutsuki clan is indeed terrifying. Sasuke secretly sighed in his heart. And looking at this guy's appearance, he seems to listen to the guy behind him very much, which is enough to show that the guy behind him is even stronger. Thinking of this, Sasuke showed worry on his face. Bai Ye's strength is indeed strong, but facing 2 Otsutsuki clan, it's really hard to say. Your strength is not bad, but you are still an ant in front of me. Jinshi looked at Sasuke with a sneer. Don't talk nonsense with him, kill him. Dao Shi's cold voice sounded, and at the same time he raised his head and looked into the distance. There, several powerful chakra breaths are rushing towards this side quickly. Huh? There is also a very strange smell, what is that? Suddenly, Dao's brows frowned, and that strange aura gave him a very bad feeling. But Momoshi quickly shook his head and didn't care. As the Otsutsuki clan, there is no one in this universe who is their opponent. At the same time, 31 Jinshi also rushed towards Sasuke, and stabbed towards Sasuke with the red long sword in his hand. If Sasuke is hit, then there is only one dead end. Sasuke looked at Jinshi rushing towards him. His expression didn't change much, although he couldn't beat Jinshi, but facing Jinshi, there was no problem in trying to escape. And just when Jinshi was about to hit him, Sasuke's figure disappeared again, replaced by rock. Boom. The rock was instantly destroyed by Jinshi and turned into shattered pieces. Is it Rinnegan's ability? That guy Otsutsuki Kagaya actually gave birth to a child with an inferior human. It's a shame for our Otsutsuki clan. Momoshiki looked at Sasuke's Rinnegan and said with a gloomy expression. Jin Shi, don't hold back, deal with him, understood? Jin Shi nodded, and pulled out a few weapons from the Boei god behind him. These weapons floated in front of Jin Shi, each exuding a terrifying aura. It can be said that every weapon here is very powerful. Tien Yu Yu Ya. Qin Shik was floating in the air, and the weapon in front of him was aimed at Sasuke. Go. Advertisement. The next moment, under the urging of the golden chakra, those weapons turned into a streamer and flew towards Sasuke. Quick. Sasuke's expression changed. However, Sasuke was still very calm in his heart. Before the attack was about to come, he immediately avoided this attack with his hands. However, hey, I won't let you escape this time. Jin Shi sneered, then controlled those weapons and turned a corner, rushing towards Sasuke again. But this time, the time was too short. Sasuke couldn't react at all. Oops. Sasuke's heart was cold. Boom, there was an explosion. Sasuke was surprised to find that he was not hit. How is this going? Just when Sasuke was wondering, Naruto had already come in front of Sasuke. Then Bai Ye, Tsunade, Kakashi, Jiraiya and others also came over. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto asked, looking at the faces of Momoji and Jinshi at the same time. Their expressions were very solemn. He could feel that the strength of these two people was very different. It's okay. Sasuke shook his head and said. Having said that, little Sakura came up to help Sasuke treat him immediately. These two guys are the enemies of the Otsutsuki clan, right? Tsunade asked Bai Ye with a serious expression. Yeah. Bai Ye nodded, but his face didn't change much. Although the strength of Jinshi and Taoshi is not weak, but compared with Otsutsuki Kagaya, it is far behind. There is only one style that can catch Bai Ye's eyes a little bit. You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? Daoshi faced so many people, her expression was unusually calm, and she didn't panic at all. That's right, you two belong to the Otsutsuki clan. I won't let your plan succeed. Naruto was also right. HMPH, that's up to you. Daoshi snorted coldly, Jinshi, Diao. Afterwards, the two of them rushed towards Konoha without any nonsense. Hard enough to absorb ninjutsu, only close combat, auxiliary reminded. What? Everyone who was about to use ninjutsu to attack Jinshi was shocked. But now that ninjutsu is almost released, naturally they can't stop, so everyone directly threw ninjutsu at Momoshiki. Advertisement among them, Naruto even turned on the Nine Tails mode instantly, and a super large Rasengan blasted towards the Dao style. Haha. Facing the many ninjutsu attacks, Momoshiki didn't panic at all, but smiled instead. And when the ninjutsu came to him, Jump stretched out his right hand. I saw a Rinnegan appeared in Taoshi's right palm. Immediately afterwards, under the amazed eyes of everyone, all ninjutsu was absorbed by the Dao-style Rinnegan. How is this possible? Naruto and the others were stunned, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. So many ninjutsu were absorbed. However, this is not the end. Then Momoshi stretched out his left hand. In the palm of his left hand, there was also a Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Japanese strong chakra gushes in Rinnegan on the left. It didn't take long before a Rasengan who was stronger than Naruto's original appeared. The diameter of this Rasengan is tens of meters, and the berserk chakra is constantly surging in it, which is extremely terrifying. HMPH, can you escape? Daoshi showed a disdainful smile on his face. Go. How is this possible? Seeing this Rasengan, everyone's expression changed. What the hell is going on? 953? Why does the opponent know my ninjutsu and seems to have become stronger? Naruto said in surprise. But the next moment, originally, Naruto's Rasengan were not weak, but now they're even more terrifying. If they are hit head-on, they will be seriously injured even if they are not dead. In fact, that's what the Peach Rinnegan is capable of. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Facing the rushing Super Rasengan, Bai Ye stretched out his right hand calmly, and then slapped Super Rasengan with a slap. It is Bai Ye. Get out of the way, Daoshi sneered, and threw out the Super Giant Rasengan violently. Master Bai Ye. Everyone looked worried when they saw Bai Ye. After all, this Super Rasengan is too scary, even Bai Ye may not be able to do it immediately. Everyone including Daoshi and Jinshi shrank their pupils. The right-hand Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu and chakra, while the left-hand Rinnegan can multiply the power of the absorbed ninjutsu and release it. And when the super giant Rasengan was about to descend, a figure stood in front of Rasengan. Only a light pop was heard, and the super Rasengan was blown away by Bai Ye like a bubble. 161. Spike Gold style. Such a powerful super Rasengan was slapped away by Bai Ye. This picture is really scary. Master Bai Ye's strength is too terrifying, isn't it? Naruto couldn't believe it. You know, Rasengan is his ultimate move, and it was strengthened by Daoshi, but in front of Bai Ye, it was like a joke. At this time, Tsunade also began to realize Bai Ye's strength again. After all, when Bai Ye fought Otsutsuki Kagaya, she was caught in the illusion created by infinite Tsukuyomi and had no idea what was going on. And this terrifying Super Rasengan was enough to make Tsunade feel the threat of death, but Bai Ye easily solved it. This strength is really terrifying. Dao Shi and Jin Shi also focused their expressions, and their gazes towards Bai Ye became slightly heavier. Inferior human, your strength is very good. Say your name, and I will give you the qualification to submit to me. Although he was surprised by Bai Ye's strength, Dao Shi still believed that their Otsutsuki clan was the strongest of. HMPH, don't be good or bad, if you don't submit to us, you will die. Jin Shi also threatened from the side. Just because you two trash want me to surrender. What a joke. Day and Night had a look of disdain on his face. Dao Shi and Jin Shi were like two clowns in front of him. How dare you insult the noble Otsutsuki clan, you inferior human being, you are looking for death. Dao Shi and Jin Shi looked at Bai Ye angrily when they heard Bai Ye's words, and their eyes burned. Jin Shi, kill him. Jumping said angrily, don't worry, I will definitely let him know what life is better than death. Jin Shi grinned, showing a cruel smile. Afterwards, Jin Shi suddenly charged towards Bai Ye. The sky feathers are lost. Jin Shi used this trick again, and several weapons with powerful chakra breath flew towards Bai Ye. These weapons are so fast that not even Sasuke can dodge them. In the blink of an eye, the weapon had already arrived in front of Bai Ye. Seeing the motionless Bai Ye, Jin Shi thought that Bai Ye hadn't reacted at all, with a sneer on his face, die, you ant. But, next moment, incomparably weak attack. Bai Ye said with a sneer, stretched out his right hand again, and patted those weapons. Boom. There was an explosion. Advertisement, Master Bai Ye. Looking at Bai Ye who was enveloped by the explosion, Tsunade and Jiraiya all showed worried expressions. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and others know Bai Ye's strength, but they are not worried at all at this time. After all, the previous Super Rasengan didn't cause any damage to Bai Ye. This time, Bai Ye can definitely block it easily. Really, after the smoke cleared, Bai Ye's figure appeared, still spotless, without any damage at all. How is this possible? Jin Shi couldn't believe that his moves were completely ineffective against Bai Ye. I said, your attack is too weak. You be **************************************** D, don't be too arrogant. At this time, Jin Shi also sensed Bai Ye's strength, and stopped calling Bai Ye an ant. After finishing speaking, Jin Shi's figure moved and disappeared in place, and the next moment, Jin Shi appeared not far from the night, holding a red giant hammer condensed from chakra in his hand. He slammed down on Bai Ye, go to hell. Seeing this scene, Tsunade and others in the distance shrank their pupils. They didn't expect Jin Shi to be so fast. They didn't even know why Jin Shi appeared in front of Bai Ye. Facing the Jin-style attack, Bai Ye still looked indifferent for the current Bai Ye. Gold is too weak. It's just so weak, you know, in the anime, Kinshiki has never even fought the 5 cages, so it can be said that it is a shame for Otsutsuki. And just when the sledgehammer was about to hit Bai Ye slowly punched out. Still head to head, Bai Ye's fist collided with the giant hammer. Jin Shi's figure is very tall, more than 2 meters in length, and the giant hammer in his hand is even more enormous. In comparison, Bai Ye is much smaller. Compared with the giant hammer, his fist is like a sky and a ground. However, power is not measured in size. I saw Bai Ye's fist hit the sledgehammer, and with a bang, the sledgehammer was directly smashed into pieces by Bai Ye, and then Bai Ye's arm turned, and under Jin Shi's unbelievable eyes, the fist hit gold-style belly. Puff. How is this possible? Jin Shi spat out a mouthful of blood, and then flew backwards. With a bang, it smashed hard on a rocky mountain, and even smashed a huge hole in the rocky mountain. This guy. Looking at this scene, Dao Shi still doesn't understand that Bai Ye's strength is much stronger than he imagined. But Dao Shi didn't pay much attention to it, after all, Jin Shi was just one of his servants. Advertisement, Master Bai Ye, you are too strong, Naruto also cheered. Sasuke also stared at Bai Ye firmly. He had fought with Jin Shi just now, so he naturally knew that Jin Shi was very strong, but even so, in front of Bai Ye, Jin Shi was as vulnerable as a baby, and the gap between the two sides was too obvious. You be ***************** D, you really p******* D me off. At this moment, Jin's angry voice sounded, and at the same time, a powerful chakra emerged that made everyone discolored. God chase. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and saw a purple lightning rushing towards Bai Ye. It's useless. Bai Ye shook his head, and slapped Jin Shi away with another slap. Jin Shi swept across the circle with the big sword in his hand, and suddenly, a terrifying sword aura spread towards the surroundings. Shit. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. The big sword sweeps across. With a muffled sound, Bai Ye blasted Jin Shi's lower body into pieces. One bone. Let's end it. But before they had time to breathe a sigh of relief, they saw an astonishing scene. Bai Ye actually killed the Jin Shi from the Otsutsuki clan with one punch. Bai Ye stretched out his fist, and then, as if he had crossed space, he came to Jin Shi in an instant. A rocky mountain was swept by the knife, and the whole rocky mountain was cut off immediately. The horse money was cut into 2 sections. But soon, Jin Shi rushed out again, holding a blood-red dadachi in his hand. Boom. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people in the audience in the distance changed, and they immediately used defensive ninjutsu, and finally blocked the move. And Jin Shi flew upside down and hit the ground heavily, life or death unknown. In the middle of the air, Bai Ye's right hand directly grasped Kinshiki's big sword, and no matter how Kinshiki struggled, he couldn't break free. Boom! Jin Shi was directly slapped into the ground by Bai Ye's slap. Bai Ye's faint voice came to Kai. 162. Completely ignore Momo's attack. You guy dared to hurt my servant, I will never forgive you. Looking at Jin Shi, who had already vented a lot of air and received less air, Dao Shi was furious. Although Jin Shi is just his servant, but as the Otsutsuki clan, no one can bully him. Of course, Dao Shi is not stupid, since Bai Ye can defeat Jin Shi, it shows that day and night are very strong. But in front of me, he is just an inferior human being. For Bai Ye and Naruto and others, Dao Shi looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. In other words, as long as you are not a member of the Otsutsuki family, jumping has never been valued. Hearing Dao Shi's words, Bai Ye's face was calm, and he looked at Dao Shi with disdain. Is it up to you? Momoshiki's strength is really good. It can be said that he is a Tiankai ninja. He can not only absorb ninjas' ninjutsu casually, but also strengthen the power of ninjutsu through Rinnegan, and then release it. It can be said that if the ninja's close combat ability is not strong enough, and he only knows ninjutsu, then Dao Shi in front of him has no chance of winning at all. As for Bai Ye, he is not a ninja at all, and Bai Ye's strength does not rely on ninjutsu at all. As for Bai Ye's melee ability, it can only be said that everyone who has seen it is dead. UB *************** D. Dao Shi was irritated by Bai Ye's attitude, and said through gritted teeth, go to hell. UB *********** D. As soon as Dao Shi's voice fell, a powerful chakra emerged from his body. Then the peach pose stretched out around 440, the red Rinnegan aimed at Bai Ye, and a powerful force quickly condensed in the Rinnegan. Soon, a huge fireball appeared, like a small sun, exuding scorching heat. What's the matter with this guy? Why does he use our ninjutsu? Naruto was very strange. Just now this guy used his Rasengan, which is more powerful than his, and now he even used Jiraiya's fire style. What the hell is going on? I see. The Rinnegan on this guy's right hand should be able to absorb ninjutsu, and then the Rinnegan on his right hand can use ninjutsu and increase the power of ninjutsu. Think of the reason. So, the ninjutsu we released just now seems to be absorbed by this guy. Jiraiya's face became ugly. Just now, in order to show his strength, he used several ninjutsu in a row, and all of them were absorbed by the opponent. That's right. Kakashi frowned, he just used his strongest ninjutsu, Reikiri. The other people who released ninjutsu just now were also extremely depressed. How could they feel like they had become an accomplice? DBFF. At the same time, Dao-style ninjutsu has been condensed and completed. Advertisement. Go to hell. Dao Shi slammed the huge great fireball in his hand towards Bai Ye. This fireball is extremely hot, and it contains the terrifying fire attribute chakra. Once it explodes, it is enough to burn everything. The power of fire. Bai Ye looked at the flying flames with a calm expression. He is the master of flames, so no flames can harm him. I saw that when the fireball came in front of Bai Ye, day and night stretched out his arms. It's this trick again. UB *********** D. Die for me. Seeing Bai Ye stretch out his arm, Dao Shi sneered endlessly. The H of this fireball is completely different from before. He has used a lot of chakra for this fireball. However, Dao Shi's complexion changed the next moment. The fireball touched Bai Ye's palm, but the expected explosion did not happen. Instead, the fireball gradually became smaller and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Momoshiki couldn't believe it when he saw this scene. Could it be that this guy also has the ability to absorb ninjutsu? Actually, Bai Ye is naturally unable to absorb ninjutsu, but he is able to compress even the temperature of the sun into a Ryujin Jaka, let alone a tiny fireball. That's not a level at all. No, this guy doesn't have chakra, and he doesn't have Rinnegan. How could he be able to absorb ninjutsu? Jump shook his head. He could feel that there was indeed a strong aura on Bai Ye's body, but this aura was obviously not chakra. No matter how you did it, you are still unstoppable in the face of absolute strength. As Taoshi said, his left hand began to wave continuously. And with every swing of Momoshiki, a powerful ninjutsu appeared. First came countless thunder and lightning, followed by floods, followed by tornadoes, flames, stone cones. These ninjutsu were very powerful. Although the target was Bai Ye, Naruto, Sasuke and others who were on the side were only affected, and they all felt terrified. Zilla, boom. Advertisement. A bolt of lightning struck beside the crowd, and there was a sudden violent explosion, blasting out a huge deep pit on the entire ground. It's too powerful, Naruto said in surprise, and at this time, another bolt of lightning struck over. This time the target was Naruto and the others. Susanoo. The speed of the lightning is too fast, there is no way to escape. Sasuke can only turn on Susanoo hard block. Boom. There was an explosion. Everyone gasped, only to see that more than half of Susanoo's body had been lost, and almost the whole body was chopped off. This power is too terrifying. The crowd was heartbroken, and then it suddenly sounded that they had such power just because they were affected, so the situation of Bai Ye as the target must be even worse. Then everyone looked worriedly at Bai Ye, who was shrouded in countless powerful ninjutsu. Just to everyone's surprise. Whether Bai Ye is facing those lightning, flames, tornadoes, or soil cones, he always looks calm, and those seemingly very powerful ninjutsu seemed to have no effect on Bai Ye. He didn't even have the qualifications for Bai Ye to stop him. Master Bai Ye is too strong. Naruto sighed. They had experienced the power of these ninjutsu. Even Sasuke's Susanoo could hardly stop it, but Bai Ye chose to ignore it. What's going on with this guy? Dao Shi also frowned. He can see more clearly than Naruto et al. An invisible film appeared around Bai Ye, and it was this film that blocked all attacks. In fact, this film is formed by Ryotsu. Now Bai Ye's Ryotsu is already very powerful. Even in the world of Shinigami, no one can surpass him in Ryotsu, so just relying on Ryotsu, Bai Ye can block Momo's attack. It can be over. At this moment, Bai Ye's body suddenly burst out a powerful Ryotsu, and those Ryotsu spread towards the surroundings, and the Dao-style ninjutsu disappeared silently the moment it touched Ryotsu. How is this possible? Dao Shi looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. 163. The second form of Peach Pose. If Bai Ye can block the ninjutsu attack, Momoshiki can still accept it. But Bai Ye made these ninjutsu disappear so easily. This kind of ability is just too terrifying. Who the hell are you? Dao Shi looked at Bai Ye with a solemn expression. The power Bai Ye exuded just now was obviously not Chakra's power. But the power was so huge that even he was shocked. In the ninja world, such power cannot exist. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that this time you came to the wrong place. Bai Ye shook his head and said. Ha ha ha, I'm Otsutsuki Momoshiki, there is no place in this universe that I can't go to. Momoshiki laughed, not paying attention to Bai Ye's words. In his opinion, the Otsutsuki clan is the strongest. Really? Then come and try. As soon as Bai Ye's voice fell, he disappeared in place. It's so fast. Seeing this scene, Dao Shi's expression changed. Even though he kept rolling his eyes, he still didn't see where Bai Ye was going. I'm here. Bai Ye's voice sounded behind Dao Shi. When? Dao Shi couldn't believe that Bai Ye could appear behind him in an instant, but Dao Shi reacted very quickly, turning around at the first time. 10 shots of ninjutsu with amplified power blasted towards Zhang Yi. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. However, after the smoke and dust dissipated, he still stood spotless day and night. How is this possible? Dao Shi panicked, trying to stay away from Bai Ye. After all, although his physical skills are not bad, they are still much worse than Jin Shi. And Bai Ye defeated Jin Shi head-on, so choosing to fight Bai Ye in close combat is the most stupid. Unfortunately, Bai Ye's speed is too fast. The moment Dao Shi was about to retreat, Bai Ye's fist had already hit Jumper's abdomen. Puff! Dao Shi suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, his body bowed into a shrimp shape, and then flew upside down, hitting the ground with a bang. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Naruto, Sasuke and others in the distance cheered in surprise. Although he knew that Bai Ye was strong, he didn't expect Bai Ye to face Otsutsuki Kagaya so easily. I feel that this guy is not as strong as I imagined. Naruto looked at Momoshiki, who was struggling to get up, and complained in his heart. Others thought so too. In fact, the strength of Momoshiki is indeed inferior to that of Otsutsuki Kagaya. It can be said that as long as one does not use ninjutsu when facing Momoshiki, the threat of Momoshiki is very small. Of course, Dao Shi's body skills are not weak. After all, Dao Shi has supercilious eyes, can easily see through the opponent's movements. It is still very easy to beat cage-level strong. But in the face of a master of martial arts like Might Guy, the overlooking style will be very uncomfortable. Not to mention Bai Ye. Seemingly sensing the disdainful gazes of Naruto and others, Momoshiki just felt like there was a fire in his heart. You inferior human beings dare to look down on me, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, it is unforgivable. Dao Shi gritted his teeth and said. Then the Dao pose slowly floated up. At the same time, many small medicines appeared in the hands of Jumping. These small pills are chakra pills. These pills are refined by Dao Shi through Rinnegan. The raw material for refining the pills is chakra that Dao Shi plundered. After eating the chakra pill, the breath in Momoshiki's body also became very strong, and at the same time, Momoshiki raised his left hand. I saw a crimson sphere congealing in the Rinnegan with the peach left hand. This sphere is similar to Tailed Beast Bomb, but the aura emanating from it is stronger than Tailed Beast Bomb, and it is surrounded by chakra of 5 attributes. What it is? Everyone could feel the terrifying aura contained in the crimson sphere. Ha ha ha, feel the power from God, you inferior humans. At this moment, the crimson sphere suddenly grew larger, only to know that it finally turned into a huge crimson sphere with a diameter of hundreds of meters, and there were continuous lightning crackling around it. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. They felt. Once this sphere falls, the entire Konoha village will be flattened. Go to hell. Dao Shi roared, and immediately threw the crimson sphere in his hand, targeting Bai Ye. But if it explodes, even Konoha cannot survive. Sao Cake, block him. The faces of all the people present change. Naruto and Sasuke instantly summoned 9 Tails and Susanoo, trying to stop them. Ha ha ha, you can't stop it. Seeing this scene, Dao Shi laughed wildly. Asking for flowers. But soon the peach-like smile stopped abruptly, because he saw that there was a mocking smile on Bai Ye's face, as if mocking his lack of self-esteem. Advertisement. You be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Dao Shi was furious. He was the only one who looked down on others. When would someone dare to look down on him? I will definitely refine you into a pill. Dao Shi thought fiercely in her heart. But at this moment, Bai Ye moved. He stretched out his right hand, and then countless Ryotsu spewed out from the body. Just like the substance, the white Ryotsu directly wrapped the entire crimson sphere. What is this? Everyone, including Dao Shi, looked at this scene with doubts. Destroy. At this time, the faint voice of day and night sounded. 0. Then I saw Bai Ye's right hand shake violently. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, the entire crimson sphere was shrinking continuously, and finally dissipated like a bubble with a bang. How is this possible? Dao Shi was completely dumbfounded. This is the technique that he used up most of chakra. How could it be solved by Bai Ye so easily? Naruto, Sasuke and others also couldn't believe it. How do I feel that Master Bai Ye has become stronger? Naruto muttered to himself. That's right, Master Bai Ye hasn't even drawn out his own knife now. Sasuke stared at Bai Ye firmly. They have seen the battle between Bai Ye and Kagaya, and Bai Ye's strongest move is the Ryujin Jaka on his waist. But facing Dao style, Bai Ye didn't even draw out his knife. Let's call it a day. Bai Ye's voice came again, and the next moment, Bai Ye had already arrived in front of Dao Shi. One bone. Another punch. Boom. Dao Shi's entire lower body was shattered, his body flew upside down, and hit the ground heavily. Although he was not dead yet, Dao Shi had already lost his fighting power at this time. Solution. Is it solved? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, a bit like dreaming. Such a powerful Otsutsuki was solved so easily by Bai Ye. Yet, it's not over yet. At this time, Dao's angry voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's amazed eyes, Jin Shi in the distance turned into a crimson fruit and flew into Dao Shi's hands. 164. Golden Rinnegan. How is this going? Seeing the red fruit in Momoshiki's hand, Naruto, Sasuke and others all looked puzzled. Even if your parents are strong, your offspring may not necessarily be strong, but we are different. Dao Shi said with a smile. At this time it doesn't look like he has been defeated by Bai Ye at all. What is this guy talking about? Naruto, Sasuke and others couldn't understand Momoji's words at all. At this time, Taoshi bit the red fruit in his hand. This scene shocked everyone. After all, the red fruit was changed by Jin Shi, and no one expected that Tao Shi would choose to drop his companion. That guy's strength has become stronger, Sasuke said with a frown. He could feel that a powerful force was appearing in Dao Shi's body. He must be interrupted. Tsunade also yelled. Ha ha ha, 957, is too late. Dao Shi sneered endlessly. Immediately afterwards, under the astonished eyes of everyone, Tao Shi's body began to change. First of all, the lower body of the peach bows destroyed by Bai Ye has slowly recovered, and at the same time, a golden Rinnegan appeared in the middle of the angel's forehead. Not only that, Dao Shi's two supercilious eyes also turned golden. Boom! A powerful chakra suddenly gushed out from Tao Shi's body, blowing away the surrounding sand and stones. This guy, he's become so strong. Naruto, Sasuke and others looked serious. The Dao style at this time is far more than the Wen brand just now. This is the inheritance method of our Otsutsuki clan. Taoshi felt the huge power in his body and said, at the same time, Taoshi looked at Bai Ye with a sneer on his face. Inferior human race, the next thing is your death. Although I gained great strength, I also wasted Otsutsuki family in vain at the same time, and the jump style was very uncomfortable. I'll wait. Bai Ye still had that calm look, then you should feel the power of God. Rinnegan. Coercion. As soon as Dao Shi's voice fell, a powerful airflow appeared from the Rinnegan on his forehead. The airflow was as sharp as a knife, easily cutting the rocky mountain in front of him into two sections, and at the same time rushed towards Bai Ye with undiminished power. Small tricks. Bai Ye shook his head, facing the rushing air current, stretched out his right hand and squeezed lightly. With a bang, the airflow was directly crushed by Bai Ye. Seeing this scene, Wang Shi's face remained unchanged. Advertisement. It would be really strange if Bai Ye was dealt with so easily. I'm giving you a chance, as long as you surrender to me, I can give you a way to survive. Dao Shi looked at Bai Ye proudly. Even he has to admit that Bai Ye is indeed the weakest person he has seen in all these years besides the Otsutsuki clan. In this world, no one can make me surrender, and I will not surrender to someone weaker than me. Bai Ye's words completely enraged Dao Shi. You actually look down on me, then go to hell. Saying that, Dao Shi stretched out his right hand, facing Bai Ye. Universal pull. A powerful suction appeared from Dao Shi's hand, and it was about to suck Bai Ye over. Yes, after swallowing the golden formula, the angel now also has the ability that Pain had back then. Universal pull, Shenluo Tianzheng, and Momoshi can all be used. Under the huge suction force, Bai Ye was also sucked over. HMPH, die. Seeing Bai Ye flying over, a black stick appeared in Taoshi's hand, and he felt his heart stabbing towards Bai Ye. But at this moment, Bai Ye's body suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? However, Dao Shi's reaction was much faster than before, and he immediately noticed Bai Ye's trace, and punched him behind him. Bai Ye easily dodged Dao Shi's punch by turning sideways, and hit Tao Shi's abdomen with a backhand. One bone. Boom. With a muffled sound, the jumper was blasted out day and night. It's just that this time, Dao Shi didn't suffer too much injury and quickly recovered completely. This guy's defense is much higher, Naruto said with a frown. Not only the defensive power, but also the strength, reaction, and movement have all been greatly improved. Sasuke felt that if he had been able to compete with Dao Shi in close combat before. But Dao Shi at this time, he is no longer an opponent at all. Haha, your recruiting scriptures are useless. Dao Shi looked at Bai Ye with a sneer, and felt that Bai Ye was gone. Really? Bai Ye shrugged, non-committal. For Bai Ye, a bone is used to abuse food. Bai Ye never put all his hopes on one bone either. After all, Ryujin Jaka and Ryotsu are the foundation of his strength. Lion's unruly hair technique. At this moment, Dao Shi once again chose to take the initiative to attack. His hair stretched out suddenly, and he turned into flexible boa constrictors, rushing towards Bai Ye. Advertisement. You look down on me too much. Bai Ye shook his head. Dao Shi actually used this move to deal with him. You know, not even Otsutsuki Kagaya would dare to do that. Let's talk about it after you escape, Dao Shi sneered. Huh. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and at the same time a powerful Ryotsu burst out from his body. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka, Shikai. Bai Ye pulled out the Ryujin Jaka from his hand. Burning the city with fire. A giant palm with scorching heat grabbed it. What is this? Dao Shi's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he saw that his hair was burned to death the moment it touched the palm of the flame. At the same time, the power of the giant flame palm continued to rush towards him. Dao Shi didn't have time to feel sorry for his hair, and directly dodged to avoid the giant flame palm. Boom. Originally, he thought that although Bai Ye's power was very special, it should be similar to chakra. This thing is not ninjutsu. A powerful repulsive force erupted from Dao Shi's body, which directly blew out the fire tornado. Torch. Dao Shi looked at Bai Ye. This guy. Dao Shi looked at Bai Ye, and his expression became serious. Bai Ye's strength seemed to be stronger than he imagined. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, his entire arm would have been burned. Is this your real strength? Dao Shi said, and at the same time, the burned hair slowly grew out. However, this is the end. What kind of power is this guy using? Thinking in his heart, Dao Shi stretched out his right hand to absorb Bai Ye's fire tornado, but the next moment, Dao Shi's face changed again. Seeing the scene in 2.2, Momoshiki had a sneer on his face. Using ninjutsu in front of him is really courting death. Shenluo Tianjung. There was a loud bang, and the powerful power actually blasted a range of hundreds of meters into fly ash. Dao Shi said viciously and disappeared in place in an instant. But I didn't expect it at all, it was not the same at all. Suddenly, a fire tornado rushed towards Dao Shi. Bai Ye didn't answer Dao Shi, and swung his sword again. 165. Appearance of shell tissue. This guy, so fast. Among the people present, except for Naruto and Sasuke, it is difficult for others to keep up with Momo's speed. They could barely see a golden streamer rushing towards Bai Ye. This gap is too great. Go to hell. At this time, Dao Shi had already arrived near Bai Ye, and he swung his fist and threw it at Bai Ye. Dao Shi's punch seemed simple, but it was very fast and extremely powerful, enough to smash a rocky mountain with ease. Not even Susanoo from Sasuke can stop it. However, Bai Ye's expression didn't change in the face of Dao Shi's punch. He just avoided Dao Shi's punch by turning sideways lightly, and then Ryujin Jaka in Bai Ye's hand slashed towards Dao Shi. Immediately, a saber aura formed by a flame flew towards the challenge. What is this? Dao Shi felt the scorching sensation coming from the flaming saber air, his face changed, and he hurriedly tried to bounce off Shenluo Tianjung, but it was a pity that it was useless at all. It can be said that at the level of 6 paths, the role of Shenluo Tianjung in Universal Pull is already very small, basically it will not play a big role. However, Dao 31 form still relied on Shenluo Tianjung to bounce himself away, and then barely escaped the saber energy. Boom! The flame knife slashed on a huge rock, and immediately the whole rock was easily split by the knife chi, and then there was a violent explosion. The rock was also torn apart. This guy. Glancing at the broken rock, Dao Shi looked dignified. He didn't expect that he had already absorbed the chakra fruit that Jinshi had turned into, and also gained Jinshi's melee ability. Even his current melee ability is stronger than Jinshi, but he is still not Bai Ye's opponent. But Dao Shi did not admit defeat, but said mockingly, your weapon is quite good. Obviously, the meaning in the peach-style words is obvious. If Bai Ye does not have Ryujin Jaka, he is not his opponent at all. Facing Dao's sarcasm, Bai Ye's expression was calm. Ryujin Jaka is indeed a very good weapon, but it depends on who has it. In Bai Ye's hands, it's the world-destroying Ryujin Jaka. In anyone else's hands, it's a mediocre katana sword. Advertisement. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't agree with this, Dao Shi snorted coldly and didn't say any more, but took out a spear from behind. This is Jinshi's ability, Power God. After eating Jinshi, Dao Shi also inherited Jinshi's ability. The next moment, Dao Shi disappeared in place again, and when he appeared, the spear in his hand was stabbing at Bai Ye wolfishly. For Tsunade, Kakashi and others, Momo's speed is indeed very fast, but in front of Bai Ye, it is nothing. Bai Ye picked it up lightly, bounced off the spear, and then slashed towards Dao Shi with his backhand. However, Dao Shi's reaction and speed were not slow, and he adjusted immediately, blocking Bai Ye's attack with his spear. The two fought together again. So strong, both of them are so strong. Wang watched the battle between Bai Ye and Dao Shi, his expression very excited. Sasuke also stood aside, staring at him without blinking, for fear of missing any second of the battle. Being able to see the battle between two strong men, and it's still close combat, is very helpful for Sasuke to improve his own strength. Only Tsunade and Kakashi and others are very helpless. It was very difficult for them to even see the battle between the two clearly. In their eyes, the battle between Bai Ye and Dao Shi is like a red streamer and a golden streamer constantly colliding, and they can't see clearly at all. The gap in strength is still too great. Jiraiya shook her head. Recently, he has been practicing fairy arts seriously, and now he can activate Sage Mode by himself, and his strength has improved a lot, but in front of the real strong, he is still not enough to look at. Kakashi feels the same way. He used to have a Sharingan, so he could still see clearly with the help of the Sharingan, but now without the Sharingan, he can't see clearly at all. At the same time, on the hillside in the distance, two figures appeared. One of them was a white-haired man wearing a mask and a black cloak. The other is a woman with blonde hair and a Roman numeral 1 tattooed in the middle of her forehead. The white-haired man's name is Genryusai, and the yellow-haired woman's name is Deluda. Both of them are members of the Shell Organization's inner circle. The shell tissue has the same purpose as the Otsutsuki peach pose, cultivating the sacred tree in the ninja world to obtain the chakra fruit. Advertisement: the apparent leader of the shell tissue is Jishen, but the actual leader is Otsutsuki Ishiki. At the beginning, Otsutsuki Ichishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya came to the ninja world together and cultivated the chakra fruit. Unexpectedly, he was attacked and seriously injured by Otsutsuki Kagaya in the end, and the fruit was also eaten by Otsutsuki Kagaya. After being seriously injured, Yishi did not die, but entered Sishen's body, and finally controlled Sishen, and then used Sishen's identity to form a shell tissue. Now that Otsutsuki Kagaya is dead, Yishi also quietly started to act, intending to capture the tailed beast again and cultivate the sacred tree. It's just that he didn't expect Dao Shi and Jin Shi to come, so he planned to see the situation first. After all, his purpose is different from Dao Shi. He never thought of handing in the fruit of the divine tree. Is this the Otsutsuki clan? It's really strong. Guoxun layman looked at Taoshi, who was fighting Bai Ye, and was also terrified. Even if he is facing Dao style, even if he has turned on Sage Mode, he may not necessarily be an opponent. Not only that, but that guy named Bai Ye is also very scary. The layman Guoxun 370 looked at Bai Ye. It never occurred to him that someone could stand against the Otsutsuki clan. As far as he knows, the Otsutsuki family can be said to be a very terrifying existence in the entire universe. HMPH, it's best if they both lose, so that we can reap the benefits. Daruda said proudly, seemingly not paying attention to Bai Ye and Dao Shi at all. But in fact, Deluda knew in her heart that she couldn't beat Dao Shi or Bai Ye. Layman Guoxun didn't speak, but stared at Bai Ye, wondering what he was thinking. On the battlefield, the battle between Bai Ye and Dao Shi continued. It's just that Bai Ye has firmly suppressed the Dao style at this time, which makes the jump style very uncomfortable. You know, he is not only from the Otsutsuki clan, but he has also eaten the golden style, and he can't beat Bai Ye, which makes him very difficult to accept. In his opinion, the Otsutsuki clan is the strongest in the entire world, and no one is their opponent. During the battle, embarrassment is not a gift. At this time, Bai Ye's voice came. What? Dao Shi's expression changed, and then he saw that Bai Ye's attack had arrived. Pooh! Under Dao Shi's surprised and terrified eyes, Bai Ye cut Dao Shi into two pieces with one knife. 166. Bai Ye, who hasn't used his full strength yet, peach pose of fear. Taoshi opened her eyes wide. He looked at his separated lower body in disbelief. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* me off, Dao Shi said angrily. At the same time, a powerful chakra emerged from Tao Shi's body, and soon, Tao Shi's body was fully restored. In fact, at the 6 pads level, the body's ability to recover becomes very strong. Like the original Uchiha Madara, even though half of his body was kicked by the king guy, he recovered quickly. Is this guy still alive? Naruto, Sasuke and others in the distance were surprised to see this scene. Originally they thought that Bai Ye had already won, but they didn't expect to be able to recover from jumping. Also, this guy's strength seems to have become even more terrifying, Kakashi said, frowning. And just as Kakashi's voice fell, dog feeding healthy life. Dao Shi roared, and several monsters with dragon heads and bodies like pythons appeared behind him. This is a monster created by Tao Shi using the earth attribute chakra. Not only very huge, but also very flexible, roar. These monsters let out a strange cry, and bit Bai Ye with their bloody mouths open. Hey, die, this is what will happen to me. Dao Shi looked at Bai Ye with a sneer on his face. In his opinion, although Bai Ye's strength is strong, facing so many monsters, it is impossible to stop him. But the next moment, Jumping was completely stunned. I saw that Bai Ye's body was suddenly wrapped in a hot flame. Not only that, but countless flames burst out from the surrounding ground. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's surprised eyes, Bai Ye waved the Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Roar! A lifelike flame dragon appeared, roaring and rushing towards the dragon-headed snake-body monster. What is this? Dao Shi looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though he is far away from the flame dragon, he can still feel the terrifying power contained in the flame dragon. Advertisement, however, I will not admit defeat. Dao Shi gritted his teeth, and the monster controlling the dragon head and snake body rushed towards the flame dragon in all directions, trying to tear the flame dragon into pieces. But the flame dragon seemed to have its own consciousness. The huge flame tail flicked and boomed, directly blasting all the monsters with the dragon head and snake body. Then the flame dragon turned around and continued to rush towards Dao Shi. How is this possible? Dao Shi couldn't believe it, but facing the rushing flame dragon, Dao Shi didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and directly started to condense the chakra in his body. Pheasant hunting. A sharp bird song sounded, and then a giant bird also wrapped in flames appeared, then swooped down, and rushed towards the flame dragon. Boom! The two collided together, producing a huge explosion sound, and countless flames burst out towards the surroundings. The temperature of these flames is extremely high, even Naruto, Sasuke and others dare not touch them at will, and can only avoid them from a distance. At the same time, Naruto, Sasuke and others were also shocked by the scene before them, because the battle between Bai Ye and Dao Shi was really exciting. Is this the Otsutsuki clan? The strength is too strong. If there are several Otsutsuki clans here this time, the ninja world will be in danger, Shikamaru said with a frown. Don't worry, with Lord Bai Ye here, there will be no problems. Naruto shook his head and said, looking extremely confident in Bai Ye. This made Shikamaru a little puzzled, although Bai Ye is strong, but now he is playing back and forth with Dao Shi. Master Bai Ye hasn't used his full strength yet. Little Sakura seemed to see Shikamaru's doubts and said. That's right, Lord Bai Ye's strength is far more than that. Even Sasuke admires Yi very much. He witnessed the battle between Bai Ye and Otsutsuki Kagaya with his own eyes. The strength Bai Ye displayed at that time was much stronger than it is now. From Sasuke's point of view, as long as Bai Ye uses all his strength, it is impossible for Dao Shi to be Bai Ye's opponent. Master Bai Ye, is he so strong? Hearing the words of little Sakura and Sasuke, Shikamaru couldn't imagine. The power displayed by Bai Ye and Dao Shi is already very strong, but this is not Bai Ye's strongest strength. So, how strong is Bai Ye's real strength, at the same time? On the battlefield, Dao Shi looked at the relaxed Bai Ye, and his face became a little ugly. He originally thought he could easily deal with Bai Ye, but he didn't expect to fight so hard. What's more, if Jinshi didn't take the initiative to turn into a chakra fruit for him to eat, he wouldn't be Bai Ye's opponent at all. Who is this guy? Dao Shi can be sure that Bai Ye is definitely not from the ninja world. Advertisement, what, are you going to admit defeat? At this moment, Bai Ye's faint voice came over. B****************** D. I won't admit defeat. Hearing Bai Ye's mocking words, Dao Shi felt a flame burning in his heart. Dao Shi roared, and began to mobilize the chakra in the body continuously. At the same time, under the influence of the peach pose, the surrounding rocks shattered one after another, and then flew towards the peach pose. Immediately after everyone's astonished gazes, a gigantic terrifying ape made of lava appeared. Here is another ability of Momoji, Ape Rock. Monkey Rock is made by Momoshi using fire and earth chakra. It has very terrifying power, and one punch is enough to break a rock mountain. Roar! Yuan Yan slapped his chest violently a few times, then swung his huge fist and threw it at Bai Ye. Everyone in the distance was shocked when they saw this scene. Click! Facing Yuan Yan's punch, Bai Ye looked calm, and first controlled Susanoo to punch out, aiming at Yuan Yan's fist. It is Susanoo. Ryujin Jaka in Susanoo's hand slashed towards Ape Rock with great speed. Is this still a battle between humans? Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shikamaru and others who had never seen the battle between Bai Ye and Kagaya murmured to themselves. The light of the knife flashed, and the whole Yuanyan was chopped into pieces with a single knife, revealing the terrified face of Dao inside. Not a class at all. Just when Yuan Yan was about to punch Bai Ye, an equally tall figure appeared. Boom! With a muffled sound, under Dao Shi's unbelievable eyes, Yuanyan was punched back by Susanoo in a head-on confrontation. But Naruto, Sasuke and others understand that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Bai Ye's strength. Layman Guoxin and Deluda in the distance were shocked when they saw this scene. Facing such a monster, they feel so inferior, but the next moment, the pupils of the two suddenly shrank, and they looked into the distance, showing expressions of disbelief. Leave Wang Zhao. It was a red monster with a katana sword similar to Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Boom! And at this time, I was hungry. 167. Kill Dao style. In fact it is. From the very beginning, Bai Ye never fully demonstrated his strength. Not only did Bankai not use it, but Bai Ye also did not use some powerful skills. The reason is simple, the strength of jumping is not enough for Bai Ye to use his full strength. Moreover, after absorbing the seeds of the divine tree, Bai Ye has become even stronger today. Even Kagaya, in the eyes of Bai Ye now, is not worth mentioning. Not to mention Peach style. UB*************************************** D. At this time, Dao Shi was extremely angry, but he also knew in his heart that he seemed to be really no match for Bai Ye. This made Dao Shi feel fear. This is something he has never felt for so many years. You know, he is the Otsutsuki clan, no matter where he goes, he is the strongest. No one dared to provoke him, but now, Bai Ye completely shattered the pride in his heart. No, I haven't lost yet, Dao Shi roared, and at the same time, many chakra pills appeared in Shi's hands. And this is already the last chakra pill of Taoshi. Click, click, wipe. It's just that there is no chance of hesitation now. Taoshi directly puts all the chakra pills into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Streams of powerful chakra are constantly flowing into the body. 963. This feeling is really wonderful. After Taoshi absorbed all the chakra, he only felt that his body had inexhaustible power, and he felt that he was a god now. What? Peach Pose clenched his fists vigorously, the powerful chakra spewed out, forming a violent wind pressure, and the surrounding gravel was blown away by this wind pressure. How did this guy become so strong? Kakashi, Shikamaru and others in the distance had no choice but to use chakra to resist this wind pressure. Ha ha ha, this time, it's your time of death. You inferior human being. Dao Shi regained her previous pride and looked into Bai Ye's eyes, revealing a cruel look. Bai Ye had already released Susanoo at this time, shook his head, and said, the gap between us is much bigger than you can imagine. You guys, don't be too arrogant, this time, I'll let you see what true power is. Dao Shi roared angrily, and then disappeared in place in an instant. When it appeared again, it had already come to Bai Ye's side. Advertisement. Everyone was shocked. This time, the speed of Momoji was even faster, even Naruto and Sasuke couldn't see clearly. Others are completely invisible. Go to hell. Dao Shi kicked Bai Ye hard. However, Bai Ye's face was extremely calm, and he turned sideways and easily dodged the jumping attack again. And Dao Shi was not surprised. The fist in his hand had already slammed past when Bai Ye turned sideways. Hey, this time, you can't avoid it, Dao Shi sneered. But at this moment, Dao Shi's complexion changed instantly, and then he spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body also flew upside down, hitting the ground fiercely. It turned out that at some point, Bai Ye's fist hit Taoshi's abdomen. How is it possible? Why can't I still fight? Taoshi struggled to stand up, muttering to herself. Her mentality was already on the verge of collapse. He felt that his strength was already comparable to the gods, why he still couldn't beat Bai Ye. It's time to end. Bankai, Remnant Fire Teidao, East, Rising Sunblade. At this time, Bai Ye's voice sounded. What? Dao Shi looked over in surprise, and what appeared in front of his eyes was an ordinary-looking long knife emitting white smoke. And the tip of the knife showed a clear red color. No. The moment he saw this touch of red, Dao Shi's face changed completely, and he yelled out in fear. He could feel that Bai Ye's sword was completely capable of killing him. Pity. It's too late. At this time, Dao Shi couldn't dodge Bai Ye's attack at all. Pooh. The residual fire pierced into Dao Shi's body easily, and at the same time, a scorching high temperature burst out suddenly in Dao Shi's body. ACAC, no, I don't want to die. Dao Shi watched his body slowly being burned to ashes, constantly mobilizing chakra to repair his body, but it was of no avail. I don't want to die. Advertisement. Dao Shi's face was completely covered in fear. Start, waste. Before Dao Shi's body was completely burned to ashes, one hand slapped Bai Ye fiercely, wanting to leave a wedge mark on Bai Ye, and then look for a chance to revive. But soon, Dao Shi completely collapsed, so when his wedge imprint touched Bai Ye, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, completely ineffective. It actually works, because in Bai Ye's mind, the sound of the system sounded. Obtain the memory data of the Peach style. Is it enough to read? It turned out to be a Peach style memory. Bai Ye was a little surprised, but now is not the time to read, so Bai Ye decided to find time to read later. To be honest, Bai Ye is quite curious about the Otsutsuki clan. After all, in the Hokage world, the Insuki clan is too mysterious. Not only has great strength, but also can go to various places in the universe to plunder chakra. Of course, Bai Ye still had an idea in his mind, that is to see if he could go to the home planet of Otsutsuki to have a look, maybe he could gain benefits. Sasuke looked at Bai Ye with burning eyes, and he had already made a decision in his heart. Master Bai Ye is really too strong. Naruto cheered excitedly, as if he had defeated the jumping style and the golden style. Obviously, the existence of Bai Ye will have a great impact on their plans. Layman Guoxin stared at Bai Ye, wondering what he was thinking. Then the two left here. Bai Ye muttered to himself. After all, Dao Shi and Jin Shi are both very strong, but they were defeated by Bai Ye in the end. After all, judging from Bai Ye's current strength, the entire Shell organization, except for Shion, the other members of the inner circle could not be Bai Ye's opponent at all. Shell tissue? I didn't expect it to appear so soon. Layman Guoxin and Naruto both looked solemn. It's just that what the two of them didn't notice was that after they left, Bai Ye's eyes were also looking at this side. At the same time, Jumping's body had been completely burned to ashes. Well, let's go back and tell Master Shion about the matter here. This guy, it seems that only Master Shion can deal with it. And the other side. There was also a smile on Tsunade's face. She had chosen to agree with Bai Ye to become Konoha's control. It was a very wise decision. From afar, Naruto and Sasuke showed excitement as they watched Bai Ye successfully kill Dao Shi. Shikamaru and some Konoha shinobi players were completely shocked by Bai Ye's strength, and now they all stood there in a daze, looking at Bai Ye as if they were gods. 168. Memory of Momo, god of Otsutsuki. In Bai Ye's memory, the shell tissue would not appear until at least 10 years later, but he did not expect it to be active now. But think about it, now that Otsutsuki Kagaya is dead, for Sishen, that is, Otsutsuki Ashiki, there is basically no one in the entire ninja world who is his opponent. Having said that, I have to say that one type of heart is still very clear. He knew that he was not Kaguya's opponent, so he would not choose to do anything until it was clear that Kagaya was completely harmless, or he could deal with Kagaya. Of course, even if Yishi is very careful, his strength is also very good, but that is for other people. In Bai Ye's opinion, Yishi is actually just that, not even as strong as Kagaya. So if Yishi doesn't make trouble, Bai Ye won't bother to bother. But as long as the trouble is on his head, all he can do is say sorry. Master Bai Ye. At this time, the voices of Naruto and others sounded behind him. Bai Ye looked back, and saw Naruto, Sasuke, Tsunade and others walking over excitedly. Everyone looked at Bai Ye with admiration. The main reason is that Bai Ye's strength is too strong. Don't look at Bai Ye's hands, the peach style and the golden style are both vulnerable. But they all knew in their hearts that if they were allowed to fight on their own, they would at most beat Jinshi, and it would be the kind of gang fight. Once facing the peach style, it will undoubtedly lose. Especially the peach style that eats the golden style, even Naruto and Sasuke may not be able to beat it together. Master Bai Ye, has it been completely resolved? Naruto came over and asked. Bai Ye shook his head. It can only be said that it has been temporarily resolved, but the Otsutsuki clan has a large number of people, so it may appear again at some time, and therefore, you have to work harder to cultivate the group. Hearing Bai Ye said that the Otsutsuki clan might come, everyone's faces were very solemn. After all, it can be seen from the previous battles that the strength of the Otsutsuki family is indeed terrifying. Moreover, it is impossible for Momoji and Jinshi to be the strongest existence in the Otsutsuki family. If a stronger one really comes by, then it is hard to say whether Yuya can beat it. Don't worry, Master Bai Ye, I will definitely work harder to cultivate. Naruto at this time can be said to be full of energy. Of course, the current Naruto does have room to grow. At least it hasn't grown to the peak yet. Advertisement. However, without the power of 6 paths, it will be very difficult for Naruto to reach the 6 paths level. Okay, the Otsutsuki clan is very far away from the ninja world, and it's not easy for the other side to come over, so you don't need to worry too much. What's more, there is Lord Bai Ye here now, so we can practice with peace of mind. Think too much. Seeing that everyone looked a little dignified, Tsunade took the initiative to stand up and said. Hearing what Tsunade said, everyone looked a little better. Afterwards, Bai Ye walked towards the village with the others. As soon as he entered the village, many people greeted Bai Ye warmly. Master Bai Ye is back. Welcome Lord Bai Ye guy back home. Although Bai Ye is some distance away from Konoha village, many people still know about it. When they learned that Bai Ye successfully defeated the enemy and protected the village, all Konoha village residents were very grateful to Bai Ye. Master Bai Ye, I recommended my daughter to you a few days ago. How does Master Bai Ye think? Bai Ye, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly turned dark, and then he pretended not to hear, quickened his pace and left quickly. Seeing this scene, Tsunade, Shizune and others secretly laughed. It turns out that Master Bai Ye also has something to be afraid of. In the house at night, Bai Ye was sitting on the bed, communicating with the system. Before Taoshi died, he wanted to put his cuneiform imprint into Bai Ye's body, but was stopped by the system and reminded him that he could read Taoshi's memory. Of course, even if there is no system, it is impossible for Dao Shi to drive the wedge into Bai Ye's body. Choose to read Taoshi's memory, Bai Ye said to the system. Start reading. The sound of the system sounded, and then a series of pictures appeared in Bai Ye's mind. The picture at the beginning is quite normal. It is the picture of Momoshiki when he was a child. From the picture, it can be seen that the Otsutsuki clan is more prosperous than imagined, with a large number of people, and each Otsutsuki clan is very powerful. At least above the cage level. After that, Dao Shi began to grow up, and then left the home planet to plant a sacred tree on another planet in the universe. 0. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. After the god tree grows the god tree fruit, they pick the god tree fruit and send it back to the mother planet. And Bai Ye finally knew why the Otsutsuki clan was so obsessed with the fruit of the sacred tree. The purpose is to raise Otsutsuki god. Yes, raise a god. In fact, before this, the Otsutsuki family had a Otsutsuki god, but for some unknown reason, this Otsutsuki god died, so the Otsutsuki family wanted to start cultivating new gods. And this requires many fruits of the sacred tree. There are gods. Bai Ye was also a little surprised, but even though he shook his head again, in Bai Ye's view, it is better to say that the god of Otsutsuki is a Otsutsuki family with powerful emperors. Oh, and at this moment, the system sound rang again. Mission. Kill the god of Otsutsuki. Kill the Otsutsuki god. Hearing the content of this task, Bai Ye was shocked and began to think. I don't know if it's the new Otsutsuki god, or the previous Otsutsuki god is resurrected? Before Bai Ye crossed over, Boruto's manga was drawn to defeat Yishi, so Bai Ye didn't know the plot behind it. But even so, Bai Ye didn't panic, he believed in his own strength, even if the gods came, he could kill the gods. As if feeling the strong fighting spirit in Bai Ye's heart, Ryujin Jaka at his waist also began to emit a buzzing sword sound. Haha, you are looking forward to it too. Bai Ye touched Ryujin Jaka and said with a smile. Afterwards, day and night continued to browse memory. When the senior officials of the Otsutsuki family learned that Kagaya had eaten the fruit of the sacred tree without permission, they were very angry, so they also sent Momoshiki and Jinshi to capture Kagaya and replant the fruit of the sacred tree. Not only that, Otsutsuki executives seemed to be very fancy about the fruit of the sacred tree in the ninja world. In my memory, Momoshiki also felt the same way. I felt that the attitude of the higher-ups towards the ninja world was completely different from that of other planets. It seems that this ninja world is really extraordinary. Bai Ye said to himself. At the same time, Bai Ye is also looking forward to what will happen in the future. 169. Shion appears, Amador's plan. At the same time, the other side, Rain Country, Rain Shinobi Village. Two figures slowly appeared. It was Jushi Guoksan and Daruda who went to Konoha to check the situation. And they appeared in Rain Shinobi Village because the headquarters of Shell Organization is in Rain Shinobi Village. I have to say that Rain Shinobi Village is indeed a very suitable place to build a secret base. The original Akatsuki organization was in this place, but not long after the Akatsuki organization disappeared, Rain Shinobi Village changed hands and became the secret base of the Shell organization. Layman Guoksan and Daruda soon came to a hidden hillside, and with a click, a secret tunnel appeared on the ground, and they stepped down without any hesitation. Not long after, the two appeared in a hall. At this time, the hall was empty. However, Layman Guoksan and Daru, 597, didn't care, but stood where they were, waiting quietly. At this time, a footstep sounded, and then a figure appeared. It was a man who looked very young, wearing white haori, with hair gathered on top of his head and a double ponytail, a black prismatic mark tattooed on his chin, and a Roman numeral V tattooed under his left eye. This person is the leader of the Shell organization, Shion. You guys are back. Sishen looked at Layman Guoksan and Daruda, spoke, then slowly walked to the main seat in the hall, sat down, and continued to ask questions. What's going on with Peach and Gold? The purpose of Peach Style and Gold Style is to cultivate the sacred tree in the ninja world, and then obtain the fruit of the sacred tree. And Shion's purpose was the same, so it was impossible for him to watch Dao Shi and Jin Shi act indifferently. Of course, if he is in full bloom, that is, when he is resurrected to become Otsutsuki Ashiki, he will naturally not panic about Dao Shi and Jin Shi. But if he is resurrected by force, he will only have a few days to live after being resurrected, and then he will die completely. So it's obviously impossible for him to do that. Advertisement. However, if you don't have enough strength, it will be quite troublesome to deal with the Peach Style and the Golden Style. After all, Momoshiki and Kinshiki belong to the Otsutsuki clan, and they are not comparable to these people in the ninja world. Although he doesn't know why Kagaya was killed, after all, Kagaya was in the space of the first ball at the time, and he didn't know what happened, but in his opinion, there is a high probability that Kaguyu's son gave the ninja some solutions to Kagaya way. In fact, it is impossible for this group of people in the ninja world to be Kaguyu's opponents, and it is even difficult to deal with Momoji and Jinshi. By the way, there is another one called Bai Ye. That guy has some strength. However, Sishen didn't care much about Bai Ye in his heart. He was a member of the Otsutsuki clan, and even in the Otsutsuki clan, his strength was not weak. Dao Shi and Jin Shi were defeated by Konoha's people, Layman Guoshin said. Yeah. Shion nodded, without any surprises, relying on the strength of Bai Ye, Naruto Sasuke and others, it is not difficult to deal with Dao Shi and Jin Shi. But the next sentence of Layman Guoksan shocked Zan a little. Both Dao Shi and Jin Shi were defeated by that one person named Bai Ye. Alone. Shion narrowed his eyes slightly, it seemed that Bai Ye was stronger than he imagined. Yes, that guy is very strong, and there is a high probability that I am no match, Daruda admitted, not feeling embarrassed at all. Although she is confident, she also understands that now, only by explaining Bai Ye's strength clearly can she carry out the plan better. Well, I see. Shion nodded. Should we solve that guy? After all, if we want to realize the plan, that guy will most likely become an obstacle, Daruda said. Sishen didn't speak, she propped her chin with her left hand, while her right hand kept beating on the armrest of the chair, as if she was thinking about something. Seeing this, Layman Guoksan and Daruda didn't say much. After a while, he opened his mouth to speak. If it's not necessary, you can ignore that guy, after all, we don't have any demand for tailed beasts. In fact, this is also the case, Shion owns a juvenile 10 tails. So just wait until his utensil is completely thawed, then you can sacrifice this body to 10 tails, and then he will be resurrected through the utensil to become the real Otsutsuki 10 style. Understood. Both Layman Guoksan and Daruda nodded. That's it, you can go about your own business, clear. Advertisement. Layman Guoksan and Daruda both said respectfully, and then withdrew. We must discuss it with the doctor. Leaving the hall, Layman Guoksan thought for a while, then lost to San Yamamoto's laboratory. Santu Amador, also a member of the Shell Organization's inner circle, is responsible for the research of scientific ninja tools in the Shell Organization. Scientific ninjutsu, that is, using the power of technology to use various ninjutsu, does not need to use chakra. Even ordinary people can use scientific ninjutsu to release ninjutsu. For example, most of the people in the Shell Organization have been transformed by Amador. Every part of the body is replaced by scientific ninja equipment, and some people are even cloned. Just like Layman Guoksan. After Jiraiya was killed by Pain, Amador obtained Jiraiya's cells and cloned the black atrial pressure. Having said that, an inexplicable look flashed in Amador's eyes. Thinking of this, Amador pressed a 2.3 scientific ninja next to him. Suddenly, an enchantment enveloped the entire laboratory. This guy called Bai Ye is so strong. Amato was a little surprised, but he could understand a little bit when he thought that Bai Ye defeated Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Seeing the baby in his arms, Layman Guoksan's expression changed. Since Konoha's strength is so strong, let Konoha deal with Sishen, so that we can realize our plan. This person is Santu Amato. With this enchantment, the dog can resist the prying eyes of Guy and others. This baby is a perfect instrument, able to revive Shion perfectly, but it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most important thing for Shion. Come to the lab. It is worth mentioning that the prototype of Guoksan Layman is Jiraiya. Amato didn't stop, but came to a container, glanced at the sleeping baby in the container, without hesitation, took the baby out of the container, and handed it to Layman Guoksan. Layman Guoksan, what can I do for you? Amador smiled when he saw Layman Guoksan. You put this in Konoha village. This Layman Guoksan didn't talk nonsense, and directly told Amador about Bai Ye's defeat of Dao Shi and Jin Shi. At this time, there was only one man with gray hair, wearing a white lab coat and eyes in the laboratory. 170. Mysterious baby, angry Sishen. In fact, Amador has always had a plan in mind. And this plan must get rid of Sishen. Sishen attaches great importance to this baby as a perfect instrument. Once he knows that Konoha has obtained this baby, he will definitely choose to attack Konoha. In this way, with Konoha's strength, there might be a chance to kill Sishen. Of course, if Sishen successfully defeated Konoha, the situation would be very bad. After all, the baby was originally in his hands. Why it appeared in Konoha village is also a big question. But Amador also understands that if he wants to succeed, he must fight once. And if it doesn't work, Layman Guoksan can be pushed out. Although Layman Guoksan is his confidant, to him, Layman Guoksan is also just a toolman. Amador never thought that relying on Layman Guoksan would be able to defeat Sishen. Seeing that Layman Guoksan hesitated, Amador persuaded, now this wedge has begun to thaw gradually. If we wait until the wedge is completely thawed, Sishen revives, and eats the fruit of the sacred tree, then it will be bad. Hearing what Amador said, Layman Guoksan was also shaken in his heart. After thinking for a while, Layman Guoksan finally chose to nod. By the way, putting this next to the baby can block the induction of Sishen. But this can only last for an hour, so you have to do it as soon as possible. Amador showed a smile on his face, and then handed over a scientific ninja tool, gave it to the black-hearted Layman. Understood. Layman Guoksan nodded, tore off the cloak behind him, wrapped the baby around him, and left quickly. Seeing the back of Layman Guoksan leaving, Amador narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Immediately afterwards, Amador looked at a container not far away. The container contained a piece of flesh and blood. But the strange thing is, this is obviously just a piece of flesh and blood, but at this moment it seems to have life, and it is constantly beating. Early morning, Konoha village. Susanoo just came to the Hokage building, and then shouted in surprise. I saw a baby wrapped in a black cloak in front of the door of the Hokage building. What's going on here? How could a baby be here? Susanoo didn't think too much, and quickly picked up the baby, then looked around, and found no suspicious person. Is that weird? Susanoo was a little confused, but carried the baby into the Hokage building, and was going to wait until Tsunade came. Master Tsunade, I have inquired, and no one in the village has lost a baby. Kakashi came to Tsunade and said. Advertisement, I see. Tsunade nodded, thought for a while, and said, if that's the case, let our village raise it. As a large village, Konoha has done a good job in raising orphans, so it is not too difficult to raise this baby. Well, then I'll carry the baby over, Susanoo said. As soon as Susanoo went out, he saw Bai Ye walking over. Lord Bai Ye. Yeah. Bai Ye nodded, and was about to ask where Susanoo was going, when he noticed the baby that Susanoo missed. Is this a baby? Whose? Bai Ye asked. I don't know. I saw this baby appearing at the door of the Hokage building early in the morning. I asked again, and no one in the village lost a baby, Susanoo said. That's it. Bai Ye said, then reached out to grab the baby's left hand and glanced at it. As expected. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. I saw a black prismatic imprint on the baby's left hand. And this is exactly the mold imprint. It seems that this child should belong to the Otsutsuki family. Now that Momoshiki and Kinshiki are dead, and Kagaya is gone, then in the entire ninja world, there is only one Otsutsuki family, and that is Yishiki. In other words, this child should be Yishilu. Now it appears in Konoha village out of nowhere. Could it be that this baby is the later Chuanmu? Yishi's perfect weapon? After a little thought in Bai Ye's mind, he probably wanted to understand what happened. Obviously, someone deliberately put Chuanmu in Konoha village in order to provoke a war between Konoha and the Shell organization. And this person knows without thinking, it must be Yamato and layman Guoksan. Apart from these two people, there is no other possibility. HMPH, I want to know, what exactly do you want to do? Bai Ye didn't care about this. Even if Yishi appeared in front of Bai Ye in his heyday, Bai Ye could kill him with one blow. It's just that Bai Ye is a little curious about Amador and Guoksan layman, or what is the purpose of Amador? Master Bai Ye. What's wrong? At this time, Shizune's voice sounded, interrupting Bai Ye's thoughts. Advertisement. Bai Ye smiled and said, nothing, I just think this baby is cute. Ah, is it? It's really cute. Shizune never expected that Bai Ye, who is usually so cold, would say such a thing. Could it be that Master Bai Ye is actually a person who is cold on the inside and hot on the outside? And you love kids too? Bai Ye had no idea what Shizune was thinking, and continued, by the way, where are you taking this baby? Oh, I'm going to be raised by the orphanage in the village. Well, wait a minute, I feel that this child's origin is a bit unusual, so don't take it to the orphanage, Bai Ye said. If there were no accidents, Sishen should soon find out that Chuanmu was missing, and then come to the door. So it's better to keep Chuanmu by his side. The background is unusual. Does Master Bai Ye know something? 457? Yeah. Bai Ye nodded. Since Chuanmu was sent over, there was no need to hide the Shell organization. What, you mean that there is a mysterious organization called Shell in this world, and the leader of this mysterious organization is the Otsutsuki family? In the Hokage building, after listening to Bai Ye's words, everyone present was shocked. Yes, and this baby is the key to the resurrection of the Otsutsuki family, so they will definitely come to snatch this baby, so during this period of time, they must enforce patrols and protect this baby, Bai Ye said. Oh, I see. Hearing Bai Ye's words, the others all nodded with serious expressions. After all, according to Bai Ye, this guy called Otsutsuki is much stronger than jumping in gold. So they can't help but ignore it, and at the same time. In the hall of the Shell organization's secret base. At this time, many people gathered in the entire hall. These people are all members of the inner circle of the Shell organization. It was Si Xian who stood in the main position. It's just that Si Xian's complexion is not very good looking now. Because according to Amador, Chuanmu was stolen by Guoksan layman and brought to Konoha village. Although Sishen didn't fully believe Amador's words, the most important thing now is to bring Chuanmu back first. 180. Shell tissue begins to invade Konoha for Sishen. Chuanmu is the key to his resurrection, and only Chuanmu can resurrect him perfectly. So he had to bring Chuanmu back. Even though she knew that Konoha was not weak, Si Xian had no choice. Of course, this is not afraid of Konoha, but there was really no need to conflict with Konoha before. But since it is unavoidable now, Si Xian is also very decisive. Now Chuanmu is in Konoha village. As for why he is in Konoha, we will talk about it after bringing Chuanmu back. Speaking of this, Sishen glanced at Amador meaningfully. Amado didn't seem to notice Si Xian's eyes, with a faint smile on his face, as if I didn't know anything. HMPH. Sishen snorted coldly, and continued. Konoha is not weak, especially a guy named Bai Ye, so since we choose to invade Konoha this time, we will inevitably expose ourselves, but since we have arrived at this point, it doesn't matter. Since there is no way to hide it, let everyone know the strength of our Shell organization. Hearing Si Xian's words, all the members of the Shell organization present smiled. In fact, they have long had enough of being sneaky and afraid to expose themselves. Obviously their strength is very strong, and their Shell organizations are not weaker than any big country, but they still dare not expose themselves and can only act cautiously. And now, he can finally show his strength in a fair and honest manner. Hey, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Deluda was the first to stand up, with a smile on his face, as proud as a queen. Deluda, your ability is more suitable for scouting, so you don't need to fight. Amador stood up and said heartily. In fact, Deluda is also a clone, and also the clone of Amado's daughter, so Amado is very concerned about Deluda and does not want Deluda to get hurt. It's just that Deluda hates Amador very much. Don't worry about my affairs. Deluda gave Amador a cold look, then turned his head and stopped talking. Hearing Deluda's words, Amado lowered his head in a depressed mood, and at the same time made a certain decision in his heart. HMPH, Deluda, I advise you to listen to Amador. After all, your strength is too weak. At this time, a sneering voice sounded. Advertisement, what are you talking about, Calder? Do you want to fight? Deluda looked at Calder angrily like a kitten with fur, and at the same time, Deluda's purple pupils began to emit a dangerous light. Deluda's eyes have been replaced with scientific ninjas, capable of absorbing chakra and ninjutsu, while also being able to fire lasers. Cut. For Deluda's words, Calder didn't care at all. In his opinion, Deluda's strength was too weak. In other words, the whole shell tissue, except for Sishen, no one can make Cod look at it. And Cod's disdainful expression made Deluda even more angry, wishing to start a war with Cod right now. But this time, speak up. Sishen snorted coldly, and then said, the most important thing now is to get Chuanmu back, not pointless quarrels. Hearing Sishen speak, Deluda could only return to his original position angrily. In the entire Shell organization, it has the absolute right to speak. Even the most arrogant Calder would not refute Sishen's words. On the contrary, Calder looked down on other members of the Shell organization, but he was an absolute supporter of Seishin, or the Otsutsuki family. Even Calder wanted to become Yishi's wedge, but unfortunately failed in the end. But it is also because of this that Calder has the white wedge, and at the same time he has also obtained a very powerful king of power. Now in the entire Shell organization, besides Seishin, Calder is also the strongest. Seeing Deluda calm down, Seishin continued, although we are very strong, not long ago, Konoha defeated two Otsutsuki clan who had just arrived in the ninja world. Seishin didn't hide this matter, but at the same time, he also revealed the matter of Bai Ye's defeat of Chao Shi and Jin Shi by himself. Upon hearing this, the other members of the inner formation all showed expressions of surprise. After all, they are very clear about the strength of the Otsutsuki clan. Any Otsutsuki clan can easily defeat a cage-level powerhouse. Even the Otsutsuki clan like Kagaya and Ichishiki, the strength displayed is even more desperate. Even Calder, whom no one looked down upon, was also taken aback. He didn't expect Bai Ye to be so strong. But don't worry everyone, Dao Shi and Jin Shi are not that strong, even you have a chance to defeat them, Seishin continued. Hearing this, everyone also understood. Advertisement. Obviously, the two Otsutsuki clan who came to the ninja world this time belong to the weaker ones. Master Seishin, just leave the matter of destroying Konoha and bringing Chuanmu back to me alone. Cod took the initiative to stand up and said. Although he is very jealous that Chuanmu can become a perfect instrument, but his worship of Yishi is above all else. Seishin is very satisfied with Calder's attitude, but he understands that Calder is the only one, and it is basically impossible to bring Chuanmu back. Even Bai Ye's strength is a little bit jealous, let alone Calder. Up. However, apart from Bai Ye, Konoha also has Naruto and Sasuke who are a bit of a threat, but now Naruto and Sasuke don't have the power of 6 paths, so the threat is not too big. In fact, this is also the case. During the Fourth Ninja World War, apart from facing the White Zetsu Army and the various strongmen from Impure World Reincarnation, the United Ninja Army was basically all soy saucers. In the face of absolute strength, the number of people is completely useless. No way, the strength gap is too big. From Seishin's point of view, he dealt with Bai Ye alone, then Deruda, Calder and others dealt with Naruto and Sasuke, and the rest of them dealt with Konoha's Tsunade, Kakashi and others, Qian Lihao. Basically you can take down the Konoha steadily. The candidate for Konoha has been decided, how to fight this. In this way, as long as Bai Ye is defeated, it is still very simple to bring Chuanmu back. Finally, after a while of deliberation, not to mention Kagaya in the back. Afterwards, under the leadership of Seishin, several members of the Shell organization rushed towards Konoha. As for Konoha's ordinary Chunin and Jonin, of course, although Seishin planned to go to Konoha in person this time, he was not prepared to send out all the members of the Shell organization's inner formation. After all, there are still many members whose identities are sensitive and not suitable for exposure. It's not that Seishin looks down on these people, but it's just that he never looked directly at them. Like 6 paths Obito, Uchiha Madara puts a skill casually, and those ordinary ninjas will die a lot. And this time, it was the first time that the Shell organization was exposed to the eyes of everyone in the ninja world. A world of sulfuric acid can wipe out the combined ninja army. Let's go. They are Seishin, Deluda, Cod, Bola, and several outside members, namely Ching, and Ilu.172. Advice from Layman Guoksan. At the same time, in Konoha village, at this time, the Hokage building ushered in an unexpected visitor. Tsunade and others looked at the masked man in front of them with vigilance. You mean, you were originally a member of the Shell organization, and now you plan to join us Konoha? But, why should I believe you? Tsunade questioned. Layman Guoksan heard Tsunade's words and didn't refute. After all, as long as they are normal people, they will not believe his words. But Layman Guoksan had already thought up his speech. My identity is really not trustworthy, and I don't want you to trust me completely, but I will tell you everything I know. Later, Layman Guoksan told Tsunade et al. About the purpose of the shell tissue and the importance of the baby. However, to Layman Guoksan's surprise, Tsunade and the others were not shocked at all after hearing what he said, and they didn't even show any expression. This made Layman Guoksan completely anxious, and hurriedly said, Otsutsuki Yishi is a stronger opponent than Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although I don't know how you deal with Otsutsuki Kagaya, but if you really revive Otsutsuki Yishi and eat the fruit of the sacred tree, then the entire ninja world will fall into the hands of that guy. Yes, because Bai Ye defeated Kagaya in the first ball space, and in order to keep a low profile, Bai Ye also asked Naruto and others not to tell this matter, so even if 093 is the Shell organization, he has no idea that it is Yoruichi himself defeated Kagaya. If the Shell organization or Seishin knew that Bai Ye defeated Kagaya alone, they would definitely be scared and hide immediately. After all, Kaguya's strength is really strong. Even if Yishi is resurrected and reaches its heyday, it is not Kaguya's opponent at all. Unless one eats the fruit of the sacred tree. Hearing the words of Master Guoksan, Tsunade had a faint smile on his face. You don't have to worry, we Konoha know what to do, and we will do our best to stop the Shell organization for the safety of the ninja world. The reason why Tsunade is so indifferent is simple, these things have been said to them day and night. It's just that Layman Guoksan doesn't know, so in the eyes of Layman Guoksan, Tsunade just doesn't pay attention to the shell tissue at all, that is, underestimates the enemy. This made Master Guoxin a little depressed. He has clearly stated the strength of the Shell organization, so why is Konoha still so conceited? But as far as he knew, Konoha was very stable before. How did it become like this now? Is it because of winning the 4th Ninja World War? Advertisement. But just as Layman Guoxin was about to say something, Gang, a GFH, stood up first, and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Bai Ye, you are here, a flat voice sounded. Layman Guoxin immediately turned his head to look over, and saw a handsome black-haired young man with a saber on his waist walking in. Bai Ye. The name immediately popped up in Layman Guoxin's mind. He naturally knows Bai Ye, and also knows Bai Ye's record. It can be said that after the 4th Ninja World War, Bai Ye's name resounded throughout the ninja world. Defeating Uchiha Obito, defeating Uchiha Madara, and finally defeating one of the main players of Kagaya, such a record makes everyone admire. Even though Layman Guoxin was very confident in his own strength, he was still a little nervous when facing Bai Ye. As soon as Bai Ye entered the door, he also saw Layman Guoxin, but he didn't expect Layman Guoxin to appear in Konoha in an upright manner. Bai Ye, this is Guoxin Layman, who is from the shell tissue, and he put the baby in our shell tissue. Tsunade introduced. Bai Ye nodded, looked at Layman Guoxin and asked, I don't know what Mr. Layman Guoxin is doing here with Konoha. In fact, the real purpose of Jushi Guoxin and Amador is not described much in the comics. They only knew that the two of them wanted to destroy Ishii's weapon, that is, Sishen, so that Yu could be revived forcibly. It's just that the manga didn't say why the two of them did this. However, Bai Ye can probably guess Amador's real purpose, which is to revive his daughter Agaibi. But the real purpose of Layman Guoxin is unknown. Of course, Bai Ye didn't care either. For Bai Ye, it doesn't matter what Amato and Layman Guoxin want to do. Anyway, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are useless. And in the entire Hokage world, only the god of Otsutsuki can interest Bai Ye in the slightest right now. And according to Bai Ye's guess, the god of Otsutsuki was probably created by Amador. You are Mr. Bai Ye, right? Seeing Bai Ye, Guoxin Layman immediately told Bai Ye what he had said to Tsunade before, which probably meant that the shell tissue is very strong, and will soon start attacking Konoha. We must pay attention to it. Well, we know, and we have already deployed barriers and manpower outside Konoha village. As long as the shell organization appears, we will start operations against the shell organization, Yu said lightly. Mr. Bai Ye, the meaning of my words is very obvious. Konoha alone is not enough. You must unite with other ninja villages to have a chance to defeat the shell organization. Advertisement, I don't think it's necessary. Tsunade, what do you think? Bai Ye looked at Tsunade. I think so too. Tsunade trusts Bai Ye very much now. Since Bai Ye said it's unnecessary, then it's really unnecessary. You guys. Seeing the attitudes of Tsunade and Bai Ye, Layman Guoxin was also very annoyed, and wanted to say something more, but he didn't say it in the end. It wasn't until a while later that Layman Guoxin said bitterly. Forget it, since you are so confident, then you just remember not to regret it. After speaking, Layman Guoxin left the Hokage building. Looking at the back of Layman Guoxin leaving, Tsunade's face showed a worried look, and he looked at Bai Ye. Obviously, Tsunade is not as confident as expected. Don't worry, Otsutsuki Ichishiki's strength is strong, but it's still far behind Kagaya. Bai Ye smiled and shook his head. That's fine. Hearing what Bai Ye said, Tsunade felt relieved. Outside Konoha village, in a forest, several figures were standing quietly on the treetops. It is a few people from Shell Organization. Master Sishen, Konoha village is not far ahead, shall we go in directly? Deluda came to Sishen and asked. Sishen shook his head. It would be better if he could bring Chuanmu back directly without conflicting with Konoha. After all, he is not yet in a state of complete victory, and Bai Ye is very strong. If it is not necessary, he does not want to conflict with Konoha. Deluda, find a way to find Chuanmu's location, and then see if you can take Chuanmu away directly, Sishion said to Deluda. There is a drone behind Deluda, which is a very good means of investigation. Yes. Deluda nodded, and was about to use the drone to check Day's situation. But at this moment, swish swish swish, several figures suddenly appeared. Aren't you from the Shell Organization? Naruto looked at Sishion and the others in front of him and said. These people are Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi. .173. And like things, Spike. Since knowing that the shell tissue may choose to invade the leaves, the defense measures of the leaves have been done very well. Therefore, when the shell tissue was close to Konoha, it was discovered by Konoha, and it was quickly notified. Naruto, Sasuke, Kaka and others also rushed to the scene quickly. Hearing Naruto's words, Sishion and the others were a little surprised. They didn't expect the matter of the Y organization to be exposed so quickly. It must be that fellow Guoxin who disclosed our news, Deluda said bitterly. Lord Sishen, after this operation is over, leave the task of dealing with Layman Guoxin to me, Cod said. Sishen shook his head and said, the most important thing now is to bring back Chuanmu, Layman Guoxin, let's talk about it then. Master Sishen, leave these little devils to me to deal with. At this moment, a bald man with a fierce face stood up. The most striking thing is that this guy's hands are not ordinary hands, but a mechanical arm with sharp claws. The bald man's name is Lu, He is a member of the outer formation of the Shell organization, and he is also Deluta's subordinate, and his mechanical arm, called the 5-style ninja cage hand, is a scientific ninja tool. Go, don't let me down. Deluta nodded and said. The others didn't speak either. To deal with Naruto and Sasuke, there is no need for other people to take action. Hey. With Deluta's consent, I sneered, then turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke with cruel smiles on their faces. What's up with this guy's arm? Now scientific ninja tools are not yet popular, so Naruto, Sasuke and others don't know about scientific ninja tools. This is what kills you. I sneered, stretched out the 5-style ninja cage hand, and aimed at Naruto, Sasuke and others. What is that? Under the surprised eyes of Naruto, Sasuke and others, the center of the palm of the 5-style ninja cage hand began to gather energy continuously. Shish, soon, a laser energy bullet flew out and shot at Naruto, Sasuke and others. However, Naruto, Sasuke and others were very fast and immediately avoided the laser energy bomb. Boom. There was an explosion. Naruto, Sasuke and the others looked over in surprise, only to see that the place where they were sitting had been razed to the ground, and a huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. What's the matter with this guy's arm? Why can he release ninjutsu without using seals? Naruto asked strangely. Advertisement. As for my strength, it is not worth mentioning. Now the strength of Naruto and Sasuke has already surpassed the cage level. Although they have not yet reached the 6 pads level, they are not something that young people like me can touch porcelain. It's just that Lu's weapon does look pretty amazing. That's a scientific ninja tool. At this moment, a voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Naruto turned his head in surprise. Master Bai Ye. That's right, it was Bai Ye, Tsunade and others who came here. Bai Ye. Hearing this name, Sishen, Deluta, Counter and others all looked at Bai Ye. They had already heard of Bai Ye's name. Among them, Calder's eyes looking at Bai Ye are even more eager to try. Scientific ninjas are ninjas made by science and technology. Even ordinary people can use scientific ninjas to release ninjutsu. Hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Naruto, Sasuke and the others were all shocked. They never thought that such a magical thing existed in the ninja world. Hey, you are Bai Ye. I heard that you are very strong. Now, let me test your strength. I looked at Bai Ye with a sneer. Hearing Lu's words, Naruto, Sasuke and others were speechless. I have to say that this guy is really conceited. In the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke, the strength of my Lu has not even reached the cage level, and the scientific ninja is quite interesting. With this strength, he still dares to touch Master Bai Ye. Are you Sishen? Bai Ye looked at Sishen as if he didn't hear my words. Open black lens bracket. To be honest, Bai Ye was quite curious about how Otsutsuki was attacked by Kagaya and seriously injured. Logically speaking, Ichishiki should be stronger than Kagaya. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you ignore me? Seeing that Bai Ye didn't notice his existence at all, I was completely angry and my whole body turned red. Go to hell with me. Lu said angrily, and at the same time Wuxi ninja caged Bai Ye. Shish. 5 energy bombs blasted towards Bai Ye together. Advertisement 0. Seeking flowers, hey hey. There was a smile on Lu's face. The power of these 5 energy bombs was so powerful that it was enough to destroy a hill. Facing the upcoming 5 energy bombs, Bai Ye's face remained unchanged, and he stretched out his palm to block in front of him. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the surrounding trees were blown apart by the huge explosion power. This guy, dare to resist my energy bullet head-on, he's just looking for. Before I could utter the word, death, in my mouth, my eyes suddenly protruded, and I looked at the scene in front of me in disbelief, only to see that the smoke and dust dispersed, and Bai Ye appeared in front of him unscathed. How can this be? Lu couldn't believe it and was about to attack again. 0. Something like an ant. At this moment, Bai Ye's faint voice sounded, and then Bai Ye did not see any movement. Boom. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Lu's body exploded suddenly, and he couldn't die anymore. Seeing this scene, Deluta, Cod and the others shrank their pupils. They didn't see clearly what was going on at all, and they didn't even feel the presence of Cha on Zhongyi. Pull. But my Lu just exploded out of nowhere, which is really weird. This guy's strength is really extraordinary. Although Si Xian's face was calm, he didn't dare to underestimate Bai Ye anymore. Bai Ye, as long as you return that baby to me, we will leave immediately, Sishen said, obviously not wanting to fight Konoha, or Bai Ye. Si Xian is not afraid of Konoha alone, but if Bai Ye is added, he has to think carefully. That baby is the key to your resurrection, Si Xian. Oh, it should be the Otsutsuki style. Bai Ye said with affirmative tone. HMPH, since that's the case, then we can only go to war. Sishen snorted coldly, not surprised at all by Bai Ye revealing his secret and identity. And even if he knows, no one can stop him. As soon as Sishen finished speaking, Deluta, Counter, and Ching stood up. On Konoha's side, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and others are also preparing for battle. Obviously, both sides know that this battle is inevitable. 174. Spike killed Deruta. Sass, we're ready to go. Looking at Deruta, Cod, and Ching in front of him, Naruto said with a solemn expression. Aside from Ching, both Deluta and Counter are very strong. Even if they are now 4 against 3, there is no certainty of victory. I see. Sasuke nodded, and at the same time took out the grass pheasant sword, ready to fight. Kakashi and Tsunade also looked serious. In fact, at this time, Kaka and Tsunade's strength could no longer keep up. Tsunade is okay, like Kakashi, because of the loss of Sharingan, it still has a great impact on Kaka's combat ability. After all, Sharingan allows him to better observe the opponent's actions. Leave those two brats to me. As for you, go and deal with that big-breasted woman. Cod clasped his hands in front of his chest and told Dalu proudly. Although Naruto and Sasuke's strength is not weak, 743 is very confident that Calder is strong enough to deal with Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, Lord Sishen is watching the battle from the sidelines. If he doesn't show his strength, how can he win Lord Sishen's trust? Daluda was very dissatisfied when he heard Cod's words. To her, Tsunade's strength is too average, and it is impossible to be her opponent. However, Daluda did not refute Calder. After all, Calder's strength is indeed stronger than her. If there is a real fight, she cannot be Calder's opponent. In that case, leave Kakashi to me. Ching stood up and looked at Kakashi with a sneer. Do it, then. The two sides began to fight. Both Bai Ye and Sishion did not move, but looked at each other. There was a faint smile on Sishen's face. Obviously he was very confident about this battle. The power of that guy named Cod should be sealed, right? Bai Ye glanced at Cod, who was fighting Naruto, and said lightly. In fact, Cod's strength is not weak. After all, Cod has a kind of physical strength. It can even be said that Cod is stronger than Sishion. But because the power was too strong, Cod asked Amador to seal his own king of power. Thinking of this, Bai Ye felt that it was nonsense. Because the strength is too strong to seal yourself, you should seal your power for cultivation like Monkey King. Sishion was taken aback. She didn't expect Bai Ye to see through the matter of Calder's sealing power, but Sishion was very confident. Then Calder sealed his own strength, but it was enough, and Calder only had to hold back. As soon as Sishion's voice fell, there was a muffled sound in the distance. Advertisement. Then a figure flew towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye saw clearly that it was Tsunade flying over. Seeing that Tsunade was about to hit him, Bai Ye stretched out his right hand, easily stopped Tsunade and put Tsunade on the ground. Bai Ye, ahem. At this time, Tsunade was sitting on the ground with blood on the corner of his mouth, unable to stand up at all. Obviously, Tsunade is not Daluda's opponent at all. However, Tsunade's physical fitness and recovery ability are very good, so this injury is not serious for Tsunade. And soon, Tsunade also stood up again, looking at Daluda with deep fear in his eyes. She never expected Daluda to be so strong, but after a few rounds, she was defeated. After Daluda defeated Tsunade, he soon joined Cod and Naruto Sasuke in the battle. Originally, it was still a little difficult for Cod to face Naruto and Sasuke alone, but after Daluda joined, the situation changed instantly. Neither Calder nor Daruda is weaker than Naruto and Sasuke, and Calder is even stronger than either of Naruto and Sasuke. So after Calder and Daluda teamed up, they completely suppressed Naruto and Sasuke. As for Kakashi and Ching, both of them have similar strengths, so they fought back and forth. Sishen looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his face. It looks like you guys are going to lose. Hearing Sishion's words, Tsunade also showed a worried look on his face. After all, the current situation is really not good for them. Bai Ye shook his head. Sishen, have you lived too long, so you've become confused? Numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. The meaning in Bai Ye's words is obvious. Even if Naruto and Sasuke lose, it doesn't matter, anyway, as long as he is alone is enough. Sishen snorted coldly and said, HMPH, do you think you are invincible? Don't underestimate me. Haha, let's talk about it when you come back to life. The current you are not qualified to say this to me. Bai Ye is not used to Sishion. Hearing Bai Ye's ridicule, Sishen was very angry in his heart, and then seemed to see something. Sishen regained his composure, sneered and said, You are too confident, Bai Ye. And the next moment, two figures fell heavily beside Bai Ye. They were Naruto and Sasuke. Obviously, Naruto and Sasuke are not opponents of Cod and Daruda. Not only that, Kakashi soon came to Bai Ye's side, panting. Obviously, Kakashi and Ching's battle situation is not good. This time, apart from Bai Ye, Konoha's side faced the shell tissue. Instead of gaining an advantage, it was at a disadvantage. Advertisement, it's up to you next, arrogant guy. Cod and Daluda looked at Bai Ye with extremely haughty expressions. Ha ha ha, now, do you still think the numbers are useless? Sishuen looked at Bai Ye with a sneer. Bai Ye still shook his head and did not speak. This made Daluda, Cod and others very angry. You be asterisk 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 D, go to hell. At this moment, Ching chose to attack Bai Ye. Chakra cannon. Ao's arm fired a huge cannonball. Pooh. Boom. The guy who pretends to be a ghost, die for me. Facing this terrifying destructive death light, Bai Ye just stretched out his right hand, and easily blocked it. He also didn't see clearly how Bai Ye did it, and the next moment, Daruda's face showed a look of horror, and Bai Ye had come to her at some point. A violent explosion sounded, and Daruda was directly shattered into pieces. This is the destructive death light, which is very powerful and can destroy cells. No matter how strong the recovery ability is, it is useless. How is this possible? Daluda looked at this scene in disbelief. One bone. Boom. Daluda couldn't take it anymore, his eyes flashed, and then a terrifying laser shot at Bai Ye. Before the chakra cannonball came to Bai Ye's side, it exploded in an instant, and at the same time, Qing's face changed, and he felt as if something was squeezing his body. It seems that it wants to squeeze him out. However, then, under everyone's astonished eyes, Qing's whole body exploded just like Lu. Bai Ye's fist suddenly landed on Daruda's abdomen. This. 1.9 saw this scene, even Si Xian's expression froze. Bai Ye didn't look at Qing at all, and didn't even see Bai Ye move. 175. Lien Miao Ke organizes two people, Si Xian can't sit still. Instakill. Tsunade looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't believe it. You know, just now she tried her best to fight Daruda, but she was quickly defeated by Daluda. But in front of Bai Ye, Daluda was so vulnerable. Master Bai Ye is too strong. Even Naruto and Sasuke also found it incredible. They have fought Daluda before, and they know how strong Daruda is. It can be said that in the original Shao organization, only Pain, Obito, and Itachi were the opponents of Ulu University. Therefore, Daluda's strength is really not weak, but now he was instantly killed by Bai Ye. Not only Naruto Sasuke, but even Calder Cords are stunned. They also didn't realize at all when Bai Ye came to Daluda. When Daluda turned into pieces, they only reacted. This guy. Seeing Bai Ye's gaze turn to him, Cod quickly punched Bai Ye. Bai Ye stretched out his left hand with a calm expression, and easily blocked Cod's punch, and then punched Cod's body backhanded with his right hand. Boom. Cod's body instantly flew upside down and hit the ground hard. 06. As I said, numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Bai Ye looked at Si Xian after smashing Daluda and flying Cod, and said calmly. HMPH. Si Shen snorted coldly with an ugly expression. He never expected that Cod and Daruda would be defeated so easily by day and night. This guy's strength is stronger than I imagined. Having said that, Si Shen was not too flustered, after all he is from the Otsutsuki family. Oh, that guy is not dead. At this moment, Naruto's surprised voice sounded. In the distance, Daruda's figure appeared again. At this time, Daluda looked at Bai Ye from a distance, with fear on his face. If it wasn't because she was a reformer, she would have died with that punch just now. At the same time, Daluda also knew in his heart that he was no match for Bai Ye at all. Bai Ye did not have any surprises. If you want to kill Daruda, you must first destroy Daluda's core, and this is not enough, because Daluda has several bodies, and this body destroys Daluda, then you can replace it with other bodies. Afterwards, Cod, who was punched to the ground by Bai Ye, also stood up, looking at Bai Ye with anger. Advertisement. He had no idea that his attack was easily dodged by Bai Ye. However, I already know your strength. Next, you will die under my hands, Cod said angrily. After Cod finished speaking, the white wedge in his palm began to pour out powerful forces one after another. Soon, white marks appeared on Calder's left arm and left face. What's going on here? Naruto, Sasuke and others looked at Cod in surprise. They could feel that the power of Calder became stronger at this time. In fact, this is also the case. After activating the white wedge, Calder can gain the power of a style. And Yishi is absolutely strong even among the Otsutsuki clan. It can be said that at this time, Calder can completely abuse Sasuke and Naruto. Go to hell. Cod's hands suddenly turned into the form of claws, and then his figure disappeared in place in an instant. So fast, both Naruto and Sasuke were surprised. But Tsunade and Kakashi couldn't see Calder's movements at all. Next moment, Cod's figure appeared again, and at this time he had already come in front of Bai Ye. The sharp claws in his hand swept towards Bai Ye's neck. As long as Bai Ye is hit, the whole head will be cut off. Too slow. Bai Ye looked at the scene in front of him calmly, and stretched out his right hand seemingly unhurriedly, but in fact, in the blink of an eye, Bai Ye's right hand had already appeared in front of Claw. Then, under Calder's surprised eyes, Day and Night precisely grabbed Calder's sharp claws. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Bai Ye. Cod tried to break free from Bai Ye's right hand, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Boom. At this time, Bai Ye's left hand formed a fist, which hit Cod's abdomen. With a muffled sound, Cod's stomach was directly pierced by Bai Ye's powerful force. At the same time, Bai Ye released his right hand, and Cod's body flew upside down. So strong. Naruto and Sasuke were amazed. Unexpectedly, Counter has become so strong that he is not yet Bai Ye's opponent. Why is it gone? Is it dead? By this time, Kakashi said, Cotter hadn't appeared in a while. Advertisement, this is. Suddenly, Naruto's face changed, and he looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. I saw Cod's figure slowly emerging from the knife and claw mark behind Bai Ye. At this time, Naruto didn't think about why Calder appeared in the claw marks, but wanted to remind Bai Ye immediately. Unfortunately, it's too late. A cruel smile appeared on Calder's face, and his sharp claws stabbed at Bai Ye fiercely. Think too much, Bai Ye's voice sounded. What? A bad thought just flashed through Cod's mind, and the next moment he was surprised to find that his head had been completely separated from his body. Bang bang bang. Cod's head turned over several times on the ground, his eyes still full of disbelief. He didn't expect Bai Ye's speed to be so fast. You know, he appeared behind Bai Ye in an instant, and logically speaking, it was impossible for Bai Ye to react. Win. Did you win? This scene happened so fast, even Naruto, Sasuke and others didn't react at the first time. Seeing Kald's body separated, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. No, that guy is not dead. At this moment, Sasuke's surprised voice sounded. In the distance, Calder's head and neck were being repaired constantly, and soon, Calder stood up again. It's not dead. Naruto was amazed. Your core should be in your head, next time I will smash your head completely. Bai Ye said lightly, but he was not surprised by Calder's resurrection. Most of the Shell Organization's people have been transformed, and only after the core is completely destroyed will they truly die. Obviously, Calder's core should be in the head. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Calder's face became very ugly. From the previous battle, he knew that unless he lifted the limiter on his body, he would not be Bai Ye's opponent at all. Now Bai Ye knows his weakness even more. Once his core is destroyed, then he will die completely. That's enough, Bai Ye. Now I will give you one last chance. If you hand over Tsunade, then the previous things will be cancelled. If you don't hand over, then there is only death. At this time, he stood up with a cold face. At the same time, powerful chakra began to emerge from Shishian's body. The strength of this chakra, even Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. 176. Bai Ye versus Shishian at the same time. On the top of a tree in the distance, a frog quietly appeared, quietly observing the situation here. This frog was summoned by Layman Guoxin to watch the battle between Konoha and Shell Organization. But what Layman Guoxin didn't expect was that Bai Ye's strength was so strong that he easily defeated Cod and Daruda. You know, even if he wants to defeat them, it will not be easy. No wonder this guy is so confident. Layman Guoxin secretly thought in his heart. This is it. Suddenly, Layman Guoxin felt a powerful chakra appear, and his face became very ugly. This chakra is exactly the string. At this time, the chakra displayed by Sishen is very powerful. Even for him, it is basically impossible to defeat Sishian. This guy, he should have a chance. After all, this guy beat the jumping style and the golden style. Layman Guoxin thought in his heart. However, Layman Guoxin is not very sure. After all, in terms of strength alone, the Otsutsuki style is much stronger than the peach style and the gold style. Although Sishen can't fully display the strength of Otsutsuki's first style now, it is already strong enough. At this time, in the battlefield, when Bai Ye heard Sishen's words, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Is it just because of you now? Even if your body appeared, you are not qualified to say such things to me? You be ***************. How dare you blaspheme the gods, die for me. Sishen said angrily, and rushed directly to Bai Ye. What a speed! Naruto Sasuke, who was watching the battle in the distance, showed horror on his face. Even they could barely see Sishian. But in the eyes of Tsunade and Kakashi, what they saw was only the afterimage of Sishen. The next moment, Sishen had already arrived in front of Bai Ye, raised his fist and blasted at Bai Ye. Bai Ye's reaction was very fast. He avoided Sishian's attack with a sideways move, and then punched him with a backhand. How is it possible? Sishen's face changed. He didn't expect Bai Ye's speed to be so fast. He had no time to dodge, so he could only block Bai Ye's attack with his arm. Advertisement, what a strong force. The moment he touched Bai Ye's fist, this thought flashed in Sishen's mind, and then his body flew upside down, snapping and smashing, breaking a lot of trees. Lord Sishen, Cod and Daruda were surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. Unexpectedly, Sishen is not Bai Ye's opponent, but at this time, a stronger force appeared. Then Sishian walked out. At this time, Sishian's appearance had changed. His face was covered with black stripes. This also means that Sishian activated the wedge. At the same time, Sishen can also gain more power of Otsutsuki. Go to hell. Sishen said angrily, and at the same time many black sticks appeared around his body. Sishian waved his hand, whoosh, whoosh, these remaining sticks rushed towards Bai Ye at a high speed. These black rods are very terrifying, even Nine Tails can't move under the suppression of these black rods. Small tricks. Bai Ye faced these black sticks with a calm expression. And just when these black sticks were about to hit Bai Ye, a powerful Ryatsu burst out of Bai Ye's body. Boom. Ryatsu slammed into the black sticks like a heavy hammer. Immediately, under the astonished eyes of everyone, the black stick was directly thrown into the air. Seeing this scene, even Sishian shrank his pupils. He can feel the powerful power contained in Bai Ye's body, but this power is completely different from chakra. What exactly is going on? But Sishen didn't have time to think about it and immediately rushed to Bai Ye. Because his body simply couldn't bear the power of Wu Yi Wu for too long. If it continues to drag on, then this body will completely collapse, and then it will have to be resurrected. However, if Yishi is forcibly resurrected, then the lifespan of Yishi will only be a few days. This is why he values Chuanmu so much. Advertisement. Because Chuanmu is the most perfect device, which can make a perfect resurrection without any side effects. Bang bang bang. Sishian and Bai Ye fought. The physical skills of both sides are very strong, and the speed is extremely fast. In just a few rounds, they fought dozens of times. The speed of both sides is so fast. Tsunade watched the battle between Bai Ye and Sishen intently, but even so, she could barely see clearly. Don't worry, Master Bai Ye will definitely be able to defeat that guy, Naruto said confidently. He knows Bai Ye's strength better than anyone else, so he knows very well that even though Sishen's strength is not weak now, it is still impossible for him to be Bai Ye's opponent. What do you know, kid? Lord Sishen is the strongest. Cod was very dissatisfied with Naruto's words, and immediately retorted loudly. HMPH, then you have never seen Lord Bai Ye's strength. If you have, then you will understand what it means to be strong. Naruto sneered. But think about it, even though Sishen's power is strong enough now, if it's just that, it's obviously not enough for the Otsutsuki family to dominate the universe. You B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** me off. So, the fight must be resolved as soon as possible. I hope this guy can withstand it. No, as long as he can be revived forcibly. Guo Zinfang thought of everything in his mind. Calder ignored Naruto, but looked at Shion with a worried face. This guy is actually hiding his strength. Layman Guoxin was astonished. And this horn is the symbol of the Otsutsuki clan. At this time, Shion's appearance has changed. However, the more power one uses, the greater the possibility of this body collapsing. At this time, Shion had already stood up, looking at Bai Ye with anger in his eyes. Then it hit the ground heavily and couldn't stand up for a long time. Shen thought in her heart, her body has turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Bai Ye. A horn appeared on the right half of Shen's head. Originally, he thought that Shion had exhausted all his strength, but he didn't expect Shion to become even stronger again. It can be said that Shen at this time already has most of the power of Otsutsuki. At the same time, Shen's body is constantly changing, and powerful forces are constantly emerging. Ha ha ha, as I said, Baya Tianran will definitely win, Naruto said happily. Calder wanted to refute, but he couldn't speak the next moment, because the invincible Master Shen in his eyes was hit hard on the head by Bai Ye, and he flew upside down in an instant. 177. Impure World Reincarnation. The tricks he used this time were completely different from the ones just now. Shion clenched his fists with both hands, and two black groups of chakra appeared in it, and then spun violently. A huge Uzumaki was formed, enveloping towards Bai Ye. This move is called the Great Yin-Yang Rasengan. Shion shouted in a deep voice. Big Yin-Yang Rasengan's power is very powerful. Even Otsutsuki Huizuki used this trick against Uchiha Madara. Even Uchiha Madara suffers. At this time, Bai Ye finally became serious. With a dodge, he avoided Shion's fatal blow. But Shen continued to attack as if he had never heard of it. This time, his fists were twirling wildly with clumps of chakra as black as ink. Once Bai Ye is hit, even he will inevitably be injured. This is where Shion is really powerful. This level of attack, he has long been able to control it freely, it can be said to be at his fingertips. Bai Ye easily dodged Shion's attack, and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Shion. Without hesitation, Shen threw the big Yin-Yang Rasengan towards Bai Ye. Boom! A violent explosion came. Among the smoke and dust, Bai's figure walked out slowly. His clothes were a little damaged, but it wasn't serious, and his breath was quite stable. Obviously nothing serious. Hey! Shen's mouth outlined a smile. Is there no other way? Then come again. At the same time as the voice fell, Shen's body swelled up again. In the blink of an eye, his appearance completely changed into a monster with black flames all over his body. The posture of this dark ninja is exactly the same as before. However, behind him, there are two more weapons. Shion raised his arm, and a huge black ball condensed from the weapon on the left, and flew towards Bai Ye. The other weapon exuded metallic light, shaped like a sickle, and then slashed at it. These two attacks, Shion cast out at the same time, did not give Bai Ye a chance to dodge or defend. This kind of offensive, Bai Ye said with a frown. The power of these two attacks was beyond his expectation. However, he did not choose to dodge, and rushed up directly. Then advertisement boom boom boom. Bursts of loud noises erupted from the field, stirring up sand all over the sky. After the sand and dust dissipated slowly, only Bai Ye was left standing quietly in the field. As for Shion, she no longer knew where she had gone. Where is Lord Shen? You won't die, will you? Impossible. How could Lord Shen lose? Some ninjas started whispering. But Layman Guoxin showed shock on his face. This little guy actually blocked Shion's attack, and even beat Susanoo away? Is this a bit too exaggerated? But Bai Ye shook his head. The situation just now seemed dangerous, but it was not. Although Shen is very strong, Bai Ye is also very strong. Before Shion used all his strength, Bai Ye could still suppress Shion, and even had a slight upper hand. However, his advantage is only slightly superior. But now Shen is desperate, and he doesn't hold back day and night. After a hard fight, Shion retreated, and Bai Ye almost consumed most of his physical strength, and it took a while to recover. But at this time, Shen ran away. It's not scientific, he's definitely still here. In the induction of Layman Guoxin, Shen still exists. But there is no way to capture the location of Sishen, only to be sure that Sishen is still there. Layman Guoxin's eyes moved to another place. There is where Bai Ye is. This is that kid's strength? Layman Guoxin murmured, with a bitter look on his face. So strong. Naruto and Kauta looked at each other. Then, it's time to end. Sishen, your attack is over. Bai Ye said aloud, not believing that Sishen was gone. Do you think that this is the only method I have? Sishen's icy, Bikai, voice came. My most powerful means is my Sharingan, you stupid mortals. Sishen's eyes began to turn red, a blood-red color. Immediately afterwards, two pitch-black Guyu flew out of his eye sockets. Kamui. Bai Ye gave a low snort, it was also Kamui. The two black hook jades collided together, making a crisp sound. Immediately, the black hook jade shattered. Advertisement. You also mastered the Sharingan, however, don't be too happy, my Kamui is much stronger than your so-called Kamui. Kamui? Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. Yes, Kamui, I have mastered its core, your so-called Kamui is just a fake Kamui, mine is the real Kamui, Sishion said. After speaking, he waved his hands and charged towards Bai Ye. Since you don't want to surrender, I can only let you fail, Bai Ye said lightly, but before that, I have one last blow, let me see how many blows you can block, Kamui. Bai Ye raised the long sword in his hand and slashed out. A huge and unparalleled sword light rose out of thin air. In an instant, across a distance of hundreds of meters, he cut towards the silk string. Snort. Sishen snorted coldly, and an incomparably thick black air suddenly appeared around his body. Black air wrapped around his entire body, wrapped him, and blocked Shion's body. The sword light fell, cutting off the black air. Small tricks. Bai Ye said lightly, and slashed out with another sword. Don't even think about it. Sishion roared, get out of here. A strange thing suddenly appeared in his hand, and then it slammed into the oncoming Jian Guang. Rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. The black air was blown away, and Sishion also retreated tens of meters, with a flush on his face. This time the attack actually forced him to use some kind of forbidden technique. Oh, the forbidden technique of this era? Bai Ye asked with great interest. Sishion didn't answer, he took a deep breath, put his hands together, and made a gesture of holding something. In the next second, a strange ripple spread out. The black chains that had been blown away flew back towards Sishion one after another, and then merged into Sishion's body. This is. Bai Ye's pupils contracted. In his line of sight, black and fine tentacles extended from Sishion's body. Each of these tentacles has an extremely large and terrifying power. Moreover, they are all spiritual, constantly twisting, jumping, and tossing. This is the new type of secret technique I created, impure world reincarnation. Sishen's voice sounded. A huge black hole appeared under his feet. In the black hole, there was an endless feeling of tearing. It was as if there were thousands of demons about to escape from their predicament. 178. Arrogant guy. Huh. This secret technique is a bit familiar. Bai Ye glanced at the scene in the black hole, and suddenly there was an expression of enlightenment on his face. No wonder you choose impure world reincarnation, that's how it is. You understand? Sishion asked. Understood. Bai Ye nodded. I also have a new thing I want to try, do you want to try it? As he spoke, Bai Ye raised his right hand and flipped his wrist. In his hand, a mass of black liquid appeared. Then Bai Ye threw the black liquid into the black hole in front of him. Sishion. He didn't know whether to say a bad word or not. This guy Bai Ye, is there any end to it? Why do you have to do something like this every time to scare yourself? At this time, Sishen felt that he was a prisoner, and Bai Ye was the prison administrator, and he would be found at any time. Then let him out and beat him up. Sishion felt that she had been insulted. So, in anger, he accelerated the speed of impure world reincarnation. Inside the black hole, endless howls and screams came, and then gradually disappeared. A chilly force spread out from the center of the black hole and gradually permeated the entire venue. Not good. Bai Ye let out a soft cry. A burst of flames surged from his body, completely covering himself. Is this your Kamui? It's okay, Sishen said with a smile. Why are you laughing? If you laugh again, Lousy will break your leg, Bai Ye said. Sishen. Do you think I'm afraid I am a man who is not afraid of death? But after taking a look at the seal scroll in his hand, Sishen silently swallowed the phrase, he. Because day and night really dare. In Bai Ye's hand, a wooden plaque appeared, and he threw it forward. The plaque went straight to Sishen, and it became bigger and bigger. By the time it got close to Sishen, it had turned into a huge house. Sishen's complexion changed slightly, his figure flickered, and he avoided the huge wooden door. But immediately after, more planks and walls fell from the sky, blocking Sishion's surroundings. Sishen punched out, smashing the wooden door. Advertisement. But the next moment, sawdust flew. Sishion was buried inside the wooden door. This move is called wooden cage. It's a move I researched myself. Bai Ye laughed loudly. How about it, isn't it very powerful? You. The sound of Sishen sounded from the pile of sawdust. Bai Ye walked to the wooden door, stretched out his hands and patted him right. The next moment, countless tree vines drilled out from the gap in the wooden door, completely breaking the wooden door, and regained its smoothness. Look, the wooden cage has successfully blocked your escape path. What can you do? Bai Ye said with a smile. Sishen walked out from the sawdust, but there was an extra look of love on his body. Obviously, the wooden door just now was an illusion, and there was no wooden cage inside. Bai Ye shook his head, took a step forward, came to Sishen, and pointed out. Sishen's reaction was also considered quick, and he blocked Bai Ye's finger with his hand. However, as soon as his arm touched Bai Ye's finger, it immediately collapsed. Then, Bai Ye's index finger moved forward. Sishen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out backwards. In Bai Ye's hand, a dagger appeared, chasing Sishen, who was flying backwards. Stop! Are you crazy? Sishen was terrified. He didn't expect Bai Ye to be so powerful. If there is a disagreement, do it. However, he is also worthy of being the former ninja god, and he resisted the dagger at a critical moment. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Bai Ye stopped, he stuffed the weapon in his hand into the servant of day and night. That's his saber. Bai Ye held a weapon and looked at Sishen. Ha 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 ha. Sishen raised her head and laughed. You are still too young. How could my saber recognize you as the master? The so-called saber is just a lie to you. You are holding it wrong. Wrong one. Bai Ye looked down at the long knife in his hand, checked it carefully and said, it seems that you are really good at playing tricks. Sishen's smile froze on his face. Bai Ye held his saber, and the saber pierced his chest. This samurai sword, given by God, is undoubtedly a real artifact. However, this knife became ineffective the moment it encountered the domain of God. Bai Ye pressed the palm of Sishen's wound, and a raging flame burst out of his hand. Sishen's body trembled unceasingly, as if he was enduring great pain. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. His face also became much paler. Bai Ye let go of his palm, and the black robe on Sishen's body had been burnt to nothing. A black lacquered armor and a ferocious ugly face were revealed. This is the evil god of darkness, the god of death, the carrier of resentment. There was a hint of relief on Sishen's face, and his eyes slowly closed. The next moment, black mist emerged from his body. Sishen's body disappeared. The black mist condensed together and turned into the appearance of Sishen. Your little trick may be okay against ordinary people, but it's still a bit weak against my god's domain. Bai Ye said lightly, it's wishful thinking to try to kill me. Snort. Sishen snorted coldly, your physical body is nothing more than an ordinary shell. If it wasn't for the bonus of the god's domain, I could destroy it with just a snap of my fingers. 0. Then you can try it. Bai Ye moved his neck, making a crackling sound. Crazy guy. Sishen's aura suddenly increased, and a strong resentment rose into the sky, turning into a cloud. In his hand, he held a gun tip that exuded a strange red light. On the tip of the spear, a jet black flame burns. Sishen flicked the gun body, and those black flames drifted towards Bai Ye. These black smokes are the most filthy and terrifying breath of death. Mortals are bound to corrode and die if they are contaminated. Even if it is a ninja, it is not willing to be contaminated with anything. But Bai Ye was not afraid at all. He stretched out the other palm and caught the black smoke that was rushing. Black smoke twisted and struggled violently, like a snake, trying to bite Bai Ye's palm. But Bai Ye remained motionless. The black smoke fell on his palm and disappeared. Bai Ye wrapped the tip of the spear with both palms, and then he squeezed it violently. With a bang, the tip of the spear shattered, and the black flame exploded, completely annihilated. At the same time, the black smoke was completely absorbed by Bai Ye and disappeared completely. Dead. Sishen couldn't help taking a breath, looking at Bai Ye with shocking eyes. This guy, he actually devoured the air of death. No wonder his breath, so strange, made him feel very afraid. 179. The curse of the swastika. Sishen's pupils contracted. He finally understood why Bai Ye's identity was so special. It turned out to be the rumored one, Bai Ye. The guy who turned out to be born under the name of Son of Heaven. It is said that he possesses incomparably terrifying power. Even surpassed Uchiha Obito, the founder of Chidori Stream. However, not afraid. After all, his identity is there. And what about Bai Ye? Although he is powerful, he is also a Mangekyo Sharingan. But Sishen is the true successor of Rinnegan. Bai Ye. Sishen stared at Bai Ye, and said in a cold tone, today, I will kill you. After the words fell, the aura on his body exploded again, and the black storm of the Japanese uniform swept out. Bai Ye frowned. Don't think you're going to get me. Sishen roared, you were only able to defeat me with the help of the 387, Aid God's domain. If I'm serious, you may not win. Oh, Bai Ye said, really? Then come on, let's make a quick decision so as not to waste time. Sishen was taken aback. Is this guy's head broken? How big is it? But in this case, I can't take care of that much. His left eye turned, and endless shadows of resentful spirits suddenly appeared behind him. Miserable, angry, howling, cursing, disgusting. The power of all kinds of negative emotions poured into Sishen's body, helping him replenish the lost blood. Then, Sishen raised the long spear in his hand, and the illusory shadow of the resentful soul jumped on the tip of the spear, flying towards Bai Ye like a living thing. Sishen's attack was still just a simple stab. However, this time the attack was much more powerful than before. What's more, after those ghosts approached Bai Ye within 3 meters, they turned into chains and wrapped around Bai Ye. Bai Ye's hands, feet and waist were bound, and his body suddenly sank. The chains formed by these wraiths are very tough. Bai Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. The material of these chains is not gold or stone, but some kind of strange plant. This plant is called the resentful soul grass. These resentful soul grasses are the things left by the resentful ghosts after their death. Advertisement: he accumulated a lot of death air during his lifetime, and his resentment deepened after death, turning into resentment grass, possessing considerable spirituality. This is the most powerful method used by the grieving ghosts during their lifetime. Their instinct is to keep lingering in entanglement. Unless a way is found to completely destroy these resentful ghosts, otherwise, as long as the resentful soul grass still exists, it will never disappear. This time, there were hundreds of wraith grass summoned by Sishen. Is this the rhythm of dying with Bai Ye? Bai Ye waved his hand to the side. The loud sound of rumbling spread all around, and within a few kilometers away, the earth cracked inch by inch. Countless boulders rolled over. Sishen's attack was blocked several kilometers away. So strong. Sishen's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would fall here this time. These resentful soul grasses are not only to restrain Bai Ye, but also have terrifying destructive power. Bai Ye stood where he was, allowing the resentment plants to tear his clothes and skin. The thin film on his body completely isolated the power of the wraith grass. With Bai Ye belching, the endless wraith grass dissipated. These resentful soul grasses have been cultivated at an unknown cost. Once dissipated, he couldn't recover his vitality for a long time. Is this the end? Sishen's face was extremely ugly, as expected of Bai Ye, as expected of an existence that can fight against Master Chidoryu. However, you are still far away. After finishing speaking, Sishion raised his hand, and a short blade shining with scarlet light appeared in his hand. My spell is sealed by the immortal chakra. Sishion raised the short blade high and slashed down fiercely. A bloody slash burst out from the short blade and slashed towards Bai Ye. The space behind Bai Ye began to collapse, and a huge hole appeared. Bai Ye speeded up and dodged this move. Sishion did not stop attacking at all, but continued to attack. Every knife contains an extremely strong force. Bai Ye kept dodging. His purpose is to guide Sishion to launch a crazy attack on himself, and then take the opportunity to analyze the opponent's strength. Because Bai Ye knew very well that it might not be easy for him to kill Sishion. Even if there is an increase in the domain of gods, it is not necessarily true. After all, this is Sishion's home field. His strength is definitely limited. Advertisement, however, all Bai Ye needs is to delay time. Bai Ye, I want to see what you can do. Sishen slashed down with a knife, and a doorway appeared behind him again. Oh, you are really annoying. Bai Ye chuckled, clenched his right fist, and punched Sishion. The front of the fist collided with the huge unparalleled slash. With a boom, Bai Ye stepped back, but Sishen was also thrown back by Bai Ye's punch. Bai Ye's strength is much weaker than he expected. He has successfully activated the effect of universal pull. This means that Bai Ye's chakra has become pure, and he can use universal pull, a fairy-level move. However, his strength is still relatively weak. A sneer appeared on the corner of Sishen's mouth. You are still as weak as before, Bai Ye. So now, it's time for me to attack. Bai Ye shook his head, opened his arms, and looked up at the dark night above his head. Universal pull. Following Bai Ye's low voice, stars seemed to appear in the dark night sky. The stars gathered together to form a galaxy of galaxies. A thick beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the top of Bai Ye's head. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes and looked at Sishion. Is this considered a formal attack? After all, he rushed directly towards it. This is a very strange picture. 1.9. Bai Ye rushed over, but what greeted him was a huge mark. Sishion clasped his hands together. The gigantic character flew out and faced Bai Ye. Boom. Bai Ye resisted the blow, trembling all over, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He was bounced back. The strength of Sishion exceeded Bai Ye's expectation. Even if Bai Ye raised a lot of power and used the domain of gods, he still couldn't stop this power. What happened? Sishen was a little stunned. He felt that he clearly had the upper hand. It stands to reason that Bai Ye should be taken down quickly. But why, instead, let the opponent take advantage? Do not care. Sishion's eyes were wide open. He could feel that the chakras in this area had been disturbed by some kind and could not be mobilized. But so what? 180. Water Vortex. He is a kind person. He will not be afraid of these disturbances. As long as he can defeat Bai Ye, then everything is worth it. He wants to make Bai Ye pay the price. He wants revenge. Is it so easy to extinguish the anger of a kind person? He will make this man who dares to humiliate the benevolent fall at his feet. Sishen's eyes turned red. Countless branches and leaves of the wraith grass began to burn, releasing an extremely strong and extremely poisonous aura. Kill. Kill, 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 kill. Sishen roared angrily and pushed with both hands. With a whistling sound, the huge character hit Rie hard. In an instant, Bai Ye felt a shock in his body and he retreated abruptly. Sishen sneered, shook his body, and another character flew out, piercing hard into Bai Ye's heart. This time, Succeed didn't stop. One after another, characters flew out from his fingers. Dense like rain, overwhelming, Bai Ye's body, like 14 fallen leaves floating in a storm, bumped left and right in the attack. There was a look of surprise in his eyes, because he could clearly perceive that Sishen's character attack was not a separate attack. This is a continuous attack. It's as if this is a clone of Sishion. No, to be precise, it is indeed a doppelganger. It's just that the number of clones is a bit too much. Moreover, the strength, defense, etc. of each clone are perfectly coordinated, forming a kind of complementarity. The situation Bai Ye encounters now is like facing 3 or 5 ninjas. Although the strength of these ninjas is not very good, and may not even be comparable to ordinary samurai, they are better than having more people. If they swarmed up and beat Bai Ye's power, no matter how strong it is, can't stand so many ninjas. This is why Bai Ye has been at a disadvantage before. Bai Ye, do you have any last words? Sishen asked indifferently. Well, not anymore. Bai Ye sighed, and reached out to grab one of the characters. This is the word closest to him. You're still stubborn when you're about to die. Sishen said mockingly, while waving his hands, while urging the more terrifying chakra, while controlling the character to continue attacking Bai Ye. Advertisement with a bang, Bai Ye caught the Huxia character, Then, the sound of rumbling exploded. A ball of incomparably dazzling white light swallowed Bai Ye into it. Bai Ye disappeared, and the only thing left in place was the destroyed character, corpse. This level of power is enough to destroy any chakra shield below a level. However, Sishion frowned, staring at the white light. A thin black line could be vaguely seen. Thin black threads spread out from the white light and wrapped around Sichuan's body. This is your trump card? Sishen looked at the black line and frowned slightly. He could feel the terrifying power zone contained within the black line. This power is not inferior to him. The figure of Bai Ye gradually appeared, standing 100 meters away from Sishen, with an indifferent face. It seemed that he had just been attacked with the word, It's all right, Sishen was a little surprised. However, soon, his expression regained his arrogance and ferocity, and he raised his right hand again, and the word, appeared behind him. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you to have fun, Sishion said in a cold tone. Don't blame me, my goal is you. I've heard about your benevolent family's behavior and style, and when I saw it today, it really lives up to the name. Bai Ye said, then, come on. Court death, Sishen sneered, and the word, emitted a dazzling golden light. In an instant, he arrived in front of Bai Ye, and with terrifying force, he smashed hard on his chest. Bai Ye spat out a mouthful of blood. Sishen snorted coldly, and swung his palm again. At this moment, a surge of chakra burst out in Sishen's body like a stormy sea. It was a huge vortex of water, frantically extracting the chakra between heaven and earth, instilling it into Sishen's body for him to use. Sishen's own strength climbed to a peak within a second. This state does not last long and will end soon. However, Sishen's attack had already arrived in front of Bai Ye. ZT. Sishion growled. Bai Ye's pupils contracted, and he dodged to the side. Sishen's attack missed Bai Ye's shoulder. Bai Ye took advantage of the situation and grabbed a character flying towards him, crushing it to pieces. Accompanied by Sishion's painful muffled sound, the character, turned into a pile of powder and scattered in all directions. Advertisement Sishion raised his head and looked at Bai Ye viciously, as if wishing to tear him into 2 halves. Too bad he couldn't. Hey, Bai Ye laughed, laughing wantonly. Approaching Sishion step by step. An angry expression appeared on Sishen's face. He exerted his strength again, and manipulated the remaining, characters around him to fly towards Bai Ye. The, character this time is completely different from the previous one. Their attack frequency, rhythm, and power all increase, presenting a spiral shape and strangling day and night. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ye looked up to the sky and laughed. What are you laughing at? Sishion gritted his teeth and asked. You're so weak, I'm really worried that if you dial 837, you'll die. After all, I'm not allowed to make mistakes. Bai Ye said. In the next second, he hit it. A blooming lotus blooms. Sishion's eyes burst into light, and he crossed his hands in front of him, and a huge golden, appeared again. At that moment, Bai Ye did not cause fatal damage to him. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders, took a step forward, and arrived in front of Sishen in an instant, holding a black sword in his hand, and slashed out lightly. The word, has become too dim. This threat, even if he uses secret techniques, he can't resist it at all. Sishen coughed violently, blood spilled from his mouth and nose, staining his clothes red. However, that terrifying coercion made him feel a deep sense of crisis. You guess. Sishion glared at Bai Ye. It's just compared to the previous round of attacks. With a boom, Sishion flew upside down. The sound of metal and iron clanging resounded, sparks splashed everywhere. Clang! You Damn B asterisk 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 D. What the hell did you do? Cough cough cough. His body was covered with scars. That is a threat from the soul. Sishen's arms trembled, and he flew upside down again, falling heavily on the ground. 6GT181. Don't be funny. Sishen struggled to get up, his face was pale, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. How could you have such terrifying power? Sishen murmured. Didn't you already feel it? Bai Ye said with a smile, that kind of power. Impossible, you can't have that kind of power. Sishen shook his head and said. He absolutely did not believe that such a power actually existed in this world. Impossible. Bai Ye grinned, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then let you see what is truly impossible, Shua. Bai Ye rushed up again. His speed was very fast, and he was in front of Sishen in the blink of an eye. Sishen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How is it possible? How is it possible? Obviously, he has already improved his chakra with secret techniques. How could it be impossible to catch even one move from this guy? Wrong. It should be that he has perfectly mastered that power. Incredible. It's simply unbelievable. Boom. Sishen was kicked away by Bai Ye. Wow. Flying all the way, Sishen collided with a towering ancient tree, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His sternum collapsed, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. How could you do it? Sishen looked at Bai Ye puzzled. He had expected Bai Ye's strength. However, Sishen never thought that Bai Ye would be so lucky. Even surpassed all the opponents he has ever encountered. Even third Tsuchikage, in terms of strength, is far from being able to compare with Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at Sishen, without saying a word. I underestimated you. Sishen said slowly, however, you still cannot escape the fate of death. A treacherous smile suddenly appeared on his face. I don't know if your flesh and blood can create the word, Wan, again. I'll try it out, Bai Ye said calmly. Advertisement. Ah. Sishen let out a sneer, and his body suddenly swelled up. The skin is covered with dense and fine textures. One by one, things similar to runes appeared outside Sishen's body. The ability I'm most proud of, Susanoo. Sishen's voice was hoarse, full of evil. His figure gradually grew taller, from the original figure of an ordinary man to a full 7 or 8 meters, like a titan. Muscles twisted all over. Both arms are covered with hard and sharp steel claws. A layer of metal armor appeared on Sishen's body. An extremely pure conqueror's haki permeated Sishen's body, almost covering the surroundings. All the ninjas present were momentarily absent-minded. Whether it's those Konoha village ninjas, or those Iwagakure ninjas. Do you think I'm not ready? Sishen stood up, looking down at Bai Ye from a high position. My body is composed of 9 tails fox, S evil spirit and 9 turns nirvana pill, S medicine, and it possesses immortal vitality. You'll never kill me. Sishen's words shocked many ninjas in Konoha village. They never heard of it. Immortal vitality. Sishen's words actually came from Sichuan's mouth. Isn't this guy the rumored monster? Possess such great power? Do you think I dare not? Bai Ye asked, or, do you think I dare not? While speaking, his left eye suddenly lit up with a scarlet light. The next moment, Sishen's eyes also turned scarlet, with a frenzied killing intent spreading out of them. His face was distorted, and the condensed, universal pull behind him also disappeared, replaced by a hideous grimace pattern. Sishen completely changed into Bai Ye's appearance. It's just that his face is full of fierceness and tyranny. Ha ha ha. Sishen laughed wildly, stretched out his hand to caress his face. Scarlet liquid flowed from his eye sockets. This pair of skins is really useful. You won't find any more holes. This is my new skin. All this is because of you. Sishen pointed at Bai Ye and shouted, it's all because of you. It was you who destroyed my plan. It was you. You destroyed my most precious gift and my lifelong dream. I will not forgive you. Ah. Advertisement. Bai Ye laughed, don't be ridiculous. Even without me, your plan will fail, because you are too stupid. Sishen did not refute, but remained silent. After a while, he raised his head, and his eyes fell on Bai Ye, with deep hatred. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Impossible. Sishen, are invincible and invincible. Oh, try it then. Bai Ye waved his hand casually. Sishen's pupils shrank suddenly, and in the next second, his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he came behind Bai Ye. Above his right fist, a dazzling blue lightning flashed. Pa! He punched Bai Ye's head. However, this punch did not hit, but was intercepted by another fist, unable to move. Immediately afterwards, there were 2 more punches. Sishen's arms were also grabbed by Bai Ye, unable to move even a bit. Not bad. Bai Ye nodded appreciatively, and a pitch-black flame emerged from his body. Indestructible flame-fire-style great fireball technique. The scorching heat gushed out, and Sishen's right arm was instantly reduced to ashes. However, Sishen didn't panic, he also kicked out his right leg. This kick hit Bai Ye's ribs. There was a click. Bai Ye's body fell backwards, but he didn't fall down. The right hand opened, and a mass of pitch-black flames burned. Sishen's body quickly returned to its original shape. Although the inextinguishable flame is extremely powerful, its damage range is limited. Hello, my lord. You can only attack once. Just now Sishen had already avoided it. You. Who the hell are you? Sishion looked at Bai Ye with a gloomy expression. Bai Ye, a very ordinary person, nothing more. Bai Ye said lightly, I don't like nonsense, since you choose to fight, then keep fighting. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye walked towards Sishion. His steps are very slow, but every step he takes makes Sishen tremble with fear. No. Impossible. How could you? Sishen said in horror, a frightening scarlet color flickered in his eyes. On both arms, veins popped up one after another. The chakra fluctuations in the whole body also began to increase violently. There are so many impossible things. Bai Ye said lightly. He stopped a dozen meters away from Sishen, and stretched out his hand again. This time, he didn't use ninjutsu, but relied solely on physical strength. 182. A completely different feeling. Put your hands together. Then push it hard. Huge wind pressure swept over, tearing the surrounding air apart. The manic breath enveloped Sishion instantly, making him so uncomfortable that he could hardly breathe. Ah! An extremely shrill scream sounded. At this moment, it felt like my body was about to explode. There was a poof, blood spattered, and his knees fell heavily on the ground, smashing the floor into several pieces. The whole person was lying on the ground, breathing hard, his face flushed like a pig's liver. How is it possible? How is it possible? Sishion roared unwillingly. No matter what, he couldn't believe this scene. Obviously a ninja of the same level, why does Bai Ye give him a completely different feeling? The opponent's strength and aura simply surpassed him. And it's not just the difference in strength, there are also temperament, eyes and other aspects. Bai Ye's temperament is not like an evil ninja like him at all, but like an upright warrior, full of righteousness. Sishen's so-called unyielding, arrogance, anger and other emotions all disappeared. Yes, just fear. Even if he is the puppet of the evil god and possesses tyrannical strength, he will still be afraid. I don't agree, Sishion roared. I will never lose to you, I will never lose to this kind of rubbish. Then show me the 600 proof. Bai Ye said calmly, prove that you won't lose to me. You're dreaming. Sishen shouted loudly, do you think I will compromise? Absolutely impossible. I will win. All your honor, wealth, and beauty are mine. I will be the master of the new world. Ha 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 ha. Sishen let out a wild laugh. The aura on his body rose again, reaching a new peak. Is this the real Sishen? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. In the picture of his previous life memory, Sishion seems to have always looked like this. Death, hatred, and anger are constantly eroding you. Bai Ye said, you should be glad that you didn't meet me, otherwise, your spirit will be twisted into a monster, a walking dead without a soul. Shut up. Advertisement. Sishen snorted coldly, I won't become a monster, as long as I kill you and devour your soul, then I can get rid of the shackles and obtain eternal life. Close black lens bracket. Eternal life would death. Oh, immortality? Bai Ye shook his head, he punches out, BFB. The flame of immortality. Sishen roared and rushed towards Bai Ye, and the two collided. Blazing flames burst out everywhere. Sishion's body was involuntarily thrown out. In this confrontation, he once again fell into a disadvantage. You were indeed special. Sishion gritted his teeth and stood up, but you are not my opponent, the gap between the two of us is like a moat. No, you're wrong. Bai Ye said, there is no gap between us. Sishen was taken aback for a moment, then said with a sinister smile, then I'll let you see the difference between me and those ants. Accompanied by his words, a terrifying aura spread out from Sishion's body. Bai Ye frowned, there is still a way to hide? But soon, he stretched out again, it's okay, mere tricks can't deal with me. The flame of immortality. Bai Ye clapped again. This time, two scorching inextinguishable flames formed and wrapped around Sishen's body. Then, under Sishen's astonished eyes, the two inextinguishable flames began to merge, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a lifelike fire dragon. The black robe on Sishen's body was also burning fiercely. I'm going to cut you alive, Sishion growled, hey. Bai Ye smiled indifferently. The fire dragon made of flames roared and charged at Sishion, enveloping him in it. Ah! Sishen's screams came, is this unbearable? Bai Ye said sarcastically, I thought it was so tough. The inextinguishable flame continued to burn Sishion's body, but it still failed to destroy his body. Even his skin couldn't be hurt. This is Sishion's defense and life-saving ability. No matter what attack he receives, as long as it is not a fatal injury, he can heal immediately and return to his original state. Moreover, because he is an evil god, he also has a powerful healing effect on him. This level of attack, unless it is a direct and devastating blow. Advertisement. Otherwise, it would be easy for Sishion to recover in a short time. The best doctor in the world can't save your life. Bai Ye said lightly, your state can only last for about a minute. Ordinary medical ninjas would lose control within 3 to 5 seconds at the most and go completely insane. And this Sishen can last for a minute? A-hole? Sishen struggled, trying to escape, but was firmly trapped in place. He tried his best to breastfeed, but he couldn't struggle. The unquenchable flame burned more and more violently, causing him extreme pain. Let me go, Sishion shouted, impossible. Bai Ye said, since you dare to make trouble, you are doomed to escape punishment. Sishen's body twitched, and he was about to pass out. However, there was always a trace of sobriety in his mind. A wonderful realization emerged in my heart. Is that so? I understand. I understand. I understand. Boom. In the midst of Sishen's murmurs, a dazzling light burst out. The ear-piercing hum made Bai Ye cover his ears. A figure walked out from the beam of light. That's Sishen. I made it. I finally made it. In Sishen's eye sockets, blood and tears flowed, trembling all over, extremely excited. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Bai Ye. Bai Ye was silent, and slapped Sishen's cheek with a slap. Boom. Sishen's body flew upside down as if struck by lightning. Half of his face was sunken. Cough, cough, cough. Sishen coughed violently and spit out a mouthful of thick black phlegm. Damn it, what kind of move is this? Just now, although Sishen was immersed in the joy of breaking through, it didn't mean he was stupid. He saw Bai Ye's moves just now very clearly. That's sealing. It's some kind of forbidden ninjutsu. Once used, life and chakra are lost. Sishen doesn't know the exact number of years, but it must be quite a lot. This price is enough to exchange for terrifying combat power. However, the price is extremely tragic. The sealing techniques displayed by Bai Ye actually made Sishen a strong threat of death, and he spared no effort to urge his strength to resist. 183. Well, it's because you don't understand that's how this brutal fight started. Hey, Bai Ye smiled lightly, without explaining anything, but said, you can go to die. How could I die? Sishen glared at Bai Ye. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Even his teacher, the mysterious dark serpent, couldn't kill him. What is this little ghost in front of me? Sishen's eyes flashed a bewitching purple, and a more intense eerie aura erupted from her body. The flame of immortality. Bai Ye sneered, jumped up, rushed towards Sishen, and opened his mouth to spit out a ball of inextinguishable flames. Instantly enveloped Sishen's whole body. This time, you definitely can't stop it. Bai Ye looked at Sishen, his eyes full of anticipation. Ha 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 ha. Sishen looked up to the sky and laughed, the flames on his body suddenly extinguished. You are so naive. This is my strongest defensive stance. With it, I can resist the members of the next 9th rank reincarnation. And I have super recovery power. Sishen's laughter stopped abruptly. This is. Sishen felt a piercing pain coming from his body. A strange black mist emerged from his body, spread rapidly, and covered his whole body. Then, his vitality was rapidly weakening, as if he had been absorbed by something. Your sealing techniques are really powerful. Sishen looked at Bai Ye. If it was normal, I'm afraid I really can't do anything to you. However, what you don't know is that I have already made complete preparations, so I chose to provoke you today. This place was created by me specially for cultivating the immortal flame. Cultivating here, my recovery speed is more than 100 times that of the outside world, and it can also improve the strength of my body. Sishen's body slowly changed. His originally tall and thin body gradually grew stronger. Not only the clothes, but also the appearance of the whole person began to change, completing the transformation. In the end, he became a samurai in armor. His helmet had disappeared, revealing a ferocious face. His eyes were extremely red, filled with a brutal desire to kill. Wisps of blood encircled him. Behind his back, advertisement. This is my demonization. Sishen said, you be asterisk 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 D. You don't even understand how powerful my demonization is. It's almost invincible. You don't deserve to fight against me. Bai Ye didn't speak, just looked at each other quietly. Don't believe it? Don't you believe it? Sishen continued. You thought you won? No, you're wrong. My demonization has just begun. My power has just returned to its peak state, and I'll be able to gain great power again soon. You can't stop me of. My immortal body will always be invincible. Bai Ye frowned slightly. He finally understood what Sishen's trump card was. You should be thankful that my demonization is a preliminary form. Sishen said, otherwise, you would have turned into a puddle of mud, not even a drop of water left. Bai Ye still didn't care. The more you hear these words, the more you will get used to them. He looked up at the sky. This world seems a little different. He felt a strange and dangerous breath. That feeling of oppression, as if some monster is about to descend. Bai Ye couldn't help clenching his fists tightly. There seems to be something wrong with this place. His current strength is still a little weak, unable to explore this place. When Bai Ye is promoted to the 7th rank, Del. However, during this time, one thing must also be clarified. You make a lot of sense. Bai Ye said, however, this immortal body, how many minutes can you still win? Minutes? A few minutes can cost you dearly? Sishen roared, die to me? The inextinguishable flame, destroy everything. He swung the long sword in his hand and slashed at Bai Ye. A ball of flame instantly enveloped Sishen, and then spread out violently. The fiery temperature swept across the surroundings, and the buildings touched melted and completely collapsed. The range of these flames is very wide, it even affected the nearby villagers. Houses collapsed one after another, and countless people wailed and struggled. The flame of immortality. Sishen roared again, the flames on his body tumbling, erupting like a volcano. Fireballs flew out one by one and fell to the ground, causing a series of turbulent waves immediately. Seeking flowers, countless buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. Advertisement, Sishen went crazy, constantly attacking. My power, my inextinguishable flame, is endless. What are you using to fight me? He rushed into the sea of flames and tore the seal arranged by Bai Ye. I don't believe that you can still block such an attack. Sishen roared that the light of the sword in his hand was better than before. He wants to kill Bai Ye. My seal is indestructible. Bai Ye shook his head. You don't believe it, but I believe that your immortal body is indeed invincible, and you can reorganize yourself without limit. But, what if I use another seal? 0. What? Sishen froze for a moment. Could it be that you can use other sealing techniques? Yes, just like your inextinguishable flame. Bai Ye stretched out his hand, and a cloud of black air emerged, condensed into shape, and blasted towards Sishen. At the same time, he stepped on strange steps and walked towards Sishen. Sishen wanted to avoid it, but for some reason, her body couldn't move. Can only take this blow hard. Boom! Sishen's chest was pierced by black air, leaving a scorched scar. Then, the black gas started to burn. In the blink of an eye, Sishen was completely devoured. After a crackling sound, the black air dispersed. Sishen fell to the ground, twitching all over, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His pupils are dilated. The injuries on the body are actually healing quickly. How can this be? Sishen stared wide-eyed, watching his injuries recover quickly in disbelief. What are these sealing techniques? Ha 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 ha. Well, it's because you don't understand. Bai Ye walked over slowly. Anyway, my sealing techniques are pretty good, although it's not as good as your immortal body. It's enough to guarantee your peace of mind when you die. Sishen sneered, stood up and stared at Bai Ye. You won't have a chance to kill me, because I still have one last move. With this move, even an 8th level powerhouse will definitely die. Oh, let's try it. Bai Ye said calmly. Let's see who loses and who wins. 184. What did you do? The two were separated by a distance of 3 meters, looking at each other. Kill him. Kill him. Sishen shouted. Following his order, the surrounding flames boiled instantly. The thick flames began to surge towards Bai Ye. In the sea of flames, countless ferocious faces appeared vaguely, as if they were gods. A pitch-black sharp claw broke through the sea of flames and grabbed towards Bai Ye. With destructive force. Behind Sishen, endless phantoms appeared, a total of 9, each of which was a strange and hideous mask. A ferocious dragon is painted on each mask. This is the power of the 9 evil gods. Your inextinguishable flame is indeed very powerful, even slightly inferior to mine. Bai Ye's indifferent voice came. Unfortunately, this is just you using the external force, 800, to display it. The real you is just a 5th level existence. Your indestructible body is not omnipotent, and... Bai Ye spit out a few words softly. I don't need to spend too long with you, because my goal is not to kill you, but to save you. With his voice, a ring emerged from him. A golden light burst out and enveloped Sishuan's body. What have you done? Sishen yelled in horror. His body seemed to be frozen, and even his thinking and actions had stagnated. A series of mysterious runes emerged, entangled with the string of kindness. The original flame was gradually extinguished and replaced by a gray color, like a piece of kuchiki, the color that is about to rot. As I said, I'm not a good man or woman, I just want to survive. Bai Ye looked at Sishen in front of him and said calmly. I can give you a chance, as long as you tell me who the master here is and why he summoned you, then I can spare you. Ha 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 ha, spare me? Sishen laughed back angrily. You little brat, do you know who I am? I don't know. Bai Ye shook his head. His eyes swept over the strange gray color on Sishen's body, and he understood something in his heart. Advertisement, but the expression is still very calm. But no matter who you are, since you have malice towards me, I can kill you, but you should not be the master of this city. You're right. Sishen snorted coldly. Do you think that you, a 5th level brat, can do anything to me? I admit that you have extraordinary sealing skills, but my immortal body is not afraid of any seals at all. Your seal may be effective for ordinary warriors, but the rules here are beyond your control. Sishen opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, which sprayed into the distance. This is the blood essence I sacrificed. As long as I don't die for a moment, your seal will always exist, unless you completely refine and absorb my blood essence. Sishen showed a cruel smile. On his body, endless flames burned blazingly. This flame is not pure fire magic energy, but an energy full of filth. To this extent, Bai Ye frowned. Even if you sacrificed all your blood essence, at most you will increase your lifespan by 100 years. Century. A look of shock flashed across Sishen's face. How do you know? Have you forgotten my sealing technique? Bai Ye said lightly. It just makes you lose all vitality for a short time. So what? A look of madness appeared on Sishen's face. Just a moment later, I will be able to break free. He looked at Bai Ye, and, this is my final blow of despair. I will transform into an undead demon god, and after burning all my lifespan, I will explode into a power emperor comparable to the 8th order peak. At that time, do you still have hope? No. You must die. Bai Ye nodded. You are right. You have burned all your life essence, and the strength you erupt will indeed reach the peak of the 8th order, and I am indeed no match for you now. Hearing these words, Sishen showed a hint of joy, but immediately after, this joy disappeared. Because Bai Ye continues to say no, underscore. Your strength has improved, but you have lost your sanity. In your consciousness, there is only fighting, only killing, you have become a slave to killing, and you will never be able to get rid of it. Sishen's expression changed suddenly. No, you lied to me, I'm not a slave. I am a god. I am the god who rules this world. I don't need slaves. Advertisement. I am the god of this world. Everything about me is given to me by God. You lowly human being, you actually tried to sow discord, court death. Sishen let out a loud shout, raised his hand and shot out countless fireballs. Bai Ye swayed slightly, avoiding Sishen's attack. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to hold the golden ring. The ring exuded a dazzling golden light, enveloping Bai Ye in it. Sishen's attack fell through. No, seeing that the rules of her body that she had cultivated so hard were taken away by Bai Ye, Sishen roared wildly, don't even think about it. If you want to take my law, then your soul will be burned into ashes. Ah, Sishen roared, and his whole body became blurred. It's like being wrapped in flames. Behind Bai Ye, the phantom of the giant snake condensed out, and a vast sense of oppression hit. Sishen's body froze suddenly, and his movements stopped. Sishen looked at Bai Ye with eyes mixed with various negative emotions such as anger, hatred, and jealousy. Bai Ye asked. Sishen screamed. The red 2.1 lines on his body quickly dimmed, and he regained his human form. A fusion of the two, the flame of undying disappeared. Wishful thinking, he fell to the ground, panting. Bai Ye looked down at Sishen from above and said slowly, I said, you will regret it, and it's still too late to regret it now. Take out all your treasures, I can save you from suffering. You just said that you were a god? Oh, it seems that you are unwilling to cooperate. It's just a false god in disguise, not even half Shendu. In his eyes, two groups of dark purple flames burned. Sishen gritted his teeth and cursed. Bai Ye sighed, are you gods like this? Would you rather smash your body to pieces than bow your head? No wonder you are called false gods. I said, I will take everything from you with my own hands. Bai Ye shook his head, his hand stretched forward and touched the string. I want you to regret today's decision, Sishen roared. 185. An existence beyond your imagination. Once this flame is contaminated, it will burn his body and even his soul. Your flame is too weak. Bai Ye flicked his fingers. The flames were instantly extinguished. Sishen stared blankly at Bai Ye, her face pale. This flame is his strongest trick. Although his realm is not high enough, but with his ability, the power of the flames he casts is comparable to that of 9th level elementary spells. Your flame power is too weak. Bai Ye looked at Sishen and said, I advise you to cooperate obediently, otherwise I'm really in a hurry, you understand. Sishen closed her eyes, he has no choice, good. Sishen was silent for a while and then opened his eyes, with a look of desolation and sorrow on his face, then let me see how much pain you can bring me. Bai Ye was speechless. Well, don't get excited, listen to me after I finish explaining the method I want to deal with you. Bai Ye took out a black bottle and handed it to Sishen. You should guess what it is, right? This is. Sishen showed fear and anxiety on his face, I didn't put this in 16. It has nothing to do with me, don't put this thing in my body, I don't want to die, I don't want to die yet. This is not a poison placed on your body, but a virus I created. It can quickly corrode the laws in your body and then destroy your soul. You will fall into the abyss completely, Bai Ye said lightly, and I can get huge benefits from it. As you can see, this is my ability. It has nothing to do with your flame, it can even restrain you. What do you want? Sishen asked in panic. Don't be nervous, didn't I say that? Bai Ye said, I want to get something from you, of course, on the premise that you don't break your oath. What? Sishen breathed a sigh of relief, but out of the corner of his eye, he looked around. It seems to be vigilant around. Your soul. Bai Ye stretched out his hand. Sishen was startled, and then realized, dream. He punched the ground, and the ground exploded instantly, forming a huge crater. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring sight. One after another, jet black runes emerged from the smoke. Chakra started a new round of riots. These runes represent part of the origin of Sishen. If this part of the source is destroyed, then he will directly drop to the 8th level and fall into a long-term weak state. Sishen does not hesitate to consume herself, but also to protect this part of her origin. Advertisement. This is the basis of his existence. As I said, this method is meaningless to me. Bai Ye opened his mouth lightly. Sishen's pupils contracted suddenly, and he looked at the cane that appeared out of nowhere beside Bai Ye. A feeling of extreme danger flooded his whole body. This cane was stripped from Sishen. Bai Ye grabbed the cane and waved it lightly at Sishen. An invisible ripple rippled out. How can it be? Sishen was extremely astonished. This cane obviously doesn't have any energy fluctuations. What exactly is it? I said so. Bai Ye laughed. I'm here to collect debts. On the cane, infinite power was released, instantly covering Sishen's body. Sishen, who had already been drained, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again. The muscles on his face twisted, as if he was enduring endless pain. But he still held on to his soul. No, you must stop him. Sishen knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. I can only resist desperately, even if the soul is broken. Even if he dies, he will send his soul to hell to seek redemption. Not bad. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. Sishen's will was stronger than he expected. It seems that the opponent can run amok in this area. Relying on this will. Unfortunately, day and night will not allow this to happen. He takes one step forward. The lotus blossoms under the feet. Invisible ripples spread out, covering towards the string of kindness. I said, it's useless. Sishen shouted sharply. There was a dazzling fire on his body. The flames blazed. Sishen's aura rose steadily, and soon broke through to the 9th level. Bai Ye frowned, because he found that his strength was limited to around the 6th level. Sishen actually strengthened himself by using the rules of fire. Advertisement, hey, your method is indeed very peculiar. Sishen sneered and said, but what's the use, even if it's the 7th or 8th level, in front of the 9th level, it's still extremely fragile. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. There was madness and hatred in his eyes, and the whole person rushed towards Bai Ye. Yeah? Bai Ye stood still. Sishen came in front of him, and Langling punched him down. Snapped. There was a crisp sound. With a click, Sishen's right arm was dislocated and he flew far away. It broke several trees before stopping. How is it possible? You. Sishen raised his head and looked at Bai Ye, full of shock and disbelief. The attack just now has reached the strongest blow he can use so far. Logically speaking, Bai Ye should have been severely injured or near death. Result, I told you earlier, this stick is something that can restrain your flames. Bai Ye shook the stick. Have you ever seen its power? Sishen stood up with difficulty and covered her right shoulder. He couldn't believe it. I don't believe it, your way of cultivation is absolutely not like this. Sishen said, your strength should not be much different from mine. Why did you suppress me so easily? What's the matter with your means? Although he has never seen such a method, at the same time, that strange suppressing force disappeared. Sishen was silent. Sishen asked again, for example. Slowly he raised his cane. Don't forget that there are some people in this world who are so talented that you can't even imagine them. Sishen roared and rushed towards Bai Ye again. Don't think about it. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth curled up. I am one of them. My talent is much better than yours. As I said before, these things are not what you should know. What I need is your strength. What's the matter with your strength? Your cultivation method. The two fought together again. Bai Ye said, hand over your strength and spare you. A ray of flame danced on it, changing with Bai Ye's movements. Sishen became more courageous as he fought. He also quickly recovered from his injuries. However, just judging from the name, he knew that it must not be simple. 186. Crazy state with a thought in Sishen's mind, the flames churned. Endless flames condensed and merged into his body, making his strength stronger again. Bai Ye looked at Sishen and shook his head. I have already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it. Sishen panted, and grinned ferociously. You are the one who doesn't know how to cherish. Do you think you can control me? Idiots. When I absorb enough power, I will be able to surpass you. When the time comes, I will be able to surpass you. Torn you to pieces. After speaking, he stared at Bai Ye with red eyes, approaching step by step. Bai Ye shook his head. Strands of golden light appeared on the cane again. Sishen's face suddenly changed. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Then, he saw the cane in Bai Ye's hand, shooting towards him with a golden light. Golden light pierced his chest. The blazing high temperature burned his internal organs and bones. Ah! Sishen let out a scream. The body fell to the ground and struggled violently. Bai Ye came over, lowered his body, looked at Sishen. So, do you want to continue? Sishen opened his mouth, wanting to speak, then, close again. The skin all over his body turned a strange dark red. Wisps of golden flames emerged from Sishen's body. This made Bai Ye couldn't help but think of a word, fire sacrifice. Sishen chose the flame sacrifice. Convert all the power in his body into flames. Amidst crackling noises, Sishen has more and more fire elements casually, and the intensity of the fire chakra continues to increase. In the end, his body trembled slightly, and an unparalleled coercion emanated from his body. Bai Ye couldn't help but took half a step back. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Sishen raised his head to the sky and roared. The flames were raging all around. The clothes on his body were completely burned away, revealing an incomparably strong body that was cast like steel. This appearance seems to be similar to a mysterious person. Of course, Sishen did not gain the opponent's power. After all, it was no ordinary flame. But even so, the terrifying power displayed by Sishen at this moment also makes people feel scalp numb. You guy, you are really despicable, Sishen growled. Advertisement he now possesses a terrifying power far greater than before. The original oppressive force disappeared. He can control any kind of power on his body to attack or defend. This is extremely scary. Mean? Bai Ye said indifferently, if that's the case, then let the despicable go to hell. In the next second, Bai Ye held the staff of power and wealth and pointed at Sishen. No, you can't do that. Sishen screamed in horror, her whole body was shaking, trying to run away. However, he couldn't move the sense. Even breathing seemed to be suffocating. Sishen felt a huge crisis. On the staff of power and wealth in Bai Ye's hand, those ancient runes glowed with golden light. Chains of chains emerged from the void. Each chain contained enormous power, instantly binding Sishen's limbs and neck. Shion opened his mouth wide, trying to say something. I'm sorry, I've never been merciful. If you don't listen to me, you will only die. Bai Ye said. With a flick of the arm, the whole person was thrown into the half. Shion's face turned pale. He felt the chains pierced into his body, devouring his life essence and blood. An inexplicable pain spread all over his body. Shion's pupils suddenly opened. Ha ha ha, Junior, you completely d me off, Shion said frantically. As his words fell, the black flame burning on his body suddenly tripled. The scorching airwave spread, enveloped the entire village. Countless firebirds are flying and circling around Shion. This is his strongest technique. At the cost of sacrifices, a supernormal state of history erupted for a short period of time. Bai Ye frowned, and the jewel on the tip of the cane flickered. Next moment, the fire crows all over the sky turned into fly ash. Advertisement in Shion's body also trembled suddenly, falling from midair. Fell to the ground. Shishen kept spitting out blood and struggled to get up. Looking at Bai Ye, the eyes are full of resentment. I will never lose, I will never lose, I will never admit defeat. No matter what, I will win, and everything will be mine. Even if I die, I'm still the winner, because I am Sishen. Bai Ye looked at Sishen, and said suddenly, I understand why you wanted to bet with me just now, because you didn't believe that you would die, and that your vitality would be so fragile. Sishen's eyeballs moved, as if to refute Bai Ye. You are wrong. Bai Ye continued, you will indeed die, but not in this war, nor in my hands, but in your own hands. Sishen stared at Bai Ye with a distorted expression, but couldn't say a word. You look at me. Bai Ye stretched out his right hand, pointed at Sishen and said, tell me, why do you want to bet with me? You will lose to me, Sishen said with difficulty. His consciousness has fallen into a state of madness. Shion struggled and said, you don't have to lie to me, I've already seen it. Bai Ye said, in addition to the fire power of the fire element, there is also a cold aura on your body. Although it is very subtle and almost undetectable, but I can't hide it from my perception. But eventually fell silent. Shion opened his mouth, Wang Nuo's, as if he was planning to defend himself. What do you think? Sishen snorted coldly and asked back. He knew that Bai Ye must have sensed the peculiarity of his identity. Bai Ye thought for a while. Tell me first, what are you? Are you a human, or a human-shaped fire? But Sishen didn't answer directly. Bai Ye said, what we bet is not who can survive, let alone win or lose, but life and death. If I lose, I will die, then you must die. If I win, then you will surrender to me. Would you like to bet? You are wrong. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, the result will be the same anyway. After a long time, he looked up at Bai Ye and asked, how do you decide to be crazy? I can guarantee that you will not die, but I will seal you in a narrow space. No, it's not fair. Bai Ye pondered for a moment, then slowly said, you don't belong to this world, do you? That's fair. Shion's eyes flashed. Bai Ye said, because you are in despair now, everything you have now is given to you by me. You have no right to say it is fair. 187. Mental shield. Let it slowly devour you, let you die with endless torture, and you will never be reincarnated forever. Shion didn't say a word. Bai Ye continued. You should be very clear that in this day and age, if you die, you will die. Reincarnation, as long as you have enough tyrannical cultivation, you can do it easily, and you don't even need any merit. But you are different, you died, and there is no hope of resurrection. Shion still didn't speak. Bai Ye continued. I know, there are many hidden things in it. But I don't mind, as long as I can win. I don't care so much, I'm just curious. My patience is very little, so don't force me to kill I got you, and then search for the soul to read. Sishen raised his head, his eyes were red, and he looked extremely ferocious. You'll regret it, he growled. I never regret anything. Bai Ye shook his head, there's no word, regret, in my dictionary, so I won't regret it. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you, let's start, my game, I can't wait. 11. Sishen took a deep breath, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Ha, boy, this is your fate. A fate destined to die. Around him, a dark flame burned. The temperature rose rapidly. The surrounding house walls 713 were rapidly decayed and destroyed. A village turned into a lava pit. Whether it is houses, trees, or even flowers and plants, they all melt and evaporate under this flame. The scorching high temperature plunged the entire village into darkness, as if they had come to the kingdom of flames. The terrifying temperature even made Bai Ye couldn't help squinting his eyes. This is the flame I am best at. Compared with ordinary flames, it has infinite power. It burns everything and is indestructible, Shion said. He folded his hands together, and in the palm of his hand, a raging flame jumped and turned into a ball. The ball rolled bigger and bigger, and finally expanded to ultimate, smashing towards Bai Ye. Boom! The entire village was completely enveloped by this huge fireball and exploded directly. The terrifying shockwave raged and razed the entire village to the ground. The sea of flames spread, covering the entire kilometer of Fang Yuan. The forests in the distance also suffered. Countless trees fell and mountains crumbled. A mountain top directly turned into flat ground. Countless beasts, in panic, were instantly scorched by the scorching heat and turned into pieces of meat. Advertisement in the flames. Sishen stood with a calm expression, looking at Huohai Huxia medicine practitioner. Bai Ye's figure appeared, standing on the spot without moving. A thin layer of frost isolated the flames. Huh? Sishion let out a light snort. He didn't expect that Bai Ye actually had an ice-type chakra. This level of chakra defense has exceeded his expectations. As expected of Bai Ye, Sishen exclaimed, "No wonder you rejected my proposal. You didn't care about it originally, did you? But it doesn't matter. Since you don't choose my proposal, then I will help you make the decision. You are such an empathetic protagonist. You will be reborn." After finishing speaking, Sishen's body completely dissipated, turned into a puff of smoke, and got into the flames. The power of the flames suddenly soared, turning into a ferocious fire dragon. Roaring and charging towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye casually raised his hand. The fire dragon was frozen in the void. Then, under the irresistible fear, it gradually extinguished and turned into countless sparks. Such moves may be very effective against those low-level warriors. Bai Ye looked indifferently at the direction where Sishion disappeared. For me, it's useless. The voice fell. Bai Ye suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his back, and then spurted out a big mouthful of blood. He staggered forward and fell to the ground. Just now, he received Sishion's palm on the back of his head, causing serious internal injuries. How could it be? My attack can't hurt you at all. Sishion was slightly puzzled. Your attack, BIEC, does not have any effect on me. Bai Ye panted, but you have overlooked one point. I have the spirit department and Ryotsu skills, which are your weaknesses. The psychic department can make people hallucinate and control the spirit, so as to achieve the purpose of manipulating other people's actions. And the Ryotsu technique can increase the spirit system. It's like two treasures that complement each other. No, it's impossible. How is this possible? Advertisement. Sishen said, I'm Sishen, a born god, how can you compare me to me? What's wrong with mortals? Do you think mortals can't kill celestial beings? Bai Ye said mockingly, you are mentally retarded, your thinking logic is wrong. After all, he punched again. The fist wind roared, condensed on Sishion's chest, and directly knocked him out. Sishen rolled several times in the air, stabilized his figure, and stared at Bai Ye with disbelief. This is an illusion. How dare you use illusion to deceive me? I will die. He reached out and stuffed a pill into his mouth, and the flames rose from his body, restoring his strength. This is not an illusion. Bai Ye said, this is called a mental shielding technique, which allows me to temporarily shield the surrounding mental power. Your mental strength is too weak. There is no way to discover my mental shielding technique, let alone spy on it. Sishion froze for a moment. Good chance. Bai Ye yelled, and stepped on mysterious steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he came to Sishen, and kicked him in the abdomen with a whip kick. Boom. After a muffled sound, Sishion flew out backwards. He landed a few hundred meters away, with green smoke rising all over his body. Although this attack was not a fatal injury, Sishen's injury was also very serious, with cracks all over his body surface. Like a spider web, it is extremely dense. Sishen struggled to get up and glared at Bai Ye. What exactly do you want? I want you dead. You think beautifully, Sishion shouted, even if you die, you should die, I won't make you feel better. His tone was frantic and hysterical. Really? Have you forgotten who attacked me first? Bai Ye snorted coldly, and you think, with your current state, you can kill me? Among us, there must be a winner. Sishen stood up slowly, opened his hands, a huge flame surged, forming a flaming spear in front of him, stabbing towards Bai Ye. The tip of the spear shone with a sharp cold light, which could pierce even steel. Such an attack. Bai Ye frowned slightly, he couldn't take it if the gun stabbed him, after all, his injury was serious. 188. The heavenly fire burns the body even if he has an extremely strong resilience, it doesn't mean he is willing to make fun of his own life. That's right, if it were another A-level reincarnator, it would take a lot of effort to resist such an attack, but it was me you encountered. Bai Ye smiled contemptuously. He also pointed to the knife, and a knife slashed across, cutting off the flame spear. The flame exploded and turned into a rain of fire all over the sky. Sishen took advantage of Bai Ye's escape from the fire and rain, and rushed out. A series of chains wrapped around Bai Ye's body, restraining him. Then, Sishen grabbed Bai Ye's shoulders, exerted force, and smashed him to the ground. After a while of silence, puff, Bai Ye spit out a big mouthful of blood, and then stood up with difficulty, the blood around his mouth. The combat mode in this world is a bit different from the plane you used to be in. Bai Ye began to analyze the situation. According to the normal situation, you must have killed me now. Sishion's body froze, not knowing what to say, because Bai Ye guessed right. He originally thought that Bai Ye was just an ordinary sea-level reincarnator, so he naturally didn't take it to heart. Who knew that Bai Ye could have two tricks? His strength is stronger than that of Fei Zhao. In this fight, he lost completely. Do you think that if you don't have me, you will win? Bai Ye asked. Isn't it? Sishion asked back. Ah. Bai Ye sneered, so, try again. Try it and try it. Sishen let out a roar, jumped up, and clenched the weapons in his hands. It was a jet-black long sword full of weird and evil aura. It was as if it had been pulled out from some kind of monster. Sishen jumped into the air, raised the long sword in his hand, and then slashed down. In an instant, the entire mountaintop was shrouded in darkness, turning into a world where doomsday had come. In the endless darkness, only a dazzling light lit up. That's Dark Ultimate Bloom. Bai Ye's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw that the ray of light became brighter and brighter, and finally turned into a bright meteor, blasting on him. The scorching heat swept through his body, and Bai Ye even heard the sound of his own bones breaking. Then a huge force acts on the body. Advertisement. Boom. He flew upside down again. Your physical body. Sishen was stunned. Bai Ye's physical body was astoundingly strong. The skin, blood vessels and even the cells on his arm all have a metallic texture. To put it simply, it is the shell of a metal man. Sishen's attack, unless it can directly destroy this layer of shell, will not be able to do anything to him at all. This state is like a tank in a game, it's too defensive. You have cultivated to this level? Sishen murmured, this is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He has always known how powerful his father Sigui is, but he never thought that Sigui would teach Sishen the secret technique. This secret technique is called, Heavenly Fire Burns the Body. It needs to be improved at the cost of sacrificing longevity, and there are huge sequelae. But, Sishen took a deep breath, with a crazy look in his eyes. Since this is the case, then it is even more impossible to keep you. What do you want to do? Bai Ye asked in a deep voice, feeling something was wrong. Haha, it's nothing, you'll know later. Sishen laughed frantically, the flames burning on his body suddenly exploded and became extremely hot. An incomparably terrifying wave emanated from him. Bai Ye's face became serious, because the terrifying power contained in this wave of fluctuations far exceeds that of Sishen itself. He is really going to work hard. Sishen clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and murmured the mantra in a low voice. Following Sishen's low voice, a crimson beam of light shot up into the sky, wrapping Sishen in it, and his body trembled, as if he was enduring great pain. Then, he opened his eyes suddenly, and the stone swung out. The wind of the fist whizzed, striking towards Bai Ye with destructive force. At this moment, Bai Ye felt the danger of being bombarded by rockets. Mom! He couldn't help but let out a howl and jumped back. Boom, rumble, terrible power rages in this area. The ground was overturned, and stone mountains collapsed one after another, forming huge potholes one after another. Advertisement. Cough 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 cough. Bai Ye coughed violently. RTT. Damn, almost died, he said with lingering fear, looking up to the sky. A mushroom cloud rose slowly, covering the sun and making the surroundings dark. Sishen's figure disappeared, only a ray of fire emerged, showing that Sishen had left behind a move when he left just now. This guy is really crazy. Bai Ye rubbed his chest and said, it's obvious that you are about to die, but you don't run away, and dare to continue to catch up. You are an idiot. I have to admit that Sishen is very smart, in this case, still choose to fight. If he had just turned around and left, completely ignoring Bai Ye, he might have survived. However, he did not do this, but chose to continue hunting down Bai Ye. First, you can be sure that nothing will go wrong. Second, even if you lose, you can still pull it back. This move is called the same end. Call, panting heavily, Sishen walked back slowly, her face was pale and she looked a little weak. Bai Ye's vision suddenly fell into a sea of flames. With a thunderous sound, a spark exploded. Sishen slowly stretched out her left hand, let us witness a miracle. Bai Ye didn't speak, but just looked at Sishen indifferently. A second later, the incomparably hot flame faded away, replaced by a huge skeleton. A skeleton? Is this the monster you summoned? Bai Ye asked. Haha, do you think I must die? Sishen's smile became more ferocious. Only the sense of touch is still functioning. Yes, it possesses wisdom not inferior to mine, and martial arts not inferior to any. Sishen said excitedly, it is invincible, but I have not been able to inspire its power yet. Not only sight, but even hearing and smell have been severely sealed. But his eyes became brighter. I've always believed in miracles. Bai Ye frowned, he saw Sishen's right hand pulled out a card from his sleeve. Then crush it without hesitation, he couldn't see what was ahead. Boom. He stared at Bai Ye and said with a sinister smile. You are very strong. If I am not seriously injured, I am afraid I am not your opponent. But my advantage is that I am old enough, and full of energy. 189. Ripples, sculpture. Bai Ye was silent and did not respond. Haha, you're scared. Sishen laughed loudly, I know, you're scared, so you didn't dare to make a move. You know my secret. Bai Ye said suddenly. Sishen's expression froze for a moment, and the smile on his face restrained. What do you mean? What do you mean? Literally, of course. Bai Ye grinned, and then jumped out with a fresh mouth. The extremely sharp cold light flickered and slashed towards Sishen's neck. But Sishen was not afraid at all, and blocked her face with her arms. There was a clanging sound and sparks flew everywhere. Sishen's body shook twice, and he took a few steps back, with a surprised expression on his face. It's so powerful, it actually blocked it. Without saying a word, Bai Ye turned his wrist and slashed out again. The blade fell short of 483. Bai Ye had already appeared beside Shion. The dagger in his hand easily penetrated his lower abdomen. How can it be? Shion was terrified. Such a short distance burst, even a powerhouse of Bai Ye's level can't dodge it, he must be stabbed. But Bai Ye just avoided it. What is this? Bai Ye sneered. Don't tell me you haven't learned the invisibility technique? This level of invisibility technique is useless in front of an old driver like me. Shion didn't speak, but his face gradually turned cold. Fire chakra is useless for Bai Ye, so try my lightning chakra. Shen roared angrily, and his whole body instantly turned into a long dragon. Every pore in his body was filled with electric currents. Endless thunder descended from the void and gathered into a thundersnake, baring its teeth and claws, roaring and roaring towards Bai Ye. This time the offensive is stronger and more ruthless than before. Tisk. Bai Ye sighed. The skin on his body was quickly covered with a layer of silver-gray armor. Holding a black blade, he faced the thundersnake made of thunder and lightning. Bang bang bang. The sound of violent collision resounded, and Bai Ye kept retreating along with Razor. Shion took advantage of the victory to pursue, and thunderbolts struck Bai Ye one after another. Although extraordinary power is forbidden in this world, martial arts moves are not forbidden. Advertisement. Although Bai Ye's strength is tyrannical, but the realm of Shen is there. If you don't care about the loss and go all out, he is really not a sympathetic opponent. However, Shion has nothing to do with him, unless it is to use the kind of moves that burn jade and stone together. But Shen didn't dare to bet, he still wanted revenge. How could he be willing to put his last hope here? Therefore, Shen's fighting rhythm is quite tight, but Bai Ye also seized the opportunity, one knife after another, not giving Shen a chance to fight back. Boom! Bai Ye's foot crushed a nearby rock, and his body was slightly bent, belonging to the calendar area. The 5 fingers of his left hand are spread out, showing the shape of eagle claws. Crack! Like the sound of glass breaking, a huge force gushed out from Bai Ye's body and injected it into Huxia culture. Bai Ye's palm suddenly swelled up, turned into a pitch-black color, and even emitted blue smoke. Roar! A violent roar came out. A black demon with a height of more than 3 meters appeared out of thin air, exuding suffocating pressure. The devil raised its sharp claws and patted Shen down. Not good. Shen's expression changed slightly, and he backed away immediately, trying to get out of the demon's attack range. But the devil's claws had fallen. Shion crossed his arms in front of him, blocking the demon's attack. With a huge force, Shion was thrown flying. Puff! Shion spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was full of shock. Bai Ye actually hid such a trick. Damn! Shen let out a roar, and pressed his hands to the ground suddenly, invisible waves spread out from his palms. Where Bai Ye stood, the surrounding soil was tumbling, like a boiling pool, and circles of ripples spread towards the surroundings. After the ripples stopped, a gigantic statue suddenly appeared on the original ground. The statue is a person, a woman. Shion knelt down in front of her, with her head bowed. What is this? Bai Ye glanced at it. Advertisement. The material of the statue seems unusual, a bit similar to metal, but also has a special feeling. The appearance of this statue is not simple. It is a humanoid creature wearing armor, holding 2 swords and carrying a longbow. Shion raised his head, his eyes swept over Bai Ye's eyes, and his eyes became strange and unpredictable. Illusion. Bai Ye snorted coldly. He, you guessed it right. Shen said, I just don't know, can you resist my illusion? As soon as the voice fell, the huge statue opened its eyes. Oh, woke up. Bai Ye looked at the statue in front of him with interest. This statue is perfectly integrated into one. This is my avatar, not my main body, but the same source. I can control her to attack. You are indeed strong, but the strength raised by external force is weak after all, Shen said. Stop talking nonsense. If you have other means, use them quickly. Bai Ye said, I won't give you this chance. Then, I don't need to keep it either. Shion let out a loud roar, the muscles all over his body swelled, and his breath began to soar. No, I didn't destroy it. Bai Ye said calmly. Even if Bai Ye has the body of a demon, in the face of absolute disparity, he cannot escape the fate of being swallowed up. Thunder Dragon's body suddenly stagnated in midair. Rei's fight with the devil. Shion jumped up, turned into a Thunder Dragon, and rushed towards Bai Ye. Intense, but full of all kinds of strange styles. However, when the Thunder Dragon was about to bite the demon's body stretched out a bone spur and plunged into the Thunder Dragon's body. Bai Ye also brandished his sharp claws and charged forward. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and the aura on his body began to surge. This avatar is not a power that ordinary people can control. Die. The two also began to crazily improve their own strength, one turned into a Thunder Dragon, and the other turned into a demon. The kindly Thunder Dragon clearly has the upper hand. What? Shion asked, not understanding what Bai Ye meant by this sentence. How is it possible? Shion's eyes widened. Why can you destroy my clone? Then it began to disappear, and turned into the appearance of Shen again. Both the Brontosaurus and the demon are frantically devouring each other, allowing themselves to gain powerful strength, 0.5 and then tearing each other apart. Ha 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 ha, you lost, go to hell. Xian laughed. 190. Unforgivable. In the next second, a majestic and vast force suddenly appeared beside Xian. This time, Xian seemed to have expected it a long time ago and waved his hands. A transparent hood appeared, covering his body. In the next second, a group of dazzling rays of light burst out, instantly submerging Xian's body. Cough 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 cough. Xian coughed violently and walked out from the light. It's amazing, he was able to crack my Vientian. He is indeed a man I admire, Xian said. Bai Ye shook his head. I said, I didn't destroy your clone, what I mean is that my power is destroying your clone. Huh? Xian frowned. It shouldn't be. The structure of the avatar is extremely unique, even if it is broken by you, it can be regenerated. How can you destroy my avatar? Did you forget one thing? Bai Ye said, I once said that I am a person who specializes in spiritual cultivation, and I also have a good attainment in illusion. Xian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized that Bai Ye is actually a person with 20 spiritual abilities? This time, Xian's face became a little gloomy. Bai Ye's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. Not bad. Bai Ye said appreciatively, however, even so, I must let you die today. Xian said in a deep voice, and the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Your strength is much stronger than last night, Bai Ye said, so, are you ready to go all out? Yes, I will make you pay the price, Xian shouted loudly. I think this is your stupidest decision, Bai Ye said, although I don't know what you did, maybe you used some secret method to temporarily possess the mirage of the extraordinary drama. However, do you think that this alone will be able to compete with me? In that case, I should thank you. Bai Ye's right arm straightened, and a phantom of a huge samurai sword appeared, breaking towards Xian. Wherever the huge samurai sword phantom passed, all the buildings collapsed. A clearly visible gully emerged above the floor. The knife mark is deep and remote, as if leading to another world. This knife is enough to destroy the world. Small tricks. Xian smiled contemptuously, and out of his hand was a spear shining with beads of light. With a wave of the spear, countless thin threads spread out from all directions and wrapped around Bai Ye's body. Don't try to break free, my network is invincible, Xian said with a sneer. His network connects the village. As long as he wants, he can easily cut off the connection between Bai Ye and other people, and even kill Bai Ye. Then, let me tell you one more thing. Bai Ye said indifferently, I, Bai Ye, have never been afraid of anyone. Boom. Advertisement. The sky trembled. Terrifying ripples shot out from Bai Ye's body, and all the spider threads exploded. Countless spider web fragments scattered. Xian was even more angry, his network was actually destroyed by Bai Ye. Unforgivable. No matter who you are, you will die. Die, die, you're going to die soon. Xian roared, and the Thunder Dragon roared and slammed into Bai Ye. Bai Ye stepped forward, holding a huge warblade in front of him. Clang. There was a violent collision sound. A violent current flowed out from the warblade in Bai Ye's hand and poured into his body. The power of thunder is fully displayed on Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye's body remained motionless, but a thin layer of frost exuded from his body. And the floor under his feet has been frozen into ice crystals, extremely hard. It's impossible. How can you bear it? Xian screamed. You are wrong, I can really bear it, Bai Ye said lightly. In the next second, Bai Ye brandished his warblade and charged towards Xian. Ah! A miserable scream came from Xian's mouth. Xian was slashed by a sword, his chest was sunken, and blood gushed out. Xian's body flew upside down uncontrollably, hit the wall, and slid to the ground. Xian's injury was extremely serious. What's going on? Xian's eyes were full of surprise. Stop wasting your energy, you simply cannot take this pain. Let's admit defeat. Bai Ye said lightly. HMPH, you have a good idea. I want you to pay the price. Xian roared angrily, struggled to get up from the ground, held the spear in his hand, and stabbed towards Bai Ye again. This time, he didn't have the slightest reservation, and he was determined to win. He is not reconciled. He must win this bet. Xian's offensive was extremely terrifying, and the surrounding space seemed to be unable to bear his coercion, constantly twisting and collapsing. What a powerful force. Bai Ye's pupils contracted slightly. It seems that I can't underestimate you. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he folded his palms together. Advertisement. A black lotus slowly bloomed. Go. As soon as Bai Ye pointed out, the black lotus flew out quickly, rushing towards Xian. Don't want. Stop. Seeing the black lotus, Xian's expression changed drastically, and he shouted hastily. Unfortunately, Heilian didn't listen to him. Xian quickly mobilized the power in her body, trying to stop Shuilian. However, he underestimated the power of Heilian. Under his control, Heilian arrived in front of him in an instant. Boom! A huge explosion resounded through the sky. Both Bai Ye and Xian were affected by the explosion at the same time, retreating towards the rear, each vomited a mouthful of blood. 84,011. Xian coughed continuously, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. You were indeed very strong, I was defeated by you. Xian sighed, but I still won't give up, because I haven't lost yet. I am an excellent hunter, hunting powerful monsters is my lifelong pursuit. You are also my strongest opponent. But this was just the beginning, and Bai Ye didn't stop there. Shua, Bai Ye said indifferently, taking a step forward. His majestic hunter lost to an ordinary person. Ah! At this moment, 3 frost flowers appeared in the sky. Ha ha ha. However, this scene made Sishen feel very ironic. Frost flowers hover behind Bai Ye. Sishen laughed wildly, and the laughter echoed for a long time. The ice chakra gathered in front of Bai Ye and turned into a huge ice Uzumaki. Bai Ye waved the warblade in his hand again. The breadth of ice skates has increased several times compared to before. However, you are destined to be just an ant, and you will never be able to defeat me. In the center of Uzumaki, there is an ice blade with a flickering cold light. Ice chakra crazily poured into the blade, and Bai Ye swung the blade and slashed out. The ice skate exudes a cold breath. You are not fit to be a hunter. 191. 9 nether ice flames. Rotating and floating, like 3 sharp blades, there are layers of ripples around the frost flower. The ripples became thicker and thicker, and finally solidified into shape. On the frosty petals, a cold energy is brewing. The frosty petals burst suddenly. Countless icicles shot out of it like raindrops, covering Sishen's body. Sishen also did not give in, kicking her legs, soaring into the sky, avoiding the attack of the ice cone. Bang bang bang. A series of muffled noises resounded in the house, and every piece of ice slag hit him fiercely, making a metallic clang. The ice shards flew, and the ice slag mixed with blood. The clothes on Sishen's body were already riddled with holes, revealing the skin inside, dripping with blood, shocking. His hair has also been smashed into pieces by the hailstones, and it is messy and scattered on his shoulders. The power of these hailstones is stronger than I imagined. Zahn gritted his teeth. This is still in the Ring of Frost. If you leave the Ring of Frost, the power of these hailstones will reach a terrifying level. My strength has been consumed a lot. If you continue to fight, you will definitely not be able to hold on. A hesitant expression appeared on Sishen's face. If we give up, what awaits us will be a catastrophe. If we don't give up, what awaits us will be annihilated. Give up? We are the elite of the hunting team. If we shrink back, how can we fight other teams in the future? Sishen gritted his teeth and said, "You're right." Bai Ye nodded. "In that case, then you go to die," Sishen said ferociously. "Your strength makes me feel inexplicably familiar, but this is just an illusion. You are nothing at all." As soon as the words fell, Sishen's face suddenly burst into dazzling light. A powerful magnetic field fluctuation diffused from his body. Wherever the magnetic field fluctuated, violent vibrations occurred in the void. His strength has directly broken through to the realm of the half-step thunder tribulation. This is Sishen, unleashing her most powerful ability. He wants to use his own strength to crush Bai Ye and destroy Bai Ye. Half-step thunder tribulation. Bai Ye frowned, his face embarrassed. This is the strongest enemy he has ever encountered. Although the opponent's cultivation base is only half a step of thunder tribulation, it is still too weak for Bai Ye. Bai Ye's eyes flashed with coldness, and his body moved. Above his fist, a dazzling golden light erupted. Boom. Advertisement: Bai Ye's right fist contained terrifying power, and it was thrown out violently, colliding with the power of Sishen. The two forces collided in the air, and an earth-shattering sound broke out. Under the collision of these two forces, the whole building immediately collapsed. Both Bai Ye and Sishen flew upside down, and their bodies hit the ground heavily. Pooh! Bai Ye opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Sishen's body was also trembling. There was a clear scar on his chest, and the blood stained his clothes and all his muscles red, making him look extremely embarrassed. His body was also shaking, and he almost couldn't stand still. How can it be? You are just a guy who is half a step into the peak of the martial king. How can you have such terrifying power? Sishen stared at Bai Ye in disbelief. His strength had soared to about 50% before, and he also displayed the forbidden technique, which exploded with a blow. With this blow, even the masters of the Thunder Tribulation realm will be seriously injured, or even killed. But Bai Ye was only wounded by his punch. What? Can't believe it. Bai Ye smiled indifferently. Snort. Your strength is indeed very strong, however, my strength is definitely not weak. Today, I will end your life. Kill. The voice fell. Bai Ye's body suddenly released a monstrous killing intent. That was a terrifying sword intent. The sword intent was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to Sishen's side. Sishen's expression changed, and he hurriedly flew backwards to avoid Bai Ye's blow. The sword energy flew past his ears, taking away a lock of long hair, a strand of black hair, and a faint strand of bloodline. Sishen's face was as pale as paper. Bai Ye's blow actually injured him. What a strong sword intent. This kind of sword intent is actually comparable to the martial arts of the Dacheng realm. Sishen secretly clicked his tongue. Is this the will of the sword that Bai Ye comprehended? As soon as this idea was born, Sishen was taken aback by herself. How could he think of this question? Advertisement. What is the origin of this kid? How could he master such a terrifying swordsmanship? No, this kid must be killed, otherwise I'm in danger. Sishen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a violent aura gushed out of his body, like an angry dragon, roaring towards Bai Ye. Kill. I'm going to screw your head off. Sishen roared, holding a big black bow and pulling the bowstring to the full. Call out. The pitch black bow and arrow pierced through the void, pointing directly at Bai Ye's eyebrows with a palpitating chill. Bai Ye looked at the galloping black bow, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and moved his body to avoid the attack of the bow. HMPH, a small trick, look at my sword skills. Bai Ye rolled over and charged in front of Zan again. Ice fire 9 heavens, 9 nether ice flames. Brilliant blue flames shot out from the ice and fire 9 layers, turning into snow and ice all over the sky, enveloping the entire space. At this moment, the space is completely frozen. A triumphant smile appeared on Sishen's face. In Sishen's eyes, there was a hint of bloodlust, and with a movement of his wrist, a pitch-black giant axe appeared in his hand. Earthen walls rose from the ground. Sishen looked at the frozen ground around her, her face suddenly sank. The vines tangled wildly and turned into countless ropes, tightly binding Bai Ye, trapping him in place, unable to move. The rune flickered and turned into a piece of golden light, covering his whole body, making his skin covered with a layer of golden scales. What kind of sword technique is this? Little beast, your end is coming. At this moment, bursts of roars suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Straight and thick vines emerged from the ground. His lips moved, and a pair of mysterious runes appeared between his brows. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ye's feet, floor, beams, and tree trunks are all connected. Bai Ye struggled a few times, but couldn't break free, and a look of Jing could not help showing on his face. In the frost, there's a biting cold wind. Kill. Ice, Li Nuahao, fire 9 heavens, can actually cause such a terrifying effect. His pupils constricted. 192. Missing? He swung the huge axe suddenly, and black blades slashed out. Puff 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 puff. The dense blade light cut off all the ice, cut off all the ropes, and chopped off huge wounds one after another on Bai Ye's whole body. Blood spattered out and sprinkled the entire mountain forest. Roar. Bai Ye raised his head and roared. Streams of hot magma emerged from his body, burning icicles and ice cubes. Icicles and ice cubes were smelted and melted one after another. But such an attack is useless, because the hardness of these ice cubes is far more terrifying than magma. Ha ha ha, don't make unnecessary resistance, be obedient and die. A hint of ferocity flashed across Sishen's eyes. The corner of his mouth raised a cruel arc. A series of 3 sharp arrows shot out from his bowstring, aiming at Bai Ye. Snort. Just because you want to kill me? A fool's dream? A mocking smile flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. With a twist of his wrist, a sharp chill burst out from his arm, turned into an ice pick, and blasted fiercely at the 3 arrows. Bang 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 043. The ice crystal arrow collided fiercely with Bai Ye's ice cone and exploded. The aftermath of the explosion swept across all directions, setting off a hurricane. In the hurricane, one after another ice crystal debris can be vaguely seen. This ice crystal shard seemed to contain a tyrannical energy, and instantly crushed all the ice crystal shards around Bai Ye. Icicles splashed everywhere. This. Sishen looked at the ice that had been blasted into powder, his eyes were full of disbelief. This is impossible. How can these ice balls be so powerful? It's absolutely impossible. Sishen flipped his hands, and a spell appeared in his hand, and then he slapped the spell. The spell burned. Flames of fire rose from the surface of the spell. The power of the spell also doubled at this moment. Bai Ye only felt a violent flame rushing towards him, burning his body, causing his body to burn violently. His body also quickly turned red, turning into a ball of fire. Destroy me, advertisement, Bai Ye let out angrily. Suddenly, a force of ice surged out from his body. These strands of ice power turned into thousands of ice blades, which ruthlessly bombarded all around. With this blow, the space around the bombardment collapsed, and space cracks appeared in the void, terrifying to the ultimate. Damn it, it can resist my ice magic power, it's horrible. Sishen's face changed slightly. As soon as his handprint changed, a more powerful ice energy poured from his body into the giant axe in his hand. Ice crystals condensed out from the giant axe, turning into countless sharp blades. One after another of swordlights, like ice swords, stabbed at Bai Ye's body. Go to hell. I want to see how strong your defense is. Break it. Boom. Those ice swords, blasted together with Bai Ye's ice power, exploded with terrifying shockwaves, which spread towards the surroundings. This shockwave even shook his body back. His eyes were full of horror. The physical strength of this guy is beyond imagination. No wonder, even the ancestor-level powerhouses can't do anything to him. There was boundless fear in Sishen's eyes. The giant axe in his hand kept waving. Streams of terrifying ice power gushed out from his arms, turning into streams of ice blade lights, Shin Shi Yi. A series of cold ice blade lights, carrying the terrifying power of freezing the world, slammed towards Bai Ye fiercely. The long spear in Bai Ye's hand also kept swinging. One after another of gunlights, together with the one after another of cold ice knife Bachutong. For a time, the whole world boiled. Ripples of terrifying vigor surged out towards the surroundings. Those ice crystal fragments turned into ashes one after another and fell to the ground. Boom 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 boom. A series of loud noises resounded through the sky. Bai Ye and Sishen fought fiercely in midair. The strength of the two is evenly matched, and they can't beat each other. Bai Ye is wearing a purple gold dragon robe with 9 bright stars on his head. And Sishen was wearing armor. His body was as tall and straight as a mountain, holding a huge axe in his hand, and his body was full of violent power, like a wild beast. The figures of the two were as fast as lightning, and every time they collided, the surrounding space trembled. Circle after circle of ripples, rippling towards the surroundings, as if it could destroy the world. What a strong strength. Advertisement, he has just reached the realm of Ninja Emperor. How can he possess such terrifying power? No, he should not be Ninja King. He has obviously stepped into Ninja King realm. This kind of heaven-defying talent is simply terrifying. In Sishian's eyes, there was a strong fear. He really wants to know, who is Bai Ye? How did their loving family offend such a terrifying existence? No matter who you are, you have to die today. I will not allow you to step out of this mountain range. I will make your life worse than death. Life after life, you will suffer torture. Sishian gritted his teeth and shouted, your wish has come true. You Sishi will accompany me to hell, ha 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 ha. There was a sneer on Bai Ye's face. He raised his right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Suddenly, a berserk earth attribute force surged crazily. The whole earth was shaking. Under the ground, there are strips of khaki-colored earthworms surging crazily, as if they are about to drill out from the depths of the ground. He can actually control the earth element in the ground. Sishian's pupils shrank suddenly, extremely surprised. Ha ha ha, that's right, I am an element that can control the ground. All of you Sea clan will die on this continent, missing? Bai Ye involuntarily backed away for a distance. Sishen's brows were furrowed. Damn you little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* appeared. He raised his eyes to look at Shion in midair, and there was a bit of cold light in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Bai Ye laughed loudly, and the long spear in his hand stabbed out again. Shion let out a roar, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. You are dead. The sharpness of the giant axe made Bai Ye's heart palpitate. Shua. A violent cold current gushed out, turning into water snakes, crazily wrapping around Shishen's body, making it difficult for him to move even an inch. Your opponent is me. Die. The huge axe in his hand slashed towards Bai Ye. What a terrifying martial skill. 193. What a powerful escape technique. His strength is so strong that he can easily sense the movement around him. But at this moment, he couldn't find Bai Ye at all. This made his complexion extremely gloomy. Damn it. His escape technique is so powerful. Not only escaped, but also let me get nothing. Damn it. Are you going to let him leave alive today? Shishen's face was ashen, and the palm of the hand holding the giant axe was also turning white due to the force. At this moment, an unprecedented crisis surged in his heart. He didn't want Bai Ye to live on. In his hand, jade pendants appeared. Bursts of strange sounds came out from the jade pendant continuously. Immediately, frightening cold currents shot out of it in an instant, and threw them in the direction of Bai Ye. Where the cold current passes, the earth freezes instantly. Moreover, in the cold current, there is also a terrifying power of freezing. As long as Bai Ye is contaminated by those cold currents, no matter how strong his body is, he will freeze instantly and become an ice sculpture. Bai Ye's body was covered with a layer of icy blue ice. The ice layer was covered with pieces of ice one after another, hindering his movements. HMPH, you just escaped with the powerful ice escape technique, not a real escape, and this is an ice field. No matter how strong your ice escape technique is, your body is still a body of flesh and blood after all. I don't believe it. You can resist the temperature here. How long will your body last here? Without half a stick of incense, you will be frozen into an ice sculpture, and you can't die anymore. This is my Sishi's forbidden ice field. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape. Shion snorted coldly. Hearing this, Bai Ye's gaze became even colder. The ice field is a forbidden place for ninjas. Once you set foot here, you will be eroded by the air of ice and snow, and your speed will slow down when you practice. But within this ice field, the fighting power of ninjas will increase greatly. You can even compete with real ninja masters. He did not expect that within this ice field, there would naturally be such a secret. However, such a secret, in his opinion, is irrelevant at all. He has the 5 elements escape technique and the pervert physique of the thunder battle body. In front of him, no ice escape or cold current attack can harm his branch. Thinking of this, an indifferent smile appeared on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. He stretched out his left hand, and on the palm of his hand, a group of flames condensed. In the flames, there is a destructive aura hidden. Flame of burning heaven. Break it. Advertisement. Bai Ye yelled loudly. With a flick of his finger, the burning sky flame came out of his hand. The flames expanded rapidly in midair, turning into a huge fireball. A fireball flew to the center of the water cone in an instant. Boom. The fireball and the ice cone collided in midair. A terrible cold current spread in all directions. Grim cracks appeared on the entire ice sheet. Bai Ye's figure dodged slightly, and hid on the other side of the ice field. His eyes scanned those cracks, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Die to me. 9 Firmament's divine dragon sword, break it for me. He raised his hand again, and a sword exuding stars appeared from it. Boom! A ray of bright light burst out, like a horse training, beheaded towards the front. A bright sword rainbow, carrying endless power, instantly tore through the air, splitting the void into terrifying cracks. Bai Ye slashed down with his sword, and instantly slashed on the huge ice cone. Boom! Bang 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 bang, a series of voices sounded. Under the light of Bai Ye's sword, the hard ice cone collapsed day by day. In the end, it turned into ice scum all over the sky and fell to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spattered out. Bai Ye's face became pale as paper, his lips turned blue, and his body shook violently. He felt that his arm was almost useless. What a terrible power. Is this the ice escape technique? It really is worthy of being a practice handed down from ancient times? It's so scary. In this case, what if you have the ice escape technique? I want to see if this world can accommodate an ant like you? Sishen grinned grimly, brandished the giant axe, and came up again. He didn't believe that a piece of rubbish of the 7th rank of Earth Ninja Realm could block his repeated attacks. Shush, the two fought again, and this time, Sishen had already used all his strength. Advertisement 0 looking for flowers. He swept out of his body and swept out with an axe, like a fierce dragon, coming straight to Bai Ye. Boom! On the blade of the axe, there is an incomparably violent knife force, and wherever it passes, the void will be shattered. Bai Ye's pupils constricted, and his expression became even more embarrassing. What a terrifying blade! What kind of knife move is this? Bai Ye didn't dare to be careless, and immediately activated the thunder and lightning escape technique, retreating hurriedly. Although he has a thunder body, it is impossible to compete with the ninja's sword strength. He witnessed with his own eyes that the thunderbolt battle body was destroyed. Chila. A thick layer of lightning scales emerged from Bai Ye's body, resisting the terrifying knife force. However, the strength of the saber still made him tremble slightly, almost falling to the ground. 0. How can it be? I'm the ninja of Amaterasu God tier, how can I not beat you? Sishen's eyes widened. At this moment, he seemed to have been greatly humiliated. How could it be possible that he, who is dignified at the 7th level of Ninja Realm, cannot beat an ant at the 6th level of Ninja Realm? This is simply a disgrace. Damn it, go to hell with me. Sishen roared, and a terrifying cold current suddenly gushed out of his body. The cold current swept all around, and the glacier turned into pieces of ice in an instant. Boom! The cold current turned into sharp ice spears, aimed at Bai Ye, and smashed down overwhelmingly. HMPH. A small trick. Bai Ye snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly burst into a bright light. The next moment, within his body, the spiritual power of the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth boiled at the same time, surging like a wild beast. The fusion of these 5 kinds of spiritual power formed a set of golden red armor on the surface of his body. The armor is covered with mysterious and complicated patterns. On the armor, there are mysterious runes one by one, wriggling non-stop as if alive. Under the backdrop of the mysterious runes, Bai Ye's whole person is like a peerless god's mansion that came out of the painting. Under the armor, Bai Ye is like a god, overlooking all living beings. Shua. His toes were a little heavy on the ground, and his whole body was like a cannonball, instantly rushing towards Sishen. At this moment, his figure seemed to have turned into a stream of light, as fast as a lightning gate. 194. This punch is too domineering. In the blink of an eye, he was already approaching Sishen. Die. Bai Ye let out a low snort, and threw out a fist. A gigantic fist, like a meteorite, packed with infinite power, slammed towards the string like a wolf. This fist, the power it carries is enough to destroy mountains and rivers and suppress rivers and seas. Facing this punch, Sishen's complexion suddenly sank. This punch was so overbearing that it made him feel palpitations. Is this the supernatural power bestowed on him by Amaterasu God tier, 9 turns of frozen? I saw him clenching the giant axe in both hands. Strange ice crystals spread out from the blade of the giant axe, forming a huge shield on the blade to protect him firmly. Kacha kacha, the huge fist and shield collided with each other. A series of terrifying explosions resounded through the sky. The whole world was under this punch, violently shaking. 493. The earth was cracked, and the cracks spread continuously, like spiderwebs, all over the earth. A series of shocking sword chi crisscrossed and flickered in midair. Each of the stunning sword chi is as real as it is. The moment the sword energy pierced through the defense, Sishen spat out blood and flew away backwards. Crack. Bai Ye activated the 5 elements escape technique again, and his figure disappeared in place. In the next second, he appeared again, already in front of Sishen. Bai Ye's fist hit the shield again. There was a violent sound. Bai Ye hit the shield with a fist, and the entire giant axe was sunken in. And Sishen was blasted out again. Boom! Sishen fell down again, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out from his mouth, staining the ground red. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Sishen shouted unwillingly. In his opinion, Bai Ye's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the Earth Ninja Realm, and it is impossible to break through his body protecting spiritual power. However, day and night did it, and knocked him back. This set off a monstrous wave in his heart, which could not be calmed down for a long time. This is impossible, he roared again, his eyes filled with disbelief. Advertisement, he didn't believe in evil, and rushed up again. Boom. With a single axe, the cold light froze, and the icy cold wind blew the ground, creating a deep gully. Sishen frantically swung the huge axe, slashing out terrifying axe lights. Every time he swung the giant axe, it was like a sharp weapon, tearing apart the sky. Boom. Bai Ye's figure is like a ghost, constantly moving, avoiding these terrible axes. Unfortunately, whenever he wanted to get close to see Xian would immediately wave the giant axe in his hand to stop him. The two fought fiercely in this ice valley. Boom, boom, boom. The giant axe and the fist collided with each other, and the roar was endless. This fight lasted for a long time. Finally, there was a thunderous roar. Crack. A violent energy swept across the four directions, causing the entire ice valley to shake violently, and abyss-like cracks appeared on the ground. The entire mountain range was almost blasted into a deep pit thousands of meters by this violent energy. The corner of Sishen's mouth also overflowed with blood. His whole body was also in a state of embarrassment, his clothes were torn, revealing the bones inside. Who are you? Xian stared at Bai Ye firmly. He growled unwillingly. Bai Ye's strength far exceeded his expectations. You know, his cultivation is at the 8th level of Earth Ninja Realm. Even if he encounters the peak of the General Ninja Realm, he can easily kill him. But in his opinion, Bai Ye's cultivation is only at the 7th level of Earth Ninja Realm. How could he have such terrifying strength? Among them, Jia Ding is weird. I am an existence that you will never understand. Bai Ye spoke indifferently, his eyes were cold. The unwillingness and resentment in Sishen's eyes became more intense. He was not willing to be defeated by this young man with his own strength, he refused to accept it. He refuses to accept it. He didn't believe that this guy could really defeat him. Boom. Bai Ye's right hand was raised again. Another fist roared out, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, carrying endless power, crushing towards Sishen. Sishen paled in shock, and quickly backed away, advertised. This time, he learned to be smart and did not choose to use brute force to resist, but to block with his own strength. A thunderous sound resounded, and his giant axe shattered directly. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ye's terrifying fist slammed heavily on his body. When Sishen opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he flew upside down and fell to the ground. Sishen slammed hard on the hard rock wall, and suddenly, the earth shook, magma rolled out. Cough cough cough. Sishen struggled to get up, another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. Such an ant-like thing actually defeated him? Unforgivable, you must die. Kill. His eyes were red, and he roared frantically. Immediately, with a wave of his palm, two giant axes appeared beside him, one black and one blue. The black axe is a heavenly grade ninja skill, named Yin-Yang Axe. It is his ninja skill that ranks 3rd in the Earth level ninja skill list. Once it is used, it is extremely powerful. It can be called a heaven level ninja skill technology. A group of pitch black flames shot out from his body, enveloping him. Following bursts of rumbling noises, his speed increased several times, turning into an afterimage and heading towards Bai Ye to kill him. Die to me. Boom. Without the slightest fear, Bai Ye punched out with his backhand, hitting the Yin-Yang axe. Sishen's eyes widened in disbelief, his face was full of disbelief. This time, he was seriously injured, but he was not willing to give up, and immediately activated the chakra in his body, condensed a khaki shield, and blocked in front of him. Click, click, click. There were circles of ripples on the surface of the Yin-Yang axe, but the power on the Yin-Yang axe was blown away by Bai Ye. Sishen let out a scream, staggered backwards, and a large mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. No, it's impossible. Peeved. Look at my Earth-type chakra, form a solid card. Sishen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Earth Dragon Shield, block it for me. How can this be? The flesh and blood on his chest were split open, dripping with blood, looking very miserable. It's a pity that the attack power of this move is too weak, just resisting a punch, the Earth Dragon Shield has already burst. The earth walls and land continued to collapse, but at this time, there were two shocking paw prints on his chest. Soon, the defense arranged by Sishen was fragmented and completely destroyed. Bai Ye's offensive still did not stop. 195. Sneak attack? Am I blind? You are so powerful. Sishen glared at Bai Ye unwillingly. This young man actually possesses such terrifying strength. Who the hell is he? How could he be such a monster? This is just the beginning. Next, Bai Ye sneered. While speaking, Bai Ye's feet slammed on the ground, and his figure rushed up again. Kr. Sishen's heart trembled, and the expression in his eyes became dim. This guy is much trickier than he imagined. This kid can even break his best Earth-style technique. This guy is simply a demon king. No, it should be the demon god. Boom 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 boom. Bai Ye kept punching and bombarding, and each punch contained the power of ultimate, beating C until he vomited again and again. Plop. Sishen's body fell to the ground. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. He is a dignified ninja Zochin, but he is suppressed by a young 22-year-old boy. Moreover, the age of the other party does not seem to be older than him. However, the other party has such a terrifying real skill. You. Who are you? Si Xian got up with difficulty and asked. The one who killed you. Bai Ye replied lightly, his tone full of murderous intent. You. I am Earth Ninja Zochin, you are definitely not my opponent. Si Shen's face changed, and he was a little afraid of Bai Ye's strength. After all, he is already the pinnacle of Earth Ninja, only half a step away from Zochin. His strength is at the top of the entire ninja village. However, his strength was shattered in the hands of a junior, and he really felt uncomfortable. Your strength is good, but unfortunately, you met me. Today, you will definitely die. Bai Ye looked disdainful and contemptuous. VR. Si Shen's face turned red, and he felt like his heart was about to explode. How dare a kid in his 20s be so disrespectful to him? Advertisement: he is the great perfection of Earth Ninja, and he is one of the strongest masters in the ninja world. This kid doesn't want to live anymore, how dare you disrespect him? He must make Bai Ye pay. Boy, since you want to die, then this old man will fulfill you. Si Xian yelled angrily, his eyes sparkled with coldness, his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Bayi in an instant. Yin-yang axe. Yin and yang cut with one knife. Si Shen had a ferocious face, holding a yin-yang axe, and the wolf slashed at the head of day and night. Yin-yang 9 cuts, each cut is enough to kill an ordinary Earth Ninja peak, powerful and terrifying. At this time, these 9 ultimate moves have been perfectly integrated, and their power has doubled. Die to lousy. There was a fierce light in Si Shen's eyes, and he slashed down fiercely. This axe contains all his chakra. Yin-yang 9 slashes is the highest level of attack he has comprehended. With one strike, its power can be compared to that of a ninja sect's Zochin powerhouse. It is conceivable that if a Zochin ninja uses this kind of attack, what a terrifying scene it will cause. Bai Ye is also aware of the danger, but he cannot escape. Because he evaded, Si Xian will definitely continue to use this move. The power of this move was extraordinary, and he couldn't dodge it at all. He can only face it head-on. Boom! The yin-yang axe slashed at Bai Ye's head, and a terrifying energy burst out, blasting the ground open. However, Bai Ye's figure was thrown out and hit a rock fiercely. Peefed. Bai Ye's mouth opened, spewing out a mouthful of blood, and there was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He never expected that the attack of the ninja would be so terrifying. If ordinary people were struck by the yin-yang axe, their heads would have been decapitated long ago. What a terrifying attack power! It seems that there really isn't a single one of Earth Ninja Zochin that is simple. If he is promoted to Tianran, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Bai Ye showed a serious look on his face. No, this enemy must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise, if this Earth Ninja Zochin is promoted to Heaven Ninja, the consequences will be disastrous. So, this enemy must be dealt with as soon as possible. Thinking of this, a cold light suddenly flashed across Bai Ye's eyes. Immediately, his figure swelled up again, heading towards the Sichuan Pass. Bai Ye's speed was extremely fast, and he covered a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. However, Si Shen seemed to have eyes, and with a slight flash of figure, he easily dodged Bai Ye's attack. Do you think I'm blind? Advertisement? You want to sneak attack me? It's a fool's dream? Si Shen snorted coldly, and while speaking, he swung the yin-yang axe and slammed it at Bai Ye frantically. Bai Ye's figure dodged again. However, Si Shen's attack was too fast and fierce, making it impossible for Bai Ye to dodge. I saw that the word yin-yang turned into a huge sword glow in the air, cutting towards Bai Ye. Not good. Bai Ye frowned, thinking something was wrong in his heart. The speed of this move is too fast, there is no way to dodge it. Just at this time, Shua! A sword light suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye, blocking the front end of the blade. The crisp sound of gold and iron clanging sounded, and the robe on Bai Ye's body burst open, revealing a strong body. This sword light is exactly Bai Ye's ninja soul blade. Jingle! There was a harsh metal collision sound, and the two ninjas collided again. Bai Ye's figure was sent flying by the shock, his figure drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily in the distance. What? Si Xian's eyes widened. This scene is really too weird. He never expected that Bai Ye would be able to block this move. This is impossible. What if it was them instead? This man in his 20s is so powerful that he even competed with the Earth Ninja Zochin. A ruthless look flashed in Bai Ye's pupils. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. Si Shen's face flushed red, his eyes were red, his figure burst up again, brandishing the yin-yang axe, he rushed towards Bai Ye. And that's just the beginning. A little ghost about 20 years old actually blocked the full blow of Jiren Zochin. A group of ninjas took a breath, and strong fear appeared in their eyes. Boom! Si Xian was terrified. At the moment when Si Xian was stunned, Bai Ye's body, like a cannonball, slammed towards Si Xian again. The terrifying aftermath scatters and blows on everyone's faces, distorting their faces. Therefore, if you want to kill him, you must make a quick decision. Moreover, his speed is also beyond imagination, even beyond the limit of the physical body. Damn B****************. There must be no room for resistance. He knew that this Earth Ninja Zochin's fighting skills were very good. The two collided again, causing a surprising explosion. 196. Prepare to be tough. In the next second, Bai Ye's palm suddenly grabbed the handle of the yin-yang axe and twisted it violently. Snap! The sound of bone cracking resounded, and the yin-yang axe was twisted off by Bai Ye abruptly. The yin-yang axe came out of his hand, and Sishen spat out a mouthful of blood, with an unbelievable look on his face. His yin and yang axe was actually broken. How can this be? However, Bai Ye ignored Sishian's shock at all. His aura suddenly climbed to the peak state. He waved his arm again, and slammed towards Sishian viciously. He doesn't care, ready to be tough. Boy, you are too deceitful. Sishian roared again and again. He didn't expect Bai Ye to be so crazy that he even gave up his weapon and prepared to be tough with him. Isn't this guy afraid of being beaten to death? However, Sishian did not panic. Because Bai Ye's arrogant behavior just proved that he was full of urgency. He is eager to kill. Therefore, Sishian immediately adjusted his body shape. The power of yin and yang was running. His feet slammed on the ground, and with the help of reverse thrust, his body moved a few steps sideways. He is ready to escape. It's a smart choice. After all, in his opinion, Bai Ye should not chase him down. Because although Bai Ye's speed is very fast, compared with him, it is still a lot worse. However, Sishen heard Bai Ye's deep laughter. Then, he saw Bai Ye's fist, hitting him obliquely from below at an extremely tricky angle, as if to block all his escape routes. Court death. Sishen let out a roar, and the chakra on his body surged wildly and gathered at his wrist. Yin-Yang chakra, instantly attached to Yin-Yang Fujung. The Yin-Yang axe trembled violently, as if something was about to break out of its sheath. Sishen's eyes lit up, and then, he slashed at Bai Ye fiercely. Baba! A roar came from Bai Ye's mouth. With a loud noise, the chakra armor on Sishen's body was pierced by Bai Ye's fist, and his body was thrown flying. Peefed. Sishen spat out another mouthful of blood, his face turned pale. Obviously badly injured. Ha ha ha, it's you. A ferocious smile suddenly appeared on Sishian's face. Then, under Bai Ye's surprised gaze, Sishian disappeared in place. Bai Ye's pupils contracted, his muscles tensed, and he became vigilant. Call out. Advertisement. A few seconds later, Sishian's figure appeared out of thin air, holding a dagger that was extremely black and covered with patterns in his hand, wolf falling. With a flash of sword light, a deep invisible scar appeared on Bai Ye's chest. Cough cough. Blood stained his clothes. A look of pain appeared on Bai Ye's face. This was the first time Bai Ye was injured. Although it was only a superficial injury, it was enough to make Bai Ye angry and feel ashamed. There was a cruel smile in Sishen's eyes. In the next second, he will end Bai Ye's life. This young guy actually dared to hurt him. He will never forgive the other party. Boom. At this moment, Sishen felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he was hit by Bai Ye again. Bai Ye's fist poured down like raindrops. Every punch contains terrifying power. With each punch, Sichuan's body floated backwards. Bai Ye forced Sishian to retreat steadily, and even almost beheaded him a few times. With an injury of this degree, Sishian can completely recover. But the problem is Sishen doesn't want to recover. He would rather be beaten by Bai Ye. A-hole. Sishen roared angrily, and a tyrannical breath emanated from him. He burned his essence and blood at any cost, allowing himself to enter the best state. Then, he faced Bai Ye again, and at the same time gathered a cloud of grey chakra in his hands. This is Sishen's original yin escape secret technique, and it's called the Gate of Hell. It can summon an indestructible portal that exists forever and possesses terrifying defensive power. Door of Hell. There was a faint mockery at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Are you sure you want to use this move? Stop talking nonsense, let's take your life. Sishen shouted coldly. The yin-yang chakra in his hand had swelled to ultimate. In that case, Bai Ye muttered to himself. In the next second, Sishen felt the darkness around him. Looking up, he froze in place. The originally blue sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning. A pitch-black door formed by the condensation of black mist hangs in midair. The door was wide open, and endless demon energy surged out from inside. Door of Hell. What is this? Advertisement. Sishen's heart skipped a beat, and she was a little puzzled. He had never heard of such ninjutsu. However, he could clearly feel that the demon energy gushing out of the gate was extremely threatening. Don't panic. Sishen gritted his teeth and said, the two of us join forces, we won't lose. As he said that, he was about to perform the yin escape secret technique. But at this moment, a dazzling light bloomed. Immediately, there was the whistling sound of a meteor piercing the sky. Shoo! In the next second, he was pierced several times. Not only that, Sishen was even more shocked to find that she couldn't move anymore. Not only the body, but even the soul seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, moving extremely slowly. His yin-yang escape technique was also completely suppressed. Damn! What kind of move is this? Sishen cursed angrily. The next moment, his vision became blurred. A golden figure stood in front of him, holding a broad sword about 3 meters long in his hand. Slowly approaching him. Sishian recognized that it was the weapon Bai Ye used, the golden brilliant sword. But why is this Jinwang sword so terrifying that even I can't move an inch? What is going on with this guy? A huge and illusory figure rose from behind Sishian. Si Xian's face suddenly changed drastically, he dodged instantly and retreated at the same time. Bai Ye said lightly, I don't need to entangle you, I just need a sword. Si Shen didn't understand, so Bai Ye naturally didn't bother to explain too much. Jian Guang brushed against Si Xian's head and chopped off a section of his hair. Is he already crazy? But Bai Ye's attack is so simple, it is still a sword. Death judgment. This guy actually wants to cut off his own head? Boom. Shua. Your Qian's yin and yang escape technique is really powerful, but it's just a yin and yang escape technique. This is not scientific at all. As soon as the words fell, Cao Gao raised the golden sword in his hand day and night. The sharp sword light suddenly lit up and slashed at Si Xian. Si Xian screamed and covered her head. 197, Shadow Escape Secret Art. Crack. Crack. As soon as the figure appeared, a series of extremely fine cracks covered the figure's body. Then, with a loud bang, the phantom figure collapsed. Si Shen's body also fell backwards, hitting the ground hard, kicking up a lot of dust. Hiss, in the distance, the hidden Konoha shinobi followers gasped. Si Xian was crushed and beaten, and it was still a situation of being hanged and beaten. How can this be? Si Xian is a disciple of 5th Kazekage. Powerful enough to explode, even facing Jonin can fight. But now, actually lost to a genin, how is this going? Isn't senior brother Si Xian's yin escape secret technique very powerful? Why is it so? Who the hell is this brat? Could it be that we are going to die in the hands of this brat? Impossible, no matter. A group of ninjas were talking about it. It seems that this move is not bad. On the other side, Bai Ye looked at Si Xian. At this moment, Si Shen was in a state of embarrassment, her hair was disheveled, and her whole person revealed a kind of madness and madness. It seems to have fallen into some kind of crazy state. I want you to die. Si Xian's expression was distorted, and his hands were waving quickly. The phantom behind him became more and more solid, and gradually turned into a human figure of 513. That's what Si Xian looks like. No, to be precise, it should look like a coffin. An extremely pitch-black coffin filled with countless strange runes. This is the ultimate secret of yin escape secret art, coffin burial. The so-called coffin burial in yin-yang escape is not so much a technique, it is better to call it an ninjutsu. Because what Si Shen is using now is not yin escape, but yin escape coffin burial. He wanted to use this trick to kill Bai Ye. Oh? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, he felt a strong sense of crisis. This move is definitely not weaker than any yin escape secret technique that Si Xian has used before. He is worthy of the title of Ancestor of Yin Dun. Advertisement sure enough, you can't underestimate it. However, this made Bai Ye more interested. This world, perhaps really is a wonderful soil. Various secret techniques and forbidden technique emerge in endlessly. So far, everything Bai Ye has encountered belongs to the forbidden technique level. Although I don't understand why they can produce such miraculous effects, but these are obviously extraordinary. Whatever it was going to be day and night anyway. Die. Si Xian rushed over. This coffin burial is his most powerful method. Not even Jonin can stop him, he must defend with all his strength. The golden sword in Bai Ye's hand swayed brilliant swordlights one after another, resisting the sudden attack of the coffin. At this moment, it was like a humanoid meat grinder. Bai Ye could only encourage resistance, but soon, his swordlight was compressed into a thin arc and flew out. A short sword appeared out of thin air and took the string directly. It is the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi. Si Xian's face changed drastically. Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil art is created by the combination of Si Shen and Uchiha Itachi, combined with the special power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Both power and staying power are quite exaggerated, comparable to Rasengan of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Coupled with the freak chakra of Bai Ye, the power is even better. Rao Si Shen's yin and yang escape secret technique was also suppressed. Peefed. Suddenly, several bloodstains appeared on Si Xian's body. His face was extremely pale, and he quickly backed away. At this time, Si Xian appeared by his side again. In his hand he held a ring. Si Xian waved his hand and fell towards Si Xian. Si Xian quickly reached out and grabbed it. This is... Si Shen's eyes changed. This is the most precious treasure of Konoha village, the sealing scroll. How dare you steal Konoha's clan treasure? Ah. Si Xian sneered, but didn't answer. But Bai Ye said, the value of this item is not low. If you are willing to trade it, I will give it to you. No change. Si Xian refused. Tisk tisk tisk, CCDF, is really stubborn. Bai Ye shook his head. Si Shen and Si Shen are as stubborn as a stone in a latrine. One is a ninja who doesn't follow the routine at all and likes to play tricks. In that case, I can only destroy it. Advertisement. Bai Ye said. Don't even think about it, Si Xian shouted angrily. Bai Ye snorted coldly, and swung the golden sword in his hand violently. The blade cut off the scroll that Si Xian threw over. The next moment, countless chains emerged from Bai Ye's body, entwining the string of compassion. Immediately afterwards, there was a crackling sound in Si Xian's body. Accompanied by Si Xian's terribly shrill cry, Bai Ye swung his arm, glaring at him and throwing him away. A parabola was drawn in the air and smashed into the distant forest. As for Bai Ye, standing on the spot, his body was light and fluffy. It's like stepping on the clouds. Okay, Sishen, you can continue playing. Bai Ye said, Sishen, your yin-yang escape secret technique is not good enough. No, I can still fight. Sishion gritted his teeth and broke free from the chains that bound him. Your strength is indeed very strong, but you can't be my right. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth curled into a mocking look. My yin and yang escape technique is not only aimed at chakra, but also specifically aimed at the soul. Sishen said with a grin, you are doomed. As he spoke, a bead suddenly appeared in his hand. The color of the bead is dark blue, containing a shocking chill. Bai Ye's heart skipped a beat for no reason. This bead actually slowed down the flow of chakra in his body a lot. The bead in Sishen's hand turned out to be an extremely powerful spiritual outfit, even more powerful than the Yada mirror that Bai Ye was wearing at this stage. Die, he came straight to Sishion. It's just that it's not an option to spend it like this. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy. I am immortal. Moreover, Bai Ye didn't intend to stand in a stalemate with Sishion for too long. I said before, you can't break the yin-yang escape secret technique at all. Ah. Sishion hurriedly turned to the side. Even the hard mountain rock under Bai Ye's feet froze quickly. The thunder slammed into the ground, leaving a clear scorched black gully. Bai Ye said lightly, and a thunderbolt struck down. Sishion laughed wildly, and the kunai in his hand kept slashing out, trying to hurt Bayi. A thunderbolt fell from the sky, shattered the frost on Sishen's body from the cage lightning. With a roar from Sishen, the beads flew into the air, releasing a terrifying chill towards Bai Ye. But this suffering does not touch Bai Ye at all. The surrounding trees and turf instantly froze a large area. Sishion dodged the attack with a dodge, and stabbed Bai Ye with a handful of kunai in his hand. However, Bai Ye is confident that he can handle this degree of chill. 198. Lost mind. A hole. Sishen roared, and suddenly a raging flame burned on his body. Stripes of red lines appeared on his skin. These flames actually formed a piece of armor, covering his body. This is the rumored yin-yang hoi. Is this your strongest defense? Bai Ye asked. Nonsense. Sishen grinned, raised his arm, and a ball of red fire condensed in his palm. This is the yin and yang escape technique, Nine Tails Flame Bullet. Once it breaks out, even the high-level yin-yang dun ninja of the Grandmaster Yin-Yang Dun can't withstand this level of attack. Sishen glanced at Bai Ye, showing a ferocious expression. He had already made a one-shot kill plan to completely kill Bai Ye. Just when Sishen was about to throw the fireball at Bai Ye and detonate it, a spear appeared in Bai Ye's hand. A flash of lightning flashed at the tip of the spear. This is obviously another application of 100 Healings Mark that Bai Ye has just learned. Not good. Sishion's complexion changed drastically. 100 Healings Mark, the forbidden technique at the heart of Konoha village. Not even the upper echelons of Konoha village know about this trick. Only the top few in the village are qualified to master this skill. Sishen is one of them. But, how did Bai Ye learn it? Go. Before Sishion could think about it, Bai Ye had already thrown the 100 Healings Mark in his hand. At the same time, there was a thunderous cracking sound, and it was Bai Ye's body that turned into lightning and rushed forward. Damn it. Sishen cursed in his heart, and pushed out his hands suddenly. The crimson flame soared into the sky and merged with it, forming a huge lotus flower. Fire lotus blooms. There was a loud boom, the whole world trembled. A huge mushroom cloud rose up. A terrifying airwave swept across all directions. Wherever it goes, everything disappears. Bai Ye's figure emerged from the smoke. Well, this time it's the real 100 Healings Mark. Bai Ye looked at the huge mushroom cloud in front of him and said, the effect is very good. His left hand was completely darkened. This is a side effect of casting 100 Healings Mark just now. However, under the effect of compassion, this side effect is not obvious. Advertisement. Although Sishen's yin-yang escape secret art is powerful, his own strength is too weak after all. Even if the power of the yin-yang escape secret technique surpassed Bai Ye by a lot, there is still no way to kill Bai Ye. Because of Bai Ye's reaction, it was outrageously fast. Moreover, the strength of the string has not recovered much. If he had the strength in his prime, the attack just now would definitely hit Bai Ye hard. But now, call. A gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust. Among the smoke and dust, Sishion reappeared, his face full of anger. He was actually played by Bai Ye. The other party is simply using him. Ah. Looking at Sishion, who appeared again, day and night chuckled. Do you think you were sure to win? In the next second, a huge coercion spread out, covering Sishen's body in an instant. This coercion did not only come from Bai Ye, it also came from Thor's hammer in his hand. A purple-black lightning spear appeared and slammed into Sishion's chest. Kicked Sishion back 3 steps. Kr. Sishion's eyes widened in disbelief. I actually lost to a rookie kid. I said, you can't kill me at all. Bai Ye said, so, obediently, let's get caught, Mr. Sishen. I don't believe that a dignified Onmyoji, a practitioner of the yin-yang escape secret technique, will be defeated by a brat like you. Sishion let out a loud cry, bursting into flames, and rushed towards Bai Ye. Yin-Yang escape, fire-style big flame technique. Sishen opened his mouth and spat out a scorching fireball. Thunder Wanjun. Bai Ye raised his hand, and the thunderlight exploded, tearing the fireball apart. Si Xian's body, he flew upside down. I'm going to kill you. Si Xian stood up again, with flames boiling all over his body. Being defeated twice by a junior was very stimulating to him. This made Si Xian lose his mind. Oh, is this the secret of Yin-Yang done? Looking at the boiling flames on Si Xian, he thought about it day and night. Yin-Yang escape secret art is divided into Yin and Yang. Part of it is derived from the secret technique of Yin escape, and the other is the secret technique of Yang escape. When the two kinds of secret techniques cooperate with each other, they can exert a powerful strength that is several times greater than their own. Advertisement at the beginning, Si Xian relied on the Yin-Yang escaping secret technique, which was enough to rival third Tsuchikage, and even defeated him. Seeking flowers, 0 later, I got the round tomb prison and the Yin and Yang lock, and the combat experience was even better. Now that the Yin escape secret technique has been cracked by Bai Ye, the feeling of strength improvement has also weakened. Let's continue. Bai Ye raised his thunderous spear and jumped up. Lightning-style Brontosaurus drill. An incomparably thick blue-purple thunder struck towards Sishen with the aura of destroying everything. Yin-Yang fire-style 9-grade lotus blossom. Si Xian spat out a mouthful of blood again, but without any hesitation, he pressed his hands on the ground, and endless flames gushed out from the ground. In an instant, a huge fire lotus was formed, blocking the way of Thunder Dragon Diamond. The Thunder Dragon drilled and bombarded the fire lotus. 0. Boom. A huge shock was transmitted, as if the world was about to collapse. Roar. A painful hoarse roar sounded. The huge flame fire lotus was penetrated directly. But the speed of Thunder Dragon drill was also much slower. Si Xian quickly seized the opportunity and fled towards the distance. Want to run? Is it too late? Bai Ye snorted coldly and stomped slightly. Rubbles flew on the ground. Even a practitioner of the Yin-Yang escape secret art like Sishen can only scream helplessly at this moment, watching himself being trapped in it. The infinitely stretchable Yin-Yang seal wrapped him up completely. No, you are wrong. Sishen struggled frantically, but this was Bai Ye's domain. Ah. Bai Ye's indifferent voice sounded. I didn't intend to kill you. Get out of here, it is the 100 healings mark. A circle emerged. 100 healings mark began to gather. Si Xian shouted, even if it's the 6 styles, don't even think about killing me. I have the Yin-Yang escaping secret art, you kill me. Immediately afterwards, a huge disc appeared out of thin air and intercepted in front of Si Xian. Si Xian sneered, unless it's a monster like Third Raikage, it's absolutely impossible to kill me. However, just as he rushed to the 100 healings mark, he saw darkness. You overestimate your own strength. Si Xian let out a roar, accelerated her body suddenly, and rushed straight to the 100 healings mark. Impossible. Bai Ye, you can't kill me. 199. Chidori stream. Bai Ye shook his head and turned his wrist. Invisible waves rippling, Sishen screamed and fell to the ground. The body twisted, and strange runes appeared on the surface of the skin. Those runes kept beating, as if something was about to rush out of it. Sishen's body changed, and finally turned into a half-meter-long strange snake with bat wings on its back. It's just a turquoise color. I told you, you can't kill me. Si Xian said ferociously, I am the secret art of Yin and Yang, and I am immortal. Even if you use any evil means to subdue me, it will be useless. Immortal? Bai Ye laughed and spread his palms. Black lightning shot out from his hand and wrapped around Zan's body. This? What is this? Si Xian asked in horror. The blue-green scales on his body began to turn yellow, and 490 emitted a thick blue smoke. I said, you can't kill me, Zan said. Is that so? Bai Ye said, since it can't kill you, let's cripple you and throw you to the dogs. After all, he raised his arms. A huge suction force came. But how could Si Xian be as Bai Ye wanted at this time? He tried his best to break free, and at the same time roared, Yin-Yang escape Chidoryu. Accompanied by his words, the surrounding flames quickly gathered together. Then, blue-red flying birds formed. They spread their wings and made a screaming sound, overwhelming the sky and sweeping towards Bai Ye. Once hit, I am afraid it will suffer fatal injuries. Madness. Bai Ye sneered, and a thunderous sound resounded through the sky, and blue birds formed by thunder and lightning flew out to meet the 1,000 birds that filled the sky. The two sides collided together. Explosive power overflows. Whether it was thunder or Chidori, they all dissipated into the void. Bai Ye's body flew upside down, drawing several deep ravines on the ground. You really are scaring me. Sishen managed to maintain a complete human body structure, and got up from the ground, with a ferocious smile on his face. Ha ha ha, yes, this is the real me. You don't even know that Yin-Yang escape secret art. How strong is it? I can not only recover and heal myself, but also gain stronger strength through Yin-Yang escape. This kind of power is not something you can resist at all. My power is unstoppable, unstoppable. Advertisement. Yin and Yang escape technique, Yin and Yang escape. Sishen yelled loudly, and a dark cave emerged from the ground. Then it expanded rapidly, enveloping Bai Ye. This is a huge hole. Yin Dun is a unique ninjutsu created by me. It can devour other people's chakra and turn it into one's own power. Sishen laughed loudly. Although it's not as good as that guy third Raikage, he's also an extremely powerful type of yin-yang dun. Also, there are many chakras in this world, you just wait to be my nourishment, sleep forever. A light suddenly lit up in the cave. One after another, dazzling gemstones are suspended above Bai Ye's head, forming a huge spherical barrier, firmly guarding Bai Ye. These gemstones are the chakra crystal nucleus. This burrow is actually the chakra pool that Bai Ye once set up with chakra to seal the tailed beasts and use them to transform chakra. It's just that Bai Ye is rarely used these years. After all, the current him, the amount of chakra storage, has already reached an unattainable level. Moreover, he has also found a new set of solutions that can maximize the use of chakra. Therefore, Bai Ye rarely uses the chakra pool. Instead, leave this place as a means of banning strings. Sishen wants to use the power of chakra pool to gain more powerful power. This made Bai Ye think that there might be something wrong with this guy's head. Or is there something wrong with his philosophy? But that's fine too. Now, let Sishen see who is the real master of ninjutsu. As for his weird Chidori-style ninjutsu, Bai Ye cracked it easily. With one move, Jing Qi was seriously injured, and Sishen was almost beheaded here. I told you, you killed me. Sishen stood up with difficulty, with a mad look on his face. This time I will not only kill you, but also take away your chakra and soul, and I will become stronger. I think, you should go to the hospital, brain department, 11. Bai Ye said, otherwise, if you continue to be obsessed with obsession, your IQ will get lower and lower. Huh? Sishen was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage, death. He jumped up. The two fought again. Bai Ye's thunder attack was still extremely sharp, but it couldn't really hurt Sishen. Advertisement because Sishen can use the yin-yang escape technique to restore it to its original state every time. But Bai Ye didn't have that patience, he punched out one after another, directly smashing Sishen's yin-yang escape defense. In the end, Sishen's legs were also broken. Sishen's aura was exhausted to the extreme. He was lying on the ground. I admit, you are indeed stronger than I imagined. Sishen said, however, you will be here soon. After finishing speaking, Sishen opened his mouth and spat out violently. Countless fine blood drops gushed out. These blood droplets gathered in the air, forming scarlet light marks one after another. These spells exude a ghostly aura. My blood contains the power of yin and yang, and can be transformed into any form of ninjutsu. Sishen's hoarse voice was full of excitement and enthusiasm. These spells are called impure world reincarnation. Are you ready to be a part of it? Oh. Bai Ye frowned slightly, he sensed a hint of danger. I had this feeling when I met Uchiha Madara and first Hokage. This is the path you chose. Sishen said, I hope you can finish it peacefully. I think you may be misunderstanding something in 3.1. Bai Ye said, I just wanted to heal you just now. Sishen's pupils suddenly shrank. In the next second, a lotus flower bloomed out of thin air. Clean, cold, sacred, descending into this dark cave with endless might. Wrap the Sishen in the middle. The black mist around Sishen billowed wildly. It seems to want to tear up this frosty lotus, however, they couldn't even get close, and they collapsed and annihilated directly. A lotus flower suppresses the string of compassion. How can it be? Sishen's face was full of shock. This is the impure world reincarnation that he spent countless precious resources to create. Was it destroyed in an instant? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sishen roared frantically. .200, sealing his expression became extraordinarily ferocious and ferocious. These blood-colored curse marks have become more and more coquettish and bright red, like living creatures, twisting their bodies, constantly hitting the frost lotus. Nothing is impossible. Bai Ye's voice came from all directions, you are too weak, even if I stand here, you can't defeat me. Shut up. How can you deserve to be compared with me like rubbish? Sishen roared angrily. Am I trash? Bai Ye said suspiciously, this sentence sounds weird. Sishen sneered, let me tell you, in this world, as long as I want what Sishen wants, there is nothing I can't get. He spat out a mouthful of blood again. Fall into Uzumaki created by yin-yang dun technique. Yin and yang escape, yin and yang reverse, Sishen roared. Crack. The yin-yang diagram behind Bai Ye flickered, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the frosty lotus. You still don't understand? Bai Ye shook his head and said, I am immortal. Immortal can only belong to me forever, I can't lose to you. You are only 26 temporary immortal, sooner or later, you will perish too. Sishen growled hysterically. Bai Ye was speechless. He found that the guy's mental illness was more serious than he expected. At this time, C's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. The temperament of the whole person has also completely changed. My yin-yang dungeon technique is a fusion of Nine Tails blood, so I named it yin-yang dungeon. The so-called immortality is just lingering, now, you're about to be a part of it. Misfortune. I decided, I am not going to kill you, you can be my slave. Bai Ye sighed, there is something wrong with your head. After speaking, his body suddenly disappeared. Sishen's expression changed suddenly, and he quickly backed away. The soles of his feet kicked hard to the ground, and the ground boomed and exploded, and dust flew up. A stone slab protruded from the ground and crashed into Bai Ye. At the same time, a tall and mighty mummy sculpture appeared in front of Shion. Advertisement. The sculpture stretched out its thick arms to grab Bai Ye. On the other side, Shion, who was almost frozen to death, took the opportunity to escape. But he had only escaped a few meters away when he saw an extremely shrill howling sound coming from behind. What? Shion looked back, her eyes widened. The sculpture he summoned was pierced with a finger. How can it be? Shion exclaimed. I don't know, it's very simple anyway. Bai Ye's voice sounded slowly. Immediately afterwards, a huge attraction erupted from his body. The mummy sculpture controlled by Sishen flew directly towards Bai Ye. As for Sishen himself, he abandoned the mummy sculpture without hesitation and retreated desperately. But he only moved less than 5 meters. His body was sucked, and he couldn't help but fly backwards. What do you want to do? Sishen yelled in horror. This attraction gave him the illusion of falling into an abyss. What are you doing? Bai Ye raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course I'm sending you on your way. Chakra burst out from him, enveloping Shion's whole body. The space around Sishen was rippling like water waves. The next moment, he was swallowed directly into the void. When he came back to his senses again, the surroundings were pitch black, with no light at all, only Bai Ye's evil face. Where is this? Shion asked in a daze. Here. Bai Ye said calmly. Where do you want to take me? Sishen asked in a deep voice. Whose domain is this here? Bai Ye raised his right hand. Sishen suddenly felt that his body was entangled by invisible chains. Not only him, but also similar chains appeared on the ground under his feet. It's not an ordinary chain, but some kind of strange rune chain. Not good, you used the sealing technique on me. Sishen roared, let go of me. Feel sorry. Bai Ye said regretfully, I don't know the sealing technique. Advertisement? Sishen roared. You don't know the sealing technique, so are you going to imprison me in hell? No, isn't this place hell? Bai Ye said solemnly, at least, this is my domain, and you are just a stray dog, a mouse trying to survive. How dare you insult me? Shion roared, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. My mouth is worth more than your face. Bai Ye said, no matter how powerful you are, as long as your power is still flowing in my body, you are just a worm after all. After finishing speaking, Bai Ye sipped lightly, restrain. 2 huge forces struck from all directions, instantly bound Shion. Make his body unable to move. Haha, you can't do anything to me. Shion laughed wildly, but Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders and said, no, I really can't get you. Sishen froze for a moment, then said with embarrassment, you're kidding me. What do you say? Bai Ye said, I not only performed the sealing technique just now, but I also gave you a special gift. After speaking, he stretched out his left hand. Sishen's facial muscles began to twitch crazily, and blood came out of his mouth and nose. Although this ninjutsu is not offensive, its effect is extremely strange. Therefore, he is known as the King of Illusion, claiming to be able to drag people into infinite dreams. Not only that, but he could also vaguely sense that in that nightmare, he was still awake, but it seemed like he was in a dream, and he couldn't break free at all. Various scenes emerge in endlessly. Damn it, I'm Kirigakure's chief medical officer, how could I be caught in this level of nightmare? Sishen suddenly felt that he was disconnected from the surrounding space. He wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything, only endless pain and despair welled up in his heart. But now, Sishen felt endless nightmares. He clearly remembered that the move that Bai Ye used just now was a very ancient ninja move, illusion technique. But the more he does this, the richer and more vivid the images in his nightmare become. Even the surging chakra in his body stagnated for a moment. It can make the enemy who is using ninjutsu fall into an endless illusion, never get out, and finally die in the illusion. He tried his best to stimulate the chakra in his body, trying to dispel the nightmare. This made him even paler. He felt that he was in a boundless nightmare. Shion roared in his heart. 201. Lightning-style Dragon Ball. How does it feel like this? Bai Ye asked with a smile. Shion's expression was ferocious. Don't try to struggle. In this world, no one can break free from my infinite illusion, unless... Unless what? Shion said with a hoarse throat. Unless you die. Bai Ye's smile restrained, revealing icy arc, our battle is the end. Otherwise, we will continue. You want me to die? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will take you with me. No, I am a good person who loves the country and the people. How can I let myself be buried with me? If that's the case, you should die obediently. After the words fell, strong hatred appeared on Shion's face. Then, he suddenly shouted, Impure World Reincarnation, Chiom Sage Mode. In the endless darkness, Sishen's body began to swell up, turning into a huge skeleton. The whole body is covered with sharp bone spurs, and the surface of the body is covered with green lines. The pupils also turned blood red, and the whole person exuded a gloomy and ferocious aura. Bai Ye looked at Shion in front of him, showing an expression of interest. So you can still Impure World Reincarnation. Shion snorted coldly, but did not answer Bai Ye's words. This secret technique is a forbidden technique. It takes a huge price to cast it, and it will cause certain damage to the caster. So on weekdays, he is not willing to use it easily. In order to kill Bai Ye today, he didn't care too much, so he used it directly. It's just that this evil is really too big. Sishen felt that his current state was at most only 1/3 of his peak period. Still, even with only 1/3 of the chakra left. With Bai Ye's current strength, don't even think about killing him. I said, you can't beat me. Sishen looked at Bai Ye, her tone became hoarse and cold. Then get rid of your body first, Bai Ye said, maybe there is still a chance to come back. You are lying. Sishen gritted his teeth, how can a brat like you know what illusion is? He was sure he wasn't under the illusion, because Bai Ye never performed any illusion at all. But now, this ghost actually said that he had fallen into countless nightmares. Advertisement and can you use your own body to perform illusions? He's obviously just a kid. Oh. Sishen smiled slightly, his eyes suddenly became dark, and his pupils turned into pure darkness. He raised his hand slowly, with his index finger erect and his nails growing rapidly. This is Reincarnation Sharingan. The prestige of Reincarnation Sharingan can be said to have spread throughout the ninja world. Sishen naturally knew it too. You guess? Sishen said lightly, you will know soon. His body shook suddenly. A cloud of black smoke condensed out of thin air, covering Bai Yeshao's whole body. Meanwhile, Bai Ye found himself losing control of his body. Not just the control of sight, but everything else. It was as if he had been stripped of his soul. Bai Ye's face twisted violently. In his mind, the image that emerged was one familiar corpse after another, being swallowed by black Uzumaki one by one. Those Uzumaki are the harbingers of death. Bai Ye knew very well that this was another use of illusion. By changing the surrounding environment, various terrifying illusions are produced. Who are you? Bai Ye gritted his teeth. He felt that he was about to be unable to hold on. You don't have to know. Sishen's indifferent voice rang in Bai Ye's ears. Yeah? A smile was outlined on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Behind him, countless vines emerged from the ground, wrapping around Sishen's ankle. Then pulled towards the ground. Sishen let out a cry of surprise. He wants to resist, wants to break free, but the vines were extremely tough, they forcibly blocked Sishen's movements and dragged him down. How could it be? Sishen was extremely surprised. He was a 6 paths beyond cage-level existence, and he would be trapped by a brat? Why do you think I wasted my energy playing with you for so long just now? Bai Ye said lightly, because I was already prepared, just waiting for you to use illusion and self-destruct to blow me up. Unfortunately, you didn't succeed, but don't worry, I won't let you die. Advertisement. While speaking, the vines wrapped around Sishen suddenly burst into light. The light flickered, forming fine petals one by one, wrapping the tender string inside. Boom! An unparalleled explosion appeared, blowing away everything in all directions. Countless gravels were flying, and crumbs flew across. The entire valley shook, and it seemed that there was a possibility of overturning at any time. Cough cough. There was a violent coughing sound, and the dust dispersed. Sishen, who was at the center of the explosion, flew upside down and hit the ground hard. The whole valley trembled and almost collapsed completely. However, Bai Ye stood in Xuanyuan's place, unscathed. He looked at Sishen and grinned. I like to play by the rules. If you want to beat me, you must pay a price, won't you? Kr. Sishen lay on the ground, her face was pale and her chest was sunken. Wisps of black mist rose up. Sishen regained his sanity again. He almost blew himself up just now. However, when Sishen's eyes lit up, a large amount of blood suddenly gushed out of the black hole behind him. Sishen climbed up with difficulty, reached out and grabbed a stone next to him, and threw it violently. Lightning-style Dragon Ball. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Bai Ye stopped manipulating his body. This is a replacement for stone golems. Bai Ye sighed. Oh, a genius like you, if you are not an enemy, it would be a good thing. Unfortunately, you are a traitor of the non-Zebo clan. It seems that you really have nothing to do. Although it is not a precious and rare material, the effect is quite good when used at this time. Then you shall die. His body swelled up again, exuding extremely powerful chakra waves from his body. Sishen also staggered back a few steps. Your strength is good, but if you want to defeat me, you are still far away. Sishen roared and rushed towards Bai Ye. Between the two, it shows the superiority and inferiority. The stone flew out, drew a beautiful parabola in midair, fell heavily on the ground, and shattered instantly. Wu Jiao. The two violent forces collided, and the figure of day and night flew back several meters. Scarlet liquid flowed on Sishen's ankle. Bai Ye stretched out his right hand, and thunder gathered in his palm. 202. Flower fist embroidered legs. A sharp kunai came out from the pool of blood. Good, Sishen praised. You actually saved a move. You really are not easy, but I will never lose to you. He opened his mouth and suddenly spit out a black flame. As soon as the black flame left Sishen's mouth, it started to blaze and spread to the whole body in an instant. Swallow Sishen completely. Bai Ye frowned and did not approach. This strange and unpredictable black flame made even him feel palpitations. Sishen's figure has been swallowed up. After a while, the black flame gradually calmed down and finally returned to nothingness. Sishen's figure disappeared. Ran away. Bai Ye muttered to himself. His senses could feel that Sishen had already fled. And not only escaped, but also hid. It was like a drop of water falling into the soil, no matter what method he used to search, there was nothing to gain. Interesting. Bai Ye showed an expression of interest. The way you escape is very special. Is it the ability to attach to chakra and life force? Bai Ye looked in the direction where Sishen was running away, and there seemed to be something shining red in the woods in that direction. There was a certain mysterious aura in the red light, which made people want to avoid it. This 800-man company should be the forbidden technique of Konoha village, Rinne Tensai technique? Bai Ye rubbed his chin. Unfortunately, I can do this too, but I don't need to rely on chakra's power zone. So, Bai Ye closed his eyes and began to feel the chakra fluctuations in this area. For a moment, Sishion hid here, and even the sound of a needle falling on the ground could be heard clearly. Bai Ye opened his eyes and fixed his eyes on a branch. Since that's the case, let's take this first. His figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared on the tree branch. He raised his hand and waved lightly. The trunk broke directly. Then Bai Ye turned around and jumped towards another tree. At regular intervals, trees are cut down. A total of 3 big trees fell down, blocking the surrounding site. Bai Ye's body reappeared at the place where Sishion had been hiding. I saw a cloud of black smoke floating, and it turned into a shape. Advertisement. He clutched the wound on his left arm with a gloomy expression. The speed that Bai Ye showed just now was much faster than Sishion's own limit moving speed. CGAG. He couldn't catch the trace of the other party at all. Your speed is not weak, but these are not problems, Bai Ye said with a smile. After all, we are different. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword again. The huge sword light tore through the void. Sishen's expression changed suddenly, and he immediately used the shadow clone technique. 3 Sixians appeared. They cast shadow clone at the same time, each in a different direction. I'm not good at ninjutsu. Bai Ye shook his head. In the next second, all 3 Sishions paused. Bai Ye appeared in front of them, making mudras with both hands. Seal frozen 1,000 miles. Thick frost quickly condensed on the bodies of the 3 Sixians. Then, their bodies froze in place, as expected of the Uchiha clan, possessing such a powerful force. Bai Ye said, unfortunately, you met me. The word, forbearance, spewed out from his mouth. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 Sixians tensed up suddenly, and then exploded. Blood rain splashed out, covering Bai Ye's body, but Bai Ye didn't care at all. A flame burst from his hand, vaporizing the blood. Behind Bai Ye, in the darkness, something quietly emerged. Sishion's pupils shrank when he was about to sneak attack. Because he found that he had no way out. Don't panic. Bai Ye said. A group of golden light was born out of thin air, forming a ball and enveloping him. This is the chakra defense barrier, but Sishen is obviously faster. Bai Ye's body trembled slightly, and the biting chill of the day swept over in the darkness. He retreated hastily to avoid the biting cold. This is... Bai Ye's eyes were on Sishion in front of him. This guy was covered with a thin black armor all over his body. Like a steel robot, and on his forehead, there is also a single horn. I told you a long time ago that we are different, Sishen said indifferently, so, you will never win against me, and you will never understand how big the gap between you and me is. Really? Then give it a try. Bai Ye shrugged. Advertisement. The two shot at the same time, attacking each other. Boom. Boom. A violent crash sounded, overturning the bushes. Bai Ye took 2 steps back, while Z stood there motionless. Huh? Sishion was stunned, but Bai Ye showed an expression of sudden understanding. Oh, I see, you are using an ability similar to the shadow clone technique. How could you possibly know about the shadow clone technique? Sishion exclaimed. This is a secret technique of the Uchiha clan, and it is impossible to spread it to outsiders. Who are you? Guess what? Bai Ye said. Sishen rushed over again in disbelief, with both paws on the ground. But they couldn't break through Bai Ye's protection. Do you only know how to embroider your legs so little? Sishen shouted angrily. A gust of wind blew, and the surrounding trees rattled. So what's next? Bai Ye fought back again, holding the sword in both hands and slashing towards Sishen. Sishion's head flew up, his chest collapsed, and his whole body exploded into pieces of flesh. This sword is enough to kill any cage-level existence. Whether it is the real cage level or shadow clone. Bai Ye looked at the blood on the ground. Although a lot has been evaporated, there is still a small piece left. How can it be? Bai Ye stretched out his finger, and a sunball flame burst out from his hand. Fire style. Firebomb. Sishen couldn't believe it. Snort. I said that you were different from me, so admit defeat, you can't beat me. This time, the string did not reappear. Sishion groaned. Even if you were cage level, you can't beat me. Sishen's gaze changed endlessly, and he was extremely flustered. And in the flames, there is a drop of blood slowly floating. Is it my illusion? Or something else? But this man did it. The raging flames soared into the sky, swallowing Sishen. His body was made through the ability of open black lens bracket Susanoo close black lens bracket. With this kind of technique, even old-fashioned tail beasts such as Uchiha Madara cannot achieve perfect resurrection. As the blood gathered again, Sishion's body recondensed into shape, appearing opposite Bai Ye. Bai Ye said, a sword light flashed, and another string of kindness was chopped to pieces. His words had just fallen. 203. Shadow clone as the flames gradually extinguished. Bai Ye approached, picked up the drop of blood on the ground, pursed his lips, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Bai Ye restrained his expression. He raised his hand, and all the blood on the ground disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Bai Ye stepped away. Xixian did not die. This level of attack could not hurt his life. As long as he is willing, he can use the method of shadow clone to recover. Bai Ye doesn't mind either. What he did just now was just a test. His guess was right, he couldn't use his so-called avatar technique. Moreover, there is no way to completely control those ghouls. But, how the hell did you get that shadow clone? Bai Ye muttered to himself. Xishen just now, apart from having a body with the same attributes, did not use other abilities. In other words, Bai Ye deliberately did not prevent Xixian from using that ability. Otherwise, Bai Ye can definitely stop the clone technique. I already know your ability. Bai Ye looked not far away. Now that you know my ability, you should be clear that there is no way you can defeat me. Xixian's voice came from behind a certain big tree. Yeah, so, you think, why don't I just kill you? Bai Ye said, isn't my target just you? Xixian didn't speak, he didn't know what Bai Ye wanted to do. Bai Ye walked slowly towards the big tree where Xishen was hiding. Xishen finally couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and jumped out. The scariest thing in this world is not that I killed you, but that you don't know why I killed you. Bai Ye said calmly. What do you mean? Xishen asked. What I mean is very simple. Bai Ye smiled, and suddenly speeded up and rushed towards Xixian. I just want to let you die on what you call the most powerful move. Then kill you, all your abilities, it's mine. Xishen felt the oncoming momentum, his face changed suddenly, and he retreated quickly. However, Bai Ye did not give him such an opportunity. His body turned into a wisp of smoke and chased after him, and he slashed at Xishen's neck with a sword. Seeing that he was about to die in Wangchen, Xishen gritted his teeth, and a dazzling blue light burst out from his whole body. Advertisement, Sage Art. Susanoo, Bai Ye raised his eyebrows. You actually cultivated it? Didn't you promise that you will only be shadow clone? Susanoo is indeed Xixian's ability, but the effect of this move on Xixian was even weaker than when he fought Kakashi before. What do you know? Xixian said coldly, this is what Uchiha Itachi taught me. Hearing Xishen's explanation, he was silent day and night. What did you say, Itachi? Yes, we're brothers. Xixian said. B. What are you kidding me? Not only can I use Susanoo, but I can also use Shadow Clone, if you think you can beat me. Xishen said coldly, the blue light on his body became brighter and brighter. Then you can die. Bai Ye waved his long sword. Xishen raised his hand to block the long sword, and then pushed it violently. Bai Ye slid back and stopped next to a tree, with the samurai sword in his hand inserted into the trunk. Xixian took the opportunity to bully her and hit Bai Ye's face with a heavy fist. Ninja 8 trigrams air palm. Bai Ye stretched out his hand to block in front of him, abruptly withstood Xixian's heavy punch. Then he grabbed Xixian's fist and threw him away forcefully. Xishen's body turned upside down and kicked out. This move is somewhat similar to the trick Bai Ye used before, but it is more fierce and domineering. Xixian's right leg kicked Bai Ye in the stomach, sending him flying. With a bang, Bai Ye slammed heavily on another tree trunk, leaning against this tree. The bark of this tree is very tough, but there are still minor cracks. He. Xixian let out a cold and strange laugh. I know you are a monster, but unfortunately, my strength is much stronger than yours. You are absolutely immune to death mine. I won't die. Bai Ye wiped away the bloodline overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Xishen's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw Bai Ye spit out a mouthful of black blood, but his expression did not change at all. This strange appearance made Xixian feel uneasy and dangerous. Because I am invincible, Xixian roared, and the surrounding environment distorted instantly. Seeking flowers 0, illusion? Bai Ye glanced at it with a mocking expression. Advertisement. This is not an illusion, Xixian shouted in a low voice. The surrounding scene became a dark secret room, surrounded by a strong breath of death. Here is Xixian's dream. Here, his soul will get a permanent boost. In this way, it is not as simple as a mere illusion, he can almost kill Bai Ye easily. Even if it is a grandmaster illusion, a ninja who is good at hiding, lurking, and assassinating comes here, he is bound to die. The name of this dream is Nightmare. Xixian said, I am the ruler of this place. I know your lair is here. Bai Ye said, however, this does not mean that you can be invincible. 0. I will kill you. Kill you. Xixian growled. Ha, although your dream is powerful, it can't trap me. Bai Ye laughed and said, because your power is concentrated on me. You. Xixian's face was ugly, but he calmed down quickly. This guy's strength exceeded his expectations. His words are not wrong, this dream is his strength. Then, please grant me strength enough to crush you. Behind Xixian, a huge and ferocious skull phantom emerged. 2 scarlet eyes stared at Bai Ye, exuding endless evil and coldness. Bai Ye stretched out a hand, and nodded towards the phantom of the skull. In an instant, enormous power poured into the phantom of the skull. The phantom of the skull opened its huge mouth, and suddenly sprayed out a stream of green venom. The venom is highly corrosive, and it came to day and night in the blink of an eye. Bai Ye stretched out his left hand to resist, the venom landed on his arm, and white smoke rose. His left arm lost consciousness in an instant, as if it had been splashed with sulfuric acid. But this severe pain inspired Bai Ye's fighting spirit. Bai Ye stepped forward and appeared in front of Xi again. Holding a double-edged sword, hold it high above the top, and then cut it down. Two cold lights flashed across. Xishen's chest was left with 2 scars. Blood spurted out. This is the second time Bai Ye has hit Xishan. 204. Missed Shinobi. B****************** D. I'll kill you with my own hands. A crazy expression appeared on Xishen's face. Chakra surged in him. The whole person instantly swelled up. The clothes, which were originally extremely small, were instantly shattered. His strong upper body was exposed. There is a strange shaped bone texture on the chest. Like a tiger and like a lion. Of course, these are not the key points. The key point is that there is a raised tumor in the center of Xishan's head. Xishan's eye sockets were sunken, making her look particularly frightening. At this moment, Xishen's aura skyrocketed, and the aura on his body rose steadily. Oh, this is the real Susanoo, right? Bai Ye said. You really deserve to be a member of the Uchiha clan. HMPH. Xishen snorted coldly. Today I will show you what a real god is. 471. The voice just fell. He just disappeared in place. In the next second, it was already above the head of day and night. Clenching his right fist, he smashed heavily towards Bai Ye's head. Bai Ye stood still, clenched his fist with his right hand, and also slammed at Xishan. Boom. There was a muffled sound. Bai Ye's fist collided with Xishan's fist. A terrifying shock force was transmitted to Xishan's whole body. Xishan only felt that his bones were about to break. He had never encountered such a terrifying hand-to-hand force. What kind of power is this? Before Xishan could think, Bai Ye's knee had already been bent successfully, and then a knee bump hit Xishan's abdomen hard. Pooh. A mouthful of blood mixed with visceral fragments spewed out. Xishan flew out backwards, and landed on the floor with a muffled sound. This floor is in the form of a cylinder with a diameter of more than 3 meters, which perfectly wraps Xishan and protects him. Even so, Xishan's abdomen was still seriously injured. 3 of his ribs were broken, and there were many cracks in the other ribs, and his internal organs were also severely damaged. With such an injury, it would take quite a while for Xishan to heal. However, here is indeed Xishan's dream, and his injuries recovered almost instantly. Xishan charged towards Bai Ye again. Advertisement. This time, the two fought close to each other. There is nothing special about Bai Ye's fighting style. The moves he displayed are also the simplest moves such as slashing, blocking and so on. But every move is extremely fast, and it's amazingly powerful. Xishan's strength and speed are far better than Bai Ye's, and even slightly stronger to some extent. But Bai Ye dodged by relying on his keen sense of touch and judgment, and Kun found Xishan's weakness to attack. Xishan is very powerful, but the speed is much slower. In the case of superior strength and speed, Bai Ye can still fight with Xishan and occasionally has a certain upper hand. Xishan's speed is getting faster and faster, while Bai Ye's speed is also gradually decreasing. This is not good. Hey, is this your limit? Xishan grinned. Bai Ye frowned. It shouldn't be. How could I be restrained by Xishan? Could it be that Xishan's sudden burst of strength has something to do with his own ability? The Rinnegan in this world can allow users to have speed or strength several times higher than their own, but they definitely do not have the endurance and consciousness to increase their own several times. Your limit is like this, die, Xishan shouted. The next moment, his body turned into a puppet that looked like a mummy. The body of this puppet is actually composed of a large number of branches. Bai Ye raised his left hand, ready to activate Shenluo Tianzheng, and bounce the puppet away. But in the next second, clusters of gray-brown mist suddenly appeared around the puppet, covering them. The gray mist spread and instantly enveloped the entire room. Xishan also disappeared. Fog escape. Bai Ye's face changed slightly. Fog escape technique is a very common type of ninjutsu. Basically, they are all within the controllable range. But in Bai Ye's eyes, this kind of garden road is not simple. There's Kirigakure's ninjutsu, Bai Ye muttered to himself. Kirigakure is another village independent of ninja, samurai, and samurai schools.
In every respect, it far surpasses several other genres. Advertisement. Even Kirigakure's ninjas are a unique existence. No matter how weird and cruel their cultivation system is, they still have a fairly complete cultivation system. Moreover, the ninjas of Kirigakure are not only good at ninjutsu. They also studied illusion and medical technique at the same time, which can be regarded as an extremely partial profession. Therefore, in Kirigakure, besides ninjas, there is also a group of medical ninjas who specialize in healing. These medical ninjas are mainly responsible for medical research, and they have mastered some weird medical ninjutsu that even go against scientific conventions. I don't know which old man built such a powerful number one, probably his master. Who is his master? Bai Ye thought to himself.
The next moment, his gaze turned to the side. Beside him, Shion quietly appeared, stabbing the back of his neck with a knife. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ye swung his knife and swept out, cutting off Shishen's weapon. However, I don't know when a kunai appeared in my hand.
It stabbed hard into Bai Ye's shoulder, and the blood immediately stained Bai Ye's clothes red.
Shishen took the opportunity to kick Bai Ye in the stomach, sending him flying. The strength of this foot is not small. Bai Ye felt as if his stomach was about to explode, and the pain penetrated to the marrow. However, he did not fall to the ground, but continued to rush forward. With a flick of his wrist, the black sharp blade slipped out of his sleeve and pierced Shion's neck. Shion hurriedly retreated to prevent Bai Ye's sneak attack from succeeding. It's just that his speed is enough to crush Bai Ye. But 3.2 Bai Ye's flexibility was a bit stronger than him, easily dodging his defense. At the same time, the black blade cut along the skin on Shion's neck. A deep scar appeared on Shishen's neck. The wound on Shishen's neck recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and healed completely in the blink of an eye. As if he had never been injured before, and Shion's body also began to squirm. His body twisted and changed positions constantly. After images appeared around Bai Ye, hey, a sinister and strange laughter came. Shishen has appeared behind Bai Ye. Crossing his arms, he cut Bai Ye's spine like a sickle.
Bai Ye didn't look back, but stretched out his right hand and grabbed Shion's arm suddenly. Huge force burst out, pulling Sixian almost dislocated. 205. Weak. Bai Ye turned around, pulled out another whip leg, and hit Shion's chest. One hit, but Shion remained unmoved. Instead, his right arm, like a lion majesty, went around Bai Ye's neck and wrapped around Bai Ye's waist. Sixian's right arm exerted strength, lifting Bai Ye up into the air. Then, it fell hard to the ground. Boom. A dull sound came.
The walls in this room were starting to crack. There were dense spiderweb-like cracks on the floor. Bai Ye lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. You lost, Bai Ye. Shion walked up to Bai Ye, knelt down and said, you can't beat me. While speaking, he took the dagger in his hand and wiped it towards Bai Ye's throat. At this moment, Bai Ye suddenly reached out and clasped the wrist holding the dagger. You. Shishen showed a shocked expression and then struggled violently. Aha! Bai Ye roared. The muscles on his wrist bulged, the veins were exposed, and a terrifying force surged out. Click. Shion's wrist 26 was directly shattered, the bones were broken, and the screams suddenly resounded. At the same time, Shion's body flew upside down. It hit the ground heavily and rolled over. This is Mist Shinobi Ninjutsu? It's so pitifully weak, it has no lethality at all. Bai Ye said, standing up and sucking the dust on his buttocks. His right wrist has recovered as before. However, his face was a little paler. After all, the collision just now had also injured him. Ah. Shishen stood up, sneered, and instead of continuing to chase, she looked at Bai Ye and asked, how do you know my ninjutsu? Shishen's Mist Shinobi secret technique is to hide his own chakra fluctuations through fog, making the enemy mistakenly think that he is just an ordinary person. And in this state, his combat power will be successful. At the same time, it can also make the opponent fall into the illusion, leading to mistakes in judgment. Advertisement however, Bai Ye just now clearly sensed the existence of the fog and made a correct prediction. Guess. Bai Ye said, I have played this trick with many people, but in recent years, Kirigakure's trick seems to have been lost. It should be collected by one of Kirigakure's predecessors, and it has not been published. Is that so? There was madness in Shishen's eyes, then?
In the next second, he pounced on Bai Ye again. Stop pretending to be stupid. Use the illusion. Bai Ye shouted loudly. Shion was stunned, then let out a smirk. His stature did not decrease but increased.
The dark face behind him also changed, and the ferocious face became extremely ferocious, like a ghost. Bai Ye's face became more serious. Because in his opinion, Shion has not changed at all, it is still the same as before. His strength is still at the level of elite Chunin. In fact, the current Shion is indeed at the level of elite Chunin. My Mist Shinobi secret technique is a realm that you will never be able to touch, Shishen said. His body suddenly became much lighter. Even Bai Ye's field of vision began to become empty. This is the illusion Mist Shinobi illusion. My illusion has covered the entire room. Your vision has been confused. You're already trapped. Ha ha ha, Bai Ye, you can't escape. Shishen laughed out loud. Beside him, countless fine gray smoke filled the air. Gradually, a lotus flower formed behind him. Shishen's appearance also changed a little, becoming ethereal. Shishen's face was full of madness, his hands slowly raised, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he murmured. This is my original disillusionment. I used it to kill third Kazekage. However, I still can't control it perfectly, and I need to hone it slowly. Today, I will test it with you. In Shion's hand, wisps of delicate and soft mist emerged, and as his fingers danced, they condensed into shapes and turned into strange and inexplicable characters that exuded a suffocating and dangerous atmosphere. What is this thing? Seeing the characters in Shion's hand clearly, Bai Ye's pupils shrank sharply. He knew that this was definitely not ninjutsu. It's a kind of ninjutsu similar to sealing technique. This Shishen can actually control these zero-chi. Advertisement. Could it be that Sishen's illusion skills surpassed Senju Hashirama's? No matter who you are destined to die under this ninjutsu, Sishion said with a grim expression. With his movements, the strange pattern formed by these strange characters gradually became dazzling. These are. Bai Ye stared at Sishion's movements, Shienju chakra. Oh, you still understand this? Sishen looked slightly surprised, but soon he shook his head and said, since you can perceive the power I display, you should know what these characters are. I don't want to waste any more time, so, die. No, wait a minute. Bai Ye yelled. He wanted to explain, but Sishion didn't give him a chance. Boom. In the area where Bai Ye was located, an explosion sounded.
Smoke and dust filled the air. Not only his body, including Sishion, all the white powder covering the roof disappeared without a trace.
Unfortunately, he met a freak. A freak who has a chakra that is as large as the ultimate, and can easily use this chakra to perform various manipulations of nature transformation. After the smoke cleared, Bai Ye appeared in front of Sishion. Seeing Sishen's surprised gaze, Bai Ye grinned, showing his white teeth. This chakra, to me, is as common as drinking water and eating. Sishion's eyebrows twitched. Although his illusion is powerful, but there is no way to shield this level of chakra. He was unscathed, not even a piece of clothing was torn. Sishen chakra, Bai Ye really didn't take this point to heart. Your body is too weak, and the chakra here is simply a huge burden for you. Even the Nine Tails Demon Fox Kung Fu he practiced was derived from this aspect. So what? Sishion said, these chakra will make you die faster and more painfully. It's such a rich chakra, even Konohamaru's little guys don't have such a pure chakra like Yamato. If there is such a huge and pure chakra, Sishen believes that even if Uchiha Itachi and Senju Hashirama join forces, they will not be able to do anything to him. Bai Ye has a special physique that can absorb the power of all things and transform it for his own use. Even, the two of them together couldn't stop his attack. 206. Lightning style Kilin, however, his special physique does not prevent Bai Ye from pretending. Anyway, Sishen couldn't see it. At this time, a strong momentum suddenly appeared. Accompanied by Sishion's voice, you are not qualified to let me use all my strength. There was a crackling sound, and Sishion's appearance changed. It turned into a man in a black robe. A cold snort came out of Sishen's nose, and he squeezed a cloud of mist tightly. As the fog gathers, boom, he threw it out. The cloud of mist expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a white skeleton tens of meters tall. This is? A look of astonishment appeared on Bai Ye's face, because this white bone skeleton actually had exactly the same appearance as him. The only difference is that there is no Sharingan on the skeleton's chest. This is my Udemons, Mist Shinobi technique Mist Shinobi White Tiger. Sishen's body also appeared on the shoulder of the bone skeleton, and said in a cold tone, Baihu, tear him apart. The white bone skull stepped out, stretched out its hand and grabbed Bai Ye. A stench came. The bone skeleton actually grew sharp fangs, with a cold light shining at the tip, which seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Facing this terrifying white bone skeleton, Bai Ye took a few deep breaths, and a layer of lightning wrapped around his right arm. Lightning style Kilin. Bone Skull's claws were instantly exploded, but it didn't stop, and still rushed towards Bai Ye. Sishen stood on the shoulders of the skeleton, with a crazy look in his eyes. Crack. Bai Ye clenched his fist, with 5 fingers entwined to watch the thunder light. A straight punch landed on Mist Shinobi White Tiger's chest. Harsh crashing sounds resounded all around. A bloodstain appeared on the head of the Mist Shinobi White Tiger, but it didn't fall down, instead its speed increased rather than decreased. The white bone skull hit Bai Ye's body, making a loud noise. Bai Ye's body flew upside down. The right half of his body sank into the earth and rocks. The bone skull stepped forward again, waving its sharp claws, and fell towards Bai Ye. Boom. Advertisement. There was another loud noise, and the white bone skeleton was ejected. Rolled several times in midair and finally landed on the ground again. On the same spot, stood a giant man covered in pitch black and holding a thunderbolt. This is the thunder clone summoned by Bai Ye. Just now, while avoiding Sixion's attack, he also brought Lei's avatar in front of him. The battle axe in Lei's clone swept out. With a loud bang, the entire ground collapsed. Sishion tilted her body and landed in a corner beside her. The ground in front of him has been sunken by nearly half a foot. Hiss. Sishion spat out a mouthful of blood, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. How is it possible? You can actually hurt me. He couldn't believe it. How could this boy, who was younger than him, improve his strength so quickly? What's so strange about that? Bai Ye patted the dust off his body, and walked in front of Sishion. I thought your illusion was strong enough to make me sink, but now it seems that it is mediocre. Hee. Sixion sneered. Don't get carried away, I was just playing around just now. Bai Ye shrugged. He had already guessed that he didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here so securely. Come on, keep fighting. Sishion raised his hands. See how long you can last. While speaking, 2 Sixions suddenly appeared, and they rushed towards Bai Ye from left to right. This is. Bai Ye froze for a moment. Sixion can actually create illusions. This is troublesome. The 2 Sixions are exactly the same,
Every move and style contains the powerful power that is not inferior to that of Sixian itself. Bai Ye could only retreat temporarily, pinpointed an opening and exerted force suddenly, interrupting the two strings of compassion, rushed to his back, and slashed out two swords. Sixian actually disappeared directly. Ha ha ha, do you think my body is so easy to destroy? Xian's laughter came, this is just a substitute for me, I cherish my body very much. Since you know that I am good at ninjutsu, I must guard against your ninjutsu, so while performing illusion, I also performed body replacement technique. You are indeed very powerful, but I have countless lives, and I can afford it. Can you afford it? Bai Ye mocked, and jumped back, away from Sixian. Advertisement. With a strange smile on Xian's face, he stretched out his hand, and a scroll slipped out from his cuff. This is a scroll. The painting on it seems to be a pattern of some kind of beast. But if you look carefully, you will find that it is a giant dragon. A giant dragon made of wind elements. The giant dragon raised its head and roared, and the wind attribute Ryutsu on its body was raging, filling the entire area with a violent and unparalleled force. Sixian knelt down on one knee and pressed her hands to the ground. The giant dragon slowly raised its head, looking eager to try. It stared at Bai Ye and shook its body. A thick wind blade was born out of thin air, and then flew out roaring. Bai Ye's body flickered quickly. This wind blade swept past the position where Bai Ye was standing before. Split the hard rock wall. Backquote. As expected of a guy with the power of 9 tails, even if you don't rely on illusion, this level of ninjutsu is quite tricky. Bai Ye murmured. This is Xian's unique secret technique, 8 trigrams air palm. The power is not too strong, but it has a wide range, frequent attacks, and extremely difficult to deal with. He felt a slight disturbance in his thinking. Xian took the opportunity to bully her body, blasting dozens of palm prints on Bai Ye's body. He was shot in the ribs, leaving several bloody holes. 8 trigrams air palm number 3. Empty hands into swords. Roar. Following Xian's low roar, the white crane in front of him suddenly opened its mouth and let out a clear and melodious cry. Moreover, his strength progress over the years is quite astonishing, reaching cage level. This is also his confidence to dare to challenge Bai Ye. Yeah, Bai Ye's body shook suddenly. Especially if it is locked, it is basically impossible to escape. It seems that you are also an interesting guy. Therefore, Sixian prefers this kind of pure power contest. This is called crane, it can make the target fall into a sluggish state. Sixian grinned, although you can block the effect of crane, you can't stop another wave of impact. Bai Ye said lightly. Then let me see how strong you are. Bai Ye's body froze again. Sixian laughed and said, but this doesn't change anything, you will definitely die today. Xian stepped forward and pushed out with a palm. 207. 3-day moon empty palm. But Bai Ye is still alive and kicking. He raised his leg and kicked Sixian's abdomen, and Sixian's body flew backwards, hitting the wall. Ahem. Sixian coughed twice. You can't. Bai Ye walked over and slapped Xian on the face. Sixian's face suddenly swelled up. Bai Ye squatted down. With your ability, you also want to play with me. Who is worthy to be my opponent? You traitor. Trash. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? A-hole. Xian roared and kicked out. Bai Ye dodged to one side. Xian shifted his attack direction, and hit Bai Ye's waist with an elbow, bending his body a lot. But Bai Ye stood up like nothing happened. This kind of hand-to-hand combat has no burden on Bai Ye at all. Unless there are some special circumstances, such as he was beaten by a group of cage level. Otherwise, these injuries can be recovered instantly. Back then, Bai Ye was such a hanging existence. You don't even need to rest, you can immediately enter the battlefield. Of course, that situation will not be encountered. Xian's punches and kicks had no effect on Bai Ye. Bai Ye counterattacked lightly, but Sixian 090 was beaten and vomited non-stop, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he looked extremely miserable. The gap between the two is like clouds and mud. Hateful. Xian looked at Bai Ye angrily. Bai Ye suddenly withdrew his hands and stood in front of Xian. Sixian's eyes lit up, and his heart was in the center. He slapped Bai Ye's head with his palm, but Bai Ye frowned slightly. How? Xian wondered, did this guy give up resistance? That's all your means? Bai Ye asked. What do you mean? Sixian's pupils shrank suddenly. You don't know, I also practiced Susanoo, right? Bai Ye said. Xian's face changed drastically, and the chakra on his body burst out. It's useless, our strength gap is too great. Bai Ye sighed. You're just an ordinary person. Sixian roared angrily. Advertisement. Bai Ye reached out, grabbed Xian's arm, and pulled it hard. Xian's body was spinning like a top, being dragged up by Bai Ye. Susanoo. Xian gave a low snort. Behind him, a black and red phantom appeared from the ground. The huge Susanoo appeared, as if a god descended, giving people great oppression and shock. Sixian's figure suddenly swelled. In the blink of an eye, it changed several times. A terrifying monster with a height of more than 4 meters appeared within Bai Ye's line of sight, punched out, and smashed into Bai Ye's chest. So fast. Bai Ye's face froze slightly, he took a step back, and at the same time crossed his arms, resisting Sixian's attack. Boom. Amidst the loud noise, Sixian's fist hit Bai Ye's chest. But in the next second, Sixian felt that his strength was completely unable to advance an inch, and he was taken down. This time, Sixian's expression finally changed. This man actually held his 8 trigrams air palm. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that your 8 trigrams air palm has no effect on me, and the palm I just gave was just a false move. Bai Ye said. Xian gritted his teeth. He did overlook one thing. Own 8 trigrams air palm, only for the elite of the elite will have an effect. The guy in front of him is not Konoha's shinobi at all. Or, is he a ninja from Konoha village? But, how did he end up in Anbu? And the top Jonin, this killing machine hidden in the shadows. Sixian, you lost, Bai Ye said with a smile. Snort. Sixian snorted coldly and made seals with both hands. Behind him, 8 trigrams air palm coalesced again. At the same time, Sixian's left index finger, little finger, and ring finger each wore a ring. The 3 rings emit a dazzling light ABAE. 3-day moon empty palm. Xian's voice was low, and the 8 trigrams air palm slapped down hard on Bai Ye. The air was torn apart, and clouds of pitch black mist shrouded Bai Ye's surroundings, as if trying to swallow him up completely. This is Sixian's unique skill, 3 sun moon empty palm. It is rumored that this empty palm can extract the resentment and evil spirit in the air, and fuse it into a poisonous mist in the space, which is terrifyingly corrosive. Once infected, even if it does not die, it will fester and die. Advertisement. Even a mountain can be eroded into powder in an instant. This is where Sixian's self-confidence lies, and it is also the fundamental reason why he roams the world of Hokage. With his empty palm, he beheaded 5th Kazekage in a short time. After that, he retired to the world and began to study the 8 trigrams air palm with great concentration, hoping to enhance its power to the strongest. Now, he finally found an opportunity. However, what Xian never expected was. Hello. Bai Ye waved his hand at Xian, a bright brilliance bloomed from his body, turning into a metallic texture. A pair of steel armor covered his body. The 8 trigrams air palm fell and hit the armor, making a harsh metal friction sound. These mist can't penetrate into the armored minister. This is armament hockey, which Bai Ye bought from the system store, and which is specially designed to restrain Sixian's move. Although these mist contained extremely terrifying corrosiveness, they couldn't hurt Bai Ye. How can it be? Xian's eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. What is this armor? Nothing is impossible. 1. Bai Ye slowly pulled out the grass-shaving sword, and slashed at Xian with one sword. Indeed, there is a huge difference in strength between him and Bai Ye. You, Xian sneered. I really never thought that I, the majestic 8 inner gates, drove to the 7th gate, and I couldn't do anything to you, a brat. Bai Ye said, although my Susanoo is not as good as Kurama in the 6 paths mode, it is not much inferior. You should be clear about the strength gap between us. This enemy actually has such a weird defense method. Sixian's body stepped back several steps in a row, releasing the impact brought by the blade. As I said, your Susanoo is weak. 8 inner gates, 7th gate. He also wanted revenge and tortured Bai Ye to death to dispel the hatred in his heart. Continuing to fight like this will only result in him being defeated and losing his most precious thing. Quote. Xian's face was cloudy and uncertain. Hearing Sixian's words, Bai Ye showed a little surprise. His Susanoo can't destroy the opponent's defense at all. How could it be defeated so early? But this did not make him settle down, but fell into an even more bewildered state. No, this is not what is wanted. 208. Fish dead and net broken. How did he know that this was his blood talent? Could it be that Uchiha Madara told Sixian? How would Xian know? And Xian, ignoring Bai Ye's surprise, clenched his fist with his right hand. As he clenched his fists, the air in the entire house seemed to tremble. Bai Ye noticed that there were sharp bone spurs growing on Sixian's fist. On Sixian's face, there was also a painful and ferocious expression, as if something strange was gnawing at his body. Your mortal body dares to offend this old monk. Sixian roared angrily, today, this old monk will cut you into pieces. His hands are clenched. Endless violent chakra gushed out from his body, turning into a torrent. 8 trigrams hyphenation. 8 trigrams air palm. Sixian roared angrily. The floor in front of him suddenly sank. Then, an arm stuck out from inside and grabbed Xian's shoulder. Both arms held Xian's shoulders at the same time. There was an expression of incomparable pain on Xian's face. On those layers of bone spurs, there was a scarlet light, as if it was going to swallow people alive. These are his other 2 ninjutsu, bloody bone claw. Use your own blood to condense into bone claws, possessing unparalleled penetration. Xian has always believed that the 8 trigrams air palm he practiced is unique. Unfortunately, I met Bai Ye. There was a crackling sound. Bai Ye's right hand easily broke Sixian's shoulder blade. Blood spurted, but still stood in place. An injury of this degree does not constitute a serious injury at all. Bai Ye lifted his foot, kicked it hard, and kicked Xian in the chest. Sixian flew upside down and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to struggle, but found that his shoulder blade had been crushed by Bai Ye. Don't waste time, do it. Bai Ye said, I admit, I underestimated you. Shion took a deep breath and said, but, I haven't reached a desperate situation yet. Rumble. There was a thunderous explosion. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and electric snakes danced. My talent is heavenly tribulation. The voice spread all around. Amidst the thunder, black clouds drifted over, suppressing the entire sky. A thick haze enveloped the entire temple. Strands of electric arcs danced non-stop, illuminating Sixion's face, making him look extremely ferocious. Advertisement. Lightning-style super Howley technique. Sixion roared, his eyes turned red, and his skin glowed purple and gold. The arms suddenly swelled and became thicker. Drink. Sixion opened his mouth, raised his head to the sky and screamed. Immediately, the entire temple, including all nearby buildings, shook violently, as if an earth dragon rolled over. At this moment, a destructive aura descended on Sixion's body, making his body even taller. This time the thunder and lightning are far more powerful than before. Lightning-style super Howley technique. The corners of Bai Ye's eyes twitched involuntarily as he watched this scene. Sixion, is this crazy? Unexpectedly displayed the lightning-style super Howley technique. This is an S-level ninjutsu. Its power is so strong that it can be called terrifying. Shion actually gave up his bloodline limit and chose this kind of attack. What does he want to do? Are you going to work hard? Die, die, die. Shion yelled again. Die, you damn B asterisk 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 D, die. He went all out, desperately, and resorted to this trick. With a boom, the ground around Bai Ye instantly cracked and spread in all directions. The invisible strong wind spread, making Bai Ye's clothes rattle. He squinted slightly. This force is enough to tear any elite Jonin to shreds. Sixion, are you really determined to die? Bai Ye asked. Fish dead and net broken. Shion sneered, my goal is not just a village of Konoha shinobi. I want to destroy all the ninja villages and let the ninja villages perish completely. I am the master of the ninja villages. So, your existence must be erased, otherwise. Bai Ye shook his head, stretched out his hand to grab the void. A pitch-black dagger appeared in Bai Ye's hand. He stuck it on the ground. Do you think you deserve it? As he said that, Bai Ye's body erupted with extremely dazzling golden light. Adamantine sealing chains. Chakra controlled by Shion was instantly stopped by Bai Ye's adamantine sealing chains, unable to get close to him. Zero looking for flowers. As this, adamantine sealing chains. Shion's face changed slightly. Advertisement. Good. Bai Ye said, as expected of Eight Tails Jinchuriki, your aptitude is very good, no less than that of third Tsuchikage back then. W. Shion was silent. Of course he understood that this was a compliment to his potential and qualifications. However, the second half of Bai Ye's sentence made Sixion's face darken. Unfortunately, your ambition is too great, wanting to unify Konoha and destroy the foundation of ninja, this is simply a dream. Who am I, Sixion? Sixion said angrily, under the leaves, who would dare to make a mistake? A faint green light bloomed on his body again. In Shion's body, a more majestic chakra poured into his body. I'm not a good man or woman. Zero. Bai Ye said coldly. He raised his left hand, and there was a heavy light flashing on the fingertips. Lightning-style super Howley technique. Shion roared. The countless lightnings entwined around his body gathered instantly. It turned into a blue-black thunder column and rushed towards Bai Ye. Above the thunder pillar is filled with terrifying destructive power. It seems that even the air can be smashed into powder, which makes people frightened. Ha! Bai Ye swung out his right hand, blasting towards the thunder pillar with terrifying thunder force. Crackling. There were piercing noises. Ha! Bai Ye let out a low cry again, and the lightning power in his nasal cavity suddenly swelled. Instantly suppressed the kind Lei Zhu. Even, vaguely, there is a feeling of anti-customer. Bai Ye simply relied on his own chakra to resist Sixion's ultra-thundering technique. Sixion's pupils shrank, he never thought that this human being would be so strong. You can actually compete with him. You know, he has ascent level talent. Even the weakest S level is enough for him to sweep away ninjas of the same level. Who is this human? Could it be that he has already reached the S rank? Many thoughts flashed through Shion's mind. No, I will definitely lose if I fight like this. Shion's thoughts turned sharply, and suddenly, a light burst out from his eyes. A strange fluctuation spread rapidly. Illusion. Bai Ye's pupils shrank, and his eyes instantly fell into chaos. Ha people. .209, juggling. Non-existent. He roared loudly, woke up, and then saw Shion disappear. Not good. Bai Ye cursed secretly. Sure enough, behind him, a figure appeared, put his hands together, aimed at his body and patted it down. Bai Ye crossed his hands behind his back, resisting the fatal blow. But this power is too vast. Bai Ye only felt that his hands were extremely numb. Sixion took the opportunity to take 2 steps back, staring at Bai Ye indifferently. There was a cruel expression on his old, wrinkled face. Do you think I only know illusion? Said. A layer of black smoke suddenly emerged from his body, and gradually condensed into a black armor. Hockey. Bai Ye looked at Sixion in surprise. This Dr. Sixion is indeed a genius. Now that 403 has mastered this kind of thing, is it time to start playing ninja pretense? Hee hee. Si Xian grinned, smiling extremely ferociously. I have already cultivated to the peak state of Haki. The only person in this world who can rival me is Senju Hashirama, and the rest are all trash. Since you can force me to use Haki, it proves that you are strong. But what can you do? After speaking, Xian's body disappeared again. Boom. In the next second, his body emerged from behind Bai Ye. A punch landed on Bai Ye's abdomen. Bai Ye fell backwards and hit the wall next to him. Sixian charged again, and the fists poured down on Bai Ye's body like raindrops. Every time you touch it, there will be a deafening roar. The whole small building seemed to be shaking and might collapse at any moment. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bai Ye slowly stood up straight and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's not an option to continue fighting like this. Sixian looked at Bai Ye suspiciously. His offensive could be said to be a violent storm. Advertisement. But Bai Ye actually carried it. Although he was seriously injured, he was not dead. You are indeed very powerful, the only thing I have ever seen in my life, but this does not mean that I will stand still and wait to die. Sixian's expression was still uncertain, and his tone became cold, but I believe that no matter how many people succeed in cultivation, it is futile in the face of absolute power. I will crush all resistance, destroy one's struggle, put it all under pressure. We, Konoha, will never compromise, never surrender. You are right, you will never compromise and never give in. Bai Ye said, however, that requires one condition, and that is, power, absolute power. You think your power is very strong now, but in my eyes, this is far from absolute power. Because power can only be obtained through fighting, as long as you keep fighting, you will become stronger and stronger. So, today you are doomed to fail, no matter what reason you have, you can't win. Ha ha ha, my creed in life is not the word, can't win, it's, never fail. While speaking, Sixian's body leapt violently, and rushed towards Bai Ye, kicking Bai Ye's neck with a whip kick, trying to twist his throat. If this kick hits the target, Bai Ye's cervical vertebrae may be directly broken. But Bai Ye didn't evade. Catch. A crisp sound came, and a look of astonishment appeared on Si Xian's face. His extremely fierce leg was blocked by Bai Ye with his other arm. Bai Ye's left arm was covered with extremely tough scales, like wearing a pair of armor. Si Xian gritted his teeth and exhausted all his strength, trying to send Bai Ye flying. However, he found sadly that he had no way to shake Bai Ye. And at this moment, Bai Ye's right hand was already clasped around Si Xian's neck. I said, Sixian, don't be too arrogant. Bai Ye said lightly, do you think you can really win if you learn Haki? You are wrong, in this world, nothing is absolute. I was just deliberately showing weakness to the enemy just now, just to make you feel proud and contemptuous. After all, you are not as stupid as that guy, the ape demon, who will easily expose your biggest hole card. You do have ninja color Haki, but you haven't cultivated to a very high level, or you're just half-baked at all. Your ninja color, Haki, can only be called defensive. If it's the savage, the ape demon, do you think his ninja color Haki can form a shield? Si Xian listened to Bai Ye's analysis, dumbfounded. Haki, his ninja color, is still flawed. Advertisement. But Si Xian is not stupid either. Immediately realized that what Bai Ye said was a lie. You lied to me. You say yes. Bai Ye said lightly, grabbing Si Xian, and threw it directly to the wall, creating a deep hole. Sixian crawled out of the deep pit with an extremely gloomy face. Damn brat, how dare you play tricks on me? Tricking. Non-existent. Bai Ye shook his head and said, my intelligence is no less than any normal person. HMPH, I admit what you said, but do you think I'll be fooled? Si Xian shouted angrily. I don't need your trust. Bai Ye said, I need your body. His body bent slightly, bounced up suddenly, turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Si Xian. Both hands clenched into fists, like a meteor chasing the moon, coming with the sound of piercing through the sky. Si Xian sneered again and again, stretching out his double block. Bai Ye grinned. Oh, that's because, I don't need to block your ninja color Haki, suppress it too. And sharper, spookier, very similar to his ninja color Haki. That 2.8 is impressively ninja color Haki. A huge force exploded, and Si Xian's body was thrown away by Bai Ye again, falling far away. At the same time, dense black lines appeared on his hands. Boom. With a sound of, Paula, a huge force came, directly knocking Si Xian to the ground. Bai Ye raised his hand, spread his 5 fingers, and a pitch-black iron ball floated in his palm. Ha. Is this the move you used just now? Sixian asked in surprise. How is it possible? You can't stop Haki from pretending to be a ninja. Sixian looked at Bai Ye in disbelief. Si Xian yelled, and jumped up to face Yu Yi again. This time, he used open black lens bracket 8 inner gates close black lens bracket, and his body turned into a puff of illusory mist, wrapping around Bai Ye. It is Dark Soul. Fair enough. He did feel the aura fluctuations above the Dark Soul. There was a deep, evil aura exuding from the iron ball. 210. Wood-style wood clone. You guessed right. Bai Ye said, I once studied Dark Souls, and learned Haki from it. I have to say, your Haki is really bad. Nonsense, it took me several years and exhausted precious resources to barely control this power. Si Xian roared. He doesn't want to admit these things, his ninja color haki is better than Bai Ye's wrist. However, he knew that what Bai Ye said was true. Over the years, he spent a lot of energy and money on Dark Souls. He even did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to hire a professional trainer to teach him various techniques and methods of manipulating the soul of darkness. It can be said to have paid a huge price. In the end, it was nothing but a bamboo basket to fetch water. Do you think this is all the power? Si Xian asked suddenly. Bai Ye frowned. I'm telling you, it's just an appetizer. Next, let me show you the real despair. Ninja color haki. Accompanied by Si Xian's low moan, his hands suddenly burned. Black and red intertwined flames were burning fiercely. In an instant, Sixian's eyes were filled with extremely strong fear. This flame is terrifying because 03. Even from far away, Bai Ye can feel the severe pain like a flame burning his soul. This is the real ninja color haki. Bai Ye was inexplicably shocked. This level of ninja color haki, he had never heard of. Yes, this is the real ninja color haki. Sixian laughed ferociously. You have no idea how much effort I have put in. How can you have such a powerful ninja color haki? No matter what means you use, you must die. With a bang, behind Sixian, a towering tree rose from the ground. Green light shines. Wood-style wood clone. At this moment, a towering tree appeared in front of Si Xian. The huge body covered most of the sky and blocked Si Xian. Bai Ye also landed on the top of the big tree. There was only a thin layer of distance between the two. And this thin layer of distance was enough for Zan to defeat Bai Ye. Boy, go to hell. Sixian roared and threw out both fists. Bai Ye waved his fists and greeted him. The two collided, and a huge roar broke out. Advertisement. Bai Ye's body flew upside down and fell heavily to the ground, splashing out a flower of dust. Die. Sixian continued to save. Bai Ye stood up, trampled on the ground with both feet, jumped up into the air, and attacked Si Xian again. There was a bang. The two fought hard again. Bai Ye's body fell like a cannonball. The same is true for Si Xian. He lay on the ground, spitting blood. In the brief confrontation just now, although he had the upper hand. But the strength Bai Ye displayed was extraordinary. Even if he was hit, it wouldn't hurt his body at all. This makes Sixian wonder if there are other special ways to restrain his ninja color haki. Ah, Bai Ye wiped away the blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and walked towards Sixian. There are many cracks on his body, obviously scratched by Sixian's sharp claws. However, all of this is not the key. I've said it before, you trash, you can't understand my strength at all. Sixian walked towards Bai Ye slowly, so, I will give you a chance to experience my ninja color haki for yourself. Black flame. Boom. Thunderclouds billowed in the sky. Crazy black flames appeared in the sky. Then the madness landed. Wherever the black flame passed, not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. The temperature is frighteningly high. Do you think you can defeat me with this level? Bai Ye stood where he was, not avoiding the black flames. You are too naive, Si Xian said with a sneer. He was ready, waiting for the scene of Bai Ye being burned to ashes. Then, String froze. He looked at his ninja. Wherever the black flame went, he completely swallowed his ninja, and merged into the black flame. Is this still black flame? It just turned into a very strange form. Ah, Si Xian raised his head to the sky and screamed, his voice was extremely shrill, like a devil. At this moment, Sixian's heart was full of tyranny. The black flame gathered in his palm and turned into a black sickle, slashing towards Bai Ye. Advertisement. The speed is as fast as a galloping horse, and the power is extremely brutal. Black flame slash. Bai Ye muttered to himself, it seems that you really want to kill me. Sixian didn't answer Bai Ye's question, he just wanted to kill Bai Ye, destroy all his hope, and let him never recover. Bai Ye raised his hands, and black flames lingered in his hands. Haki, the ninja color of the Hokage world. Bai Ye said. Si Xian didn't speak, but urged Heian to slash at Bai Ye. Boom. The two touch. Heian was blocked in front of Bai Ye, unable to make an inch of progress. But Sixian showed a smile. He could see that Bai Ye's ability to block the black flame came from his own chakra. However, Bai Ye's chakra could not last. As long as the persistence is strong enough, this guy can be completely crushed to death. Si Xian has this certainty. What are you laughing at? Bai Ye asked. You'll find out soon enough. Sixian said. The black flame swelled suddenly, and instantly turned into a huge mushroom cloud, enveloping the two of them. The aftermath of the explosion overflowed, destroying everything around 617. A smile finally appeared on Si Xian's face. Then, he heard Bai Ye's chuckle. Sorry, you made a mistake. Si Xian raised his head suddenly, and found that a stone was being thrown towards him. Impossible, he yelled, and waved his hand. A black force swept out, smashing the stone that attacked him, and then he saw Bai Ye standing not far away. Not even a drop of blood flowed from his body. You can actually block my black flame. Si Xian exclaimed. Nothing is impossible, Bai Ye said with a smile. Sixian's pupils shrank slightly, and the power of his black flame was obvious to all. How can it be? Si Xian seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his face turned pale, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Bai Ye stepped towards Si Xian. I know, you have awakened some kind of extraordinary ability. However, you should understand that in the confrontation of ninjutsu, these are just floating clouds. Only ninjutsu is the strongest and most difficult to destroy the means of defense. So, Si Xian asked. He knew that Bai Ye must know something. So, from today onwards, don't even think about using this kind of move to attack me in your life. Bai Ye said calmly, let's change the way of playing. 211. Dark Tsukuyomi. Quote. What do you want? Si Xian said after a moment of silence. This sentence carries a deep meaning of humiliation. He is a dignified ninja, but he dare not fight the enemy head on. I will use the purest ninjutsu to defeat you. Bai Ye said, this is the charm of ninjutsu, you scum, don't understand its greatness and beauty at all. Then, let's try it. Sixian said, let you know what is the real ninjutsu. Ha, Bai Ye was taken aback. He was still thinking about how to anger Si Xian and let him fight him one-on-one. After all, this is Konoha village, and Bai Ye didn't want to make too much noise. Who knew that this guy was so cooperative? This is not scientific. Sixian looked at Bai Ye, and suddenly grinned. I am not kidding. He growled. Immediately, the black wings behind him flapped and rushed towards Bai Ye. This is ninjutsu. Sixian began to perform ninjutsu, shouting, Kamui, while running. Quote. Bai Ye. Sure enough, it is such a kind of Sixian who likes to make surprise attacks and doesn't play cards according to routines. Bai Ye raised his hand, and a black ball appeared in his hand, and he slammed it towards Si Xian. Sixian slapped the black ball away with a backhand, then rushed to Bai Ye's side, swung the ninja knife, and slashed at Bai Ye. Before the knife arrived, the extremely icy wind of the knife came blowing. This knife seems to be able to cut off the sky. The bright light of the knife illuminated Si Xian's ferocious expression, making his eyes even redder. Ninjutsu. Dark Tsukuyomi. Si Xian activated the illusion again. Bai Ye's body suddenly froze in place. Snort. Sixian sneered, and the ninja knife slashed at Bai Ye's neck. He couldn't wait to cut off Bai Ye's head and tear him to pieces. Just like killing that Jonin before. Sixian's ninja sword fell. However, in the next second, it suddenly stopped in midair. One hand tightly grasped the blade of the ninja sword, no matter how hard Sixian tried, he couldn't continue to slide down. Bai Ye turned around, with a smile on his face, and punched Si Xian hard in the abdomen. Poof. Tilde operator. Si Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Advertisement. A large chunk of his belly was sunken. Is this the so-called ninjutsu? Bai Ye asked, it's too weak. As he spoke, he moved towards the past again. That blow just now was not a forbidden technique. It is the result of the fusion of iron cloth shirt and iron sand kung fu. Therefore, although Bai Ye suffered a bit, he didn't actually suffer much damage. How could there be such an existence? Si Xian felt endless fear. The ability that I am best at, but there is no way to do it. I said, ninjutsu is not suitable for you. Bai Ye stepped down with one foot. Si Xian sank into the ground. But at this time, his body suddenly disappeared. In the next second, it appeared on the other side a few meters away from Bai Ye. Bai Ye frowned. He felt the fluctuation in the air, turned his head and saw Si Xian's figure reappeared. At the same time, he shook his right hand. Endless black smoke came out, and quickly condensed into a lion majesty, lying down towards Bai Ye. This move is Sixian's famous and invincible nirvana on the battlefield, tailed beast bomb. Snapped. Sixian's palm pressed on Lion Majesty's body. The Lion Majesty exploded directly, and a strong and pungent stench permeated the air, making it disgusting. However, Bai Ye remained motionless. That does not work. Si Xian gritted his teeth, the wings behind him flapped again, his body moved at high speed, and he came to Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. Clenching a fist with his left hand, hot flames burned all over his body. In his right hand, he held a pitch-black kunai, stabbing fiercely at Bai Ye. A pattern of three-hook jade appeared on Bai Ye's arm. The black flame surged. This time, the kunai did not pierce Bai Ye's skin. Not even a trace was left. Si Xian was stunned, and then showed despairing eyes. He is finished. Bai Ye's physique is far beyond ordinary people. He can't kill Bai Ye at all. If that's the case, you can go to hell with me. Lan suddenly shouted madly. Bai Ye was stunned. Si Xian's face became more and more ferocious. Advertisement. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Bai Ye's heart. In the next second, Sixian's body swelled suddenly, and an endless black mist spread out, covering Fang's range of 100 meters. This fellow Sixian, is he going to die with me? Bai Ye muttered to himself while dodging. In the black mist, there was a roar. You devil, you go to die for me. The next moment, there was an extremely violent sound in the black mist. Not good. Bai Ye's complexion changed. This guy, not only wants to die together, but also prepares to blow himself up. He wants to detonate his own chakra core and pull Bai Ye to die together. Sixian's figure completely disappeared. The black mist churned and gradually dissipated, and Bai Ye's figure appeared. On his body, apart from the fact that his clothes were dyed pitch black, there was no injury at all. This guy is still not dead. Bai Ye was a little puzzled, and then looked at his hands. Strange rune marks appeared on the hands. Darkness descends. Si Shion's voice came from the black mist. But he completely ignored this rule. However, something happened that Si Shion never expected. Even Uchiha Sasuke and others who have Rinnegan and Sage Mode can hardly detect the teleportation of Sixian. Jia, you are indeed a devil. You can actually manipulate my chakra. Bai Ye asked in surprise. He just integrated his abilities into chakra, and teleported directly behind the enemy to attack. Sixian's wild laughter came from the black mist. This level of chakra's control has not been able to hide from your eyes and ears. So what? Moreover, such ninjutsu also has a strong concealment. Then use their respective abilities to launch powerful attacks for a chance to win. Sixian continued, aren't you afraid that I will blow myself up? Your incense is good, carrot is not infinite. Sixian is confident that as long as Bai Ye relaxes a little bit, then he will be sure to kill him instantly. I'm a ninja. Bai Ye shook his head and said. He knew very well that he was different from the rest. For other ninjas on the battlefield, it often takes a buffer period to adjust. Because their senses and insight are too weak. In the next second, the infinite black mist turned into a gigantic eyeball, floating beside Bai Ye. Under normal circumstances, such a teleportation is enough to catch the opponent by surprise, and then defeat it cleanly. 212. Self is a medium. Bai Ye had already expected that he would teleport. Moreover, he has long been on guard against his teleportation. Si Shion's sneak attack failed perfectly, and was countered by Bai Ye, who managed to escape. It's really amazing. Bai Ye exclaimed. He really knew that Si Shion would teleport suddenly and make a defense, so he didn't choose to back down, but went straight up and approached the opponent. Then, after Sixian made a move, preparing to release ninjutsu, or perform ninjutsu, he recruited daily to subdue the enemy. As a result, Si Shion didn't make a move immediately, but launched a tailed beast bomb first. Bai Ye had no choice but to play with Si Shion, blocking Si Shion's attack casually, and by the way, took the opportunity to use his unique ninjutsu, Infinite Black Flame. The power of Infinite Black Flame is far beyond that of ordinary S-class ninjutsu, and it can devour all harmful substances. Ha 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 ha, Sixian smiled frantically. Even if I blew myself up today, I will drag you to be buried with me. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders and said, a little guy like you is not even qualified to tickle me. Si Shion was taken aback for a moment, then his face flushed red. Infinite black flames erupted, and the overwhelming flames came towards Bai Ye. This time, the black flames were fierce, as if they were going to completely submerge Bai Ye. Bai Ye stood where he was, letting the black flame wrap himself. Haha, I'll see how you resist this time. Sixian exclaimed excitedly. He thought he had finally found Bai Ye's weakness at 600. As long as the black flame is continuously output, Bai Ye can be dragged down. When the other party is exhausted, it is the time for him to come to the world with mercy, harvest souls, and take revenge. Sixian swears that he has seen so many deaths in his life, and has never seen such a strange way of death. In the sea of flames, the black flames all over Bai Ye's body exploded violently, turning into a huge fireball. The fire illuminated the surrounding area, turning an area into pure darkness. In the center of the black flame is the figure of Bai Ye. Bai Ye used water style to turn it into a barrier to protect himself, completely blocking Sixian's ninjutsu. What? Sixian's eyes widened. Bai Ye actually resisted his best black flame ninjutsu unscathed. Advertisement. How can this be? Black flame ninjutsu is Sixian's killer move. Even Susanoo can add corrupt, why can't he deal with this man in front of him? Bai Ye has no time to talk about Sixian, he is busy dealing with his state now. Under the burning of the black flame, all the clothes on Bai Ye's body were burned. He revealed a strong figure, with black lines all over his body. The black stripes intertwined with each other, forming a series of chains wrapped around his body. Moreover, these black chains can also wriggle, just like living things. Whenever it squirms, it means another piece of Bai Ye's body has been eaten. And it will also deepen the power of the black flame. If it weren't for Bai Ye's very strong physical fitness, it is estimated that he would have been reduced to ashes by now. However, although Bai Ye's physical fitness is very strong, it does not mean that he is not in pain. His current pain index has reached at least 100. And it's still skyrocketing. If it was an ordinary Jonin, I'm afraid he would have passed out. But Bai Ye is no ordinary Jonin, he just frowned and regained his composure. It seems that there are still some things in this era that have affected me. Bai Ye whispered to himself. On the surface of his body, layers of black lines began to surge, and quickly spread to his arms, torso, and chest. The whole person seemed to be shrouded in darkness. This scene made Sixian startled again. Bai Ye's aura has obviously strengthened a lot. His eyes have turned black and purple. In the pupil, burning black flames. Black flame, burning heaven curse. Bai Ye said softly, this is the secret method I created based on my Sharingan. Sacrifice your own blood to give birth to chakra in your body. Finally, use yourself as the medium to release the strongest flame. This is my black flame. Bai Ye raised his right hand, and in his palm, the burning black flame became more and more intense, and spread and expanded rapidly. Wherever the black flame passed, even the air began to distort, turning into a dragon. The fire dragon circled and danced, burning all the surrounding trees and soil, forming a vacuum area with a distance of 1 kilometer. Advertisement. So, it's more interesting over there. Si Xian licked his lips, he felt a strong dangerous breath. However, Si Xian did not panic, but became even more excited. He has seen through it. Bai Ye's black flame, although it looks fierce and domineering, is extremely dangerous. But it is not suitable for solo. Because this ninjutsu itself is released by relying on his own chakra. If you don't use external force, the power of this ninjutsu is nothing more than a superficial appearance. Si Xian even wondered if day and night really had the strength to rival Sannin. After all, Bai Ye looked too young. And only 20 years old. For a ninja of this age, even with strong talent and perseverance, a faster cultivation speed should be the limit. Impossible to have too high strength. Si Xian guessed that Bai Ye might have the power of 2 truth-seeking balls. This huge chakra support gives him the strength to rival the main ninja. Without this power, Bai Ye would never have dared to single out against him. Do you think that you can kill me with the means you just did? Sixian said with a sneer, if that's the case, then I'll help you. There was an evil aura exuding from Si Xian. The next moment, countless black flames condensed and turned into a huge sword, slashing towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint golden glow flickered in the black flames, the blade of the evil god. No, this is not the blade of the evil god, it is your own power, but it was used by you. Bai Ye continued, and extremely complex information popped up in his mind. The blade of the evil god is the product of the power of the evil god, possessing incomparably powerful and destructive power. But at the same time, it is also a special use of the power of the evil god, and it must be matched with specific handprints. This is an extremely evil handprint, called the evil god sacrifice handprint. You need to use your own blood as a guide, and voluntarily donate a part of your own essence to cast this handprint and summon the projection of evil gods. This kind of extremely evil handprint is the favorite thing of the evil god. The owner of the blade of the evil god bestowed by the evil god is the blade of the god summoned after sacrificing part of his own power. Bai Ye also tried to use the Cthulhu blade to fight several times, and found that the power consumption of this handprint is very exaggerated. If it is an ordinary Jonin using the Cthulhu blade, then it lasts for less than a second at most. 213. Self-detachment. But if it is an elite Jonin, it can barely last for about 5 or 6 seconds. And if it is a cage-level powerhouse who uses the blade of the evil god to attack, even the strength of a cage-level powerhouse cannot last for more than half an hour. Unless one has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, if you want to maintain the Cthulhu blade for a long time, you have to consume more energy and chakra. Bai Ye is not worried about this point. He is a psychiatrist himself, and his mental strength can be called heaven-defying. Moreover, in his body, there is also a ray of chaos power. This is enough to make Bai Ye comparable to the terrifying power of Sage Mode in first generation. It's just that this ray of chaos power is temporarily unavailable. However, now that the situation is urgent, Bai Ye can't take care of that much anymore. He is going to use this ray of chaos power directly. Once successful, even against cage-level powerhouses, he still has a battle experience. However, as soon as this idea came up, he was stifled by him. Let's test first, how powerful is the blade of the evil god? Bai Ye made a decision and stretched out his hands to grab the evil god's blade falling from the sky. Rumble. The black flame collided with the fire dragon, and a loud noise erupted. 2 terrifying forces instantly washed away the area within a kilometer of Fangyuan. The originally dense forest was turned into scorched earth, and the vegetation was smashed. Some trees that were closer were turned into dust and scattered under the black flames. Bai Ye's body trembled violently, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He was still too weak after all. Although he borrowed the power of the evil god's blade, it was still difficult for him to fully control it, and he could only simply exert its power. Even so, Bai Ye could tell that his black flame was many times stronger than his own fire style. Amazing. There was a surprised expression on Si Xian's face. What, are you scared? Bai Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, as expected of the disciple of 3rd Hokage, he can block my attack. Oh, I admit that you do have the strength to match me, but you still have to die. Si Xian said in a deep voice. His palm stretched out abruptly and clenched into a fist. Punch out. A black light burst out from Si Xian's fist and fell towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye, who was in the form of black flame, stepped forward without fear. Boom. A violent shock came out. The 2 figures each took a step back, and neither of them took advantage. But soon, Si Xian bullied him again, in the form of black flames, his fists and feet were full of terrifying destructive power. Advertisement. Every attack can bring fatal damage to Bai Ye. However, in comparison, Bai's defense ability is obviously better. His physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary ninjas, especially when the black flames cover the surface of his body. Sixian's attacks would be blocked most of the time. Moreover, Bai can occasionally attack Sixian with black flames. This made Sixian's offensive much slower, unable to achieve the expected goal. This also made Si Xian even more angry. Roar. Si Xian raised his head to the sky and let out an angry roar. Then the whole body was raised and swelled in a circle. A phantom with 4 arms emerged from behind. This is. I saw Sixian's 4 arms holding a jet black long knife respectively. The 4 black flame long knives drew a mysterious trajectory in the air, slashing at Bai Ye's neck, chest, abdomen and legs. In Bai Ye's pupils, black light bloomed. The evil king is coming. A huge suction came from Bai Ye's body, enveloping Heian 40,000. The 4 black flame long knives stayed in the air above Bai Ye's head. But Sixian's limbs couldn't break free from the shackles of the black light, they were pulled, and approached Bai Ye involuntarily. Snort. Sixian's face changed slightly, and lightning runes appeared on the other 4 arms, entwining Bai Ye's black light. The power of darkness surges. Thunder staggered. The power of darkness above Bai Ye's head gradually weakened. Die. Sixian roared angrily, and clapped the palm of his hand. This time, the 4 black flame long knives completely split the black light above Bai Ye's head, and chopped towards his body. A forbidden secret technique in this world. Bai Ye's tone was a little weird, and he raised his arm to block his forehead. Ding, 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 ding. The 4 Heian long knives fell heavily, but were caught by Bai Ye with 2 fingers, unable to penetrate an inch. How can it be? Sixian's eyes widened. Even a cage-level expert couldn't withstand his attack. Bai Ye actually blocked it with 2 fingers. 0. Ask for flowers. This defensive power is too terrifying. A red light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, and with a little force on his wrist, Sixian's arm bounced back out. Then he got down on his knees again. Advertisement. Supporting the ground with both hands, he jumped up and rushed towards Sixian. What? Si Xian's face changed wildly. Bai Ye actually dared to confront him head-on. Moreover, looking at Bai Ye's pounced posture, it seemed that he was going to die with him. Sixian quickly let go of the black flame sword and retreated. He didn't have the courage to die with Bai Ye. Bai Ye came after him, and Sunclaw House came out. 8 inner gates, second gate, Shengmen, open. 8 inner gates, open. Bai Ye's speed became faster and faster, and finally, he opened the 9-gate Dunjia in one breath, and his speed increased sharply. 0. 0. Si Xian's eyes widened, he is really not afraid of death. Ordinary cage-level powerhouses, where are they qualified to come into contact with these secrets? Die. With a low growl, Bai Ye punched Sixian's head with a fist. Sixian's body lit up with a dazzling green light. Bai Ye's fist stopped at the moment it was about to touch the string. The black flames on his body also began to extinguish quickly, and he turned back into a human form. His face was extremely pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Si Xian took the opportunity to retreat, avoiding the next attack of day and night. Si Xian grinned grimly. The black flame on Bai Ye's body was completely torn apart by the black flame long knife. Only his last attack remained. Sixian frowned slightly, and felt a strange fluctuation emanating from Bai Ye's body. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Bai Ye, and the 4 black flame long knives pierced into Bai Ye's body. Black skin and blood spilled on the ground one after another. This guy, 100 million. In the next second, the black flame sword unexpectedly broke away from Bai Ye's body and floated in the air. Blood splattered. The clothes on his body also collapsed because of Bai Ye's punch. Vulnerable. Sixian let out a maniacal laugh. Bai Ye was badly injured, and he has no history of resistance. Hiss. The muscles in his body swelled up like pieces of rock. Haha. Die. 214. A fool's dream. Si Xian's expression changed. Bai Ye said indifferently while vomiting blood. I said before, your strength is too weak. The voice fell. Bai Ye spread out his arms, and twisted patterns of black flames appeared on his arms. The black flame pattern expanded rapidly, and finally condensed into a strange black mark. Si Xian's face turned pale. Go to hell. As Bai Ye clasped his hands together, the black mark suddenly exploded. An invisible force spread out. The surrounding temperature rose instantly, and the fire element was beating and burning crazily. The 4 black flame long knives melted unexpectedly. All of them were shattered in the blink of an eye, merged into the black flame, and became the nourishment of the black flame. Sixian let out a muffled snort, his face flushed red, his mouth opened, and the Emperor's blood spewed out. He originally wanted to use the black flame sword to suppress the evil spirit power of 857 in Bai Ye's body. Instead, it helped Bai Ye swallow the black flame. And it also eroded Sixian's spiritual power, causing him to suffer backlash. Not only that, Si Xian felt as if her heart was being pricked by a needle. He covered his chest and knelt on one knee, mouthfuls of blood flowed out of his mouth, staining the monk's robe on his body red. You die, accompanied by indifferent and cold words. The ice element chakra gathered around the Sixian, and in an instant, 1,000 ice cones were formed, each exuding a cold air, which was actually equal to Bai Ye's black flame, and no one could do anything about it. One fire and one ice resisted each other. But soon, the ice cone slowly shattered, turning into ice shards flying in the sky. Sixian stood up abruptly, her eyes were red, and she stepped back step by step. His feet stepped on the ice slag, leaving clear marks. You are indeed a formidable opponent, but it's a pity that you rely too much on the profession of Onmyoji, so you can't understand the fear and despair of our Onmyoji. Si Xian's face showed a trace of ferocity. Do you think we will just sit and wait for death? He stretched out his hand and tightened his fingers. Suddenly, a wisp of blue flame appeared on his right index finger. Go to hell. Sixian flicked his fingers, and blue flames flew out, rushing towards Bai Ye. Is this what you call the forbidden technique? Bai Ye staggered, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. He closed his eyes lightly, and with a wave of his right hand, black flame emerged again. Puff. The flame hit the black flame and melted immediately, but the power of the black flame was also weakened a bit. Xian narrowed his eyes. Advertisement. Bai Ye's move just now did not completely block his forbidden technique. What is the strength of this man? Die. Xian shouted, raised his right hand, and a small black ball appeared in his hand. Explosive bomb. He threw the small black ball and hit Bai Ye. Explosive bombs are extremely powerful, enough to injure the life of a reincarnated person. Bai Ye didn't panic at all, and let the explosive bomb hit him. In the next second, thick black smoke rose from his body, and a burnt smell permeated the air. But the black smoke was not caused by the evil power in Bai Ye's body. It was caused by the explosive bomb thrown by Xian. Xian's face was overjoyed. He decided that Bai Ye must have died. I just don't know why this man has a thin shield to protect himself. This shield should be his blockade. Break it open for me. Xian roared angrily. The injuries on his body have seriously intensified. If the shield cannot be broken, then the only thing waiting for him is death. Breaking my shield. What a fool's dream. Bai Ye's mocking voice sounded. In the next second, a gust of wind blows, and his shadow disappears. Xian was taken aback, turned around and fled in a hurry. But he felt a sharp tingling pain spread all over his body. His back was pierced by a jet black sword glow. A transparent hole was left on the entire back. Ah! Xian let out a shrill scream, and fell forward uncontrollably. And in his field of vision, an illusory figure shrouded in dark golden armor appeared. Cut off with a sword. All this happened so fast that Xian had no time to defend himself. His body was cut in two by a sword. Ah! Xian wailed again. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the illusory figure. It was a huge sculpture of a warrior more than 3 meters high, wearing dark golden armor, holding a wooden stick in his left hand, and a long black sword in his right hand. What kind of monster are you? Xian asked through gritted teeth. Advertisement. You'll see it right away. Bai Ye grinned, raised his right hand, and black flames surged. A group of fiery black flames appeared on the sword of black flames. Xian's face froze. Bai Ye, what is this for? Is this going to chop his soul directly with the black flame sword? I will not give up. Xian let out a growl. His soul trembled, but he fought back. Even the threat of death did not make him succumb and made him choose to run away. Because, in it, he still has a glimmer of hope. That is, Bai Ye will not really kill himself. What he needs, is to obtain the secret about the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as he still has value, he must survive, otherwise, wouldn't his plan come to an end? Xian is not willing to let her plan go to waste. At least for now, he still has value, not a complete failure. The sword of black flame slashed down with raging black flames, and slashed fiercely on Xian's soul. Xian's soul suddenly screamed in pain. A fire flickered, as if something was about to go out. Haha, it's useless, I'm immortal. Xian laughed out loud. The black flame sword still didn't cut off his soul after all. Hee. Bai Ye just sneered twice. His right hand suddenly grabbed the black flame sword and pulled it downwards. The blade of the black flame sword penetrated deeply into Xian's shoulder. 2.5 A streak of scarlet blood spattered out. Xian's right arm was torn off abruptly, bleeding profusely. Heian continued down along the edge of Heian's sword, and soon touched a crystal-clear gemstone like a diamond. Xian's eyes widened to the limit. That crystal-clear gem is his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was actually activated. Ha 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 ha. Bai Ye, you are really a genius. I have tried so hard to activate the gem that I couldn't activate, but you activated it in this way. Xian laughed. Bai Ye's expression kept changing. This guy, Xian, almost drove him to a desperate situation. How can this guy activate Mangekyo Sharingan? Bai Ye remembered that Xian said that he once obtained the inheritance of a certain big man in some ruins, obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, and went all the way to today. 215. There are exceptions. According to common sense, shouldn't Mangekyo Sharingan be sealed in a special place? I see, the inheritance you have obtained is flawed, or you are not a pure ninja at all, but just a cheat with an extraordinary body. Bai Ye said, you don't belong to this world. Xian was stunned. What is the logic? The Mangekyo Sharingan he obtained is pure Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no doubt about it. But Bai Ye's thinking is obviously completely different from others. Although Xian is extremely intelligent, she can't understand day and night thoughts. You're right, Xian said, but even if my inheritance is flawed, it's better than Yuan's. Bai Ye's body trembled slightly. Xian's words stimulated him. He originally thought that this was Xian's provocation. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that the fact is very likely to be the case. Xian, a mad scientist, has already reached an unbelievable level in his research on Mangekyo Sharingan. It is impossible for him to explore the mysteries of this technology on his own. Must have mastered other things. How did you do it? Bai Ye asked. Sixian snorted coldly. It's useless to tell you these things, but instead exposed my secret. You still submit obediently. I forgive your guilt. Oh, really? Bai Ye smiled even more. His palm is open, 5 fingers spread out. The flame on the black flame sword suddenly shrank several times, turning into an Uzumaki. Shion only felt that the chakra in his body poured into the flame like a tide, and then rushed back from the other end, being sucked into the flame Uzumaki. The flame of the black flame sword became more vigorous and hot. What did you do? Shion shouted in shock. Guess. Bai Ye smiled. The flame of the black flame sword is getting hotter and hotter. Ha ha ha. No matter what you do, it's useless. Myriad eyes have been opened, feel the feeling of destruction. Shion roared frantically. With his roar, a huge force erupted from Sixian's eyes. Terrifying black flames swept in, washing around. But it was quickly washed away by the light wave from Sixian, and the huge light wave rushed towards Bai Ye. Advertisement. Suppress me. Bai Ye let out a low cry, and the black flame sword fell down again. Puff. Sixian's head flew out immediately. At the same time, the terrifying light waves of the national stock market also hit Bai Ye's chest. Bai Ye's whole body fell downwards. Holding the sword of black flame, he stood on top of the ruins. The blade of the black flame sword was inserted into the ground. Phew, wheeze. Heavy panting sounds continued. Bai Ye's body was half kneeling on the ground. His back had collapsed, his clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was covered with scorched black marks. The terrifying force just now almost crushed Bai Ye's bones into powder. Ahem. Bai Ye spit out a mouthful of thick bloody phlegm, stretched out his hand to wipe it off, and murmured, sure enough, it's not Mangekyo Sharingan, so you can't use Mangekyo's pupil technique. Sixian's so-called inheritance is just that he got someone else's Mangekyo Sharingan through a certain channel. Rather than self-awareness, so his Mangekyo Sharingan is not the same as the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Even a genius like Shion could not transform a Mangekyo Sharingan into a Mangekyo Sharingan. This shows how difficult it is. However, there are exceptions. Bai Ye whispered. Guys like Sixian are a special case. He is an outlier. It is naturally impossible for Bai Ye to let him succeed. He's going to stop this guy from growing up and becoming the scariest, most dangerous monster in Konoha village. The power that Shion is displaying now is his own power emperor. His Mangekyo Sharingan is not fully opened. Only with the help of some magical devices, the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan was temporarily obtained. So, as long as he breaks this ability, everything will be over. Kr. Shion's soul, emerging from the neck, looked at Bai Ye and said, how dare you hurt Mangekyo Sharingan? You, court death. His soul quickly dissipated. Boom. The moment Shion's soul left the body, the black flame burned even more intensely. Advertisement. Blossoming lotus phantoms appeared and surrounded the sword of black flame, making the sword's aura even more terrifying. Die. Bai Ye strode forward and swung the black flame sword violently. A pitch black flame spurted out, turned into a giant black dragon, roared and rushed towards Shishuan's soul. Shion was completely unafraid, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sarcasm, it's useless. The pitch black fire dragon suddenly froze in the air. Beside Sixian, a cloud of gray mist appeared, forming a protective film. Blocked the pitch black fire dragon. Immediately afterwards, the protective film expanded rapidly and turned into a spherical shape, enveloping the string of compassion. The dragon of black flame hit the ball, but it did not cause any damage, not even leaving a crack. Ah, Sixian smiled contemptuously. Boom. The sword of black flame slashed fiercely on the ball. The ball shook slightly, but there was still no sign of damage. The black fire dragon completely dissipated. 753. The black flame sword was also thrown out. Ha 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 ha. Shion smiled wantonly. On his body, strange runes appeared, shining with a gloomy light. The sword of black flame fell on the ground, and a hole was actually corroded. You think I will really be killed by such a trick like yours? How naive. Shion sneered. It's just my avatar. Bai Ye looked up at Shion, but since you've realized your own shortcomings, it's not bad. Short board. Hee, I don't need a short board. Shion said arrogantly. He now has extremely high power and wealth, enough to pay all kinds of prices in exchange for a better and stronger Mangekyo Sharingan. At least, it is much better than Mangekyo in normal state. As expected of an old-fashioned reincarnation, there are 2 brushes. Bai Ye said. As long as you know. Shion said, since you have understood my strength, it is still too late to surrender, otherwise. Otherwise what? Bai Ye asked. Shion was silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath. Otherwise, die. I want to kill you too, but I can't. Bai Ye shrugged, an existence like you must have a way to save your life. But it doesn't matter, as long as you are not the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan, I can continue to suppress you. 216. Flame Cloak. I'll deal with you slowly after I've dealt with these enemies. When Sixian heard this, his face darkened. The originally gentle eyes turned cold. If you were the owner of Mangekyo Sharingan, you would have died long ago. We, Konoha, have Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo, and Tsukuyomi. Bai Ye blinked. Tsukuyomi, it seems to be a very powerful illusion. A Tsukuyomi mirage he once met in Hokage, stupefied him for a few seconds. Now in this plane, I heard about Tsukuyomi again. Bai Ye was a little surprised by Shion's words. Because he knows that the illusion of Tsukuyomi is a special kind of illusion. Puppets like Pen 6 Paths can produce certain hallucinatory effects, and then be controlled to fight. This is an ability unique to Pen 6 Paths. No one else knows except him. You probably don't have the ability to learn Tsukuyomi. Shion saw through Bai Ye's mind. I know what you want to do, but you can't succeed. Even if you have Wanwahian. As he spoke, Shion's right hand was slowly raised. On his left hand, a group of gray mist also rose up. Then the two forces merged together. A dark bud opens. In the bud, there is destruction and despair, and it seems that it can release an astonishing attack at any time. Go, flower of destruction, Shion roared angrily. Kacha kacha kacha. There was a crisp sound from the pitch-black flower bud, like the sound of countless sharp weapons piercing. The next moment, the bud exploded, and black smoke filled the air. Bai Ye stood in the smoke and dust, covered in blood, with dense and hideous scars all over his body. Ha 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 ha. Shion looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. It's useless. Under the attack of the Flower of Destruction, you have no power to fight back. The Flower of Destruction is Shion's biggest secret. He wields the power of the eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Eye of Destruction. Although it is only a broken version of Mangekyo Sharingan, its power has surpassed that of ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. Especially for a ninja like him who has a special blood succession limit, the power of this Flower of Destruction is even better. Even Bai Ye's powerful ninja would suffer huge losses under the impact of the Flower of Destruction. After all, the Flower of Destruction is not just a purely offensive illusion. Within its attack range, there is even a force that distorts reality. If you don't resist, you will be hit hard and hard to repair. Advertisement. No, I just want to remind you that I was just warming up just now. Bai Ye grinned, showing his white teeth, and pointed around. Shion frowned suspiciously. Don't worry, I just want to tell you that no one is as crazy as you. Bai Ye said, HMPH, stop talking nonsense, and just show your real calendar. Shion said loudly, no matter what you say, I will win this time. You will lose. No, I never make bets. Bai Ye shook his head and said, it's just your wishful thinking that you want to lose. Your illusion is very strong, but my defense is also very good. It is impossible for you to kill me. Shion's pupils shrank a little. The armor on the surface of the opponent's body brought him a rather familiar feeling. It was like a familiar move. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged in Shion's heart. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. I taught you this line, don't always use it to pretend. Accompanied by these words, the tattered clothes on Bai Ye's body were shattered, the aura of the whole person suddenly rose, and the strong yang attribute chakra burst out, sweeping like a storm. Yin-yang escape 8 inner gates. Shion's eyes widened. 8 inner gates is a sage art of the forbidden technique level, and only the Uchiha clan can practice and master it. However, Shion doesn't have Uchiha blood, so he didn't practice. How is it possible? Who are you? Shion exclaimed. 8 inner gates is a sage art that must be practiced by people with Uchiha blood. Why can this man in front of you practice? My true identity. Bai Ye smiled. I am your master. Nonsense. Shion said angrily. He didn't believe that this guy was his master. Bai Ye's body trembled slightly. A ray of bright red flames burned out of thin air, wrapped around his body, and turned into a cloak of flames. At the tail of the flame cloak, a 3-petal chrysanthemum can be faintly seen standing upright. The flame cloak flicked. An aura of terror spread immediately. Shion's body trembled suddenly, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. It's not an illusion, but a powerful aura that I can really feel. Advertisement. What the hell are you? What kind of technique is this? It's hard for me to even move. Shion's face was full of horror. His body was completely stiff and he couldn't control it at all. In his mind, filled with endless fear. The kind of fear that comes from the soul level. Shion's arms were open, wanting to struggle. But he found that all his limbs and bones did not obey his command. He could only watch helplessly as he floated in midair, only a few feet away from the ground. In front of him, Bai Ye's body suddenly burst into flames. The severe pain hit, making Tian Sheng. This feeling gave him the illusion of falling into hell. How? Bai Ye looked at Shion contemptuously. Aren't you going to kill me? In an instant, the boundless ice crystals covered it. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Shion's neck. A huge explosion sounded. In his line of sight, those metal liquids quickly combined and condensed together, turning into a kindly string, and then rushed towards Bai Ye. There is also a weapon similar to a sickle in his hand. However, this Shion is much stronger than the original Shion. Shion's body collapsed directly, scattered into a pool of liquid metal. Not bad ability, but that's all. Bai Ye sneered, even Kurama's ability is just an increase in physical defense. Bai Ye mocked, with your ability. You can't even touch me. The muscles are knotted, the skin is green, and horns grow from the top of the head. Shion let out an angry roar, and his body swelled a little more. While speaking, he stepped on the ground with his right foot. Hee. This is your strength, this is your greatest reliance, it's a pity, it's too weak, too weak. What are you? The entire space was frozen. Bai Ye said coldly. You dare. Sixian clenched his teeth, beads of sweat the size of peas ooze from his forehead, trying to maintain his will. 217. Phantom Nightmare. Bai Ye turned into a mass of flames, scorching the surrounding ice. Not good. Sixian cried inwardly that something was wrong. Because Bai Ye's target is actually himself. Die to me. Sixian roared, raised the sickle with both hands, and slashed at Bai Ye fiercely. The scorching high temperature distorted this area. Ridiculous. Bai Ye shook his head, raised his leg and kicked out. Boom. The sickle was kicked away by Bai Ye. Si Xian's body shot backwards, fell on the wall, and then slipped to the ground. A mouthful of blood spit out from the mouth. Bai Ye walked slowly to Sixian's side, lowered his body, stared at him and asked, Tell me, who is your teacher? You don't want to get any information. Si Xian looked at Bai Ye fiercely. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. Sixian is also human, he is afraid of death. So even though he knew that he was no match for Bai Ye, he still chose to fight with all his might. It's a pity that Si Xian miscalculated Bai Ye's combat power. This evil king has a powerful combat power comparable to that of Six Paths, far surpassing Si Xian. 950. Moreover, Bai Ye didn't need to say anything from Si Xian, and directly cast the illusion Nightmare. This is a move that Bai Ye learned in the Udemon series. Attacks through phantoms. Although it is not like the two moves of magic and dream, it can cause substantial damage. But it is also enough to affect the spirit, causing the other party to fall into a trance state for a period of time. Magical. As soon as Si Xian opened his mouth, a stream of green blood flowed from his eyes. This feeling, as if his consciousness is disappearing. He saw many scenes that he had never seen before, all kinds of monsters were chasing and playing. Is this hallucination? Or, is this the desire deep in my heart? Sixian closed her eyes. Advertisement. He doesn't want to admit, and won't admit, that he once longed for freedom and power. Sure enough, your intention is still very firm. Bai Ye smiled, and reached out to pat Sixian's cheek. He did not continue hypnosis. This kind of hypnosis, for a reincarnation like Si Xian, the effect is not obvious. I don't know what you're talking about, but I will never give up revenge. Si Xian opened his eyes. The pupils in the eyes have returned to normal black. He stood up, wiped off the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, with a ferocious expression and a look of extreme hatred. Bai Ye shook his head, stretched out an index finger, and swiped lightly towards Si Xian. With a sound of Pu Kai, the armor on Sixian's body was directly broken. There was a shocking scar on his chest. But this injury is not fatal to Sixian. He can heal it right away with the healing card. However, in his eyes, there was a deep consternation. His wounds are rapidly healing. In the blink of an eye, he completely healed, without even leaving a trace of sound. My body, Sixian muttered to herself, with a bitter smile on her face. You are a reincarnation. Bai Ye said, your power comes from this katana, right? That's right. Si Xian nodded. Strange patterns are carved on the handle of the knife. The blade is also very sharp, shining with a dangerous luster. My strength, you can't bear it. Si Xian said sharply, let go, or you will pay the price. You can't bear my strength. Bai Ye glanced at Sixian indifferently. You reincarnations, do you all like to use this kind of excuse to scare people? Don't you believe me? A cruel smile appeared on Sixian's face. I tell you, this samurai sword of mine is specially made for reincarnated people, and its name is Death Scythe. My apostles call it the Death Scythe. As he spoke, Si Xian raised the samurai sword in his hand. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound of friction AFAF. A jet black ray of light lit up. A phantom then emerged. It was a man covered in black armor. A huge scythe is stuck on its back. This is its true form. Si Xian's voice was full of fanatical admiration and longing. My apostle told me that it has the terrifying power to devour everything, and once it is infected, it must be destroyed immediately. Advertisement. I won't let you near this katana. Oh, Bai Ye looked at the pitch black phantom with interest, and the expression on his face became more playful. What did your apostle tell you? Si Xian responded. Do you believe it? Bai Ye continued to ask. Believe it or not, it's true, he said. So, what special ability does it have? Bai Ye asked again. Of course, it has the ability to absorb soul and negative emotions and improve its own strength. Sixian said, this sickle will consume my soul every time I swing it, but it will give the sickle a larger soul supplement, which is equivalent to its a perpetual motion machine. That's why you give up everything and run away, because you know that no matter how you run, you will be caught. Bai Ye said. Sixian didn't answer, acquiescing to Bai Ye's guess. So, your apostle also knows that you will definitely come back for revenge, right? Bai Ye said with a smile. Sixian remained silent. So they prepared such a gift for you early. You're right, but they didn't do it on purpose, but were forced. Sixian sighed and said, you can't kill me before I fully wake up. Then try it. Bai Ye spread his hands and said. Snort. Sixian snorted coldly, clenched the samurai sword in his hand. The samurai sword trembled a few times. Suddenly, a layer of black mist gushed out from the scabbard. Spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black mist occupied half of the room. Xion's figure was also shrouded in it. This is the fog of death. If you don't leave quickly, it will be too late, Xion said. Before the words fell, the black mist rolled up and condensed into a skeleton's head. Its mouth full of fangs is slowly grinning open. It seems to want to bite Bai Ye. The black mist turned into a titan holding a sickle. It looks quite similar to a monster in some kind of ghost movie. Ha 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 ha. Xion's loud laughter came from the black mist. Did you see it? This is the snow of death. How can you think that my apostle will not betray me? Why can I come here without fear? Here. Did you forget? Do you think that I will have no backup? With Xion's words, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. An idea popped up in his mind. 218. Sickle Titan. You're not a fool, are you? Bai Ye said suddenly. Huh. Xion froze for a moment. Then, he saw Bai Ye pull out another weapon. A silver-white long sword. The length is about 7 feet, and the width is only a quarter. The whole presents a kind of arc. You also have such a weapon. Xion's eyes widened, as if seeing something unbelievable. I don't know. Bai Ye mocked. This is my exclusive weapon, and my name is Dragon Slaying Sword. Said, Bai Ye raised the Dragon Slaying Sword. A bright and dazzling brilliance bloomed. In an instant, the black fog penetrated. He reached the side of the Sickle Titan, but the Sickle Titan was like an insurmountable giant, and the sickle slashed hard on it. There was a sound of metal and iron clanging. A circle of ripples spread around. Ha ha ha, stupid. Xion laughed wildly. The scythe of death can even be cut off by Shendu. What is a mere dragon-slaying sword? You are too naive, Bai Ye. Do you think that only you have weapons and others cannot have weapons? This is a magic knife. Dedicated to slaying the dragon sword. Bai Ye frowned at Xion's words. Who is your apostle? Where is he? I can't tell you. Xion sneered. Do you want to know? Then, kill me. I think you still have a lot of secrets that you haven't told me. Bai Ye smiled and kicked Xion on the abdomen. For example, why didn't you go to the apostle of the death scythe? Don't you have a good relationship with him? Oh, you think I don't want to? Xion roared. I'm trapped here. I can't leave unless. What? Unless? Xion showed a hesitant look on his face. Let's just say it straight. I'm not afraid of death anyway, Bai Ye said. Xion took a deep look at Bai Ye. If I say, you are the only one who can save me, would you believe me? Do not believe. Bai Ye shook his head. You are so stubborn. Xion roared. You don't understand at all. Yes. Bai Ye shrugged. I don't understand. Since I don't understand, why don't I try? As soon as the words fell, he pulled out the dragon-slaying sword and rushed towards Xion. Advertisement. Xion's expression changed, and the clothes on his body burst open. His exposed skin was covered with black scales, his body swelled up, his muscles bulged high, and his veins were full of veins, making him hideous and terrifying. Death claws. Xion snorted, stretched out his thick arms, and grabbed Bai Ye. Boom. Two fists collided together. A violent air wave erupted, setting off a gust of wind. Xion took 3 steps back and stabilized her body. Bai Ye also took a step back, but instead of stopping the attack, he rushed towards Xion again. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand kept waving. Every move and style contains the Po-1 of the extreme region. Boom. Boom. The battle between the two triggered waves of shocks. This was caused by the aftermath of the battle between the two. The Sickle Titan slashed at Bai Ye sharply, but he blocked it with the dragon-slaying sword, and then used this force to leap to the side of the Sickle Titan. The dragon-slaying sword swept out. The Sickle Titan spat out, and a stream of green venom shot out, splashing on Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye trembled all over. Although he had taken precautions, he still felt a little paralyzed. Not only the effect of venom, but also the weird force field of the Sickle Titan. Shua. Scythe the Titan swung his sickle and slashed again. Bai Ye dodged sideways, and the dragon-slaying sword pierced into the Sickle Titan. Ding. The Sickle Titan's head fell directly, and his body also fell to the ground. But soon, the Sickle Titan stood up again, and the injuries on his body recovered in an instant. This is. Bai Ye's pupils narrowed slightly. This is the immortal body. Or call it an immortal body, the Sickle Titan does have the effect of an immortal body, and can be immune to various attacks, including death, weakness, aging, and even the passing of life. Gold chakra. Come. The Sickle Titan actually spoke slowly. A cloud of golden breath appeared on his body. Scythe the Titan swung the sickle and rushed towards Bai Ye again. This time, Bai Ye took the initiative to greet him. The sickle and the dragon-slaying sword collided with each other, producing violent friction. Fiery heat and icy cold burst out at the same time. 0. Seeking flowers. The huge body of the Sickle Titan was shaking violently, as if it couldn't bear such a violent collision. Advertisement. Bai Ye's body also shook. But in the next second, the Sickle Titan suddenly disappeared. Bai Ye's ears twitched lightly. He heard a slight sound in his ears. A scythe appeared and slashed towards Bai Ye's neck with the sound of howling wind. The dragon-slaying sword swooped down to counteract the attack of the Sickle Titan. Boom. The collision of the two produced an astonishing shock wave. Bai Ye stepped back several meters again. At this moment, the image of Sixian completely collapsed in his heart, turning into an ugly and evil demon. You have this strength. Sixian's expression is ferocious. I am the most pinnacle existence in the realm of death. How could I lose to an ant like you? 0. Really? Bai Ye said lightly, flicking his fingers. A drop of blood appeared, swirled on his finger, and finally fell to the floor. The originally hard floor was instantly shattered. Sixian looked at the changes in the debris on the floor, and his eyes showed horror. Your blood. How dare you use the forbidden technique on your own blood? Why don't you dare? Bai Ye said with a smile, flipped his palm, and the broken dragon sword appeared in his hand. Slay the dragon. Cut out with a sword. Clang. Sickle Titan raised his sickle to block, but his body was shaken away by Bai Ye's sword. Its attack just now was completely blocked. Sorry, this corpse is mine, don't take it away. Bai Ye said, his body darted towards Sixian. Sixian's expression became gloomy, and when he turned around, raging flames burned on the Sickle Titan, as if he had turned into a Vulcan. With a sword strike, the flames spread, engulfing Bai Ye and Bai Ye. Boom. Bai Ye came out of the sea of flames and continued to chase Sixian. The two, one in front and one behind, quickly moved away from the ground, rising into the sky. Death scythe. Sixian's mouth curled into a sneer. Behind him, a phantom of a sickle appeared, cutting towards Bai Ye. This cut seemed to cut Bai Ye in half. However, Bai Ye's body swayed slightly, and he avoided the sure-to-kill knife. At the same time, holding the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, he took Sixian's chest pill. 219. Black chakra is his real power. Sixian didn't panic, the flames on his body gushed out crazily, and condensed into armor. This time, Bai Ye didn't dodge, and the dragon-slaying sword pierced into Sixian's body, but only left a shallow trace. Ha 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 ha. Sixian laughed wildly, clenched his hands tightly. I said before, my strength cannot be dismissed. Boom. Accompanied by Sixian's loud laughter, the whole space was shaking. Endless red light swept from all directions, filling the space between heaven and earth. Countless red lights gathered in the air. Eventually a blood moon formed. Sixian was suspended in midair, looking down at Bai Ye below. The smell of blood was overwhelming. These are the price of death. In Sixian's view, the blood of the man in front of him is too domineering. His blood was able to corrode and infect even himself. Fortunately, I had already prepared. 850, otherwise, such an enemy would definitely be a nightmare level. But, Death Scythe. Sixian raised his head, the Sickle Titan held a 5 or 6 meter long sickle in his right hand. The sickle drew an arc and slashed towards Bai Ye. This time, Sixian didn't intend to give Bai Ye a chance to escape. The blow from the Sickle Titan was enough to tear Bai Ye into countless pieces. Slay the dragon. Bai Ye shouted in a low voice, slashing out with the dragon-slaying sword. The two extremely sharp weapons collided again, making an ear-piercing and unpleasant noise. The body of the Sickle Titan trembled, and it flew backwards. But in the next second, he stabilized his figure again. Not bad, you can actually compete against me for a while. A smile appeared on Sixian's face. Bai Ye's strength improved, which made him even more excited. This is the real prey. Only such a powerful enemy is worthy of being his prey. Death Coil. Sixian stepped on the air with both feet, surrounded by a circle of black mist. The black mist spread, covering the entire room, enveloping Bai Ye in it. Sixian entered the darkness. Bai Ye frowned slightly, and he realized that his soul was in constant pain of being pulled. It's like falling into a quagmire. This feeling is exactly the same as the death maid I met back then.
Advertisement here, too. There is a female Deathblade. Crack crack, there was a clear sound of crisp bones coming from around Bai Ye. Endless red tentacles emerged from his side, assaulted on him. The color of these tentacles is different from the red on Sixian's body, showing a kind of gray, as if they are made of stones. The tip of each tentacle carries a strange and unpredictable power, which can penetrate steel. Once hit, I'm afraid it will become a sieve immediately. Even Bai Ye's physical body doesn't want to be pierced into his body by such weird tentacles. Shua. The dragon-slaying sword cut out, cutting all the nearby tentacles into two in an instant. Puff. Puff. These weird tentacles didn't stop moving because of this. Instead, he kept swimming beside Bai Ye, as if he was looking for a suitable attack angle. Death Coil. Swipe. Brush. Brush. Sixian's figure reappeared, with two pitch-black sickles in his hands. The scythe danced. Pieces of blood rained down. All of these bloods contained deadly curses and negative states. If anything was contaminated, it would explode and destroy everything. Moreover, under the influence of this curse and negative status, even Bai Ye's recovery ability is a bit too much. While waving the dragon-slaying sword, Bai Ye approached Sixian. The distance between the two gradually shortened. Sixian's face was full of sarcasm. I thought a guy like you didn't know how to be afraid. Bai Ye ignored Sixian and continued walking. HMPH, regardless of whether you are immortal blood or not, you will die today. Sixian suddenly withdrew his smile. The aura on his body soared several times, his arms suddenly stretched out, and the black sickle in his hand also suddenly magnified several times, turning into a machete over 2 meters long. You lowly mortals deserve to die. As soon as the voice fell, he waved the machete. The huge force oppresses the entire space to distort. A terrible wind blew towards Bai Ye. Boom! The dragon-slaying sword collided with the sickle. Bai Ye was knocked back several hundred meters away. A trace of paleness appeared on his face. Sishen's strength is very strong, at least fishier than Bai Ye expected. Die. Wrath of Death. Sishion muttered a strange language. Raising both hands high, the scarlet light above the sickle became more intense. Advertisement endless power gathered on both sides of the sickle, turning into two pitch-black spheres. Then, spread out and hit Bai Ye. A terrifying coercion descended from the sky. Boom! The whole space is shaking. Sishen's power has already surpassed the scope of ordinary human beings. He has even reached the extraordinary stage. This kind of power is no longer limited to a certain skill or a simple move. Bai Ye looked up and looked at the jet black ball that fell, without a hint of fear on his face. The dragon-slaying sword was placed in front of him. Boom! 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 There were three loud bangs like thunder. Bai Ye was submerged by the pitch-black ball. Ha 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 ha. Sishion let out a hearty laugh. The power of death is indeed one of the most perfect forces in the world. Although this Death Knight has a strong body and strength comparable to that of the Protoss. But still couldn't stop his attack. Good. Bai Ye patted his clothes. His body was spotless, even in the center of the explosion, he was not injured. This kind of defense can be called heaven-defying. However, if that's all it is, then Sishion underestimates Bai Ye too much. After all, his goal is to kill Sishion, not simply defeat or win. Boom! Bai Ye rushed forward again, this time, 0.4 raging flames burned on his fist. With one punch, Sishen's death entanglement was broken, and then the wolf stamped on his chest. Countless fine cracks burst out from the body of this Sishion immediately. Death Realm Death Guardian. Sishion's body reintegrated into the darkness. There was a shock. A larger circular enchantment shrouded Bai Ye in it, and at the same time, Sishion's body slowly appeared. The Black Chakra was his real power emperor. In the dark, he is king? The domain of death? Then kill you first? Bai Ye said in a deep voice, shaking his body, and rushed towards him. Hey, stupid mortal, the realm of death was designed and created by me. Sishion sneered, the breath of death on his body became stronger. Black light shines everywhere. 220. The taste of lingering. One after another, pitch-black chains emerged out of thin air. They surged wildly and entangled. Bondage. Sishion let out a growl. Endless chains wrapped around Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye tried his best, but couldn't break free. In the realm of death, all power has lost its effect. Even the dragon-slaying sword was like this, it was firmly bound in place. You shouldn't be here, Sishen said. You be *********D. You should stay in the shadow world and linger on your last breath, instead of dying here. I don't like the taste of lingering, Bai Ye said coldly. Then, go and be with my children. Sishen grinned, stretched out his right hand, grabbed a black ball of light, and pressed it hard to the floor. The black ball burst into intense light. One after another, ferocious skulls drilled out, biting at Bai Ye. Inside the black